guys do 5 deadlifts and then hold it up. It's tough. And this stuff starts adding up. Oh, great. I was just gonna tell you, man, I'm in pretty good shape. Damn dope. We're only like a third way through the workout. Yeah, and then they're jumping over these logs, and every time that you carry those sandbags down, you have to put it over this 3-meter tall log, and then jumping over the log to then pick it back up and then carry it another 10 meters. Then they have this snake sandbag that has 5 70 to 100 pound sandbags inside of it, which makes it uneven. And all of you guys have to lift it shorter overhead and drop it. You have to do it 10 times. After 10 of those, you do 10 burpees in unison and synchronization over the snake to then pick up the 10 sandbags and carry them back to the start point. Yeah, it was epic. It's a little break here, chatting with Tim Kennedy. Most care gets built to look like it works. True work is.
Come on, Charlie. Use your new guitar. Let's go.
Jobs that don't ease up with sweat wicking fabric, unrestricted movement strength that holds firm under pressure. True work helps you keep pace when it matters. Alright? Every True work product is engineered for maximum comfort, protection, efficiency, and minimal bulk or extra weight. They sent me these khakis. They're freaking fantastic. I even wear them out here in the Austin summer. It's great, right? Denim and cotton canvas haven't changed much for over 20 years. True work upgrades traditional classics by using the same fabrics worn by elite outdoor athletes, right? True work has over 50,000 5-star reviews. Upgraded True work for a major change in the way you work. True work helps you be your best when your best matters. Check out their full lineup and get 50% off your first order at truework.com/fighter. That's 50% off at TRUEWERK.com/fighter. True. So it's teamwork, it's intellectual, it's cognitive. The heart rate is through the roof. I burn 900 calories in the warm-up, the workout, and the cool-down. Dang it. And I assume because I know all these people, they're great. Yeah, Luke is such a freaking athlete still. Freak. Yeah. He's just such a, Frankie, Hart, Ulrich, Michelle, sweetest woman on the planet. And then Gordon, so talented. And he's getting over some health things. So he was in a hard walker. I was just going to say, I love all those people on there. I've had to bet against the troops. The troops smoked. The troops were minus 2,000. And again, bragging about the Army, the Sergeant Major of the Army, his name's Mike Wyland. The guy's in his mid-50s. 20 years in Delta Force. Former Special Forces NCO. He is now the highest ranking NCO in all of the Army. Has a fake hip. He's destroyed. 20 years. He has more time in combat, than I probably have in the Army. And Mike Weimer led a team. I was on his team. So he picked 5. Yeah, that's Mike right there. Look at that guy, Bob. I would follow him to the gates of hell. Like anywhere he wanted to go, he's just such an incredible leader. And another example of why this is a different thing. He in his 50s put together a team of generals and sergeant majors. And we, as the 5 of us, went against all the other teams. What's your average age? The average age of the team was 50. And you guys held your own. I think we were exactly middle of the pack. Wow. That's impressive. Like our time was 13:04. We made 2 huge mistakes on the time. We were the very first team to do it. You don't need to see somebody do a workout. You're picking. We were the first team to go, and we still finished 50% out of the whole entire field. Does the military know that those UFC guys are really going to do that great at it? Yeah, we knew they knew. Yeah. But it's not like they're watching. And credit to Michelle and Luke and Gordon and Frankie, because they knew they weren't going to do well. No. Yeah, they know. It's just not. That's not their area of expertise, but that is the area of expertise for military now. We're going to be fit. We're not going to be fat. We're going to be savage studs that are strong and powerful. That should be. And not to brag. I don't know if I can do it now. I still run now. But I remember And I think I finished second best time. Clearly the guy, it was Army Greens. Who was the number one guy? I finished like 3 seconds behind him at the time. And they're like baffled. Yeah, I was like, it's just running with weight. Like, no, you understand. That's rare. Yeah. You're a freak athlete. You're not normal. I know you know this, but like, you're a great fighter. But you're a great fighter because you're a great athlete. Yeah, I was an athlete before I was a fighter. That's right. And I not to like bring back kids back up. I'm building like good humans that are athletes, and then he can go play whatever sport he wants. Yeah, someone's like baseball. Yeah, you got it. I was supposed to be a swimmer until my dad, very wisely, as a freshman, was like, "Bro, you're gonna be 5'11", maybe 6 foot tops. You gotta find a different sport." You know, but I was an athlete first, so cool. I switched overnight. And athletes first. You know, my wife's from Mexico. She loves soccer, so she put kids into soccer when they're really young. And T's always been big, always had that percentiles, like he's huge. And he's out there, he's kind of jogging, he's doing things, he's getting real physical with them. And it was like towards the end of the game, he was on the side, like, can I see him? You know? I'm talking to him, it's all right, buddy, you're too big for soccer. This isn't your thing. It's fun that you have fun doing it. This isn't your thing. It's like for baseball, football. He's like, all right, it's just an thing. Like, you're too big to play soccer. It's just not. It's all good. Mom, you're too fun. Anybody can play soccer. I love sports where there's a barrier of entry of both physicality and technical difficulty. Yes. Lacrosse, hockey, baseball. These are like difficult, complex, compound movements. You're watching a shortstop that like catches a ball off his right side off of a knee and spins around off of his other knee to like do a sidearm throw to first base. You're just like, athlete. How about lacrosse with those kids? Just go to the left and the right. It's wild. It's wild. I love it. But back to the UFC. So when you watch, somebody pay attention because there's guys that I'm talking to these new shows with where they're UFC legends, but they won't watch any of them. Like I did a panel. The league went under, but I was on a panel with guys that they were in the UFC a long time, commentator stuff, and I started talking about like Tom Aspinall or Islam Makhachev, and then I go, what? Like, I haven't watched UFC in like 8 years now. I know I still mostly keep up.
And what happened during, as I've said for years, is one of the greatest scandals in American history. I think it was the single worst public policy mistake of my life.
The following podcast is an electric conversation between Dr. Jack Cruz, Callie Mees, and Dr. Mary Bowden. Dr. Jack Cruz is a neurosurgeon for over 3 decades. Callie Mees is a former food lobbyist who famously brokered the partnership between RFK Jr. and Donald Trump before the 2024 presidential election. And Dr. Mary Bowden is a board-certified otolaryngologist specializing in respiratory illnesses. He also treated over 6,000 patients during the recent plague. Due to the subject matter, this episode had to be heavily censored to avoid violating any of YouTube's policies. None of the content has been cut out or removed. Only specific words have been muted. But we posted the raw, uncensored, ad-free version on Patreon if you want it. Hold on tight. Hammer that subscribe button below and enjoy the show. Native EMFs, baby.
Wow.
All right, are we rolling? All right, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm glad we were able to make this happen, Jack. Welcome back. Mary, nice to meet you. Callie, nice to meet you. So we wanted to make this happen. Jack, you were here about 2 weeks ago. And
2 months ago.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant to say. 2 months ago. And ever since then, and I think even before then, you have been fired up, to say the least, about Callie and his sister Casey and some of the messaging that they are pushing on various podcasts and social media. they are talking a lot about the hyper-processed foods and pharma, and you've been questioning, I think, a lot to do with like their background, where they come from, and their messaging in particular. And Callie, I think that you feel that some of the stuff Jack's saying is untrue and in bad faith. Essentially, you hit me up about 2 weeks ago saying you'd be more than
a month ago.
Like a month ago, yeah. You contacted me and said, "I'll come do a podcast with Jack. Let's try to get in the room and try to hash your stuff out in real time."
Well, to be honest, initially what I saw is the discussions you were having about ultra-processed food not being part of the solution, light, which I think is a very important part and is more of a scientific thing. So that's when I thought a month ago. I mean, there's definitely been, frankly, more personal things, which we can talk about as much as we want. I think the science part is interesting too, but I hit you up before seeing a lot of the personal attacks. Still wanted to do this. I mean, I think a lot of people are skeptical.
This was your idea.
Oh, yeah. Well, to engage on the
right.
And I've been chatting with Mary about various things in good faith, I think. And but yes, I the personal attacks are what it is. We can talk about that as much as you want, but
I don't think they're personal attacks.
Okay, but I think there's a massive moment in the country right now where I think we probably all agree that there's a historic opportunity to maybe reset the agenda on health. I think there's great opportunity.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah, I think there's great opportunity and great
there's a lot of
cynicism.
opportunity.
Yeah, there's opportunity, but I don't think the opportunity is being taken to the forefront by you or your sister by pushing the food issue. Big opportunity right now. Why people are dying is SV40, is the jabs. And to cut straight to the chase, you and your sister wrote the book. Tell us why the word vaccine doesn't show up one time in the book.
Okay, so let's back up. There's an opportunity in this country right now, in my opinion, to talk about the holistic poisoning of the American people.
Okay, but we just came off of the biggest public health crisis.
Let me answer the question.
We have to let each other. We have to let each other talk and breathe. It's hard to do with 4 people, so we're just going to make sure that we give everyone a chance to speak, and then we take our turns trying to talk over each other because it makes it unlistenable for people that are listening.
So I'm going to tell you what my story is and how I see this opportunity and what I've been doing. And you guys can tell me if you disagree or agree, and we can go from there if that works. Okay. So my mom, as you know, died. We've been talking about my mom. And I believe that she is a product of what's happening in general to Americans, to the average American, which is we have a holistic set of hijacking of our cells and mitochondria. And in our book, we talk a lot about over-pharmaceuticals and the corruption of the pharmaceutical industry.
Yo, dog,
and
I'm just testing the sound.
Mandates and vaccines and what happened during COVID, as I've said for years, is one of the greatest scandals in American history. I think it was the single worst public policy mistake of my lifetime. And that includes the mandates on the vaccines. That includes the lockdowns that set a generation of kids back. It's absolutely a war crime, and I think we're going to be dealing with that for a generation and still unpacking it. And there was a wild report that came out just a couple days ago.
I'm just
I
testing
think my
the sound.
mom and kids and the average American,
dog, I'm just testing the sound, baby.
being hijacked. I think light is a huge issue. It's something that we talked about in the book, an entire chapter. I think, Jack, your insights on that are extraordinary and mind-bending, and I think it's obvious that what's happening to our circadian rhythm is dramatically impacting our hormones. I mean, I was just with a friend who's raising chickens, and in order to have them lay 2 times more eggs, they just turn the lights on. And we're doing crazy stuff to humans, and obviously that's messing with our hormones to a significant degree. I think that sedentary lifestyle and the fact that a child in school gets less time outside and less time active in a maximum security prison is a huge issue.
I'm just testing this out.
And we think food's a big issue. I mean, I think in ways we don't even understand about the toxins and the science experiments happening with our food. And I think all those things came together for my mom, and they're coming together for a lot of different Americans. And the book was about this multifaceted threats the American people are facing. And because of the pharmaceutical industry, I think corruption that profits from sick kids, that basically is incentivized for a child to get sick very young, to poison those kids. I think that's what the incentives in this country are. It's super dark. And, that message that, came together for my sister after leaving the medical system inspired me a lot, that came together after my mom's death, is why we wrote that book. And just to get into what, you've been saying, Jack, I started talking about that a couple years ago.
Dog, I'm just testing the
and
sound.
Tucker Carlson's producer DM'd me on Twitter.
Dog, I'm
2
just
years
testing
ago.
the sound.
I went on his show on Fox. My sister's been doing podcasts for years. And then I went and chatted more and more about this and started unpacking this issue. A multifaceted attack on ourselves from the incentive of our medical system. And you guys talk about jumping on the scene or whatever. My sister and I went on the Tucker Carlson's podcast a while back. It was the most shared podcast of the year. And we wrote a book that's sold a lot. And I've been working to get this message out. And I think that Bobby Kennedy being on the national stage is a miracle. And I think that President Trump talking about these issues at a high level is a miracle. And I think it's bipartisan because a lot of these issues used to be talked about on the left. So I think that's a great thing, and that's where I come at it from. So I think the stack ranking.
Dog.
Mary, I'll turn to you, but I think my story on you is that you've seen a lot of pain and a lot of really bad situations and harrowing patient stories.
I mean, we are coming off of the
Dog, I'm
biggest
just testing the
public
sound.
health crisis in our lifetime.
Dog.
And, while I completely agree with your message, I mean, our food supply has a lot to be desired. It's an insidious health problem. It's poisoning our kids. I completely agree with that. But the shots are a more immediate, dangerous threat to our population.
Children are still getting the shot today, which I think is a crime.
All babies, this is our own government, are recommended to get 3 mRNA shots, and this is synthetic modified mRNA shots, by the time they're 9 months old.
Right.
And
which is crazy.
And we know that we have an abundance of data. We have over 3,400 peer-reviewed published studies showing adverse reactions.
With the heat, right?
We know that in young people, the increased risk of myocarditis is at least 4 times. This is an immediate threat, and these shots should have been pulled off the market a long time ago.
No one, I had to buy my own.
Feeling is if you have a large microphone and you are in the public health space, that you are ethically obligated to speak out about this issue. And I understand that this is not your issue.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this.
Yeah.
I mean, the trans problem is not my issue. But I authentically feel that this gender modification in children is wrong. So I do speak out about it.
I authentically feel that in any way pushing jabs, particularly on kids, is an absolute war crime, and I've been saying that.
Do you feel like the shots should be pulled off the market?
So that is not a policy stance that I'm going to say. It's not a policy stance.
Are you giving your children? Are you giving your children the shot? Are you going to give your child? Okay, well, why not?
I think that makes no sense.
Why? Because you have reluctance about their safety.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on. Can I respond to this?
Yeah.
So this issue of over-prescribing medications for kids, scheduled kids specifically. Hold on. You seem to be drawing a line of whether I'm calling for an immediate ban as a policy platform versus what I'm saying.
Just personally. Can you just say personally?
Personally, I think it's an absolute travesty how we've been misled, how these were fast-tracked.
Personally, do you feel like the shot should be pulled off the market? Yes or no?
I'll give you my personal opinion.
Look at these moves.
I think there should be absolutely no mandates.
So, yes.
Hold on.
Okay.
I think that we have an opportunity next year to truly reset science. This is what I feel. And we have an opportunity to have Jay Bhattacharya, who's a close friend, who I, strongly push to be at the NIH, to call everyone together, review the science, have truth and reconciliation, bring that out to people, and have a process for that.
So
I think it's a general. So Jack,
the answer is no. The answer is no.
Right.
That is a policy position that I'm calling for the shots to be immediately pulled from the
No,
market.
you're
No,
not
you
answering
personally-
the question. You're doing exactly what
No,
your
hold
training
on, hold on,
told you to do.
hold on, Jack.
That's the reason we're sitting here.
Jack. I am saying that as a policy position, I think that we should have absolute data transparency,
have
no
so much
mandates.
data.
We have too
There's
much
so
data.
much
Okay,
data.
Danny just had Kevin McKiernan on the Jack podcast. Let me talk.
Jack.
You let me talk now.
Hold on.
You let me
Well,
talk.
let me ask you a question. And this is not like a debate. I don't see this as a debate. I actually legitimately.
I don't think it's a debate either.
Jack, why are you so angry?
Because I don't trust you.
Okay,
I think you're full of shit. And Mary just uncovered why you're full of shit. Because you can't say yes or no. Let me just tell you something, Callie. When you say to the American public that my children can't have the shot, so we can't say anything for anybody else, to me, that's incongruent.
So you would argue that Trump and Biden should come out, Trump and RFK should come out with an immediate ban of the shot today.
absolutely, it should have
Is
been
that
done a
your
long time ago.
recommendation?
My point
Is
was
that your recommendation?
it should have happened with Operation Warp Speed.
It should have happened in the first month.
Correct.
I think as a policy process, we need to have truth and
Well,
reconciliation.
let's talk about the
and
policy process
Okay.
of the swine flu when we had 70 vaccine-injured kids and we pulled it off the market.
Hold on. What is the debate? I'm saying there should be an immediate review of the data.
That's not the answer.
I'm giving my answer.
Yeah, but that's not the answer.
Jack,
Let's let Callie finish his
I'm giving
thoughts.
my answer. And then I sincerely want to hear from you if you are giving a presentation to the administration, what your detailed argument would be to pull the shots universally today. And that's not like a debate. I actually want to understand what my answer right now is, that the mandates, especially for kids, the mandates in general, are an absolute crime. The way science has been hidden on this is a crime. The way they've been fast-tracked and pushed is a crime. The way they have been covering up other
But we shouldn't pull
therapeutics
it.
is a crime.
But we shouldn't pull it.
Hold on. And that my policy process would be absolute transparency. Absolute transparency.
Do you know how many people died in the first month following the rollout of the cuts?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Jack,
You know the number.
Jack, what's
You're
with
a
the
lobbyist,
animosity?
guys.
No.
Let's go.
Jack, what's with the animosity?
Dude, I told you already.
Let's take a
I
breath.
don't
Let's
trust
take-
you
okay.
worth a damn.
Okay. Why?
Well, hold on. Do you know how many people died the first month?
No.
700. And that's that were
So
reported
it's
to the
10x compared to the swine flu that was pulled in 76.
Jack, what would be your argument if you're talking theoretically to a leader who's making this decision?
I just gave it to you.
What would the
A 10x change.
walk the listeners through, like for the
I don't want to walk the listeners through. I want to walk you through.
walk me through what. Jack, I'm not making these decisions.
I got news for you. I got
Jack,
news for you. The way you sold yourself
No.
to the people in D.C.
No.
would say otherwise.
No.
You have the ear of
nobody-
Kennedy.
Well,
Nobody's
I
saying
got
that.
news for you. I happen to know that's true.
Okay. So I think you might be getting bad information, but
I don't think so.
I think you are. But what is the argument? This isn't a debate. We should get this out.
Well, we would if you just said yes. But when
that I
not.
want to immediately ban the shot.
Correct. That's the answer.
I don't think
that's what the
that's
science
not the
says.
policy
That's
of
the
RFK.
debate.
That's not the policy of Trump. That's not the
RFK. So RFK
He's not
doesn't
the
want
one.
to pull the
No,
shots.
he's not calling to immediately pull it. He's calling for utter truth. Jay Bhattacharya is calling for utter truth. That is what I think we have an opportunity to do. I'm not calling the shots in any way, shape, or form, but I am very passionate, Jack, about transformational change right now and coming up with recommendations for true transformational change. I think the way to change the paradigm on this stuff is, to be frank, absolutely not coming out with immediate bans on things like this. So hold on. I think it is having a national conversation and a reset of science and having a full truth and unbiased science. We all know, we both know that the truth right now is that they're not asking these questions, and there's huge cover-up of getting the right information and getting the right data. We all know that. We all know that they've already made recommendations to the American people for kids, and that there's huge institutional pressure to have any data that second guesses the guidance that they've already given to people's children. Imagine, I see it, right? I know about this from my experience, Dad. There's incredible institutional pressure to have anyone look. Well, imagine the liability of that. Imagine the liability if the data you're talking about actually comes out. So that's what we're. Hold on. That's what we're.
This is infuriating.
I think
The data's been sitting there for years now.
We'll walk us through it.
Hold on a second. I think the obvious biggest problem with this is that nobody can be informed on the truth about it. Because I can have somebody in here like Kevin McKiernan, who's an expert in this stuff, and then YouTube will pull the thing off of the internet.
Which just happened.
So there's no transparency on one side. Anybody who questions these products on the internet gets completely silenced. And I think that is the number one issue.
Which is
like
crime.
We're not going out and banning Fruit Loops. Everybody knows Fruit Loops are bad for you. Everybody knows smoking Newports are bad for you. But people
you have a choice.
You
have a choice to do it and a choice not to do it.
And I want to say something about RFK because we have been fighting so hard the last 4 years to get this information out to the public. Kennedy was our big hope. Kennedy was he was the one that's going to get in a position of power. And even if he didn't win the presidency, he has this gigantic microphone. And then all of a sudden, his message shifts. His focus shifts. He's our nuclear bomb. We're in World War III. He's gonna take down Japan. All of a sudden, the nuclear bomb, the target has shifted to food.
Nicole came on and we talked a lot about food.
Let me finish. And this coincided with this meteoric rise with Casey and Callie Meads, who none of us had seen. I am curious, and don't answer yet because I want to keep talking, but I am curious about what you were doing during the pandemic. But we're not sure, but you came on and great. We love your message. And I have told you this. We want you to join forces with us. But, and I don't, you say it's a purity test. It's an ethical test. I mean, you have this gigantic microphone, and you have the ability. I mean, you have the ear of Trump and Kennedy, and I'm also very curious about that.
I wouldn't say that.
You're the one that orchestrated the call between Kennedy and Trump, and Kennedy says this. This is in his speech that you orchestrated the call between Kennedy and Trump to have Kennedy drop out of the race and endorse Trump. And that is very, how did that happen? Very curious. So Kennedy's focus has shifted, and that's our big concern. And it coincides with your rise. I mean, 6 months ago, I looked this up. You had about 19,000 followers on Twitter 6 months ago. Now you have 230 something thousand. It's amazing. Good for you, because you have figured out how to get that information that you want to get that out. And that is commendable. And that's what we all want. We want our message to get out. We can't get it out. Or maybe you could tell us your secrets. I would do that.
But high level, do we not feel optimistic?
No more.
Why don't you feel
I
optimistic?
think Bobby is who I thought.
Why?
Just probably 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, he seems to be completely unaware before him and his sister were on the scene about the constitutional amendment I wrote. Everything was in this law to wipe the slate clean completely. And Bobby calls me up and says, I don't think even Ron DeSantis could pass this law. And this is when Ron DeSantis was in the race with Trump before Susie Wiles.
For people who are listening who aren't familiar with that law, can you explain it for us?
Yeah, I mean, I went to leave El Salvador 4 years ago, and literally Bitcoin gets announced as legal tender, and it happens. And Kelly is not, a scientist. Everybody knows that. We listen to the people in his health ministry who were forerunners tied to World Economic Forum, WHO, FDA, all the same people that Fauci. And he went along, signed the contract with Pfizer, and started injecting. And he started to see immediate problems in his country. So he went on Twitter and he said, who's this crazy neurosurgeon that keeps saying all these bad things, but no one's shutting him up? How'd that happen? One of my patients is Jack Dorsey, who owned at the time. So there was no chance I was going to get silenced. So what happens? They bring me back into a place to meet the president. And I give them a talk. That's Chatham Rules, 20 things that we need to do right now. People in this administration tapped me after the talk and they said, look, these ideas are pretty good. Would you be willing to meet the president next 25th? So I met the president in the basement. And I told him the story about Benjamin Rush. And I told him exactly what Benjamin Rush, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison talked about. We should have had a medical freedom law in the Constitution, but because the two founders went back and could not find 5,000 years any civilization where this was the attack vector for the government, they decided not to put it in. Everything was good until 1982, when Reagan put Fauci. And that's when everything went wrong.
In 1986 is when
80 is the...
Why are you not optimistic?
Well, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Part of the reason is because you can't answer the question.
Which question, Jack? I'm trying to have a good dialogue here.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you're in good faith.
Jack,
I think many of the people that were behind the pandemic are people that he's worked for in the past. That's the real issue for me. And I don't know.
Like who?
Just relax.
Okay, yes, sir.
You let me talk.
I do. I want to have a good conversation.
So the interesting part of this is when Bobby gets the law and he tells me what he tells me about DeSantis, I get a phone call 4 weeks later from him. He goes, and we use 4 pages of the law in our platform. This is before Maha ever comes out. Then I get a phone call from Aaron Siri, his healthcare attorney, saying, we'd like to help you format the law to get it in so you don't have to worry about it. It's already a done deal in El Salvador. Then, this is before Nicole is actually top the vice president, she says, would you go and do a podcast with Bobby? But it's got to be in a place that it can't be canceled. Kind of like, what you just faced with Kevin.
Right.
So I called one of my other friends and patients up, Rick Rubin, famous music producer. I said, no one's canceling him. So Bobby sits down with me, we talk. And at that meeting, the most key thing happens. Nicole gives me talking points that she wants me to discuss with Bobby, and I refuse to do it. I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's something that Bobby knows about, very few other people did, and that's the day that I dropped in his lap that Kevin McKiernan found SV40 in the Pfizer jab. And he never knew that prior to that. He knew exactly what it meant because of the book that he had written with Fauci from Fort Detrick on.
Right.
But what this podcast became a big story about was Uncle Jack knew everything from Fort Detrick backwards.
polio.
And I knew something else to really catch Bobby off base is that when Jim Garrison talked to his father, we covered this in the other podcast, that Bobby Kennedy at 8 years old was the one that answered the phone. There was no way for me to know that when David Ferry was killed. So what is that messaging, which is what you're getting to, the heart of the matter that he doesn't understand? That this is proof positive. This is a bioweapons program that spans 75 years. That alone should end everything that's going on. Why? SV40 is not on any of the FDA's paper. I don't need Jay Bhattacharya. I don't need Bobby Kennedy. I don't need Donald Trump. It's not in any of the regulations. And because it's not, it needs to end immediately. Not only is it grossly illegal, it's not ethical, and it's nefarious. And anybody who says otherwise automatically is looked at badly. And that's the real reason I don't trust you.
Are you aware?
Because you cannot answer Mary's question,
Which is,
why are you still for the jobs?
Jack, you can think whatever you want.
I don't have to. You just
Hold on,
said
hold
what
on,
you
hold
said
on,
to
hold
the
on.
people on
Hold
this
on,
podcast.
Jack,
It's a litmus
Jack,
test you don't want to take.
Jack, my mission on this earth is to subvert the evil, dark, broken incentives of our pharmaceutical industry and the incentives for the American people to be sick, which I think has super dark.
I feel like we're listening to another ad.
Hold on, Jack. What's with the anger? You don't know me.
Dude,
you don't know me.
I got news for you. I think I know you.
I don't think you
I think
do.
I do.
Okay, well, we can talk about that. But do I think that jab should be pulled immediately? I think that what happened with it is evil, and I think it's
I don't think
horrible.
you even know what
I don't know what you're saying. Honestly, Jack, I don't.
Right?
I think that what you're saying and the threads you are pulling should have maximum airtime, should be absolutely seeing the sunlight, and we should have absolute fearless discussion and
The
truth.
funny thing is they aren't. And guess what?
Yeah.
The jobs are still out there. Guess why?
Because you haven't convinced enough people.
No, because the people that you work for and the people that are in Washington, D.C. are still in power.
Well, Jack, we have, I think, an optimistic situation that's happened last month.
I don't think it's as optimistic as you think.
I am really optimistic.
I think it's optimistic for Fruit Loops, but not for the job.
I think there's a lot of darkness. I think there's going to be a lot of subversion. I think progress is probably going to be more incremental than you and I want, but I think we are standing right now at a more optimistic time to get truth out and change some of these incentives than we ever have. And the truth
You
is,
feel that way, Mary?
Is there?
I'm very curious what happened to you during the pandemic. Did you?
He was busy writing a book.
Well, I mean, seriously, did you have? What was the hardest thing?
what's with your, like? Who do you think I work for?
I know who you are.
Go ahead.
You're a globalist.
Okay.
That's
You
who
want to
you
give
are.
What do you mean specifically by that?
Well, all you have to do is look at his LinkedIn page and then do a cursory, examination of his family history. But the big one that really concerns me is his past work history. That's one I haven't talked about on Twitter yet. That's the one I saved right here.
Okay.
So, Callie, when he left Stanford, went and did his Harvard MBA. And that's when he started to meet some other Harvard guys, took some jobs, and started working for companies that are tied to transhumanist technology. But the big one,
Which would that be?
Bose Allen.
I interned there as a sophomore in
Still
college.
doesn't matter. There's a
For 3
trend
months.
here, my friend.
Okay,
Next
that
one
was
is
before
let's talk about Daniel J. Edelman Holdings.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
that was before Harvard.
You know who Daniel J.
I do, and I've
Why
made.
don't you tell me about it? Why don't you tell the audience who Daniel was?
Jack, I've done 200 podcasts talking about. Hold on.
Nobody gives a shit about your podcast right now.
Let him explain.
Jack. Going to Stanford, working at Edelman, working at Mercury Public Affairs, going to Harvard Business School, sitting inside the Council on Foreign Relations. These are foundational to who I am and what my story is.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
And seeing that darkness.
Right. Those are all globalists.
Of course.
Globalist, elitist, Rockefeller founded.
Hold on, Jack.
NATO supporting.
You haven't.
UN supporting.
Jack, you haven't read our books or listened to our podcast. Well, if you don't think that me and my sister eviscerate the book, a big portion of the book is explaining how the Rockefeller family is one of the most evil families in American history. Okay, my dad worked for the Ford Rockefeller administration for 2 years, 50 years ago. These Rockefeller connections and the Rockefeller money that we have, that's news to us. Okay, he worked for the Ford administration, and he was a mid-level assistant for Vice President Nelson Rockefeller not David Rockefeller. I don't even know who that is. So you say a lot. That was 50 years ago.
David Rockefeller founded the Council of Foreign Relations, with what you remember.
That's news to me. I've been to one Council of Foreign Relations meeting in my life. So
What is the Council of Foreign Relations?
But then, Callie, then tell the audience, because I'm glad you said that. Why is it linked everywhere that your name is? Why do you always put it out there?
And first of all, what is it?
Well, hold on.
Well, just answer the question.
Hold on.
It's on your LinkedIn profile right now.
Is it?
Yeah.
The answer to that is that I haven't updated my LinkedIn profile in a couple of years.
That's pretty convenient, don't you think? Considering where we're going with this? Because
No,
you still haven't answered the question about who Daniel J. Edelman is. Tell the audience who he is.
He is the leader of the largest public relations and public affairs firm in the world that I worked for 13 years ago.
And what's the methodology that he describes and studies?
Jack? You're being very menacing. Let's have a conversation.
I'm just warming up, bro.
Just try to let it talk.
Jack. Let's have some love here.
Not gonna happen.
What? Like, what? I don't know who told you all this darkness. Like, I'm just curious.
I have security people that find lots of things out.
Okay, well, I'm curious. I'm looking forward to hearing them. So Edelman, as we write about and talked about incessantly, and I'm happy to repeat for you, created a playbook to rig institutions of trust. They actually made a lot of their money with cigarette companies, and they helped bribe scientific organizations to say how cigarettes, basically question. They actually didn't even say they were healthy. The goal was to actually show how cause confusion. Okay, so throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, they ran a playbook for the cigarette industry to basically rig institutions of trust, to pay off regulators, to have confusing information, to have doctors in advertisements. So this is a large public relations firm that basically created that playbook. Now, as cigarette smoking declined, they took on other interests like food companies, oil companies, other industries like that, and they used the exact same playbook. And they actually shifted their clients over from the cigarette industry to the food industry as the cigarette industry bought the food industry in the 1990s, and then those were clients that I had when I was there 12, 13 years ago. And as I talked about, I actually watched and helped steer money from the American Beverage Association to civil rights groups and to academic groups, and actually watched as food companies, paid off and tried to confuse Americans with research, such as, we make a mockery of this, but such as, crude oil food colorings being, safe when they're basically phased out of other countries. So those were the projects I worked on. And then at the same time, Edelman represents the World Economic Forum, and goes to these fancy confabs and says how good they are and good people they are.
How many times is David J. Edelman's son, Richard?
David is dead. Richard's the CEO. Yeah, he goes every year. Edelman.
Can you tell the audience about his new wife?
She's the former public relations person for the World Economic Forum.
Interesting. And do you know that she's got a link to the current president of Mexico that supports NAFTA? That's also another Rockefeller issue.
Jack,
I think Talley's admitted all this stuff.
The foundational attribute of my story, we all have past. Right. Nicole was married to Sergey Brin. Like, you're being paid by very. Hold on, Jack.
Here's the key, though. The Rockefellers are behind the job, and you won't take the litmus test.
Hold on.
You can laugh all you want, dude.
This is funny. Okay. So is Edelman and these, kind of firms that I used to work for tied to a potentially very dark globalist regime?
Correct.
Yes. That's the foundation of my story. I went to Harvard. I went to Stanford. I was
two people tied to ARPANET. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay, so I went to Harvard, went to Stanford. I've seen inside some of these circles, still am involved in some of these circles. And I am trying to talk about how even well-meaning people in some cases are part of terrible incentives that when it comes to the healthcare field are, no matter what they say or what they even think in their head, are part of darkness.
What made you decide to go to sequential jobs that actually sought out the darkness.
Well, hold on. So I went to Stanford.
Darkness.
Hold on.
Harvard, darkness.
Oh, okay. Well,
No, I'm being honest with you.
I think.
I'm not laughing. I'm being very serious here. Why? Because
hold on.
I'm not done talking, Callie.
Well, you're asking questions.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you a question.
You just asked 3 questions, but go ahead. What's your question?
My question is this. Did you listen to the last podcast that I did with Danny?
I've listened to a lot of your stuff. And
did you listen to the one that I did with Danny specifically?
I listened to almost all of it.
Okay. So you know about the link to MK Ultra. Did you know that Daniel Edelman was part of MK Ultra? Did you know that?
No.
Well, he is. Steve, why don't you pull up his Wikipedia? And you'll notice that he was tied to psychological warfare. See that right there in World War II? Did you know that? And do you know what the methodology for Edelman is, my friend? It goes all the way back to the 1921 book written by Edward Bernays.
Yeah,
propaganda.
Jack, I just described it.
Well, but my question is, Callie, why do I keep finding your name and your dad's name and your sister's name tied to globalist people, yet when this young lady over here asks you the question, why are you failing the litmus test on jabs but not on fruitless?
May I respond? Yes. Well, let me back up, Jack, because you might not know. Let me just give my story and where my heart is, and you can hope wherever you want. Does that sound good?
Let's do it.
Okay. My sister and I were raised in Washington, D.C. We have wonderful parents. My dad grew up in a trailer, worked as an economic advisor for Ford and Rockefeller, and was a consultant in Washington, D.C. And my mom was the greatest woman we knew. And for whatever reason, my sister and I were very concerned with going up the ladder and achieving good professional success in the traditional sense. So we worked hard. We got into Stanford. I studied economics and political science. My sister studied biology. I was really into politics, so I went into campaigns right after school. And then inevitably, a lot of people go into public affairs, lobbying, consulting, things like that. So I did that and worked at 2 companies, Mercury Public Affairs and Edelman. And as I've talked about a lot, I definitely saw some of these really dark arts of basically just confusing American people about areas like food, areas like pharmaceutical products. And it was really, really dark. I didn't put all the pictures together. But those are the 2 companies I worked for. And I don't know about the Rockefeller ties, but these were 2.
I told you the Council of Foreign Affairs was started by David Rockefeller.
Okay. So I worked at 2 prominent public affairs firms. Then I went to Harvard Business School, and then I've been doing startups. My sister went to Stanford Medical School. She was, despite what you said, did very well, did residency, had what I would call spiritual awakening. Probably similar to you in some ways, that the system is pretty dark and it profits from people being sick. And exploring that there's multidimensional poisoning of our mitochondria, including circadian rhythm, food, things like that. But basically, she didn't learn about these things. So she left in 2017, started impacting me. I was doing startups, other things, and kind of came together for me during COVID. So where was I during COVID? I was closing down my previous e-commerce company, living with my sister, thinking a lot about how dark and bad the public policy was around and in the lockdowns. My mom's experience, as we talked about in January 2021, had a big impact on me. I started speaking out about the cocaine and other issues in 2021, really coming on, thinking about this, saying how crazy it was to be mandating them. And then yes, helped my sister write a book in 2021, 2022, started speaking more about this stuff. As far as the Rockefeller connections, that's news to me. And maybe they're so good that they're, subconsciously. And so
who's the agent for your book?
Inkwell Publishing.
What's the agent's name?
Richard Pine.
You know where Richard Pine is linked to?
He's
Rockefeller Foundation. Well, Callie, you just got finished eloquently stating that you're not part of that.
Hold on.
But guess what?
Avery
and Penguin have confirmed to me who your agent is, and I've done some homework.
Is it Richard? No, it was Inkwell Publishing. No. Richard.
I'm going to tell you something, Cal.
Go ahead.
The more you talk, the bigger hole you're digging. And
so?
Well, we're going to talk about your mother here very, very shortly. Okay?
Okay.
Because that is the big impetus.
Okay.
For your book. Okay. So, your mom. Tell the audience where your mom lived. Where did your mom live?
Hold on. 1 second. I want to ask a question first. I want to ask. You mentioned there was a spiritual awakening your sister had.
Well, yeah.
What was the point for you? Was there a specific jump-off point or spiritual awakening from you to step away from lobbying?
Wait, I'll get to that. So, Jack, I'll just kind of give again where the heart is. We decided to write a book
in the middle of.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
That's kind of big. Considering the stuff that's been going on.
Are you suggesting that we're part of some conspiracy where Rockefeller helped place the book and then a conspiracy to get 1 million people to buy the book?
I don't think I'm actually saying anything. I'm actually looking for answers from you because I don't think that you're being very transparent.
You'll have to explain how the conspiracy is that a lot of people bought the book.
You're the first-time author, right? That's very unusual for a first-time author. And you're not the first person to give this message. I mean, this message has been going out for 50 years. You just managed to overcome what most people can't and get that message out to most of America, which is amazing. And I want to know how you did it. So we can do the same thing with the...
I mean, that's the answer.
Are you suggesting, like, Edelman and people I'm attacking in the book help with the book? I'm just trying to understand what the logic is.
I actually think that your agent knew exactly how to sell this book. Why? Because it fits with their Agenda 2030. That's exactly what
maybe you're just unwitting. Maybe you're being used and you don't know it.
I might be. If this is a big conspiracy, Jack, then
I don't think the word conspiracy has come up except out of your mouth.
Well, saying that,
I actually think that the interesting part here is feigning ignorance and fraud. So I'd like to know
feigning ignorance about what?
I believe you're feigning ignorance right now.
About what, Jack?
I think fraud and ignorance are two words that are next to each other.
Feigning ignorance.
So I would like to know where your line between ignorance and fraud,
Jack, feigning ignorance about our agent being connected to the World Economic Forum. That's the ignorance.
I kind of like to hear you say, what is your policy to write a food book during COVID?
It's not a food book.
While you're
Jack, it's not a food book. It has 2 chapters on food. It has more.
It's got recipes in the book.
It's not a food book.
Yeah,
It's a book about the multidimensional threat.
So now we're going to rewrite the history since I read the book.
Jack,
and to be fair, Callie does talk a lot about the pharmaceutical industry and pharmaceutical drugs. Not so much about vaccines.
Danny, let me give him 2 points because Mary said something earlier that I do want to give agreement with Callie that most of the things that he's talked about on Rogan and on Tucker, I have zero problems with. Like his stance on food, his stance that he's turned against those dark forces, I am willing to concede 100%. Okay, that is not what Jack is pissed off about. Okay, it's the transparency. He's a public relations guy, a lobbyist. What do they do? It's legalized lying. So I want to make sure he's not still lying because when we ask him the question that we ask him about the elephant in the room, which is the messenger RNA jab, you already had Kevin on here and you know the deal.
Right.
You're not even a science guy.
Right. Understood. There is a huge stigma and a huge groupthink that is attached to the conversation because people know you get blasted off the internet. You get completely scrubbed if you talk about that and you make that your main talking point. So my question would be: Which was not
Danny,
my
did I get blasted off the internet?
You did not. You are you're Jack. You are a unicorn. But Callie, is there a strategic? Is there a strategic reason that you may be? And it's I can see a reasonable reason why you would choose not to attack the vaccines and try to go a different route and then come come later and like take it one piece at a time, piecemeal the problem?
So no, that has not been a strategy. The strategy was that we wrote what was in our heart, like in this book, and that I am on a constant journey and learning. I have thought that mandates and the policy around was really, really bad. Like, I didn't talk about the book, and we talked about that. I think there is, Jack, Mary, I think there is a question of, given this moment right now, what the policy and what the strategy should be. And I do strongly believe that we should start with transparency. That's my opinion. And you might think that's a kind of Weasley way to get to the issue, and that it's such a crisis that we have to just bang the table right now on specific issues. I do strongly believe that from a public policy perspective, we should start with transparency, and that's a good place to start to bring the American people along. I know you think it's too, I get that, but okay.
I'll explain what I'm actually thinking, but we have a huge problem with trust right now. I see it every day in my office. I have patients coming to me who say, who can I go see? I have people crying in my office on a regular basis over what happened during, I mean, that's not normal. EMTs do not normally hand Kleenex to their patients. Normally we're treating ear infections, but I literally several times a week I have people crying in my office.
And why is that? I think the point though also needs to be made for the audience, because you and I are the only doctors at the table.
Yeah, we never actually.
You're an ENT. You're an ENT. She normally doesn't get involved anywhere close to the teen issue, and guess what? She is knee deep in this.
Right.
So Mary, I know we're like almost an hour into this podcast, but let's give you like a brief introduction, like your background.
Right. So I went to Stanford. I'm an ENT, and I kind of stumbled into. I had patients coming to me because no one else would treat them, and I'm an expert in respiratory diseases, so it makes sense. And because I didn't shut my doors, people started coming to me. And initially, I tried hydroxychloroquine, but as soon as President Trump mentioned it as an option, it got shut down. And literally, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter prohibiting us from prescribing it. So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies, and those worked great. People turned around very quickly, and I get unlimited supply. Well, then the government shut that down, and that was right around when Biden mandated the COVID shots. They shut down monoclonal antibodies. It was an orchestrated effort, and so I started using ivermectin, and I found that ivermectin worked. I was a little nervous that it wouldn't because monoclonal antibodies worked so well, but what I did find, I found that it worked, and so I treated over 6,000 patients. When you see that high volume, I mean, that's something I'll never again experience in my career. I mean, usually I see a wide variety of issues as an ENT. Never had such a large volume of the same disease in such a short period of time. And you become an expert in it. And, I started speaking out. And, of course, I got ridiculed, smeared, canceled. I'm still fighting for my medical license. So I put everything on the line to tell the truth. And I think that brings us to another point is that, all these people, all these doctors who have really sucked their necks out have suffered because of, just telling the truth. I mean, just upholding the Hippocratic Oath are being completely ignored, especially right now. Let's flip
the switch though, Mary, because I want you to talk about this. You and Casey have the exact same training.
Right.
She dropped out of her residency.
Callie's sister.
Right. And I reached out to her several times, and I didn't hear anything back.
She dropped out of her residency, so she had no way to actually have her doors open, to actually see the things that you saw, right?
And maybe, I understand. If you are not in my position, it is not as imperative to you as somebody who's seeing the same thing over and over and over again, seeing people crying in your office over and over.
Do you think that may have something to do with why she wrote a book about food?
Jack, it's not about food, Jack.
Well, I think my priorities,
Jack, hold on. It's not about food.
I'm actually talking to her.
I don't want to assume nefarious motives on her part.
Are you?
But I do find it's interesting. It's just interesting. And
what's interesting?
That, I mean, we've gone over this. That you guys have first-time author.
That doesn't finish her residency. That doesn't have a medical license.
Not finishing the residency.
She never finished her residency.
But that's part of the book.
I know, but that's...
What does that matter? It's part of the book.
But what's your point?
Because she can't see patients. Have you ever read her levels? Corporate agreement.
Yeah, you're talking to people about that are mistaken.
Actually, I read it.
Yeah. They don't.
And guess what?
They don't.
Guess what?
Yeah.
She can't see patients. Callie, do you know that she doesn't even have a medical license in the United States?
What? Why are you,
Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay.
She left the medical system, Jack.
That's interesting. So, hold on. So, do you know a guy named Tim Noakes?
No.
Tim Noakes is a doctor that faced a multi-million-dollar lawsuit because patients thought he was practicing outside of his specialty on the internet. Cost him almost $2 million. So I've heard your sister multiple times in multiple places with you. And many of the things that she's saying, with no medical malpractice, no medical license, didn't finish her ENT residency. I got to be honest with you. Maybe that's the reason why she doesn't have the same experience that Mary has.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, I'll respond, but sure.
Well, I'm just, like I said, I don't assume nefarious motives because she's not speaking out about it. But
because
she
there's
has
no
a
trust in the world
She
now.
has it, yeah, exactly.
Jack, that's why I'm here, honestly, and I think that's valid.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, yeah. When you've gone through what I've gone through, you don't trust anybody.
I think you're I think you've got to. I think, but I in here, and we talked about this. I didn't see all your conspiratorial stuff. I think this idea that you don't have trust is super valid. Not just of us, but just general. I think this is a very high stakes time. And there's a lot of people listening that it's not about me or it's like I think this
actually it is about you too.
Hold on. But there's also a lot of just distrust in general. I think around the system. I think it's representative.
You're bringing the distrust to this magical moment.
But
I don't want to get into.
I want to finish the whole thing. I never got to finish the whole trust thing, right? Because that's the biggest problem I see. I have patients coming to me. I have a printed list of doctors. So I go, okay, these are the people that are like-minded. These are the people that, will never make you wear a mask in the office, will never ask you your vaccination status, have, been very like-minded. And if the government does not take this opportunity to come down and hold people accountable, we will never restore the trust, at least in our lifetime. And that people need to have everything taken down, and we need immediate and swift action. Or the trust. We'll never restore the trust. I'm telling you. Okay, look how many people are still getting these shots. It's probably less than 10%, and that's a reflection of their trust in our government, because our government is telling them that they need to get these shots.
I think it's like 3% for young kids. It's like when
it's
the recommendation.
It shouldn't even be that. Well, we don't know.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, nobody should be getting these shots. Nobody. And so if we don't do something, we're never going to restore the trust. And this is the time to do it. And soft pedaling this is just not going to work. People do not trust our health system.
I think that's why this conversation is so important, and I also think that that's why it's admirable that Callie suggested we actually do this and we come here and talk to you guys. If he was some sort of nefarious Trojan horse, I don't think he would have done that.
Okay, but I want to emphasize that he has a big role. You have a big microphone right now. You are all over the news. You're bipartisan news. You're all over the news right now. You have the ear of Trump and Kennedy, and we need to convince you that no child should be given the option of getting this modified synthetic mRNA shot that has dire consequences if it goes wrong. And it doesn't go wrong in everybody. We know that. But there are varying degrees, varying numbers, 4%, 15%, 1 in 500, 1 in 800, serious adverse reaction. You should see the patients in my office that come to see me with these injuries. It is life-changing. And there's nothing we can do for these people. It's very hard. They don't get better. And
what kind of people are they? What age group? And what
it's wide. I have young people. I have older people. But it's so a lot of it's neurological, which is very difficult to fix. I I don't see the myocarditis, the stroke, that sort of thing, because I'm outpatient. But I see these people with the really chronic, debilitating health problems. I looked at my new patient appointments in the 2 years following the rollout of the shots. 7% of my new patients were coming to see me for injuries directly related to these shots. They typically get the $1 million workup. They see a bunch of other doctors. They're never reported to VAERS. None of the patients that came to see me were reported to VAERS, even though the onset of their symptoms was in close proximity. And that's the other thing. VAERS, 1%. 1%. It's only a reflection of 1%. And now I've lost my train of thought. The injuries. Yeah, so neurological. I see POTS, which is where the blood pressure just fluctuates up and down erratically with no triggers, and that's very difficult to treat.
POTS is
very young
postural
people.
orthostatic hypotension.
Yeah.
It's caused by mitochondrial damage to cytochrome 1.
So and these people, there's just not a lot we can do for them, right? And I would say a lot of people slowly get better, but I have one patient with severe vertigo, just won't go away. Young guy, 10 years younger than me, otherwise healthy, just now completely debilitated, can barely walk. I have another patient with severe tremors. I mean, he's a CEO of a company, maybe 5 years older than me, otherwise was previously healthy, now just can't stop shaking all the time. And another patient with severe unexplained pain in her flank that, she's had all these imaging studies, nothing shows up. She's previously healthy, and just now she's just debilitated by this unexplained pain.
So let me tell you what I did. I was retired. I was a Bitcoin maxi, and I got asked to do, I guess you would call it a movie with McCullough and Malone. And it was so controversial that it had to be behind the paywall. And my part of the movie was kind of interesting. I reviewed the patents on the jabs before they came out. And I was the first one to notice that there was 2 legal definitions. And that's all I talked about as a doctor. You know what I did then, Mary? I went back to work. Went back to the ICU. Started going back 2 times every month. And I started seeing, on average, 13 people with clots. People dying.
A week?
Yeah, and then something very interesting happened that I really want to get into. Started to see people from youngest was 17, oldest was 94, that would present with no history of cancer, and then they had stage 4 cancer. Allie, when your mom got cancer, let me ask you a question.
A little bit kinder when you talk about my
No, I'll be kind. But your mom did die during, right? Didn't she?
Yeah, she didn't get to.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked at her death certificate?
Okay, so
have you ever looked at her death certificate?
Jack.
I'm just asking you a question.
Jack.
Have you ever looked at the death certificate?
Jack.
It's a yes or no question.
Jack. If you're gonna talk about personal stuff,
you want to call your sister up and ask her if she looked at it?
Hold on. Bring a little more heart to this, Jack.
Oh, this is where the heart of the matter is, my friend.
Jack. Can you take a breath and can you just
I need an answer.
Why are you being so angry about my mom's death?
Because I think you're full of shit.
You think
I just told you. There's no
I'm
trust.
full of shit about my mom's death?
Yeah, I think it was a ruse. I don't think your mom's story, why you wrote that book, is actually what you're telling everybody. And I want everybody to hear it straight from your mouth that you're not lying to us. Because I'm going to tell you something. When you take a look at her death certificate, I want to make sure that you really understand where I'm going. Your mom lived in California. When was the first person that got a jab? You know? December 10th. Okay? Your mom died in January. Casey is on record in podcast saying that your mother got diagnosed and died in 13 days from a stage 4 cancer. You have been on Tucker Carlson. You have been on Joe Rogan. Right? And you've told the world because your mother had a metabolic disease that she died. Is that factually correct?
That she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and died 13 days later.
And it was a stage 4.
Yes.
She was previously perfectly fine, correct? Correct? Correct?
Jack?
You want me to pull the picture up from 2014 that shows you she was pretty good?
Yeah.
It's a yes or no question, brother.
Jack,
Answer the question.
Jack, stop.
No, I'm not going to.
Jack,
Answer the
Jack,
question.
I'm answering the question.
All right, he's going to answer now.
She was feeling a little sluggish in the months before, but the pancreatic cancer diagnosis was a huge surprise.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Where does she live?
Happily, California.
All right, so what do you know about in California in December of 2020 and January of 21? Anything a little bit unusual that you recall? Because remember, this was your seminal event that you and your sister changed your life to write the book.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Not 13 days. Because I've heard your sister and you say that. So I'm taking you. I believe you. Mm-hmm. So I want to talk about that issue.
I seem to be saying you were making that up.
I didn't say that yet.
You just did.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I did.
But
I'd like to ask you a question. I'd like to ask you a question.
Let me answer the question. She was, yes, she was diagnosed, and then there was 13 days that were very important to me and Casey.
All right.
What's your question?
My question is, have you looked at her death certificate?
I have not seen her death certificate. She died of pancreatic cancer.
Okay. How's your sister look?
What are you getting at? I have not seen the death certificate.
I think you need to look at it.
Okay.
You know that all death certificates in California are public record. You might want to take that before you do your next podcast.
How is that, Jack?
Because maybe your mother didn't die of a metabolic condition.
Pancreatic cancer?
No.
What did you
Why did you assume that pancreatic cancer is only a metabolic condition?
I think cancer is highly tied to metabolic health.
Yeah?
Yes.
Did you have Kevin McKiernan in here a couple weeks ago? What did he tell you about SV40 and all that?
Yeah, well,
Is that a metabolic condition?
Well, it impacts the cells. I think over-prescription.
Remember, you're not a doctor.
I know. I think over-prescription pharmaceuticals are causing a lot of issues to our metabolic health.
You just told us that your mom didn't take the jab. She didn't. So she couldn't have been over-prescribed, did she?
She didn't get the jab.
No, but when was she born?
40 something, 46,
yeah. She got the polio jab. Did you know that?
So you're saying it could have something to do with a jab that she got decades ago?
And maybe let me ask you a question, because you're a great lobbyist.
Okay. Why?
Do you know that SV40 is associated with rapid presentation of stage 4 pancreatic cancer? Did you know that? Yes or no?
Yeah. Jack?
Yes or no? Remember, ignorance or fraud, bro. Where are we at?
This is all right. We have to let's try to Jack. Let's try to be a little. Let's try to be a little bit more reasonable, just talking to each other. And
I think this is pretty reasonable.
Jack, no. Jack. What's your question? Did I know? Hold on. So I am not aware of her getting any vaccines in a recent period to the cancer. I assume she was, as we talk about, she was a product of the modern medical system, and I think got probably all the things that she was supposed to get.
I think that's reasonable over her life. Nobody would argue with you about that.
Hold on. So, and then my story, we can. I find this for fully good faith, and we can talk about what you think happened. But my story that was implanted on my mom is she was a product of modern medical advice. She ate ultra-processed food and a low-fat diet. She probably had some tough things going on with her light and circadian rhythm and sleep dysregulation. She was working to be active, but was somewhat sedentary. Probably was over-reliant on pharmaceuticals. I don't know her whole vaccine history. She didn't get the jab that wasn't available, and she was on other medications, as we talked about.
Just so you're clear, it was available in California when your mom was 271,000 people in California got the jab. But do you know the number
before January?
Do you know the number one place?
Oh my God. Okay.
Where the jab was?
So are you suggesting my mom got the COVID?
Callie.
Is that what you're saying?
Did I say that? Can I ask the question before you try to answer for me?
You make a lot of suggestions. What are you saying?
I'm saying to you,
you're suggesting.
Do you know the reason why California got the jab early?
No.
because there was many people from China that was over there.
Okay.
So the jab was given specifically at 2 major places. Do you know where those places were?
Probably Stanford.
Oh, okay. And where else? In Los Angeles.
Good.
Right?
Okay. Good. So my story is that she had a multifactorial issues that are actually hard to pin down of modern society that are attacking her overall mitochondria, her metabolic health. I think that pancreatic cancer and many forms of cancer are highly tied to our cellular dysregulation and not tied to the absence of some cancer therapy, but a multifactorial complex group of factors.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's normal? I'm gonna let you keep going on, but you have to remember something. You're not a doctor, and I am.
Jack, I'm saying what
I'm saying is, do you think it's normal for a 71-year-old woman to show up with a stage 4 pancreatic cancer?
So we know how often that even happens.
Hold on.
Very rarely. I do know.
Hold on. I think it's becoming more common. So I think pancreatic cancer generally is very deadly because, you tell me if this doesn't jive with what your experience is that the stage 4 sneaks up on you very quickly, and it does lay dormant for a long time, and then it's known as soon that it appears, and then you're out pretty quickly. So I do think that it was pretty quick. But I think that pancreatic cancer is particularly tough with that because you basically start learning about it when it's very late, often stage 4. So I think that actually is pretty common. And my understanding, Jack, is that pancreatic cancer rates, 50 years ago was not really something you ever saw someone with pancreatic cancer. And they are, like many forms of cancer, are increasing a lot. So while it's rare, I don't know. I'm meeting a lot of people whose parents have died very quickly from pancreatic cancer. I think it is increasing in rate.
Actually, the highest place in the United States, you know where it is? California.
There you go.
So
That's directly related to.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
So you know that your sister used to have a previous history with 23andMe.
So no, I don't. Because let me talk about that.
So you don't know that?
No, hold on. Let me talk about that. Casey interned for 23andMe as a freshman or sophomore in college 16 years ago. She didn't interact with.
You called her a wonderful friend.
Hold on. I can give you the facts. You can dispute them or whatever you want. In the past 16 years, she's seen Anne Wojcicki or whatever her name is one time, where they were on a panel together. The top health conference where Casey eviscerated the pharmaceutical industry to gasps from the crowd, very adversarial. And one of them posted a picture referring to old friend as an old intern. She's seen Anne one time in 16 years, has never met Sergey, and those are the facts. So you can call that a lie.
She did, when she posted on Instagram, she said, wonderful friend. I mean,
there was a reference to them being an intern. Like, she does not know. She's seen Anne exactly once, has interacted with her exactly once in 16 years when that photo was taken.
Holly, do you know who's Anne's sister?
Susan, yeah. I don't know her.
Do you know anything about her?
I know she died of cancer, right?
Yeah. She's the CEO of YouTube.
Yeah. You know, the one that pulled Kevin off for SV40.
I don't know anything more than that.
Do you know that she had an adenocarcinoma?
No. I have no idea. Like,
you know what's special?
Hold on.
Yeah. Let me go. So what do you know about adenocarcinoma?
Very little.
It's associated with cigarette smoking.
My mom smoked.
Would you be surprised?
Back in the day.
Would you be surprised to know that Susan Wojcicki didn't smoke?
My mom did smoke. She stopped about 15 years ago.
I'm asking about Susan.
Stop being so menacing, man.
I'm asking about Susan.
You have hate in your heart about this for some reason. I don't know. We'll have to look into your motivations. But
you should have before you came.
I know them, and I actually out of respect for other people, I don't want to get into them. But yeah. Okay, so what's the deal with Susan?
Susan died of aggressive cancer as well.
I heard that.
Right? You know that her son also died 4 months before her.
I don't know that.
He did. He killed himself. Same cocktail of drugs that most of the school shooters had.
What was that cocktail?
Steve can look it up. It's an SF gate. I'm not going to go through all the drugs.
Okay.
It's really not important for the story.
Okay.
So the interesting thing is, Susan and your mom both lived in California.
Yeah.
Do you know that I couldn't find Susan's death certificate anywhere?
Okay.
But I could find your mom's.
Okay.
What do you think?
I would assume that's because Susan is a prominent person and they might have covered it up or something.
It's the law, Cal. Remember, you did intern at the White House and you were lobbyist, and you know that the law applies to everybody except Hunter Biden.
That's right. But okay.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
This is big tech. These guys are linked to the people that he used to work for. Magically, the death certificate's not there. So, Levels was paid for in a deck from A16Z.
So hold on. So Andreessen Horowitz is the largest venture capital firm in the country.
Correct.
And after my sister left the medical system, she had a thesis that a lot of our conditions that are treated in silos, you guys probably agree with this, right? We treat things in silos. We have endocrinologists for diabetes and ENTs for head and neck, sinusitis. They're all, these things are interconnected. So one small way to attack that, not everything, but one small way, she thought, is to give people continuous glucose monitors. It's changed my life. It is a closed loop of what I'm eating. It's a couple 100,000 people have gotten them. They don't share or sell data in any way. I think it's usually rejected. And they raise money from Andreessen Horowitz, which I have not raised money from.
I agree. I haven't found anything that says you did.
I'd happily do it. I mean, this conspiracy is new to me because they turned us down. But
so let's talk about where you think I'm going, because I'm not going there. So your sister likes to use continuous blood glucose monitors. In her book, the one that you co-wrote with her, so I'm assuming that you edited it with her. What was the number one technology used for people with poor sleep? Do you recall?
That we recommended?
Yeah.
A sleep monitor.
Fitbit, wasn't it?
We didn't try not to recommend too many brand names, but
what does a Fitbit do?
It measures your it measures various metrics around your sleep and
heart rate, HRV, that kind of stuff.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Does it use non-native EMF?
So let me answer that. My understanding is Fitbit has lower EMF and scores lower on that, but
does it use it?
I honestly, I'd love to learn. I mean, I think the more I learn about
every
EMF,
single thing that uses EMF raises blood glucose and insulin.
I think that's maybe true.
So guess what?
What?
You wrote the book in the middle of it,
mm-hmm.
and you told everybody it's the best way to do it.
I think trackers and understanding more about.
When did you write the book, though? When did you write the book?
Hold on.
The book came out in what, 22, 23?
Let's have a conversation.
But the book came out in 22, 23?
Look, 20, yeah.
When did you start writing it?
20, 21, 22, 22.
Beginning of COVID. Right after your mom got sick.
Yeah, you started thinking about it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the paper for Nora Volkow that when it came out, that anything that is associated with non-native EMF?
Listen, I think EMF is a huge problem.
But do you know when the paper came out?
No.
You think your sister does?
I don't know.
This is 2011.
Okay. So you're saying people shouldn't wear Fitbits?
No, what I'm saying is when you tell people that these are things related to a metabolic disease, and then you're using non-native EMFs to track it. Because guess what? Chronic glucose monitors also do this.
What is the kind of point here? Because I'm certainly open to that information, and we could correct the book. I do think biowearables are useful in understanding more data about your body. But
yeah, I don't think they are at all.
Okay. I think honestly that's a pretty small part of a whole message, but for sure, I think that my personal opinion is the next 10 years, more personalized understanding what's happening in our body can supplant the doctor kind of construct that's totally failed. I think we have these discussions on what's more important: the pharmaceuticals, the light, the food. I think I think it's kind of dumb to stack rank them, honestly. I think everyone should have an understanding of their biomarkers. Would we agree that our glucose, our fasting glucose, our HDL, our triglycerides, our blood pressure, Okay.
Well, I wouldn't. You're talking to the wrong guy about that. No, I actually.
How would you measure success, like from an internal, like personalized perspective? How would you measure success?
Heteroplasm. That's the only way. Good. And the reason why I bring this up to you, and this is where that's me fair. Not being adversarial with you, I find it very interesting that both you and your sister were caught with your pants down in 13 days about your mom, but you never realized that they're made down, meaning that you were not ready for what happened.
Died.
Right. But immediately you went to blame the food issues.
No, we didn't blame the food issues.
Well, I mean,
Jack, we are on the scene, and this is your question. Why are we here? The Tucker Carlson podcast is the most shared podcast this year. Okay, people listened to the podcast and shared it. Okay, that is why we're here. And my advice, my PR advice, is I think that's because Casey's talking from the heart and I connect with people. Okay, that is the truth. All this conspiracy stuff, I got to know Bobby. I met him a couple times. I picked up the phone from the heart, talked to Trump folks a couple times, and from the heart, feeling very emotional after the Butler shooting, I said, there's a generational opportunity for you, and maybe you should call Trump, and I can try to help it make that happen. These are all, like, just personal, from the heart things. So you guys can either believe that or not. I think that Casey's putting out a lot of light, and I'm certainly trying to. And that connected with people. And the book is not about fluids. It's not.
Do you see my point, though, that, we've been fighting a war for 40 years?
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden, no one's talking about it anymore, and we're all talking about seed oils? It's just very...
Guys, I think the problem is... Hold on.
It's called the Hegelian dialect. Dude. And the place they used to work specializes.
You know what else was a tactic? To throw around bullshit to cause doubt on people. And say that.
But that's why we're here, Callie. For you to call bullshit on it.
I am not here for you. I'm here because there's a lot of people listening. It's not about me that are skeptical of this. I think we have a generational opportunity. I have a lot of respect for you. I think you are seeing a lot of pain. Jack, I think your thoughts on the science are often very brilliant. And, I don't really have any debate for them other than the stack ranking. I mean, listening to hours of your stuff, I just think it's like, completely dismissing food. I mean, maybe it's that.
It is. Well, there's no question about it. I'll agree with you 100%.
Dismissing food is
it's about 5 or 6 on the list.
Well, that might be true. I think when we start pinning down,
but notice how I said the stuff that you and your sister are talking about. I'm actually okay with that. I have zero issues with it.
Can I ask you what's the result of what we're trying to do then if we're connected with Rockefeller and trying to subvert this agenda and bring what are we like? Why would I
not focusing on the right things? But why technology, the jabs?
But why do you think he's trying to take the eye off the ball?
Yes.
Well, in mRNA, we're not one and done with peptides.
Why would I then work just to bring these issues so much into the? Why would
you're
I just try to
on the broken leg? In other words, you're going to limit what Bobby can do in government.
Nobody's limiting what Bobby can do.
There's you and a lot of people that are around these globalist entities that are being placed in the cabinet right now.
I'm not going
There's a lot of
we know that.
If the shots get pulled off the market, a whole industry of biotech is going to go down. It's a big deal, right? So the people with a vested interest in mRNA are going to use every tactic they can to keep it alive.
Yes.
And so that's why we're suspicious. And maybe you're an unwitting agent. Maybe they're using you and you have no idea.
Maybe.
But we just there's a technique called misdirection. It's a war technique, and it just kind of all falls into place.
But gaming this out. So we write a book eviscerating the pharmaceutical industry. We go on podcasts eviscerating the pharmaceutical industry. I think you're giving me way too much credit, but I do whatever I help to put these ideas to help.
Did the pharmaceutical industry distribute the jab? No. Department of Defense. So who was the pharmaceutical industry in this story? It was just the drug dealers.
But Jack, I'm just trying to game out your argument is
my argument is I want you to actually make an accurate diagnosis. In fact, I'm not holding your feet to the fire really as bad as I hold your sister's feet to the fire.
Well, my sister, as you might know, is, I think said stuff from the heart that's impacted people and is not, as much in the day-to-day of this political thing. I'm very passionate, Jack, about figuring out how to create and think about policies that accomplish goals that I'm pretty sure that we're all aligned with in the most fast and radical way. Again, I strongly believe that is, when it comes to pharmaceutical products, having an emphasis in the next 6 months on a radical transparency agenda. I do think that is.
And see, I disagree with you.
Okay,
and I've made that case. I've already made the case. But I've actually done something that you haven't done.
Well, Jack, I'm working too to do stuff. We both are, and
no, we're not working on the same goals. My goal is to eradicate.
Eradicate what?
All the vaccines.
My goal is to eradicate chronic disease.
Why do you think nobody has been appointed that has been outspoken about taking the shots off the market? So nobody has got a position.
Do you think it's the best idea just to ban them, or do you think it's the best idea?
The mRNA platform needs to be banned.
Do you think
the other means I'm okay with the transparency and discussing?
If they want to save face, they could just say, "Hey, we're gonna pull it off the market while we do further studies."
Correct.
That would be a very ezy way to save face and not.
Mary, do you want to chat? I mean, I'm not trying to be like you were giving me way too much credit, but like let's figure out the best strategy to get your research out there and get a path to what you think can happen. I mean, there are like I feel like my story is that actually talking about any type of strategy you feel is not. This is my story. I'm not saying it is like not is almost like suspicious. If you're talking about any type of like as a definitive statement, no, I do not think the platform of everyone in government right now to immediately pull everything. I do not think that's the appropriate political feasibility.
It's not about politics, it's about health.
No. Getting something done in this generational moment is about politics. I have to say, Mary, it is.
Yeah, I disagree with that too.
I just.
That's why I wrote a constitutional amendment.
Jack, we're on. Like I think the fact that, I mean, honestly, my main issue is like we're kind of thinking about maybe even different, like I think it's perfectly appropriate to ask, and this is frankly not what Casey's thinking. Casey's thinking about more of a spiritual level. Like I'm thinking more about like what can be done in the next year. And, that's different than like what the moral imperative is. I feel a ton. I know you see the kids and people every day, and that's harrowing. Like, I feel like I have a pretty deep, concern for what's happening to America's children and like what's happening to America. I think we're being slaughtered right now. And like, I think where my brain goes is like how to translate that into policy. Now, there could be big disagreements with that, and there should be massive like outside agitation and challenging on everything. But like the immediate going to like that we're working with Rockefeller and like
the point that I tried to make to you earlier, and I don't think you've done a good job, but the cool thing is the audience will decide this.
Yeah. Well, what are you
ignorance? Well,
you think I'm ignorant?
Well, I do. And I think your sister's more ignorant than you are.
We might be unwittingly.
But my concern coming in here is that there's a line between ignorance and fraud. And what I'm trying to do.
What are we frauding?
I think you could be a fraud for the globalist and the big tech guys.
Then why would our central message be eviscerating the pharmaceutical
Because
industry?
you want to get into the administration so that you can hamper things. That's what Fabians do. The Fabians are the ones behind the Council of
Why wouldn't I have just tried to like not have this message get out the center? Like, why wouldn't I have just like?
I just told you the reason why.
Because
people like me are blocking you from doing it. Yeah. Well, that's the truth. That is absolutely the truth.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. I've told the right people that they need to be concerned about you two until you come on a podcast. And to your credit, I'll be the first one to give you this credit. Danny told me that you backed out until 25, and then you said no. With Jack saying, let's do this now.
Until what?
Next year. Let's talk about this now, because you know what?
He's talking about when we originally had a podcast scheduled, and then you had to reschedule it till 2025.
And now you're back in. You said, let's talk. That's great. I'm glad that we're here talking about it, because to be honest with you, I'm giving you the olive branch. I want you to actually set the record straight. Because the audience, I can tell you right now, this is going to be a very simple litmus test. Is it ignorant or is it fraud? Which one are people going to go? And you know there's going to be people that make comments after this, just the way we look at each other, the way we talk to each other, the issues that have been presented. And I do really want to hear.
Go ahead. What do you want
from you? Because there's things about your family
what heard you about my family?
The books your dad's written. These are really concerning.
Hold on.
We know that what his history
is.
Let's go through this. Well, no. This is what I'm trying to say. You will not let me finish any points here.
Well,
the bottom line is your family is painted with a globalist brush. There's not even a question. No. By their actions.
No. By Jack.
The book that your father wrote.
Hold on. I think
the book your father wrote is directly tied to Richard, who you used to work for. His wife is a DEI leader in the World Economic Forum.
Okay. Can I? So, I think we're probably spending too much time on me, but we can take it wherever you want. Jack,
we just need you to answer the question, Callie. Jack. That's all we need to do. And you're not doing a good job of it.
Thank you for that analysis. What's the question?
Callie, I think your non-answer is an answer.
Hold on. Whoa.
Specifically, what was the question?
Jack, what is the question?
The question is it ignorance or is it fraud?
Okay.
Why would you laugh at that?
Because
it's a very uncomfortable laugh, my friend.
Okay. Because I think
I haven't laughed too much during this podcast. I've been looking directly at you, looking to see your answer. And it really bothers me that this is difficult for you. I bet you if I asked you the question,
there's nothing
if we could ban high fructose corn syrup, you'd have no problem saying...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't think we should ban high fructose corn syrup. It's the exact same answer I'd give on the Coke. I think we need mass transparency.
I would agree with you in the sense that I think
Jack, hold on. Jack, no, I would not say we should ban high fructose corn syrup. I don't think bans are politically a good thing to do. I think transparency is, so I would absolutely not say that.
Getting corruption out of the social media platforms like YouTube and Twitter and all of these social media platforms that are basically monopolies that control all information in the world, and making it so they cannot be infiltrated by government agencies or big pharma.
How about the Rockefeller Foundation or the people that are behind all these PR firms? Because that's who's doing all this stuff.
Okay. I'm talking about the conversation specifically, like conversations like we had with Kevin McKiernan, where they get taken.
Exactly.
So when you have somebody who's questioning these things, there's a policy called the medical misinformation policy on YouTube, which I'll make it very clear up front before we release this podcast. I'll put a little stinger up there that says that we're clearly not doing that here. That none of this is medical information, but there are policies that are written in there that are very loose that can take things with anybody who questions any of these stuff, completely wipe it off the internet. That's when you Google her name, when you type her name into YouTube, there's nothing except for literally 1 minute clips from like news stations talking about how she got beat by the Methodist hospital.
Okay, we've got a lot going around here. Let me try to, and then Jack, no, I'm laughing because the idea of my dad's book, the Flamingo, which is a book that sold 50 copies that he wrote for a dear friend of the family's who contemplated suicide after being in the closet as a gay man for a long time. He wrote a book about acceptance, and it's a magical flamingo who is different.
It's a book about a gay flamingo. I read it.
Yeah, it's a book about a flamingo that's different. It has nothing to do with trans, and
that's a lot to do though with the globalists.
With what?
With the globalists that are in control.
The who?
The globalists.
The globalists.
Correct. The Rockefellers.
Jack. He hired He hired a illustrator on Upwork and worked for a month as a side project on a book as a tribute to a good friend who was closeted and gay.
Right, which fits the ideology of the Council of Foreign Relations, which your dad was also a member.
He was not a member. He is never a member in any way, shape, or form of the Council of Foreign Relations.
I don't know if that's so true, my friend.
It actually, when a family friend put me on it, just on that list a couple years ago, I think before.
That happened, by the way. How did they put you on the list?
Chelsea Gabbert's in the count. This is a massive, like, prestigious thing. I think it's very.
Is it really prestigious?
No, I think it's actually terrible.
Hold on, I want to
actually
understand.
I actually no, Jack, like, this is me. Like, this is what I bring to this. I racked up these plaudits. Like, that was my issue in
For
life.
you to climb the ladder?
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
So because you used that, you thought that you could get points in DC.
Yeah.
So like, can I ask you a question?
I accept that.
I accept that. I
Yeah.
accept that 100%.
Totally.
So let me ask you a question. This gets to really the heart of the matter. Tell me about a place where you want to climb the ladder with that kind of stuff, being an accolade. Like, would you and I put that as an accolade to climb up the ladder in medicine?
I don't consider CFR an accolade. I think you're digging into you've dug in and seemed like higher investigators, and you've found Felix the Flamingo, the fact that I've been to one CFR meeting, and then trying to slam me on the fact that I used to work for lobbying and public affairs firms, which is central to my message. Those are the three things you found after I know something about you, Jack, spending a lot of energy, not with the goal of getting to truth, but with the goal of criticizing us. I'm
here trying to get to the truth.
Jack, but
find out where we are.
The three, just to be
Is it
clear,
ignorance or fraud?
the three things you have is that my dad wrote a children's book, that I went to one council on foreign relations meeting, which is central to my story about trying to rack up these things.
And you worked for an MK Ultra sponsored.
Yeah, but he didn't know that. Did you?
How could you not?
Did
How
you know
could you
that?
not know that?
I not know that as a 23-year-old? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, you never looked up the name of the guy on that you worked for?
It's possible he didn't know the guy was for him.
I don't know. I actually don't know what. Still, I've listened to your stuff on this, Jack. Like,
so you don't know who Daniel Edelman is? In the beginning of this podcast, you just mentioned that you did.
Of course, I know who he is, Jack.
And you knew his son. So you don't see that ideology is the same ideology that's present?
Daniel Edelman died. Richard Edelman.
2013.
Yeah.
And then the son took over.
Yeah, he was.
The ideology of both of these people are very similar to what's in your dad's book. In fact, Richard's new wife is the DEI expert for the WEF.
So Jack, just to tease out what you're saying, if you could listen to me in good faith, my story is attacking this DC tactics of kind of what you're describing in MK Ultra. Like that's what we did with food and pharmaceuticals and cigarettes. Like calling those out. That's why I came on the scene 2 years ago. I started talking about how we used to pay the NAACP to say that Coke was basically fine and racist to ban it on food stamps. It's like that those tactics are very dark.
But you know those weren't the tactics of MK Ultra, right? You know what the tactics were, right? You said you listened to the podcast. I did.
Yeah.
Cold War mind control.
Yeah, light, non-native EMF, stuff that's in your book.
I don't know.
Stuff that's in your book.
If Richard is part of a mind control, hold on. If Richard was part of a mind control, that's news to me, and like maybe I didn't know about that. But so let me just. So I work for these companies, and what are the other ones? The CFR. I mean, that's
not so much the CFR. My real concern. Yeah, but my real concern, and I think you've tried to dance around this fact.
Well, what's the direct question? I'm happy to address
the agent for your book is a WEF person.
Okay.
It's a WEF person. So it seems
a left
WEF person. Davos person.
Okay.
So guess what? These are the people you're running away from, but that's the agent selling your book?
No.
And then you use non-native EMF?
No.
Fitbits and chronic glucose monitors? That's what I'm hearing.
I think that's what I'm hearing. They did Rick Rubin's book. And well,
no, they didn't.
Oh, well, he had a top agent too. Listen, this is. Let me just. This
Rick is going to have a top agent, but not a top WEF.
No. It's not. If you Google top healthcare book agents, these guys.
I agree. Keep going. These guys are tied to Agenda 2030. Okay. So are you ignorant of that fact, or is it fraudulent?
How did she find her agent?
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about it.
Great. Well, the World Economic Forum called me and said, we want you to write a book about how the pharmaceutical industry and the globalist agenda is evil. And then they connected me to their special agent. And then, this is the key part, they put a gun to 1 million Americans' heads to buy the book in the past 6 months. And they made everyone listen to my sister and my podcast and connect from the heart.
So you don't
they
think
did a
that
mind
your
control experiment. They did a mind control experiment.
Your previous friends
So-
in history had
So
no help in propping you up. So
No.
you don't
wanna
believe
see-
that's the case.
No, I tweeted something and Tucker Carlson's producer DM'd me. Do you want to see it?
No, I don't need to.
Why?
Because I think the audience is going to listen to this podcast and draw their own conclusions.
And what would that conclusion be in your
We're going to
opinion?
find out.
So, but Jack, what's your conclusion?
I think
You think I'm working with the World Economic Forum on my book?
No, I actually think you are a little bit nefarious and you're not trustworthy.
So, what's your conclusion?
I thought coming in here that you would state the case because you're a pretty eloquent speaker. You've not been eloquent today at all.
Throwing up
And
gang signs.
I thought ignorance was a fair game. But the more you've talked today, the more I feel like there is
There we
actually
go.
something there.
Mhm.
Now, do I know what the something is? I don't, but I would say to you, and I think you could discuss this both with Mary and your sister, in medicine, when you're not sure about something, we have something called the precaution principle, meaning we should be careful. So I think anybody who listens to this podcast that's in Washington, D.C. should know who you are and be careful with you before they put you on another podcast, before they give you a platform, before they stick a microphone in your face. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, that's what you
You
thought
could be a
before.
great guy.
That's what you
You
thought
could
before.
be a great guy.
Athleticism.
And
Jack,
I'm-
that's what you thought before, and I knew you were coming in with bad faith. But look, I want the people to decide. I agree with that. So, I'll happily answer anything. But on the agent front, so I spent a year writing the book. Then we asked various friends in the health community to introduce us to various agents. We spoke to 5 different agents through connections of health folks that we all know. Those of them made the introductions. We have a fantastic agent who has done books from all different ideological perspectives. I don't even know how this World Economic Forum. I do not think Richard did call Schwab's book.
Actually did.
Who's the name of this guy? We can have Steve look it up.
The agency, people can. The agency's Inkwell. It's one of the largest.
The
It's one of the largest.
point
Hold on.
that Callie's made is a good point because most of the diet books that are out there actually do have ties back to the same group of people. And this is the same thing that goes on with media. This isn't not something that is linked so much to Callie and Casey. This is actually a real problem that I have with all authors with those books.
Well, Jack, let me
You're
give
done,
you
son.
behind the scenes from what I see. We got an agent.
Terrible shot.
He then brought it to market. We got various offers. We went with Penguin,
Yo, lone wolf.
and then we wrote a book and had very little oversight on it. I'd say, like,
Look at this
overall
shot.
from the publishing, it's a little bit.
Shit.
It's a little bit woke, and we had some back and forth with people. I think
To read,
None of
man.
that do I have
No.
a real big problem.
Bitch.
Yeah,
I just think that
Don't-
kind of stuff needs to be talked about. I think the big
more skeptical.
the big issue I have with it is
Don't.
the fact that it was a big.
Adam Grant, Saul. No, go up. He's the Brian Cranston.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Oh,
this is
fuck.
just like
This is the worst.
whatever. So
he's got a ton of
so
science.
Jack, people can make their own decision, but like
Don't fuck up.
like
dude.
This is like the circle.
like
Lone wolf.
Jack. This is what I'm trying to get
Lone wolf
from
ain't
you.
not.
And
Don't
like,
fuck up.
people can be skeptical.
Don't
You're
fuck
right. I
up.
mean, like
Don't
everyone's
fuck up. Don't fuck
too skeptical of everyone. Like,
You got to question everything these
I
days.
agree.
That's the point that
Jack,
Mary and
that's why
I are
I'm
trying
here.
to bring up.
Fuck
That's
up.
why I'm here. And to me,
And I think that's fair. I applaud you for coming.
Yeah,
No way I'm fucking up.
Jack, okay.
Not
I'm
like
trying to
you,
talk to somebody
son.
here. Like,
You're like
I
Cappy's
do feel
beat.
uncomfortable talking to myself. Like, I don't usually, so I might be more articulate. Like, I think it's not even worth people's time. I think there is this
What are you
larger
doing,
issue
Al?
in this moment of like trust. And I think that's important. I think what you said, it's like
Look at this.
you should have a bad
Oh,
feeling about everyone. I
shit.
mean, I think you're being a little bit like on a jihad here,
No,
but
let me see.
You're right. I am. My goal is to take apart centralized medicine,
And
but
it's
not
done.
the way you're doing it. But
Well,
my
Great
own
shots of
way.
history, the
well,
king,
I might ask you to like.
right here,
I mean,
baby.
listen,
one of the greatest shots in the history of the game, and I got it, son.
People from
This
traditional
guy's got to
medicine.
be
I don't
pissed
think you
as
should be
fuck.
building consistency
That was
necessarily right
amazing.
now. I don't think you have any obligation to like me or work with me at all.
Yeah,
Like
this
Consensus is pseudoscience.
I agree with that. I don't think this is a time where we should be building consensus and like war is necessarily the goal is to be
Let's
But
have
I think that's the point that Mary's been
that
trying to
was though.
get you to
One of the
realize
greatest
when you
shots
talked to
you
her on
could
the
have
phone
ever
those 2 times, and you guys got into a heated discussion.
This guy should give
You have
up.
to realize what this lady has been through.
I agree.
Is
Dude,
horrible.
have
I
one of the
haven't
best
been
shots of all
through
time.
what she went through.
Well,
You're
So
fucking-
they're going after
let me
her.
get
They're
to
going
that.
after her livelihood and putting her in debt.
Hold on. Let me finish this. And just if we're going through the stories here,
Look how sick.
we got an
Look
agent,
how sick
got a
that shot
publisher,
is.
wrote the book. We have no
Dog,
PR
you're a fuck.
whatsoever.
He's like the
The
best
Tucker
shot
Carlson
of his
episode really
career.
resonated, I believe, from my sister's heart. I've been on some other podcasts. This whole political thing, I think you're getting some misinformation on some of that. I have tried the best I
Oh,
possibly
baby.
can
Oh,
to
no.
have good energy and a good heart with this and work to
No.
bring people together to communicate this idea. And I've been a small player in that. There's many other people we know who've been warriors in that.
Come
and I
on,
think
baby.
you, in many ways, have
That's
been a warrior
what
in that.
I'm
I
talking
think there's
about.
a mass consciousness,
Just
mass
one.
awakening.
Give me the W, baby.
So that's what my heart is. And then I think on
Son.
the distracting of the message, I just would like tease that out. What the logic is I aggressively like want to, like, my hope is that we have decentralized medicine, is that we have a true paradigm shift in how medicine is looked at as a more interconnected, root causes, that we incentivize, that we have full transparent science, that we my company, the flexibility, HSAs. I think it would be amazing if people had control of their healthcare dollars, could read your stuff, and actually, instead of getting drugged, could look at light therapy or red lights or whatever other type of modalities you recommend. Like I think everyone should be on a journey like you guys have been on, and I think we should have, no mandates, and I think even just as bad as mandates as our standard of care in Medicare, Medicaid, where it's the AMA top down. Basically, you're getting a pill if you're sick. Like you don't have any curiosity that we engender for people. So those are the main principles that I try to talk about and really fully believe in. That's who I am. I don't even know how I'd be. Kind of my whole thing with your stuff is like, what is my goal? It's like,
I think
how are we different in that stated goal?
I think your goal, and I think this is the point that I really do think you're missing.
Okay.
Is that you have wanted to climb in the swamp from being a little boy, and you've done a pretty good job. I will tell you that I think you've done a really good job.
Right.
So you have to realize, when I see a young man who's trained in 2 institutions that I absolutely hate, which is fair, and then meteoric rise, and then, just so you know, I turned down Tucker Carlson because he's part of the problem. Okay. I would never go on Joe Rogan for the same reason, because he's also tied to the global elites. We'll talk about that later. Okay. But the bottom line is, I've been very public about both of those things. When I did the Rick Rubin podcast, I didn't answer him for 6 weeks. Why? Because he wanted me to talk to Huberman, and Huberman's part of the SRI crew. The SRI crew, Stanford Research Institute. That's who became MK Ultra after, and then goes to the Brain Health Initiative. I don't expect you to know any of this because you're not a doctor. Right. I don't think that you're going to know these things, but I believe the people that are steering where you're going and what you're doing and your message.
Well, nobody's steering, Jack. Like I don't
actually think they. I think there's a reason that I'm lying.
You're saying that I'm lying.
No, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm actually giving you the benefit of the doubt right now.
Jack. Then there might be mind control or we're puppets in a larger plan, but this is the truth. My sister has great, and I think is the best communicator on these holistic concepts that I've ever heard. Has deeply spiritually impacted me, and we were deeply impacted by our mom's death without full answers, but that there's this multifactorial thing, and we started talking about that. And then I think the energy, as you've seen, Jack,
Yo, dog.
when you start saying truth, energy
So
starts
sick.
coming to you, and then we've gone on these podcasts and I think connected with people from the heart. So,
But you have to realize there's a reason that you haven't connected with me and Mary.
no, you haven't. Hold on.
Look at this move.
Because it's not a
This is so athletic.
No.
One of the most fucking athletic
Jack.
Look at this move.
I call Mary right away, and I try to connect with everyone. I think there's a very, generally, Jack, I think this has been pretty positive. I do think generally most people, even a lot of people that follow you, really feel like we're in a really interesting moment. While there's still many dark forces that we can actually, maybe change consciousness in the country. So I don't.
You said that you would not ban any stars.
Well,
and
not
then,
necessarily anything,
well,
but not high fructose corn syrup.
because Kennedy, there's this.
That's fake.
We're
That's
going.
fake.
What's fake?
The high fructose corn syrup ban thing.
Oh well, wait, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that Kennedy or Trump is going to declare a state of emergency for health. Right, and here we go all over again. What are the proclamations going to be made in this emergency declaration on chronic health?
So I am outside and I'm speaking for myself. There were a lot of ideas thrown out during the campaign. I don't see a ton of appetite, and just my personal opinion is a state of emergency using the powers. I think there is an emergency happening, but I don't think that's like first on the agenda from my opinion. I think there is this tactical question, which we could all talk about, of what practically should be done in the first 100 days, and I think that's a public conversation happening with everybody. And I think that my opinion, and this might sound woo-woo, but we need to change consciousness about health in the country. We need to be smart about doing big things, not being incremental, not finding consensus, not trying to make friends with everybody. But there are many people in the country that are starting to wake up more towards the world that you guys see, and I think very interrelated to what I see. And I do think Bobby's going to come and go. Trump's going to come and go. The biggest victory we could possibly have is that the vast majority of Americans can't go back and see health in a different way, and I think that would be a huge win. So, I have some issues. I think we're in an emergency, probably not an emergency order. If you're asking where I think the prioritization should be, I think really going hard at conflicts of interest and transparency would be two good places to start.
You've talked to Trump, I take a lot. So have you talked to Trump about the?
I haven't talked to Trump a lot.
Well, how did you orchestrate? You called him.
So I don't talk about this. Things like the Tucker podcast, and you guys have probably seen this. People reach out. Rick Rubin, Nicole.
They're friends of mine. There's a difference. They're friends and patients of mine. So there's a difference there.
Okay, well, I've made some good alliances with others. I'm just saying, people like the energy that you put out brings interesting people to you, and I've been connected to Trump advisors, in the past year, who I think really care about the chronic disease issue. And Trump talked about it very eloquently before the Bobby endorsement, and got to know Bobby. Not that particularly well, but there's a vibe here, and I think a vibe that he led and communicated that was really optimistic and connected with a lot of people. So
what's going on behind the scenes with? Is anybody talking about the shots behind the scenes?
I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly what's happening behind the scenes. There's very little ideology, and it is full-on discussions of the childhood chronic disease crisis and the fact
but
that
nothing about
kids
those
are
shots.
so sick. I think there's
because he loves Operation Warp Speed, right? Trump and all of the advisors and everybody that he has put in positions of power, other than. Jay Bhattacharya has said on X that he agrees that the shot should be pulled off the market because he signed the Hope Accord, although the Hope Accord does not have it on their website. But other than that, everybody, look at the Surgeon General peg. I mean, that's a nightmare.
I think there's
and Dr. Oz is a complete nightmare.
Actually, I'll just be the first one to say this. Yeah. I love the Dr. Oz.
Okay.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, because centralized medicine, what better way to blow it up than to put a World Economic Forum guy in charge of it?
Okay. I think Doug Oz is going to be extraordinary.
You do?
And I think
Why? Wait, why?
Do you think it's possible that a lot of these people, these high-level people in politics, and Bobby included, from what you alluded to with your first conversation with Bobby and Rick, that they aren't educated on any of this stuff? And if they aren't educated on any of this stuff, for example,
there's no excuse at this point. This is the biggest public health event in our lifetime. You
I
should
agree.
be up to speed,
Right.
and especially if you're going to have power and a microphone.
Totally.
You
But
have to be.
You missed something.
Yeah.
While we were joking, I actually made a joke about Dr. Oz, and he actually thought it was.
I
And
think.
guess what? That fits with my
Yeah.
concerns.
Well, Jack. I think that the picks Bobby made are I think
So that Bobby made these picks, not Trump?
No. I think the picks President Trump made. Yeah, I think the picks President Trump made are very strong, and I think this is just my opinion. I think we have people that are aligned with the vision that Bobby and President Trump painted during the campaign.
And that's the reason why I said before, I'm no longer on Bobby's train. I'm kind of out because of what Mary's saying here. I had a lot of hope, and I will tell you that when Bobby got lawfared, Nicole got lawfared. If you go back and listen to the Rick Rubin podcast, Bobby laid his vision out right there about how he's going to do it because he's an attorney, and I'm going to go sue everybody like I've done before, like we did with Monsanto.
Right.
And the funny thing is, I said to Bobby, it's not going to work. And I said, I think you need to listen to what Kelly did. We need to put a constitutional amendment in and take all the criminals out of the mix to begin with. And he said, Jack, that's great, but not even DeSantis could pass that kind of law in Florida. But then,
Well, I will say in Tennessee, they're about to propose a bill to ban the sale and distribution of all mRNA.
I know.
Tennessee may be the first.
well, I just got a call from one of the people, a governor, who this may be a very interesting point to bring up, especially with him, to show you just how what happened in Trump's last term could actually be helpful. This may be really big for you in Texas. So you know that Trump took a lot of shit in his first term about abortion. And remember, since abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, the states have to go by the 10th Amendment. Well, guess what? Medical freedom is also not mentioned in the Constitution. That means it would go the same route. So you know what that means? Up to Jack and sit down and talk to the governor. If the governor is willing to put my constitutional amendment in the state constitution, we got an issue. And it's a good issue. Do I think that's the way to go? Because then you don't need to deal with Trump and you don't need to deal with Bobby Kennedy. In other words, you go
I think
straight.
it's going to be state by state.
Well, you have to realize the states that I think could be very, very interesting here is Trump had a very contentious relationship with his previous primary guy, our governor, DeSantis.
Right.
And we know why that relationship was destroyed because somebody who used to work at Mercury, which was a PR firm. That's Susie Wise.
Where I used to work.
Well, Susie worked there as well. And this was not about you. This is more about her.
But you're missing the conspiracy tie.
Yeah, but you're not that important, my friend.
I know that. That's why it's so curious you're talking about
No,
it so much.
you're not that important about this issue.
I agree.
The issue is, could this be an issue? Because your governor actually is pretty decent. Well, he's in further medical freedom.
Yeah.
So you're rolling your eyes. Why? Why is that?
Texas is bad. I mean, we have the largest medical center in the world. We're home of the vaccine mandate. Houston Methodist, April 2021. You were the first one to do it, and I mean,
even before the president mandated.
Yeah, 4 months before Biden did it. And I just see what they did to me, right? I was nothing to them. I mean, I'm a solo practitioner, a pretty small practice, and they fleeced me. They squashed me. They tried to, and Abbott, he was always sort of a step behind DeSantis during the pandemic. I mean, granted, he was better than somebody in Washington State, but he's always been a little bit cautious in medical freedom, and. I've reached out to him a lot regarding my case with the medical board, and I've heard anything back. And he has close ties to the medical community. So I don't know. Abbott, when you were saying you like Abbott, though, and I can't remember what
the reason I'm hedging my bets. I can't say everything, but there's states around Texas that I've already talked to. And Texas knows about
Oklahoma
these talks.
is progressing good.
I'm just
Progressing well.
going to tell you, I think I'm a little bit probably more optimistic on state than I am federal.
Yes, I agree.
And the point that I'd make to you, since you and I are Floridians, I'm Congressional District 1 and you're down here. Very few people know that Matt Getz is someone who represents me, and I'm the reason why he kept going down to El Salvador, because I kept writing him letters saying, you need to come down and look at what Plan Bukele is. And you know that I feel very strongly about DeSantis, and I feel very strongly about the Florida Surgeon General. That is the guy that should have got the job. Because if that guy gets the job, the jabs are over. Because they're basically over here. And you're a Floridian. I'm a Floridian when I'm in the States. That is the kind of leadership that we need to see at the federal level, not the state. And the fact that we haven't got those picks in, and we hear what Callie's saying as being an insider there. That
no,
well,
I'm
can
just
I
saying
finish
Trump
my
makes
point?
choices.
Yeah. Well, we
In my
are
opinion.
disagreeing with that.
Well, you'd agree with Jay, or you'd agree with Jay.
Jay is the only one right now that
Sorry,
I actually
sorry.
think is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the point that I'll make is that he's actually confirming for me what you and I's feeling is that it's not going well on the federal level. So we may need to start paying more attention to the state side than not. And I think that's where you and I are in a pretty good situation.
Can I add on to that constructively? So, first off, Latipo, totally agree. And, I think he's a great leader and should be having a national voice. That's my opinion. So, on the picks, I agree with your frustration. This is, I think we're in a big opportunity federally. I think we need to be doing aggressive state actions. I think people should be listening to you, Jack. On your ideas and on this data. You might not believe I truly believe that.
Just so you know, they are listening to it.
Good.
Everybody in Washington, D.C. reads my tweets. Just so you know that. They do.
Okay, good.
Because I have confirmation of that, but realize something else. I'm the guy sitting at the table that wrote a constitutional amendment.
I know. Jack,
that's actually in their hands, and they don't want to do something with it. In the United States.
My literal goal in life is to help get radical ideas and transformative ideas into our health.
And what I'm trying to tell you is the people that you think are going to help, they're not helping.
So Jack, I'm super cynical about.
I don't think you are. I think you're still looking for that job.
No, so we can get into my story on that. You might be right. We all have psychological hang-ups that we all work in a lifetime to get over, and I've explained kind of the continuing plaudits along the way. Sure, everyone has their wounded child. I'm sure you do, and are working on that too. Everyone's got their traumas. I would say that everything did change when I, decided to focus on this issue and in case we need to put our hearts out. And, everyone is the hero in their own head and has pure intentions probably, but we are trying to spread a message of light out there. And, I think any type of power might be overstating, but like you, we're trying to push things forward.
That's not power, Callie. I want you. I just think this is the part of you that comes off so disingenuous. Okay. You are an expert in legalized lying. That's what PR and lobbying is. Let me finish.
Yeah.
It's not debatable. But you told me that you reformed, and I am taking you at your word. You have to realize that propaganda is a tool of the government. Obama has weaponized it against us by law. And the pharmaceutical industry can do it on TV. That's how we lost our First Amendment. You know that we talked about
out, which you acknowledge I'm trying to stop.
But
right?
We talked about that on the last podcast. My point that I'm trying to say is if the propaganda doesn't go away on the federal level, we're not going to be successful. At all. That is the point. And the point when you say, well, Jack, I don't know about this and that, you have to realize, do you understand? I don't want to be a dick with you and throw the gauntlet down about ignorance and fraud. But when I say to you, clearly that the propaganda arm here is a big issue, and the fact that the people you used to work with, that's their modus
That's all
operandi.
I'm calling out, Jack.
Well,
Jack, I respectfully, you've done a lot. You're pushing a lot. I don't think anyone's talked more about the need to ban deep sea farm advertising and how nefarious that is, and how that allows the pharmaceutical industry not only to brainwash people but also to buy out the news itself.
But none of the people that Trump are putting at the federal level are doing that. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Jack, it's a logic problem. So I'm just talking about that, bringing that as much to the national stage as I possibly can in order to subvert it. Why wouldn't I just subvert it in the first place?
Well, I guess
Can you answer that?
No, I guess you missed my point.
Jack,
By
I'm
you
trying.
saying that to me, you missed the point.
Okay.
The point is, you're okay with what they're doing at the federal level, but you're
Jack,
not
of
okay
course I'm
going that
supportive
way.
of President Trump, what he's doing. He's appointed the best reform-minded group of people for HHS in American history. I'm extremely supportive and extremely optimistic.
I don't see
also
it
am
that way.
extremely... Who's
I think it's the status quo.
Who's a more reform-minded HHS group of people? This is Marty has pledged not to go to pharma after this. I think the past 20 years, every single FDA commissioner has gone straight to pharma. These people right now are not going back to pharma. So, Jack, I would say if you investigate and if you're honest, the past 20 years of HHS leadership, this is the most reform-minded. You might not think it's reform-minded enough, but it is.
No,
It is.
let me tell you what it's about, my friend. Ideation without
you can give me your
execution.
opinion.
Ideation without execution leads to deletion of every good idea.
agree.
I don't give a
I agree
shit
with that.
what they say. I want to see the action.
I 100%
No,
agree with
you're
that statement.
willing to give them a
I'm not
olive
giving
branch now,
Jack,
and
Jack,
I'm not.
Jack, I'm not giving
I'm not.
anything.
They don't deserve shit.
Yeah,
Do
we
I know
have
the
to hold-
truth?
We have to hold their feet to the fire.
Hold on. We can hold their feet to the fire, of course. But I think the question is, it's a fair question, how do we support Bobby and Trump and this team as much as we possibly, or maybe that's not what you think we should do, but
No, we shouldn't support them at all. They need to do the will of the people.
Right.
That's what they need to do. Not the will of Cali. Not the will of Cali. Cali wants to be, transparency.
what do you think we should do? Well,
I think it down. That's what I think.
Well, I
It down.
so what?
Literally,
what would you advise to
I
do?
would tell Elon and Vivek to close in places down, and I'd start with the intelligence communities.
Can we
And I'd start.
Hold on.
I'd start with everything tied to science,
Jack.
because
can we
there's
step-
nobody worthwhile in
Can
there.
we step back and actually calmly talk about what your
I'm very calm.
Okay. Can we talk about what your 100-day plan would be? Like what
Constitutional amendment.
So what would be your recommendation of how to
Anybody associated with who goes to Guantanamo Bay, first and foremost.
okay?
That's it. That's the first thing I do.
Okay.
And I know that if Getz was in, that'd happen. That's the first place. And then I'd start changing laws. The first law I'd change, it's a 1980 law that allows scientists paid by taxpayers to benefit from research. That should end.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in the country that's talked more about that than me. So,
Well, I got news for you. It ain't gonna happen.
okay.
And with the people that Trump's put in, the second thing that needs to happen is the liability law needs to go by the way. And here's the big issue. The first 100 days, the only thing Bobby should focus in on, only thing, is a RICO case against everybody associated with messenger RNA technology. And that includes the Department of Defense.
How would you do that?
I just told you how I do.
No, I'm not.
Investigate. We already have Fauci's emails. We have Morin's emails. We have tons of data. You seem to act like the data's not there. Kevin McKiernan literally could go to Congress
Jack,
tell them that he found SV40,
Jack,
anybody associated with the FDA approval process, Guantanamo Bay.
I'm not suggesting that data is not there. I'm suggesting that we certainly don't fund foundational research on why we're getting sick. That
Then you don't solve the problem.
Data is being covered up,
And then you don't
that
solve
we're
the
not being
problem.
open
Is what you're
source.
saying.
There's huge. So I think.
So you just want to ignore everything that's already out there.
No, not at all.
So you want
I
to
think
kind
that's
of do
what
what
you're
you do?
Oh, I think as much. Bobby's talked about getting rid of the Pfizer department. Just open source and release as much as we possibly have. That's a huge part of transparency.
We need accountability, though.
Yep.
Or else
Yeah.
People need to go to jail.
Hold on. So, and again, my story is.
We're not interested in your story. We're interested in the story of we the people.
I'm giving my opinion is that we all come from different perspectives. I am just trying to think, just intellectually, like this is what I like doing, is like how do you channel this spiritual awakening I believe many people in America are having about our healthcare system being broken and the incentives being destroyed, and channel that into actionable ideas that can get done in the first year. And that's not like me, I'm not controlling, I'm
No,
the one
she's
person.
speaking like a politician and a lobbyist.
Well, maybe and I feel
Not
my
maybe,
story.
definitely.
No, hold on, Jack. My story.
That's
is,
that's
my
actually
story,
what our big problem is with you.
My story is, and this is for you to respond to, is that talking about practicality puts your guys' alarm signals up that I'm somehow trying to subvert something. It's like we are at the time now where
we actually should feel that way.
Okay, but there is a question of what should be done in 63 days, right?
I just told you.
But
The people that we know have committed fraud need to go to
well,
Guantanamo Bay.
I don't think suggesting to send people to Guantanamo might be the best political. I mean,
Jack,
and
I don't care about the political part.
I do.
He knows, like, if he's in this world and he understands how to talk to these people and communicate with these folks, like, you do understand that sending everyone to Guantanamo Bay is like an unrealistic. It sounds crazy, right?
It doesn't. Let me ask you a question. What happened at Nuremberg? Did we have a discussion with the Nazis?
I understand what you're saying.
Did you? Because he doesn't.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to.
I don't know what the logistics are, but I think the spirit of that is correct. I just, there's probably a different way of doing it.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is we need swift, immediate accountability. I mean, this is. I just feel
Nicole think we should be
y'all
sending
act
people
like
to
nothing's
Guantanamo?
happening.
I don't know. Why don't you call her and ask her?
Jack, but like
why don't you call her and ask her?
All these people that pay you and that are friends with you. Yeah.
You know who pays me here? Right here, Callie. Look.
Okay.
So that's who pays me.
No. But I'm a huge fan of
Get
Nicole.
it right.
Hold on, I'm a huge fan of Nicole. But like.
Oh, I don't think you are.
Oh, I am.
She used to be like you, and then she
Hold
split.
on. We don't need to get. No, I'm just saying. People in the more in the political arena are calling for people to be sent to Guantanamo. Like
That's right. Because guess what? They're all complicit in it. You're right. Congress voted for this stuff. You are correct.
I'm saying people like Nicole, people that are on the.
Nicole wasn't a politician. She's a patent attorney for Google.
And by the way, I think she's been a warrior on this. I'm just saying, like, you're being very selective here, saying that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm a diagnostician.
I think a lot of people.
Unlike your sister,
I think
I'm the diagnostician.
What's your hatred you have from my sister? You don't know her, and she's
I just
not involved in this.
I just think it's kind of weak that she quit and she doesn't have a big voice. A big voice on this topic.
Oh, which topic?
Are you going to keep dancing?
Wait,
this is really bad.
The videos that you
have all the stuff he sent, but
yes, I have everything. Do you want to show them?
No, there's a ton of videos of us talking about that, and that's just inaccurate. But
yeah, on the Rogan podcast specifically, the JRE episode, she did mention that,
and Megyn Kelly and everything,
and so you guys talked about a lot of Ozempic and other pharmaceutical drugs as well.
Talked about these guys in every podcast, but do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, I've heard her talk about it, but not loud enough. She's talked more about Fruit Loops and glucose.
I don't think Casey's ever talked.
And glucose monitors.
I talk about Fruit Loops, and I don't think Casey has ever talked about Fruit Loops. But where are we getting here? So I think that the point he's making is like maybe we come from a different angles. I actually really sympathize with what you're saying on this revolutionary mindset. Like I intellectually am trying to think about like what could actually get done in the next 100 days and how to recommend things for that. And then, being practical on that standpoint isn't betraying the movement. As far as what the people are asking for and what this movement is asking for, I think there's a battle right now to define what the Maha movement is about. And I believe that it was fueled by significant frustration from a broad base of the American people about a multitude of issues, including what you guys are talking about. And I think
did the American public ask for transparency when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, or when the Mossad ran 2 planes into the 11? What happened then?
Hold on.
Did they want accountability?
There's a premise.
Mary, how many people have died from the Jap by the estimates that you know? The low end to the high end.
The numbers vary, but 500,000.
So you're
What's
saying
the high end?
US.
What's the high end? The guy in Austria said close to 17 million.
Right. Well, that's worldwide.
So
right?
let's just say it's probably neither of those numbers, somewhere in between,
It's
and
far
we
more
don't
than it
know.
should be.
we don't know?
But
But-
Callie, let me ask you a question.
We
Because
You're
guess
saying you have
what?
some plan because I don't want to
No,
send
I
people
want to
to
ask you a
Guantanamo?
question. How many people died in World War II from the United States?
457,000.
457,000.
Yeah.
So we already have more people on the low end dead, and you want to talk about Fruit Loops?
No. That's
Bro.
not good faith, man.
No,
That's
it's
not
good faith.
No, it's not. No,
I
it's
just
not.
want. Okay, this
That's
is what I
not
want to
good
do.
faith. Do you know that's not good faith, or are you?
No, I want to
Because I
hear.
think
I want to hear you adapt to the data, and you're not.
Hold on. If that is true,
Because you're a big data guy, but you don't like
No.
this data.
no, I'm not a big data guy.
Oh, yes, you are. I've heard enough of your podcast.
Oh, like I cite data.
Correct.
Okay,
But it's data that suits your ideology.
Jack. And you've said this. Is the stuff I'm saying really not in the service of what you're trying to say?
No, it is, but you're not talking about the
So
elephant in
what
the
is the
room. I just
problem?
told you what the elephant in the room is.
Jack,
We have killed more people in the last 4 years than we did in any world war we've been involved with. And you want
I am
transparency.
going to give my true yes, because I do not think the American people are with you on that statement right now.
I disagree.
Hold on.
Because look,
Yeah.
if they were with.
And guess what?
Why
I'm
are they
glad
not
you
doing
said
that?
that.
Why-
Because this podcast, you're going to get fact checked.
Oh no, hold on. Do you think that the American people are with you that the jab has been
100%.
a bigger issue than World War II, that the jab specifically
Yes.
that should be pulled
Yes.
from the market?
Not even an inkling doubt.
Then I strongly support, and I'm not being facetious here at all, I strongly support your voices being heard and being part of a policy-making process to bring that to light and to have swift and immediate decisions based on that data. Like you're pinning me down on making.
I'm not trying to pin you down. I'm trying to point out.
I think
it's
that
almost like you're tone deaf. You just
No.
you just said on Danny's podcast that you are so happy with Trump's picks. If you go on Twitter, have you been on Twitter?
Well,
Have you seen
Yeah,
the kickback? Nobody likes his picks.
Jack, well,
correct?
Jack, you might be in too many dark spaces of Twitter, but that's not reality.
No,
Are
the dark
there any good
spaces.
picks that he's
Hold
made?
on.
Yeah, Jay.
The
What do you mean,
FBI,
I like Cosmo.
Jack, maybe the places you hang out with on Twitter are different than other places, but
I would
Hold
agree
on,
that
hold
they're
on.
different than
Yeah.
yours.
No.
Yours, I think, are very
the
interesting.
only place I've been dragged into that's that I think most Americans, I was gonna say from some of your stuff, a lot of them, I think Americans generally would you agree? I think there's still a sense of possible optimism in the country right now that we haven't felt in a while.
Not anymore.
I feel that. I do feel that. I do feel there's a sense of optimism. I do.
Not in health.
In general, I do.
I would agree with you that Trump absolutely is a way better pick. You know that I flew back here to vote for him.
Right.
So that's not a question. My point, and I think you guys are both missing what me and Mary are saying, since the picks have started to come out on the health side, no
I feel
one,
deflated.
no one is happy.
Well, in your Twitter circles,
Right.
Oh, okay. That's kind of rude. I mean,
No, I
look
think
at-
it's a little.
look
No,
at-
but I think it's
look-
okay.
no,
I think it's a
okay.
fair criticism.
Let's just say, yeah.
Yeah,
So you're saying that I don't represent most Americans,
Right.
and
We're the
but,
idiots.
okay,
No,
let's look
no.
at the
Jack,
uptake.
that's not what I'm
I
saying.
think
Hold on. We
That's
can't
But
scream
that's,
over you.
that's what I heard.
I think that if you look,
That's not what
okay,
I'm
let's
saying.
just do the uptake of the shot. That's irrefutable. That represents all of America, right? So if people believed in the government, they would follow the government directives and be lining up for their
Right.
11th booster,
But they're
and
not,
they would
Callie.
taking their kids
They're
to
not,
get the
Which
shots.
is good.
No.
Right, but it's a reflection of all
It blows your
America.
narrative straight out the
It's a
water.
reflection of the mindset of America.
Hold on, Jack. No, and actually, Jack, as a general, you can talk about this as much as you want, but it's
We
almost
can, because, dude, you know what talking to you is like? It's like we're trying to dance and you don't move your feet, and it's really frustrating.
No, it's a gun to my head to say that everything needs to be pulled and
you
set
know what
to
the
go.
problem is? You're a lobbyist, bro.
Okay, bro.
That's your DNA,
Jack.
and that ain't gonna change. I realized
Chuck,
that
what do you
an
want me
hour
to
ago.
say?
Is there anything Callie could say that would help you feel differently?
No, not anymore.
Nothing.
I think he's done a good job in 2 hours and 13 minutes of actually. This I will say.
So you say something nice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I thought on the acid test I had for him on ignorance or fraud, I don't think he's a fraudster. I don't. But I think he's incredibly ignorant, and I think his ideology, his previous history, his family history is a role here. No question in my mind about it. Now, how big a role that is, I still haven't defined that. I still haven't defined it. But do I think...
Is there anything he could do that would change your mind?
Yeah, I think if he goes back to D.C., because it's clear as a young man, this is what he's cut out to do. There's no question in my mind.
I thought I wasn't a good communicator.
No, I think you are a good communicator. I just don't think... I think because of your ignorance on this issue, you won't be effective.
Okay,
I think I am
agree on
what is it possible for Callie to do that would help people?
He needs to go back and wake some people up and say, you know what, maybe the way we're reading the room, maybe we're tone deaf.
I think that's kind of what we're doing right now. Is so as long as this episode doesn't get blown, blasted off YouTube for some reason.
Just put it on Rumble.
Yeah, no one.
Hold on, Jack. So you grant me that potentially Casey and I, in our hearts and heads, care about this issue. Started talking about it.
I'm dealing specifically with you. I haven't dealt with your sister yet.
But I care about this issue. I'm talking about it. It's very dark, very complicated. Jack, I'm not sleeping. I'm so worried about this agenda getting subverted. Like, it's very high stakes and there's very bad people out there that are wanting President Trump and Bobby to not be successful. Like, I that's all I'm thinking about. Like, and not that I even have that much of a role in this. It's just like as a person that cares about this issue. So like, I'm with you on that. We might have different perspectives on it. As far, I don't know, maybe there's a difference on blowing things up. I mean, geez, Jack, I felt like what I was trying to say in the past couple of years was, pretty dramatic. I certainly was trying to communicate effectively.
I don't think it was dramatic. I think people have been saying what you've been saying since Atkins. And guess what?
And a lot of the people,
that's not the message that resonates with America.
Well, I think, I mean, our book is sold well, and people. So I don't know.
But books selling well. You know how many books? 250 diet books are written every year. And yet, what happens? Every time we keep using non-native EMF, all the way back from 1893, Ian Haynes stuff gets worse and worse and worse.
Well, Jack,
guess what I'm saying? If we don't make the accurate diagnosis, we're not going to solve the problem.
Jack, you're saying the message hasn't resonated. I'm just like, maybe. I'm trying.
I think most people...
What do you want me to say? Like, you want me to be more radical?
No, I want you to actually take the data that Mary and I are bringing to you, that more people
Why are you picking on me on this? Like, what's the fix?
Because you're the guy on Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan, bro.
Tucker, man.
No, you don't get it, bro.
What? I must not.
This is what I'm saying. This is where you get to be a fraudster. I'm going to be honest with you. And I think that this podcast is going to polarize many people who look. So that
Can we stop talking meta about the podcast every second and just talk?
No, I mean
you're on this meta.
We've already talked.
Let's go.
I've already got my answer.
Okay. What is that?
I already told you. I don't need to repeat it for you. If you need to listen to it, you can listen. Steve will send it back to you by email.
Can I ask you, what prompted you to call Franklin Kennedy? What was it?
That there was a deep emotions watching him get shot, and I thought that there might be a rare window to spread unity, that when traumatic things happen, at least that's how people think about things.
Were you were working with Kennedy at the time? You were on his campaign?
My sister and I have been very loose, like with Kennedy. Like, we're, I think, really aligned on this message of the childhood chronic disease crisis, and have shared some ideas with him. We've gone on some podcasts with him and spoken at some of his events, and haven't talked to him that much at all during the campaign. I just felt, I from DC, I think we all, and maybe you, honestly, attribute more thought and strategy to what people do than actually I see happening. That when you're in a campaign or a high-stakes situation and things are happening so fast, you actually don't have enough to think about where you could actually go in a different direction. So I had a real strong sense from my experience that maybe there was a different road to go with shooting. When I'm ready to insert agenda. When these unexpected things happen, there's an opportunity to maybe reset the deck in a positive or negative way. So I was nervous, but I decided to just call him for 20 seconds and mention that. And then he thought about it and ended up starting that conversation. I mean, that was a 20-second. Kennedy. That was a 20-second conversation that that was Kennedy, just thinking about it and deciding, and they ended up, I think, forming a really important bond. That was going to go to the grave, and he mentioned that in his speech. I had no desire ever for that to be public, and he mentioned that in his concession speech, and then we shared some ideas during the campaign, and then that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah.
Are you gonna get a job and then do administration?
No.
Kennedy has been the most outspoken person in the past on these in this country.
Not now, though.
And he wrote the book about Fauci, which is literally all about this stuff.
Right. Great book. Fabulous book.
It is a great book. Yeah.
But you can tell that he's been.
And why do you think specifically that he has changed his tune?
It's pretty obvious. I think it's obvious from Big Pharma. Remember, they said at the Cantillon effect, they're the highest.
You think people not taking money from Big Pharma?
No. I don't think he's taking money from it. I think that they are so powerful that they're bringing the forces to bear about what can be done politically or not. That's where I actually agree with him, that this has become a political issue and it's not a medical issue. And see, the thing that underpins all this is what you and I talked about on our podcast. It's the bankers. The bankers are the ones that pay for it. Mm-hmm. And until we fix that problem, now, here's the one thing we haven't talked about. The fact that both Bobby and Trump are big into Bitcoin as the reserve asset. Let me tell you something. I actually think that is the thing that really fixes more than anything Bobby can do at HHS. I don't even think I don't think he's going to be successful at all.
So totally disagree with you on what you said about Bobby, but on the macro dynamic of the lobbyists and these dark interests forming the realms of acceptable debate, I think we do agree on that. I mean, that's a real concern. I think, we have in health this kind of, they call it the healthcare economy. It's like already, you see this pressure. It's like anything radical to actually change the health paradigm. Oh, it's going to hurt jobs. It's going to do. I mean, it's really complicated, really nefarious. I
don't think it's that complicated. Can I tell you why? Let me just tell you why.
Yeah, I might agree with that.
In 5 years, Bukele changed everything in El Salvador. So you would say, okay, that's one guy, it's different. But let me tell you something else that everybody at this table knows. The guy just got elected in Argentina who had 100-year problem with communism. And he's fixed things already in 6 months. You know what the problem with DC is? The problem with DC, nothing gets fixed.
I agree with that.
Right. So guess what? Yeah. You know why nothing gets fixed? It's because nobody's willing to do the hard work. Like when you have a tumor and you're taking it out, or I have a tumor, we're willing to do the hard work to get it out. Okay? That's what we have. This messenger RNA story is a tumor. And that we have to put our time and effort into fixing that one problem, and we need to do it well, because when we do it well, then we can apply that to other problems, and that's the way it should be done.
I agree. Callie, how do you suggest they get this message to the forefront of the people?
His message?
Yeah, what you just said. How do you?
I don't know if that's a message. I think what you just said is true. I think what you said is something I'm dealing with, which is that I believe that something really positive happened during the campaign. And people were woken up on health, and it actually and why I called and what my framework has been, and what if I have had any master plan, what it's been that to weaponize and make change with what we're all saying, and I think what we actually agree with on general principles of where health needs to go, it needs to be politically important, it needs to be politically popular. People need to see it as a politically important voting bloc.
We already have that. The problem is
no, Jack.
Campaigns are won with talk.
No, Jack. Hold on.
You want to win people's hearts? Action.
I'll be quick. it's not. Health has not been a politically important issue. People vote on issues like guns, abortion, like really hot topic issues. I do believe the Maha movement made health actually a voting issue.
No, but Callie, I disagree because guess what? The issue right now for the United States is
Right.
it's a health issue.
Right, I agree.
I'll be 30 seconds. So the Maha, would you agree
You're,
that Maha?
you are
The
again
Maha-
redirecting here.
Well,
That's the problem we have with you.
okay. Well, just speak for yourself, but okay. The Maha movement catalyzed, I think, a new coalition of voters that came to President Trump. First time women voters, independents. I think Bobby Kennedy and the Maha movement had an impact on the campaign. And that gives political currency. And this isn't anything about Trump or anyone. This is just politics. That gives political currency to actually get something done. Now, exactly as you said, you have to bash your head against the wall against this crazy, corrupt, ingrained bureaucracy to get anything done. And it's much, much, much harder. The campaign was great. I think it was really positive. It's much, much harder now to get something done. And it seems like
Yeah, but we've got two
Which
leaders
is why
to
we-
show that
it seems like maybe this debate or this whole question is like, should we be giving up on Bobby and Trump on the health agenda because it's going to get hard. It absolutely is going to get hard. And I think ideally we're all supportive and not, kind of all.
I don't think we're giving up on them. What I'm saying is campaigns are tough. We need
I agree
action.
with that.
Mary she said it several times. We need on the planners and the appropriate. We don't need a lower level guy. We need Fauci's on the planner.
And based on who he has appointed, other than Bobby, other than Jay Bhattacharya, it deflates my hope that actually something's actually going to happen. You don't have very many, strong-willed, outspoken people who have been appointed to the health positions. And I love Jay Bhattacharya, but he's a little on the, in terms of how much outspoken, he's on the more cautious side. And we don't have anybody who's just out there saying chalk should be pulled off the market, even though there's lots of support for that.
The data
lots of
supports
doctors.
it. The data support. Forget about
There's
people's
data,
opinion.
and
The
there's
data
people
supports
that
it.
support it.
Historical precedent. Like if you're a lawyer, historical precedent matters. We pulled the swine flu after a couple of deaths. We have, by the estimates we just talked about, 550 to 17 million. You name
Guys, we've talked about this 50 times. I'm not standing in the way of any of this information getting out or that policy getting done. I think it should get out. I don't know what you want from me. It is not my issue. I'm being educated on it. I fully support that information getting out and that being part of a policy process for any pharmaceutical product that's killing a bunch of people. Generally, I think politically it's important. I absolutely not coming out with ideas on food bans. I think we should have mass transparency. I think start with that from a tactical perspective. I think if a drug is killing millions of people or hundreds of thousands of people, we should have that information out immediately. You guys should not have your voices silenced. I think that's why Elon and free speech is extremely important to this. And I think nobody's saying your way. I'm certainly I don't know what you want.
So is this the first time you've heard that shots are killing millions of people?
you're acting.
Killing millions,
Or just,
Right, you've never heard that before.
let's just say, let's be more
millions-
that the risks outweigh the benefits of the Is this the first time you've heard that?
Well, I think personally that they do, and I think it's insane to give them these kids. I haven't got boosters. I think that's step one. I think there should be
So how
absolutely
did you
no
come to
mandates.
that?
You talk to your sister?
Yeah. I mean, we're all, yeah.
Did you
But
take
do you
the
think the
shot?
general public?
Did you take it?
I took the first time. Yes.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on, wait a minute. Now we're gonna get to the
and then
doctor
I
part.
haven't done it.
That's fine. Do you know about Kevin's data? That he just
guys, I am super distrustful.
No,
of
but
the
I mean-
being.
But I'm saying, do you know?
No,
forget about that.
no.
Don't go where you think I'm gonna go.
No, I don't. I
60 billion copies of DNA plasmids and SV40 promoter in it. So I want you to just you're a normal guy. You're not a science guy.
right.
Somebody told you that you had 60 billion promoters in your body doing shit that you didn't know about. You understand why, as two guys sitting across the table, and I'm telling you that the guy who did this used to work in the Human Genome Project. He was sitting here talking to Danny about it not that long ago, and that episode's been pulled by the powers that be. Right. So what I'm trying to really get you to understand, you understand that I and Mary and your sister have to advocate on behalf of people that have that problem? Do you think that's reasonable? Do you understand why, when we question you about it, and what Mary just said to you, Callie, do you know what you took? What? The jab. Do you know what you took, and do you know what you got?
Bad.
But yet, you're not willing.
I don't think. Are you saying you're not willing though? You're not willing.
Not willing to what?
To pull the jabs, to make a statement.
I am not. We make a statement to pull the jabs.
Yeah.
Very easy.
It's a very easy thing to say. And that's what we don't understand.
But nobody, like, no, I'm not. That's
So
not,
you're okay that you've got 60 billion copies of SV40? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's really, really concerning. I think it's a general.
Is it
Jack,
concerning?
Jack, I can say this. Jack, just let me just answer your question again. I am taking the same position as Trump and Bobby and many other people, trying to figure out a way to absolutely dismantle the pharmaceutical sicker incentives that have led to this catastrophic response, including the rollout, and I think a wider issue of our sicker system. My answer to you, if you're asking for my policy recommendation,
No, I'm asking you for you as a
then
human.
I'm not taking
as a
another. I'm
human.
not taking another. Yeah.
And do you think it's ethical for a doctor, knowing that there's 60 billion copies, to put that into another human being?
I think that
It's an ethical question, not a policy question.
If what you are saying is true, then no, I don't. If what you were saying is true,
See, it wasn't that hard.
if what you were saying
Wasn't
is true,
that hard?
Hold on. I made it bold. If what you're saying is true,
What's
if
your,
what you're
I
saying,
already know it's true.
what's
okay,
your
well, then-
reluctance to get another shot?
what's that?
What is your reluctance to not get another shot?
That
Based on what?
It's a good question.
yeah,
And I think it's a fair one.
the
because-
risk reward.
Okay.
The risk reward.
And
And
guess
that's
what?
my interpretation of the
Would
risk
you
reward.
recommend that your dad get it?
No.
Would you recommend your child get it?
Absolutely not.
So who would you recommend that why do we need to keep these shots on the market?
So guys, not evil for saying this. Let's just back up. Not evading. There's a couple different levels. There's let people make their own decisions with full transparency. Now, I think that's very evil in a lot of ways because our system is beyond recognition with the so I get that. I get that's actually what you
Well, you
probably
know,
think.
no,
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying
yeah.
is in her hospital.
Yeah.
Remember what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah.
Her hospital, they're mandated.
Which is crazy. So there's the what the minimum is full transparency and let people make their own decisions. I actually probably like you am a libertarian, and I honestly think deregulation on drugs, if as long as there's full transparency, let people experiment with what they want to experiment. I'm generally a supporter of that. Now I get that. Now I kind of have this problem with food. You know, I get attacked for oh, your nanny state, you want a Band-Aid. I'm like, the ingredients that are in the food is totally a construct of a very corrupt system and correcting the corrupt system. So you probably feel me saying probably feel me saying just let people make their own decision is not correcting for the incredible injustice. But that's one area you can have.
Well, that's decentralization.
We have to have that. I think any type of mandates are completely unacceptable, particularly on this issue. You have to have that. And I think everyone's aligned with the insistence of absolute truth and transparency and no mandates. Like that, okay. Then you get to a situation where you have truth and reconciliation and transparency on this being a bioweapon, on this being really killing people, on this being totally misled. My personal opinion, if you're asking from a macro policy perspective, and I can be wrong on this is my opinion, is that we're not at that point of absolute, utter ban. And actually the principles probably that we actually agree with on a lot of degrees is more of a libertarian full transparency and let people make their own decision with no mandates. So I am not standing, and Jack, we're connecting. I don't get why you're tweeting hundreds of times about me. Like I'm not standing. I am truly.
But before y'all start fighting,
hold on, we're not fighting. I think we're connected. I am not trying to stop progress on any of this.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. Okay.
I'm not. That's my opinion. I think we're not quite there at a full ban.
Okay, all right.
Politically.
I know, because going against mandates is a very safe thing to say right now. It was not safe when I said it. When I said it,
I tweeted about it in 2021. You picked
Okay,
up
well,
some. I actually have.
I'm
tweeted
not
about mandates
accusing
in
you of
2021.
anything. I'm just saying that the paradigm has shifted.
Okay.
Because at one point it was very dangerous to say eliminate, mandates are wrong. That's what I got canceled for. That's what Methodists went after me. And one day I tweeted 25 times, see, mandates are wrong, over and over again.
Right.
And then
I remember that day.
5 days later, next thing I know, I've been suspended.
Isn't it suicide for these folks to literally ban something that was mandated 2 years ago? Isn't that suicide?
Yes, because they have liability.
But
They actually have liability. Where the issue comes in is the retail.
Right, exactly.
That's the difference.
Yes, for sure.
But so now I guarantee you, five years from now, you'll be saying, oh yeah, that's really bad. We should have taken them off the market a long time ago, because the paradigm is going to continue to shift, because we are not giving up. I mean, I'm just getting louder and louder and louder. And especially, it'll be very interesting to see once Trump takes office, because I can guarantee you there's so many people that went along just to get Trump in office. And if he disappoints, it's going to be a big deal. People are going to completely freak out.
I would say that there's been a very positive coalition that's come together to keep redefining American politics, who's very focused on ballot high issues that include getting the corruption out of our pharmaceutical systems. I think that's a great opportunity. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's very clear, especially with people like you who have been outspoken with it, and I think it's a very good thing that you're doing this, and you've garnered a ton of attention on X. I mean, you have like over 500,000 followers on X, and meanwhile, simultaneously, you cannot be found on YouTube. I think that speaks volumes.
Exactly. I've been canceled, and I have these videos that run on other platforms, but I was quickly removed off of.
Which I think is unacceptable and anti-science.
But it's the world we live in. It's normalized. It doesn't even bother me now, because I'm just like, oh yeah, of course. It doesn't even, and that's sad. It's normalized.
I think anything that powers that be, that you have a lot of distrust for, both you guys and should, are like preventing the American people and infantilizing them from asking questions about is a huge, huge red flag. And I think, not just with health, but what Trump is talking about with this, Elon and everything. It's like getting more sunlight out. I think again, like Jack, I'm not saying I'm not aware of the crazy forces and the huge reasons to be pessimistic, but like I do think the first
I'm giving you more credit now, because you are walking a very fine line. Don't think that I don't understand it. Okay? I'm not looking to harpoon your reputation over that. I get the fact that this is a very, very fine line. If I was in your shoes and I wasn't a doctor, I could see your perspective clearly. I think what I came here really to find out, was that truly who Callie Means was or not? Now, the thing is, I think you could have gotten around this much, much easier than we did today if you actually would have said that. Now, remember, I respect you for you running your own race, because that's what I teach my customers to do. But I need you to always be mindful in the future that talk about the big elephant. Let's not just talk about our ideology. Like I didn't talk about some of the ideology that I have about this whole thing, because to be honest with you, this is where Mary and I are very strongly aligned. The vaccine is the biggest issue today. I tell my people it's always about artificial light and non-native EMF and big tech. She's right. Jack's not here talking about it. It's the vaccine and the amount of people that have been killed by it. To be honest with you, history will be written someday about what some of us did. And I'm just going to tell you, Kevin McKiernan is an absolute hero. Philip Buchholz is a hero. But I'm going to let you know, there's people out there that you're acquainted with that got them the data they need to have this story come out. And those figures in Washington, D.C., they're going to pay a price for it. Sooner or later, they're going to pay a price. And the people that really made this decision,
I don't think they will. But
I think they're going to.
Jack. So, okay. I see it as this coalition of many different perspectives coming together. And I think you guys, and one of the reasons I wanted to come here is because I appreciate connecting with you. I knew your heart was just totally fighting for your patients. That was so clear to me. And I think in my head, you share a similar desire I have, which is we're warriors and try to. And Jack, I know in many places of your heart, you've suffered a lot. You've been, taken a lot of arrows, much more than I have, and are fighting for this. I've seen myself as one person, not planting anything, but just trying to help. And I think one way, this can really be positive is to wake, and as many people as possible up. And I don't think we should have an incremental change, but I think, I think you guys probably agree with it. We got a shot like in the next 2 years. I think if we don't get some progress, and I do believe it's more holistic. I do. My brain, I think it's all. But if we agree with that, then how do we get there? And talking about it as aggressively as you're talking about it in the first day is not necessarily. You can grant this. There's a separate between what the goal is and what the strategy is. So you're saying that because I'm not aggressively going, it might not be the right strategy to tell on day one to put everyone in Guantanamo Bay and mass bans to achieve the result that you're looking to achieve. That's what I would just ask you. I think there is a difference, and I believe that in your guys' head that me thinking about the strategy is a sign for suspicion. There's no question.
But you have a different goal than we do.
No. I don't know. I actually don't know if that's true.
Did we convince you?
No. Hold on.
Actually, we shouldn't have to convince them. What should really convince you is hopefully Danny gives you the Kevin McKiernan podcast, and you listen to what he says in there.
Well, can I be honest with you? I am focused on. I mean, what drives my passion is talking about a multi-dimensional front on kids that includes a richer and richer data points. That's what I'm passionate about. I'm not passionate about going in podcasts and arguing that one thing is more important than the other. And I do, and we talked about this, I do think that, what's happened to ultra-processed food with kids is a really important issue. I'm not trying to even stack rank that. The book actually very important. It says food is very important, but it doesn't stack rank. It actually says there's a multidimensional threat. I do think. No. Well, so I would say.
No, you can't back away from that. It doesn't have the word vaccine once.
Hold on.
And it was written during.
Is that true? It doesn't have the word vaccine once.
It doesn't. I read it. I can tell you.
Hold on. The book was turned in, before 2021, 2022. The book absolutely, and this isn't some secret strategy. It's we didn't want to talk about the codes in the book. That wasn't even a discussion I had with anybody. It's just that was not the purpose of the book.
It's off limits.
No, it was never told.
It is an off limits discussion.
It was
never
never discussion with me and Casey. Never discussion with other
people who do podcasts. You want to have a career.
Hold on. Okay, sure. Never discussion with me and Casey. Never a discussion with publishers. Self-centric, I don't know, but I would say, that wasn't what we were trying to write about. We were trying to write a book for a parent who is totally in the dark about this shit, and we talked about this. That book could be a gateway. I think our book's probably been a gateway for people who, probably hopefully going more down the rabbit hole and listening to your guys' stuff. I think there's a lot of overlap. That was the purpose of the book. The purpose of the book is that I read some other books and kind of started going down the rabbit hole. And I'm more down the rabbit hole now. So that book, that was the purpose of the book. It was not a deliberate thing not to mention, but again, I think it talks a lot about pharmaceuticals, and I do think the book is a gateway. It's part of the big area that's happening with many things. So if that book leads people to follow you and leads people on a journey, I can tell you, I think it has actually opened the door for a lot of people on a journey. And it's not a journey to love that and trust the medical system. So that was the goal on that. As far as what I'm passionate about, I just can't emphasize this enough. I want you guys to get the message out. We should have these conversations. I think the tactical. I think it goes to your point about DC. My personal opinion is you can get a couple big things done. This is my thought. There's got to be some really big wins that are really visible and really quick on this impugning this idea of our sick care system. And then as wins pile up, there's an 80,000 person department, and we can hopefully get good people in there, and they can do bureaucratic things, unwind the deep state, along with Rabbi, along with Elon. And I think there's a very optimistic mission there. My personal opinion is if you go day one and tell to lock everyone out, Guantanamo, it's actually going to subvert. I would actually potentially argue, if you want to be conspiratorial, that you're the one that's actually trying to subvert exactly what you're trying to get done.
And you know what? I respect your opinion of that, but here's where I know you're dead wrong.
Okay,
I got Bukele in the leg as proof that it's right.
Well, he's
and
a
it just
dictator.
happened.
He's a dictator. Well, it's a little bit less democratic. Checks and norms.
Yeah.
How
It's
can you
easier to
say
get stuff done for sure.
How can you say that when he got 90% of the vote?
I think he's great. I'm just saying there's a little bit of less checks there, and fine. But
I would say there's less checks in the United States.
Jack, we're looking at each other. I know you agree with this. Like, I think it's a little bit your head in the sand. Say, well, if only they just accepted my constitutional amendment. But that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not.
What are you saying?
They did it without the kids. That's the whole
You
point.
get it, Jack. Look, like
They slashed and burned the government. They
Jack.
Closed places down that needed to be closed down.
Jack. I am like
They didn't have a discussion. They didn't wait for transparency.
Jack.
They cut the cancer out.
You have been very effective. If you want to strategize, not that I could even offer you that much, like, your idea should get out there. Like, I fully support that. Like, nobody's standing in your way. Like, I don't think anything I've done has in any way stood in your way. Like I, absolutely will listen to this podcast. I think I like, it is actually exciting listening to you guys talk. And like the idea of in the next year, more truth getting out there. Like I support that.
And to Kelly's point, or to the point that was made about the book not having vaccines mentioned in it, or not having the COVID vaccine mentioned in it, whether it was intentional or not, that is definitely something. Like, if that was a book that I was writing, that is something I would absolutely think about. Whether I want the book to get out there, get picked up by a publisher, and gain any sort of success. I know that if I talk about that, there is a way higher chance that thing is going to get hit the chopping block and not get out there. Whether, like I said, I don't know if it was intentional. He says it wasn't intentional.
The honest truth is it's definitely the honest truth is it was like this, like, you guys, like, I am absolutely trying to communicate these concepts as effectively as I can. Never have I been like, I can't talk about.
I can give you that pass. I don't know if I can give your sister. No, I'm going to be honest with you. She's a doctor. There's a difference. Like, I don't expect a lobbyist who went to Stanford and Harvard to really understand the ethics of this issue.
Yeah.
But me and Mary, on the front lines, no.
Jack,
look, when you see people dying from this, no,
right.
I'm sorry.
Well, listen, Casey can defend herself when and if she chooses, but I'd say in the realm of doctors who have, kind of tried to speak out and shed light on the industry, you guys are very, very out there. I'd say Casey's following on the spectrum too. I mean, she has been disinvited from a lot of the cocktail parties and has definitely gone against the system and has been on her journey and is trying to communicate in her way that I believe is very spiritually based and has impacted and connected with a lot of people in a way that's not in any way contradictory or not overlapping with what you guys are trying to say, honestly. So, that's my opinion on that. I think just again, we have a passion to try to articulate this overarching thesis about the sick care system, and I think Casey, she was in the front page article just a couple weeks ago attacked by the New York Times as being anti-vax. She's published a lot about vaccine liability, and so it's just like,
Did you find that?
it's just not even true. You Google New York Times Casey vaccine, she's like, so like she's out there, she's taken some hits. So like, I mean, if we're together here, Jack, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Listen, I torment doctors. I've actually become friends with some of them. Like I actually take the dialogue too, but I'm not trying to build consensus. I don't get why you are doing hundreds of tweets. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I think in your heart,
I told you.
I think in your heart you are fighting for the right thing. I don't want to get into motivation, but it's just like, whatever. This is where I'm coming from. I guess
I only fight for the truth.
Good. And I think you have a record of that. I mean, I think some of it's out there, but you got to be a little out there to fight for the truth. Whatever. Everyone's got their own tactics. I think the macro thing here, maybe what's like applicable to most listeners is like, I think you guys are in this question of like, I don't know, like, are we in a time of optimism for health?
I don't think me and Mary are optimistic anymore. We're not. That's what I said. You and Danny, the table is definitely seesawed your way. We're not feeling it.
I don't know. Whatever. Yeah.
Is it behind a paywall?
I think in the first 100 days we're going to find out who's right on this.
Oh, you might be. Oh yeah. Whatever.
Which one is it? Health transition team.
Yeah, it's like Casey's and anti-vax. It was like a couple weeks ago.
I think Casey means
it's fine. I'm just saying. Fine. You know we've spoken about this, and I feel like you're. I
think you've spoken about it, but I need this to be your top message.
So that's never going to happen. Okay, let me tell you why. Hold on.
You don't have to tell me. You already told me for 2.5 hours.
No,
I get it.
But do you not grant that me communicating and trying to communicate, which could totally evolve, but
I think I can buy that you. I think I can buy you not doing it, but I can't buy your sister.
But why? Like it's getting to the same answer. Like why? Like getting people bought into the system being totally rigged against us. And do you disagree with what my foundational goal in life is from a policy perspective, which is that 95% of medical funding right now, medical spending is on interventions after we get sick, basically the drug, and we should free that up to have people experiment about exercise, about light, about whatever. That's my goal.
I'm actually totally different. I want the whole system blown up.
Great.
I don't even want to talk about the
decentralized.
System.
Yeah,
I don't.
You're probably more, but like that is like
I don't. I'm not interested in that.
That is what I'm trying to do too. So like probably in different, but like, so you're telling me that you're not satisfied unless. Well, let me ask you because I know you're very close to Nicole. That's not her message. Like that's not other people's message. Why aren't you that hard on her? Why are you that hard on her?
I am. The thing is,
you're not actually. Nicole has publicly stated that she pulled off the market.
Yeah,
she is on Twitter.
I'm just giving an example.
Nicole.
I'm just giving an example. Like,
if you ask Nicole or Jake, my first 2 encounters with Nicole, you will find out that I treated you with good love. I was brutal to her.
Good. This says Casey was floated to be the would go up to be the head of the what? The FDA. Okay.
Yeah, just you guys. It's fine.
Yeah.
There's a New York Times article that's in your newsletter. She questioned things. I'm just saying, like Casey has, I don't know, like we have a thesis.
Yeah, but she has.
Do you even disagree? Do you even disagree with our key thesis? Like, do you even like? I know you're.
I think we said we agree.
We already agree.
So what's the problem?
I told you what the problem is. The problem is your sister, even though she doesn't have a license, she's a doctor. And guess what? Those people that have the MD, more is wrong.
Well,
I give you the pass because you know what? You're just.
I don't give you. Sorry, but you do have a gigantic microphone, and you have the ear of
She's
Kennedy
holding your feet to the fire more than I am.
Kennedy and Trump, and your whole thing is health. So I do. I'm not giving you a pass, but I guess Casey has a little more because she's a doctor. But if you didn't have this big platform, we wouldn't. I wouldn't give you any trouble whatsoever.
Listen, I think this is a great conversation. I would just say for everyone, like, everyone needs to be on their own thing. And I think actually outside agitation and disruption and criticism, frankly, is what I feel like I've been doing the past couple of years. Like, I think it's fine. I also don't think there's any moral obligation to be supportive of anything. And so it's just like, I think that this sounds woo-woo, but this is what I think. I think there's an energy to this movement around Maha. And the more every part of the coalition could just be like, just trying to make it successful.
Well, I hope you're right. To be honest, I hope you're right.
And I could definitely, but Jack, like, of course, in a year, you could be tweeting about how stupid I was and saying this is all my job to subvert it. No, it could definitely get subverted. But like, we're at the moment right now where I think there's a lot of optimism in the country. So like, I'm just saying, like, the energy kind of dictates that too. Like I think a coalition came together and an energy on this issue came together that more than the media understands. Like, I actually think like a lot of people have been really woken up. And I think the campaign Maha message was very positive. Like, it was very like optimistic. And I think if that could be translated into wins for President Trump and we can be like positive and organized and not immediately distrustful, of course there's going to be decisions we don't fully support, right? It's like, you know, on the person, but like this is a team that's ready to execute the President Trump picked. You know, Bobby's in there. Nobody's controlling Bobby. You know, there's a real sense of optimism and positivity. And I got to say this. There's a desire to get ideas and thinking and big ideas from everyone. And I know you're talking to people. It just, you know, I'm
not interested in the United States, just so you know.
It's very imperfect. It's very imperfect, but it's like...
I don't have the interest. Like, incentives dictate outcomes.
Yeah.
My incentives aren't for the United States. When you're decentralized, my interests are where Mary's.
Okay.
In the office with the patient.
And right now, there's a number for that.
Okay, this situation affected every single American, right? It's a gigantic problem, and it's being swept under the rug. That is why we are so riled up and so passionate and so mistrustful, because it affected every American. It didn't obviously affect you as much as...
I've shown my
I'm
heart
not-
is.
I'm not-
I agree that affected you. Why? Because you got on the podcast and said, I took 60 billion pounds and I'm okay.
No. I'm saying.
No, say you're okay with it. You rolled your sleeve up. You complied. I mean, what I'm saying to you, as a guy who's a lobbyist, who knows how bad the actors are.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, if you want to get into my
no, I don't want to get into it. What I'm trying to say to you is to prove her point. That's how successful the propaganda was.
Oh yeah.
That's why this is an issue
Yeah.
for everybody in America.
Right.
Even Callie Means fell prey to this with your message. I would think that after this podcast, that maybe you would reflect a little bit on that and say, you know, maybe I should have talked a little bit about this issue and what that means that one time. Like the saddest outcome for this podcast. I don't want, listen to me. I don't want to see what happened to your mom happen to you. I certainly do not want that outcome for you. And the thing is, I need you to understand that outcome, based on Kevin McKiernan's science and confirmed by multiple labs, that's a real risk for Callie Means. Not a small risk, a pretty big risk. And you did a good job in this podcast saying, yeah, I'm not doing that again. I'm not letting my family do that again. So that's a good thing. It means that you took your punch in the mouth and learned the lesson. But what you have to realize, as the lobbyist talking to two doctors, that our job is to advocate for our patients. And when we see somebody floating more on the political side, you need to understand where we're coming from.
All right. I told you. I know your heart, and you know, we've connected today. I think you're.
I think we've made some progress.
That conspiratorial, but I think I am coming because it is super reasonable, and I think it's high stakes. And where do we go from here?
You're going to go back to Trump and tell him that he needs to take the shots off the market.
Trump, like Casey, he's not even been involved in this.
I'm going to tell you the bare minimum. This is what I would say for me. I think that you need to talk about. I think Danny needs to get your copy of McKiernan's.
Yeah.
And then what I'd really like for you to do is you stew in those tomatoes for a while and really understand what it means.
You have my commitment on that.
And then I don't
like
talk,
this gun to my head of like telling me what my message should be.
Callie, you already got the gun to your head. In fact, you shot yourself.
What does that mean?
You took the job.
Well, let me be clear about this. I think you could judge me for that.
I'm trying to tell you as a doctor that I don't really think you understand truly what you did.
You're actually making me I mean, it was evil. My mom was going to die in protocols. We weren't going to be able to see her.
You wouldn't go see her.
And then we were getting pressured right after he died. We were just worried about seeing my dad, and it was like a whole. It was crazy. And I'm
just going to tell you, the reason I brought up what I brought was before your mother, because you need to hear this. You do need to look at the death certificate. I guarantee you that Stanford. No, I'm going to tell
What
you the
does it
reason why.
say? What you said? You said it's
Don't
public.
worry about it. You have to. Your sister should do this, and then get the EOB for your mother, and you're going to find out that Stanford upcharged her.
Oh yeah,
Unbelievable amounts because it.
Yeah.
So guess what? That is something for you and your sister to set the
we talk
record
about
on.
that. We talk about that.
Well,
It's crazy.
You need to go look at it and then start asking the question, what the.
Also, we've talked about Kevin McKiernan quite a bit, but I don't think we've really alluded. So like the elevator pitch of like his background is he sort of blew the whistle on, he got his hands on some vials of the actual Pfizer back, and he discovered in his lab that there were DNA plasmid contamination inside.
Not just that, the SV40 promoter.
Right.
And if you go look at the FDA, it was never disclosed to the FDA. In fact, it was taken out with a molecular tool so that the FDA couldn't find it.
Right.
So the FDA never knew about this and then found out about it later. And it turned out, Kevin was the one that pointed it out, that the evidence was actually in the data, but they didn't.
Right.
They didn't talk about it.
And Kevin is a super reasonable guy. I mean, he's got a really strong background in this stuff, in DNA and the Human Genome Project, and he has a very reasonable approach to this thing. The way he lays it out, it's very compelling, and he's simply just stating data. He's not like
he's not incentivized.
Right.
Good. God, you have okay. So let's wrap. Like you have my absolute commitment. We are all on a journey. I've been on a journey for years on this issue, spurred by Casey's journey. Like, the rabbit hole goes deep. Everything should be questioned. Like, if what you guys are saying is true, which is like, this is paradigm shifting, crazy, not crazy as in you guys are saying, but like crazy information. I mean, I think it should be.
Callie, I want to say something to you, so I hope you take this the right way. You know why this is, for me, this is from a doctor to you.
Yeah.
You have your mother's engines. Your mother died at 71 years old, and you took a jab that has 61 billion copies of SV40 in it. Do you know truly what that means? Because I don't think you do. And I want your commitment that you're going to go home and learn about that. And then when you learn about it, and you find out that Mary and Uncle Jack ain't bullshitting you, then you talk about it. That from your perspective, not a policy perspective, not your wife's perspective, not Casey's, Callie's perspective about what it feels like. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you, I just spent a weekend with Nicole Shanahan, and let me tell you something. Her perspective about what's happening to her right now and what she now knows and how sick she's been over this very issue.
Oh, okay.
It's a big problem, my friend.
So Jack, let me speak personally for me. There's massive growing suspicion in my head and everyone's head with the level of obfuscation and lies and corruption that happened, including with the cookie bags. From what you're saying is super alarming. You have my commitment that I'm going to review that and think about it really seriously.
That's it. That's all I'm asking you to
do. And that's for me. Nothing will surprise me. And I think one of the things I'm really optimistic about this time is that we can start asking questions and talk and shift some paradigms, and I think what we're talking about, going against a, unambiguous government recommendation, there's huge forces to not have that conversation happening that I'm very skeptical of.
Well, you have to realize something that Mary brought up earlier. The shot that you took is now being retooled in flu shots. Now it's being retooled in other shots. So guess what? The data that Kevin's got, you can't take another, my friend, because you're the first one you took. If you do, you are basically rolling the dice just like your mom did.
Well, truly, I mean, if we're a different place now, Jack, I mean, I'd be open.
No, I'm just warning you as a doctor to a regular guy, that you need to consider this, because guess what? I think the more this gets real for you personally, and you're going to look at your wife, you're going to look at your children, you're going to start looking at everybody around you a little bit more differently, and you may realize why we're very concerned.
I feel like
I actually think that both of us care about you more than you care about you.
Thank you. You think so? You're concerned about? I think it's 90% of the American people got at least one. You're concerned about everything.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is where his family's from. It was over 90%. That's my concern.
I thought at least 90% got one.
No,
at least one.
Overall, United States, she's right. It's around 75.
Numbers, but I thought last I thought was
But you're concerned about every single person that got.
Well, no, I can tell you right now, Kevin's data, the things that we've been sharing, him and I have been going back and forth for a long time. This data is even worse than I thought.
I think the problem now is
I have my commitment to look deeply into that for myself, and it's obviously concerning. And then I truly, hope you can see in my heart, want that data to get out and want you guys to be as successful as possible. And I think it's criminal. You've taken so many arrows, Mary, to speak your truth, which is a disgrace. And
so just remember, her truth is your truth. You've been informed.
Thank you.
That you're now a GMO guy. Yeah. That's the truth. Remember, when you say pharmaceutical stuff,
I hear you.
It's not a pharmaceutical. It's gene therapy.
Okay.
You are just like Monsanto now.
Jack, I'm with you. I hear you. Do I not seem like an open-minded person?
I want to make sure that magnitude hits you so you understand why we're saying what we're saying.
I can see you have deep concern and are saying that with concern, and I hear you. And I hear the seriousness of what you're saying.
Listen, thank you guys very much. We just did 3 hours. I think that this is really important that we did this. I think it was really cool that we all got together and got to some sort of consensus on our agreement. Whether we agree with each other's angles on approach or not, it seems like we all have the same overall goals. So again, thank you, Callie, for coming. I really appreciate it, Mary, and then Jack coming all the way from El Salvador to do this.
I gotta go Christmas shopping.
I know you do, to hash this out. I think this is really important especially for the people that are listening to it. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks, Danny.
Net World. Merry Christmas, Matthew Cox. Everyone's favorite elf on the shelf is back. Last time you were in here was right after Trump got almost assassinated.
Oh, that's right.
And now we're back, and he is the president-elect. So first of all, I want to say I'm sorry for your loss. Your girl Kamala lost. I know you're upset about that.
That's funny.
How you getting through it?
I'm okay.
We got the fire going. We got the Christmas tree. We got our Santa hats on.
Good time.
It feels like Christmas. It's like 60 degrees outside right now in Florida.
It is. It's nice. It's hot here.
It is a little bit hot. Yeah, it's on 77. We can turn it down a little bit. It is kind of warm.
77.
And these beautiful Starbucks drinks you got us the Christmas Starbucks drinks to enjoy.
It had nothing to do with it.
Look at that. It feels good to drink Starbucks, especially after Luigi went out and blew them up for their Christmas ad campaign. You see how Luigi went to Starbucks before he whacked the United Health CEO?
Yeah.
Free advertising.
And all the McDonald's photos.
Tim Dillon said, "No one goes to Dunkin' Donuts before you off a CEO. You go to Dunkin' Donuts after you bury the body. You go to Starbucks first."
Yeah,
This is a great drink.
They're gonna get a lot of material out of this.
Out of Luigi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's already got tons of money on his. People are sending him money for like GoFundMe or something. He's got a ton of money for his. He's gonna be all right.
I saw an interview. I saw this wild interview on TV. It wasn't on TV. It was on Twitter, but it was like from TV, where the reporter was standing outside of the jailhouse, and all the inmates were like yelling at him.
I saw that.
They're like, "Does Luigi have a TV in his cell? No." And that dude Jesse Waters was like, "Luigi better watch out in prison. I'm sure that CEO had a lot of connections in that prison." I'm like, come on. How out of touch are you? You think the inmates are really going to be like supporting the United Health CEO? Maybe if you're in like Coleman, the Coleman Low with all the white collar criminals, but not in the state prison.
No, I don't think I don't think anybody has any real, empathy for CEOs who are making $19.5 million in bonuses while you're telling people to give them 2 months worth of medication. They don't need 6 months, and cutting back on everything and canceling policies, and it's hard to have any real empathy for someone like that. I mean, I'm not that I'm saying you should kill somebody or anything, but the guy's got kids and everything. I'm sure he feels like he's a decent human being, but I don't think many people probably, everybody said Dahmer was a nice guy, I mean, so, Hitler was nice to his dogs. He was kind to children, but, so, I mean,
if I'm a CEO, I'm being awfully quiet right now.
It's funny because I watched.
There's somebody posting. They're posting wanted signs.
Did you see that? That was
all over New York.
I feel bad for laughing.
CEOs.
I feel bad for finding this stuff comical because somebody did get killed, but I feel like
terrible. But there was a revolution. There was a revolution. If we had to pick a kind of revolution, right, it would be better. Instead of left versus right, it would be better if it was a normal people versus CEOs. Maybe. There's less of them. They have more money.
I don't know. I mean, I think that they're probably lining up all the CEOs and lawyers and executing everybody for that's the first wave is probably lawyers and so
God, Netflix is licking their fingers right now.
Why they?
Oh, they're getting ready to make millions of dollars off of this Luigi guy.
Why do you think there's a bunch?
They're gonna make a documentary about him. He's a handsome guy, jacked. All the gay guys are lining up, going goo goo gaga over him on the internet.
I saw like I was some TikTok that was talking about like this guy wanted to get caught. He didn't want to get caught. This guy had multiple IDs. He did everything he could to try and hide it. I wonder. What I'm curious is what was the game plan? Like he kind of he idolized the Unabomber, right? Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, he wrote a review on his book, right?
Right, and several comments and things like that. He posted. He had liked and written little comments underneath multiple posts from Kaczynski on his website. Mm-hmm. But and they were all very very positive. So I wonder if he wasn't kind of thinking to himself that, hey, I'm going to start cracking these CEOs. That was his game plan because he took a lot of steps to try and hide his identity. He just, he messed up. He was flirting with a girl. He pulled the thing down for a couple seconds, didn't realize there was a camera there. I mean, you screwed up. Like that's really his downfall. They'd be looking for him right now. They'd be looking for a guy with nice eyebrows.
It's crazy that they literally had zero leads on him before some old lady on a Greyhound bus at a McDonald's stop.
What? No, it was a McDonald's employee.
All right, yeah, at a McDonald's, but it was like an old lady who worked at McDonald's, I think. And it was like random, he was on a Greyhound bus, right, on the stop. Like that's somebody who called the hotline and says, hey, I think I found somebody who looks suspicious.
Right.
And he gave the cop his fake ID.
Yeah, well, I unless that
the guy's a smart guy, right? Yeah, he's relatively high IQ individual.
Yeah, but not everybody. Look, if you haven't had interactions with police and you don't know how the system works, he's buying an ID off of some Russian website, right? Like he didn't go into DMV and get it. Like I would, when I was on the run, I would hand them an ID. I had no problem. I'll get pulled over. Here's my ID, right? Here's my passport. But I have a passport. I have multiple passports that are issued by the State Department. I have driver's licenses issued by that state's DMV. This guy hands him a fake ID bought off some Russian website. Like, what are you thinking? That's not going to pass muster.
No.
It's going to get you a bank account. Maybe it's going to get you into a bar. But you're not. Yeah, this isn't going to work. So they very quickly, boom. And he had a couple different IDs, I believe. A couple different IDs.
Isn't there a YouTube channel that he had? Did you hear about the YouTube channel?
No.
I saw, my wife was showing me a TikTok last night where this lady on TikTok was talking about how he had a YouTube channel with a countdown on it. And he has a bunch of videos on his YouTube channel that he's scheduled to release later, at later dates, right? And they had countdowns and days on them.
of like saying different things were going to be coming. Steve, can you find something about that? And apparently his YouTube channel got taken down, but somebody saved like a screen recording of it and like what the video looks like. Yeah, there you go. That was it.
So this
YouTube reveals truth about claims. Luigi Mangioni's posted video saying new details will come today. Okay, so did they debunk it or what?
Copycat warning.
What does it say? They revealed the truth about a cryptic video supposedly posted by Luigi shortly after his arrest on Monday. Blah, 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 blah. The 1 minute, 24-second clip titled The Truth was shared to an account with Mangioni's picture as his profile, featuring a countdown with text messages with text that reads, "If you see this, I'm already arrested." So was this some guy just trying to capitalize on his arrest? Scroll down past the McDonald's ad. Once the clock hits 0, the screen goes black and the word "soon" appears in the bottom right corner. After December 11th flashes on the screen, which is followed by "All is scheduled. Be patient. Bye for now." Video sparked hysteria. We terminated the channel in question for violating our policies covering impersonation, which prohibit content intended to impersonate another person on YouTube. So that was it right there. See where it says 45, the truth?
Yeah.
If you see this, I'm already under arrest.
The copycat, though.
Yeah, but they're saying that allegedly he posted this like knowing he was going to get arrested, right?
Yeah, allegedly, but they also said they took it down because it was a copycat.
Right, but wouldn't they also take it down if it was really him?
Yeah, but they would have said we took it down because it was impersonating him. They would have taken it down because it was political or violated their, it was whatever it was going. It was, I don't know, it was like screaming, fire in a crowded restaurant. Like
Right.
it could have led to, I don't know, some kind of. Why don't you pay? Don't you have YouTube
I
Premiere?
don't fucking know. This is not YouTube. This is a website, dude.
Okay.
There's ads everywhere. I don't know. Do we know how to get an ad blocker? Does
I have
is that a thing we
YouTube
can do?
Premium.
No. Just for normal websites.
Jeez.
I thought for a second I didn't because we were looking
Thought I
at
had
YouTube. I thought it was.
No. That was just a website. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I think it was.
So you think it was just somebody trying to capitalize on it?
Yeah. There's so many things.
Yeah, it was probably that.
There's so many things that come out that I've seen. It's like you don't know what's true and what's not true. I watched a video about the weapon. Remember how he fires and then it looks like it jammed and he clears it. He fires again. He clears it.
Yeah.
He fires again.
Yeah.
So they were saying initially it was
He's trying to keep the casings, the
No.
shell casings.
No, initially it was the gun jammed because it had a silencer on it. That was the first report. Then it was that it may have been, may not have been a great weapon, may have been some kind of an older weapon, may have been a weapon. Turns out now it may have been a ghost gun, and it had.
It was a gun. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, then I saw a guy who was a gun enthusiast that has a channel. He did a video where he showed a weapon that is a one-shot, right? It's a one-shot weapon that every time you fire it, you have to clear it. Fire it. And he actually shows people using it. It's the exact same action. So it's one of two. So, and then, of course, he was found with the ghost gun. So was he found with the ghost gun and the silencer, or was it just an additional ghost gun? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, all these things slowly come out. There's so much stuff coming out initially.
Yeah.
Boy, let me tell you, when this guy was showing the firing of that silenced gun, it was exactly what this guy was doing.
Oh,
like,
really?
It was like, boom, he's boom, and he's pulling it because he's,
And the guy was clearly not a professional shooter either. He hit the
No,
guy in
but
the leg and then like all body shots, right? Not one headshot.
Well, he did shoot. Here's the funny thing: look how far away it was. Why wouldn't you just run right up on it?
Right.
Well,
Plus you were plus if you were a skilled shooter, it would have been one shot done.
Right? Is that the weapon?
So this is what you were talking about. This is the well rod. For people, this is that what they call an assassin gun. It's meant for
is that it?
euthanizing animals. So it's a single shot. That's why it's it's not really good for assassinations.
Right. You have to reload it.
Oh, there's a good picture of it right there.
So that was initially what this guy was saying. This is the weapon that he believed. But, I still don't know what the real weapon was. Keep in mind, too, the guy had multiple IDs. You could buy these things on like the dark web. But if you could buy a ghost gun, I don't know why you wouldn't buy a ghost. But he probably just didn't know that much. Like the average, even getting a fake ID, like that's difficult to do. I mean, you have to do some searching. You probably have to order a few of them before you actually get one. A lot of these places just rip you off.
Right. Well, isn't it funny that we also know like way more about this guy, 100 times more about this guy than we know about Crooks?
Yeah, that's very weird.
Nothing about it.
They just they let that go. Like, oh yeah, that's over.
Right.
Really?
Right.
Just like that. Nobody's interested in this at all.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the chances are that this guy? What do you think is going to happen to this guy in prison? He's gonna get a lot of time.
He'll be idolized.
You think?
Yeah, I think if they were smart right now, he'd be trying to get some kind of a deal for like 30 years. He's going to be idolized. In 30 years in New York City, I don't know what it is, that 15, 20? I don't know if they have parole. I'm not sure exactly how their system works.
What did Hinckley get? Hinckley's out now, right?
Hinckley got Hinckley, I don't know that he got much of anything. He was found to be insane. They could keep him forever. They just eventually, after like 40-something years, they decided let this guy out.
Yeah, now he's out making YouTube videos.
He's making music. He released an album.
I remember we watched it. We watched it last time we were recording. Yeah, so dude, it's like a fucking video game, man.
Look at the Hawk Tuah girl. I thought, she's just kind of a cute, silly
she pulled
girl.
off a scam.
She pulled off a rug.
What happened with that? You got to educate me on this. So she did some sort of crypto.
Yeah, she came with the Hawk Tuah, not Hawk Tuah, but it's like the
Hawk coin,
the Tuah coin or something. The Hawk coin or something. Yeah, and it went it was outrageous how high it went. I think it went to like $500 million, 500 million or something. Yeah, and she and her team got 85% of it. Pulled the money out at the beginning. What is it? 490 million market cap.
Oh my god!
People are they got people on with YouTube with commercial or with videos that are like talking about how, man, I put $20,000 into this and now my coin is worth $190.
So how much money did she make when she pulled out?
I don't know. It depends on how much of the 85%.
Go to PewDiePie or not PewDiePie. Go to CoffeeZilla's Twitter.
Oh, CoffeeZilla. Like
his Twitter, he posted something about it because people were like trying to say that she made way more than she actually did, and Coffee corrected them real quick. He was like, "Yo, you guys are like getting out of control here. Go up. Okay, right there. Can y'all stop the insane headline? She didn't rug for 500 million, and she didn't profit 50 million. For sake, number one, the team pre-sold a few million to strategic advisors who sold early. Number two, the token got sniped. And three, LP, what is that? LP made more than 1 million on 15% fees, according to the Meteors trackers.
Is LP the service that sold the coin?
Maybe.
Huh. So what did she make? So he's saying it's under 50 million.
So go down to this next tweet. Okay, up. Oh, and she isn't being sued yet. So literally everything in this post is misinformation. Keep going down. The normies who purchased did get rug pulled. And all of this was enabled by the team, which includes the Hawk Tuah girl. It's already horrible. No need to invent headlines about a $500 million rugs and $50 million profits. Meme coins always benefit insiders and trading bots. Oh, that shows. That's the Hawk Tuah coin. So look, it peaks at 0.4, and then it just fucking falls. Keep going down. No, he did a Hawk Tuah jail, straight to a jail. 3%. Allocation to public market, 70% allocation unlocked, pre-sale wallets, do the math. So she did something. She like pre-sold that stuff to like insiders that they were close to, and then they all sold it before the thing fell out.
It shot all the way up, and boom, they started selling.
Right.
And then so you're some guy who put $20,000 in, you don't know when to sell.
Yeah.
So you lose. They just took your money and left you with some worthless coin.
At what point are these celebrities going to learn to stop doing crypto scams, crypto shit?
FBI comes in and starts indicting people and makes examples of a few of them.
Yeah.
And then like, here's what's funny is like, this is such an open and shut case. Like, I'm shocked that the Zoo coin with Logan Paul. Well, why didn't he go to prison? Why didn't he get indicted?
Yeah.
Like, it's like it's funny how amazing the FBI and the federal law enforcement is at solving some crimes, and how inept they are at solving other ones that honestly any idiot can put together. Anybody. You don't even need law enforcement. I could lay out you don't even need training. I could lay out an entire case that would convince any jury that this person 100% just ran a scam. And yet they just let them keep going and going and going.
Maybe they had an argument. Maybe if Logan Paul went to jail, it'd be a bad look for American democracy.
I think it'd be a great look.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great look. I think the problem is that, one, they haven't done it yet. And, the first case they want to be airtight. I think the Logan Paul one, I think there's tons of them that are airtight. And yet, why they keep letting them go, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, it's just like there's these cockroaches that are surrounding this Hollywood scene. And whenever somebody just pops up, they just see an opportunity to make a quick buck.
Well, what's funny is, like, she seemed just like a kind of a backwoods kind of girl that, honestly, I like seemed like she'd probably be a lot of fun to hang out with and silly and funny, and she's just kind of a party girl. Kind of like a Florida Southern girl, nobody,
We're into a crypto thing. Trust me, you're going to be fine. You're going to make a lot of money. It's going to be great for the brand. All right.
Yeah, that's when it becomes a problem, when people are just like, oh, I don't really know anything about it, so I don't really have anything to stop. You understood the basics that people are going to be investing.
Focus on the Talk to a podcast.
Absolutely.
We'll make you some money, okay?
Right. Well, yeah.
You're going to be fine.
And if that's the case, then you know what? It's going to show that when they get all the text messages and emails and all of the phone calls, they're going to be very quickly. You would realize, like, oh wow, like she had nothing to do with this. They used her name. They asked her to do a video or two. Like, she had she was not really culpable. Like, she had very little. She had a minor role in this whole thing. And then you'd be like, oh wow, they just kind of took advantage of you. But I don't know. But if you look at it the other way, they're like, oh wow, this was very clearly explained to you. You knew what was going to happen. You're in a lot of trouble. But either way, it doesn't even matter, because they're just not going to do anything. They just never do anything with these things.
No, they don't.
If I was involved, boy, I'd be doing 20 years right now.
Right? For real. Yeah, that's true. It's crazy too. I haven't heard shit about the Logan Paul case forever.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, I was positive something.
Coffee is still making videos about it, isn't he?
I don't know.
Logan Paul suing him, right?
What a jackass this guy is. I mean, what? Yeah, just, even everything about this guy is a scam. Like, even the fight with Tyson, we're going to go through the motions. You're going to lose. We're going to go through motions, and then you're going to lose, and then we're going to fight another one, and you're going to make even more money. Like, all right, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Let's do that.
Yeah.
This is a shitty thing for Tyson to do too.
Yeah.
But that seems like that's what it is.
Yeah. I don't think anybody watched that fight and thought, oh yeah, this is legit. and this is not set up.
And then, did you watch it?
I did.
Bro, like, I don't know about you, but our Netflix was just crap.
Oh,
it just kept
my God.
freezing and freezing.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was unwatchable. It was buffering the whole time. I think I had to turn it off on my TV, and I had to watch it on my phone. It was working on my phone. Crazy. What's going on with these New Jersey drones?
New Jersey drones?
What are New Jersey drones? You haven't seen about the New Jersey drones?
I heard something about it.
These drones have been hovering around New Jersey, over New Jersey, and other states. Now it's in California too.
Drones, or
they're drones? They're fucking drones. They're conventional drones. But they're big. They're apparently like the size of this table, and they're like slow moving, like normal everyday drones. They're not moving like light speed, like going through wormholes or anything.
Right.
And they have like lights on them, typical sort of like airplane lights that you see, nav lights.
Right.
And nobody knows what they are. They interviewed the FBI director in front of Congress. He doesn't know what the hell they are.
Shoot one down.
They're interviewing the people from the Pentagon. They're like, oh, we don't know what they are.
Let's knock one down. How hard is it to, where is this, in New York?
New Jersey.
New Jersey, they got guns in New Jersey.
That's what I said.
Let's start shooting some of these fuckers down.
This is all over the news, all day, every day. It's all anyone is talking about.
Well, listen. Let me tell you how my time is broken up. I have done 6 podcasts this week, and I have another one tomorrow. This, if you include this as a podcast, which I don't, this would be 7 because it's not my podcast.
That's crazy.
So I'm
That's
literally
a lot of podcasts.
Yeah, it's a lot of podcasts. So between that and my scroll time for TikTok and Reels, like that's an hour or 2. I just stopped working out.
Did you really? I can tell.
Dick. Yeah, I got to start working out again,
or at least up the dose of the roids.
I know. That's what Ryan said. Keep taking them.
Oh, really? Are you still with Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
What's your dose? What's your weekly dose now?
I don't know. Jess gives it to me.
Oh, you don't even care. You just say, you just pull your pants down and say, go for it.
Yeah, so don't. So she gives me the Ozempic and the.
Shut up. You're not on the Ozempic.
The right balance. I got the right balance.
You're not on Ozempic.
No, it's the other version. Ozempic's the
GLP-1.
Ozempic is the name brand. The actual chemical is something else. That's what I'm taking. I forget the name.
Why are you taking that?
Bro, I got up to 185. Now I'm like 173. I actually got down to 169.
From what though? It's muscle, right?
Muscle. I mean,
muscle and water.
I lost. It's not water. It's fat. I lost weight. You take it and you can eat like you're normally eating. You just start losing weight.
Is that okay though?
Probably not.
I don't think it's safe to be whacking yourself with all these pharmaceutical drugs, man.
I know it's horrible. You should see the amount of pills I'm taking right now.
I think you should figure out a better way.
I need to find it, but that's a lot more.
I think you need to get off that testosterone.
Probably.
There's probably a better way. Just if you can up your natural testosterone, you know how you do it? This is how you got to do it, bro. You're up early every day, right? Mm-hmm. The best way I've learned recently to jack your testosterone levels is to get outside in the morning, right when the sun comes up, and just be outside for like 20 to 30 minutes during the sunrise. You don't have to be in the direct sunlight. You just have to be outside during the sunrise, right? The other thing is you can do cold water exposure. Get in the cold water, come out, and then you work out afterwards. That severely increases your testosterone. And then you just jam a bunch of creatine, go to the gym, do a bunch of bench presses, squats, and all that. You'll be fine. Eat a lot of steak.
I don't even need to do all that. I just need to start working out again.
Yeah, that's true. You need to start working out.
And I eat good.
Get off the Ozempic stuff.
Listen, I just needed to drop some weight. I dropped it. I'm good. Okay. But I did pay for it, and I still got some left in the bottle, so we're going to keep taking it.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm being interviewed. I got to go to LA. I'm being interviewed for some story out there. I'm like an expert on some true crime criminal guy that they're interviewing me on. And really? To meet with a producer out there.
Wow.
What else? Yeah, that's it.
What's So you haven't seen anything about the New Jersey drone stuff?
I saw something, but no, I haven't really looked into it. I've been,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the story is there's I guess dozens and dozens of drone sightings for people in New Jersey every single day. You can find these videos on every website. It's like turn on Fox News. It's on there all day long, all day. There's people just like showing their videos of what they see in the sky. Senate, Congress, hearings with the FBI director, with people from the Pentagon, the military, and they're all saying we have no clue what this is. Then some state representative, I forget who it was, maybe it was a congressperson, said that it was a Iranian mothership parked off shore of New Jersey. These little mini drones coming off the mothership and hovering over New Jersey over Trump's golf course. And then finally,
someone from Congress.
Are you kidding me?
I can't believe it.
And the guy finally came and walked it back. It's like, oh no, I said, it could be a possibility, but which that was probably.
I'm sure the Navy wouldn't notice. So.
No. The country that spends 10 times more on military than any other country in the entire fucking world, with nuclear submarines patrolling our coast, Navy fighter jets and battleships everywhere. They're not going to notice an Iranian mothership, let alone Iran's Navy. Like,
I don't even think
do they even have a prop plane, let alone a mothership?
Yeah, could they even get over here? I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure they got some good shit. I know Russia gives them some serious equipment, but I doubt they.
Because all the Russian equipment's working so well.
They're not going to get across the freaking Atlantic.
No, unnoticed.
No. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. But I think the guy walked it back. Anyways, everyone is like speculating on this, and Julian posted a tweet about it a couple hours ago. And can you go on Twitter and pull up Julian's tweet? He posted a random tweet that is going like super nuclear viral on Twitter. Look,
I know what that is. I know what that is.
It's like a flying car.
Yeah, that's one of those flying cars.
Mysterious giant drone.
It's not a drone. It's a flying car.
It looks like the Jetson drone. The Jetson 1 drone. Have you seen those?
I was thinking the flying car thing.
So
Like,
go to
that's
X and pull Julian's. Go to Julian. Yeah, click on him and then scroll down. Look at him. He's getting like 1,000 new followers a minute now. Right there. Hearing some very creepy things about these drones from sources. They are. Yes. Yeah.
This is what that is. Look, that is
exactly what that is. Julian says, I'm hearing some very creepy things about these drones from sources. They're definitely not aliens. I'll tell you that. Almost 500,000 views on this tweet, this random tweet that he posted 5 hours ago.
Mysterious.
So now he's posting a video about it because his tweet's going viral, talking about his secret sources.
He really needs to get that kitchen under control.
Yeah. So we talked to a source of his, one of his sources.
Bustamante.
No, it wasn't Bustamante. He said it's somebody who's never been on this podcast. He wouldn't even fucking tell me on the phone who it was.
Oh my god, he's so. Yeah, well, you're borderline the same way. So what am I saying?
am not the same way.
You're maybe 30% of his paranoia with that they're watching me. And
Oh my god,
they've taken they're threatening my channel or
Oh, stop it, bro. No, he just wouldn't tell me who the guy was because the guy made a promise he wouldn't say who he was. He's like, Danny Jones, I'm not even telling you. I won't even tell you if you were locked up in a Faraday cage right now.
He said Danny Jones? Yeah, he says, he'll say, when he's serious, he says your whole name.
Yeah,
Matt Cox, I'm telling you right now that I'm shadow banned.
And
I've done everything I can. I've seen the analytics. I've studied this, Matt Cox. I've studied this. Oh my god.
He has.
I know he has.
He goes deep on the analytics, dude. I've never met anyone who goes as deep as he does. Anyways, so he got a crazy, super confidential source who knows fucking who the guy is or who he works for. But anyways, nobody we know, allegedly. That's what he says.
The NSA knows.
Who told him something. He won't even tell me what the guy said. He just said that it's not aliens.
Okay.
Right? But Julian has a theory, and I think he might be spot on with this theory. His theory is that whatever these drones are that is causing all this paranoia, all this media frenzy, we're on a podcast talking about it.
It's a psyop.
Not a psyop, but what it is it's sort of like
they're getting
like
you acclimated.
A societal.
They're getting you acclimated.
No, it's like a societal war game, right? So that they're running a test on society to see how people respond.
It's
see
like a psyop.
the theories they come up with. See what the narrative ends up being. Seeing how people react, what people's actions are, what they do. In the case that something real happens that is similar to this, to be prepared for how the country will react.
Wow.
Which I think makes a ton of sense. I think that makes the most sense because how else do you explain people in the Pentagon, the military, and the FBI not knowing what it is? Unless it's some sort of like top secret simulation that they're running or like even a test.
I think some guy opened his personal flying car early for Christmas, got it out of the box, put some lights on it, and flew it at night to see what would happen. And he's laughing his ass off right now with his wife. They're $85,000.
There's dozens and dozens of them, dude.
I only saw one.
Go back to the videos. There's tons of them. There's way more than one.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch. Okay,
there's a whole bunch. You can watch videos on Fox News with like 12 of them flying around. There's videos of like dozens of them. There's videos of like at least 6 in the sky at once.
It sucks that it's at night because look, and it's blinking. It's
blinking.
Okay,
right.
It's nobody in New Jersey has an AK-47. It's I can't. I mean, you're telling me you can't take this thing down?
So this is a 4-rotor. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is the center body pointing up.
That looks like an airplane.
No, it's definitely a drone.
They're moving like drones, but they look like airplanes.
Got a little blinking light. Like, what is it? So what like aliens?
That's not an airplane.
That looks like an airplane.
I don't think
Front
anybody
lights,
thinks
tail.
it's aliens.
No, I think it's one of these hovercraft things. It's flying at night, slowly, off the street lamps.
This is the video I think I was saying.
So
Look at that.
there you go. So can I mention something that I've noticed?
What have you noticed?
That you said dozens.
She said 3 right there.
So a dozen.
There's another video that
It's
shows
12.
more. There's shows
Dozens would mean at least 2, which is 24. You have
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 3.
I mean, that's pretty unique right there.
At least 5 in that shot.
Bosiak has a drone. They're like $110. Anybody can get a drone now. You get an expensive one for $1,000.
Why? Well, so you think these are just like people,
I
like
think that these are
random
probably a
people
bunch
just
of-
trying to psyop the news?
You're probably going to find out that this is a bunch of 15-year-old boys who all got drones and saved it for drones. And
Yeah, but they're
just flying
flying.
them around.
They're flying over military bases and airports and shit. If you or me go and fly our drone over Tampa International right now, there's going to be a Fed on our doorstep in less than 12 hours.
Right, you've got to be able to track it all the way back to find it. Like if they're not,
This has been going on for 3 weeks.
then eventually I think they will find it. They're going to track it back to little Billy's backyard. Little Billy's going to give up Donnie and Todd and Steve. They're all going to be crying like a bunch of children in the police department, and then it's gonna be one night of news, and it's going to be over.
I don't know, man. I think it's something bigger than that.
They're drones. They're clearly drones. They're blinking.
Yes, I agree. They're clearly drones. But somebody said that the reports are showing that they're as big as small cars, like small SUVs, mid-sized SUVs.
Well, I mean, we saw at least one of them that's probably one of those automobile things.
That looks like the size of one of those automobile things. Yes, exactly.
You don't even need a license for them. As long as
People
they're
in
under
New
600
Jersey
bucks.
aren't sophisticated enough to drive one of those things around at night.
Anybody, absolutely. Watch the video. They say with less than an hour of watching, you can watch it's like a 45-minute video. Trains you to know exactly how to fly it. Exactly. It's not like a where you can hit the stick and flip over. Like it's up, down, forward, back, forth.
Yeah.
It only flies for about an hour. It's less than 600 pounds, and you do not. They're $85,000, I think. And
Yeah, my buddy just bought one. It's called the Jetson One.
Okay, and you don't have to have a license because it's under 600 pounds. That's it.
Yeah,
Anybody fly.
you do have to take like a 2-day class though, from what I heard. Look at this guy. New York officials launch a public safety. What does this have to do with the drones?
This is officials provide update on mysterious drone sites.
Okay, let's see what they're saying. Oh, this is live right now.
Yeah,
No, this is daytime.
they say it's live.
In other cities, we are placing people into housing and making sure they get the services they want. So our goal is to increase the NYPD's presence and dedicate outreach teams, place over 70 New Yorkers in shelter, seize over 650 of those pesky illegal pedicabs, and issue 6,500 pedicab related violations.
I think it's just clickbait.
This has nothing to do with the drones.
This is the bullshit.
Jesus Christ. So Julian said if Trump doesn't, he's scheduled to show up to the Army-Navy football game tomorrow, right? If he doesn't show up to that game, he says we need to get the fuck out of Dodge. We need to start driving west. Seriously. If Julian calls you tomorrow and says,
He won't call me. Julian would let me die. If there was the apocalypse, he wouldn't warn me.
yes, he would.
No, if Julian's flying into Tampa,
Stop it.
I don't hear about it till he's about to get on the plane.
Stop
and
it.
Danny says,
Stop
"Hey,
it.
Julian said hi."
Listen, stop it.
I'm the outside. I'm an outside person.
No,
I'm the outside.
That's not true.
It's true.
It's not true. If he calls you tomorrow and says, Matt Cox,
Did you
start
see my case?
driving west.
Did you see my case?
It's beautiful.
It's great.
Chris Kringle
Very cool.
with the mistletoes.
Yep. I love Christmas.
I know you do. Thank you for sending me all these. Oh, you stopped sending me videos.
I did. I know. I don't know. I got laxed. I'm gonna start up again.
You got what?
Very laxed. Very,
Oh.
very disappointed in myself. I started sleeping in.
Stop going to the gym. Stop sending Christmas videos. What is going on with you, dude?
Listen, we've been doing a ton of podcasts.
Yeah,
So-
you're a machine. You're recording 6 podcasts a week.
Yeah, because we're catching up. We're catching up because Colby my Steven is Colby. And so he's leaving town, and I'm leaving town soon. So we need a backlog, and the hurricanes wiped out our backlog. We had a week or two kind of cushion. Well, that wiped it out.
It wiped out your podcasts?
Yeah, because people couldn't fly in for 2 weeks straight.
I thought you said you lost a hard drive.
No, because they couldn't fly in, and so literally it was so bad. Colby had to go get 2 videos that were shot a year ago, cut them, re-edit them, and post them.
Yeah.
We thought, nobody will know. Well, I was wrong about that. Because 50% of the
same thing happened to us, man.
Yeah.
Except the beach is right fucking there. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
At least you guys didn't get hammered and flooded like us.
No. Matter of fact, I actually slept through the second hurricane that ripped off everybody's roofs in my neighborhood.
Christ.
Oh, Jess tried to wake me up. She's like, wake up. It's, and I would wake up and I'd be like, oh, it sounds so great. Like it was like a nice wind. And then I woke up in the morning and
everything was thrashed.
Every sign was twist off and laid down there. We've got probably 40 houses in a row where half of the shingles are off, or if not entirely gone on all these 2-story houses. You're just like, well, I slept through this?
At 9 o'clock at night when that second hurricane was coming through.
And we lost power for 3 days.
Yeah, so we lost power for 4 days.
Ooh.
Per hurricane.
Oh, and you got little kids too.
And we got kids. That is miserable. The second hurricane at 9 p.m. at night, I'm sitting in my living room. This was before my power went out. My power went out too late. I'm sitting in my living room and I'm sitting next to my chimney, right? So like I can hear the wind flying over my chimney. And it sounds like, this is the best description I can come up with. It sounds like I'm in my house and my house is free falling through the sky. Like my house is skydiving and I'm inside of it. That's what the wind sounded like.
You've never seen
it. Was fucking scary, dude.
You've probably never seen this. This is the hold on. Dorothy in
just tell him to find it. He can pull it up.
Falling. Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. When her house is falling.
Oh, that's it. That's exactly what it sounded like. That is exactly what it sounded like.
When you said that, that's what I pictured.
Yep, that's exactly what it was, bro. That's where that person got the idea for that scene. They must have been through a couple of hurricanes in Florida, or maybe some tornadoes in Kansas. But yeah, that sucked. No power is the worst part about it, dude.
Yeah, you don't realize how
dependent you are. Mm-hmm. Everything in the fridge starts going bad. I mean, if you're like a single dude, it's probably not that bad. I mean, if I was by myself, I would be totally fine. But it's like my wife and my kids. My oldest kid's fine, but like my wife and the little one, they just cannot handle it. If they're not happy. If they're miserable, I'm fucking miserable. So that's the worst part. But we luckily got like.
I mean, because you're connected in that kind of you have that kind of bond, or you mean they make me miserable kind of way?
Yeah, the latter.
Okay.
But luckily, like 2 days before the hurricane came, I bought a big ass generator that runs on propane. And I got these propane tanks that are like this tall. So I had my generator running my whole house. I got it wired into my panel, so it fucking connects to my panel and runs my whole house.
That's funny because you mentioned that, because when it hit and we lost power, I wished I'd done that. So it's the same thing,
Yeah.
I knew I should have done that. But see, we're so far inland that when everybody was like, it's going to hit, I was like, we're fine. We're not going to have it. We're so far inland.
Yeah.
What do you mean evacuate? I'm a Floridian. I'll just deal with it. It's not going to hit me. And I'm 10 miles inland.
Mm-hmm.
And then you lose power and you're like, this is chaos.
Yeah.
They have to fix this.
Dude, around here was crazy too, because literally like the beaches were destroyed. I don't know if you saw the beaches or if you ever went on the beach.
No, I mean, I saw the video.
Oh my God, dude. It was like doomsday on the beach. The roads were covered in sand. Every car was destroyed. Every house was gutted, with all like their beds and their their clothes and their furniture all out in the middle of the road. But it was just like, it was a straight up disaster. Like everyone had to leave the beach. It was total, completely total. And like they're still cleaning it up. They have giant dump trucks going up and down the roads every morning, still cleaning up shit.
I know, like a week or two ago, we were driving. I forget where we were going, and it was in was it Sarasota? Did we go to Sarasota? Or anyway, yeah. And as we were going to the hotel, there was still just stuff piled up on next to the road where people had gutted their houses. They're just piling it up and stuff. So yeah,
houses are going now on the beach that were like for sale for $4 million a couple months ago. They're going for sale for like 1.5.
Bro, that's a bargain.
$2 million
Steven,
now.
You scoop any up?
Huh. They're going. It's a fire sale on the beach right now, and then you can buy like 1-story houses that got really wrecked for like $500,000 right on the water. Houses that were $2 million a couple months ago. All right, $500,000.
What are you doing?
You can't get insurance on them. You can't insure them. And you got to demo the house. You got to build a new house. If you want to get a legitimately insured house, you got to build it up 12 feet, right? And it's got to be a 12-foot foundation garage, basically. It's not livable. And then above that, you got to build a whole new house, right? So it's like you're paying that much money for the land,
right? Count me out.
You can do it, man.
It's a good shot. It is. Oh yeah. There you go.
I mean, that's not even the worst of it, too. That's like what it still looks like.
That's just a small part.
That was like yesterday. You should have seen it a month and a half ago. It was insane, man. All the restaurants completely shut down. They're just starting to reopen now. Like our favorite Thai food restaurant just reopened a week ago.
You've gone this long with no Thai food?
They're actually got me thinking about it. I think after this, I'm going to go get some.
Speaking of Thai food,
I'm really fucking hungry right now. I haven't eaten all day. I ate breakfast. I ate steak and eggs for breakfast at like 8 a.m. And I'm like, I'm not going to eat the rest of the day until after the podcast. And then right before I'm getting ready to leave to come here, leaving my house, my wife has a freaking pile of pizza and breadsticks on the counter. I'm like, oh, and I just like demolished 4 breadsticks right before I got here.
So
not ideal.
Speaking of Thailand, John Boziak is in Thailand right now.
Really?
Listen,
what is he doing there?
He lives there. He lives in Thailand now.
How long ago?
So a year ago, he had this, one of his angry rants about how horrific, how he can't live here anymore. He doesn't like, he busts his ass. He can't make enough money to survive. He's sick of, working 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, which he doesn't work, by the way. He's one of these guys, he'll be like,
he's living at your house, right?
Oh, yeah, he lives in my spare room. And he'd be like, I worked 10 hours. And I'm like, no, you left at 10 in the morning. You came back at 2. You worked 4 hours. But that's fine. The problem is he just doesn't want to work. And he'll tell you, he's like, look, I'm lazy. I don't want to work 40, 50 hours a week to pay my bills. I like working. I like what I do. Like, I don't feel like it's work. So it doesn't bother me to work 60, 80 hours a week. He doesn't want to do it. He wants to, he just has other interests, right? So he just a year ago he came up with the scheme, with the plan that he wants to leave the United States, which he's never left, by the way. So, and decides he researched all the different places to go, figured out Thailand was the best place to go. He's going to go to Thailand. And, of course, I've been telling him, you're insane. That's nuts. He's, no, I'm going to save my money up for the next year, go there. That'll give me 3 or 4 months where I don't have to work. I'm going to start a YouTube channel in Thailand, get it up and running, and I'm going to live off the YouTube channel. I'm like, you're insane. That's never going to fucking happen. Wow. Here's the thing, is that he's been there for about a week and a half, but it seems to be working. Like his YouTube channel, which had like 12,400 subscribers when he got there, now has like 13,200 or 300 subscribers. His videos are getting a few thousand views. He's doing videos where he's walking through the streets. He's telling you how much things cost. And here's the big thing, because it has been a year of research. I get sucked into the research every once in a while and walk by the couch. And he's like, check this out. Look at this condo. And I'll watch the condo. They do a tour of the condo and this and that. You watch the whole thing. You're like, okay. And then they get to the end and they're like, yeah, it's 15,000 baht. That's the name of their currency. A baht a month, and you're like, okay, what's that? And then it tells you, and you're like, are you telling me that 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo on the 22nd floor of a brand new high rise in the middle of Bangkok is going for $490 a month? Yeah. And you're like, that's not possible. And then you start looking at it like, you can eat out every meal there, $3 a meal. So for less than $10, you're going into a restaurant. Hey, I want this such and such and whatever. It's $3. Like across the board, water is going to be about $11 a month. Electricity is going to be about $7 a month. Your Wi-Fi bill, $6 a month. I mean, across the board, it's insane. And it's not like it's horrific. There are horrific parts of the city, but it's not just Thailand. Like listen, he watched so many of these videos, he could tell you what street the guy was on. He was walking around with the video. So he did it. He really looked into it, and then of course, I kept joking with him and with Jess. I was like, I think in 3 months from now, I'm going to get a panic phone call where you're like, send me $1,200 to get me back to the United States. But he landed, and
does he have a girlfriend over there?
Actually met a girl on like a website that he was communicating with. And so, and she's a school teacher. So he lands there. He's already got a girlfriend. And he's already put out like 4 videos. They're doing okay. I'm not getting hundreds of thousands of views, but he's got a channel that's got like 12, that's got like 13,000 subscribers. But he's doing really well, and he's a good editor. Like he's good at it. He's doing a vlogging thing. You can tell every video is getting better and better and better. Yeah, and they're good. I'm dying to know.
Pull up his YouTube channel.
I'm dying for it to work for him.
What's it called? John Boziak.
Yeah, it's called John Boziak.
Interesting. So he's basically paying his bills from doing these YouTube vlogs and that's fine. You'll find it. There you go.
Now, mind you, this meal literally just cost me like 140 baht, which is like $4. Literally about $4.30. Check this out.
An egg with rice.
So I got
and a Coke.
Thai fried rice with an egg on top. Some trail mix, a Coke with lime.
Ooh, they have to drink the water out of the bottle there, right? The tap water is fun.
So yes, $4 meal. And then I got a little surprise for you guys where we're going next.
Oh, let me see his chick. Does he have video of his chick?
Yeah, you have to search a lot.
That's good. That's good.
But yeah, his
that place looks wild, man.
Yeah, and he's
how big is Bangkok? Do we know? Like
it's got to be larger than New York, but it's got the same amount of people. So they both have about roughly 8.5 to 9 million people living there. And I'd say Bangkok's probably
compared to NYC
twice as big. You think maybe more as far as square footage?
There you go. Oh, there you go. Top left. It's got a bigger footprint.
Yeah, it's double the size.
I don't want to say double.
Well.
So
that's 790. What's 790 twice is 15. Is with 790 twice is 1580.
Yeah.
And here you got 15, so it's actually double.
And the population is the same,
roughly. Yeah, I think they're all by about 500,000.
Okay.
One has about 500,000 more than the other.
That's right. It's got it all. Interesting.
You never came to Hong Kong.
Oh, what? I caught. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Anyways.
But yeah, he's over there. I mean, look, and the places he's renting is they're like $8 a night. $11 a night. You want to stay in like a high rise, like amazing. Oh, by the way, when I told you about that, like the townhouse or the condos you can rent, they're fully furnished. You're not renting an empty place where you got to go get $30,000 worth of furniture to put into. It's fully furnished. Wow. You got a concierge. It's got a pool. It's got a rec area. It's got pool tables. It's got a gym. It's got everything.
Really?
I mean, listen.
Damn.
It'd be like going down to downtown Tampa and living in one of those hotels, only 30 stories high. They're amazing. They're amazing. For $500 or $600, you can rent like a 1-bedroom. You want a 2-bedroom? They're more like $700 or $800. But the same thing you could get here for $3,000, $4,000. So he's planning on going there, trying to make that channel work, which I think he will. just based on if he continues to work hard at it, right? Like it's not easy. And the thing is, how much do you really need for $1,500 a month? You can live like you're making 10 grand a month here.
Yeah.
So I bet if he busts his ass for 6 months, he could be making $1,000-$1,500.
Yeah.
Anyway,
did you get rid of his car? Or did you sell his car?
No, he was driving a car that I had bought for him to drive DoorDash. And a month before he left, he wrecked
it. That's right on brand.
Yeah.
How did he wreck it?
He was driving and he made a left to turn somewhere and he stopped because the vehicles were coming, like it was like a one-way. Mm-hmm. He stopped and I think he may have reversed and a guy T-boned.
Oh, God.
He may not have reversed because I've heard 2 stories.
Oh.
So I'm not sure if he just stopped and the guy T-boned him or if he actually reversed.
2 stories from him or one from him?
Like I never got the exact, I know he got the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then of course, then the whole thing, we got the insurance and there was a negative, it didn't cover it. So I covered it. But he was like, yeah, bro, I'm sorry. I said, we're just going to tack it on to the
insurance company sucks.
I said, we're going to tack it on to the deficit that is our friendship so far. He's like, oh man, he's like, I'm sorry, bro. Just like that. But he's like, the whole time I've been, joking around, like, hey, at some point, I feel like I'm going to get a panic phone call where you're going to be, please send me some money so I can get it. He's like, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And then like a month or so before he left, he's leaving. He's like, listen, he said, this is going to work. I know you don't think that. And I was like, oh, no, I hope it does. And he said, I'm just saying it is, but like, don't give away my room, bro, because, you don't know. So I don't know if he was joking or not, but it made me laugh. That's funny. I'm just saying.
I gotta take a leak real quick.
Yeah. Sometimes. Well, and, it's funny. We just partnered with somebody to do. They were already running a YouTube channel using our clips and other people's clips, and they would just take your clip. They take your clip and they add B-roll and everything, and then they put it on their own channel, right? Well, guys were sending us stuff from them saying, hey, bro, this is a great one. And I'm like, that's me, but that's not ours.
Yeah, somebody made that.
Yeah, so Colby tracked them down and ended up talking to the guys and saying, let's partner on the channel. So
really?
Partnered on the channel. They started it, we started it on the 25th, November 25th. It's got 32,000 subscribers. It's got one video that has like 7.8. One little short has 7.8.
Yeah.
With like 4.2. And another one's got 3 million, 4 million, 2 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Matt Cox, you're on the rise, man.
The only thing that's not doing well, our Spanish channel.
You have a Spanish channel?
I thought I'd be huge in Spanish.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not huge in Spanish. Apparently, nobody in Spanish people.
They don't care. I swear, these little people are way too ambitious.
I've made some Puerto Rican comments. I'm not saying I've been kind to the Spanish, but I've made some comments. But still, I think I'm good in Spanish.
Why are short people so much more ambitious?
Don't you have a
theory? Don't you have a theory about this? Do you have a little man theory?
I'm compensating.
Is that what they all do? Is that like the same thing with Napoleon and all these people throughout history?
Look.
What? Explain to me. I need to hear this theory. Horse's mouth. What are you doing?
I don't know the next step to take with that. I would like to. I don't.
Okay, pull this up on YouTube. How do we find this podcast?
What is this?
All right, people can't see this or hear this, so pull it up on YouTube. How do we find it? It's Matt
Spanish.
It's
when I speak in Spanish, it's in my voice.
Is it AI?
Yeah, it's all AI.
What? All right, give us some volume on one of these podcasts. We can see what he's got.
Who should we?
Go to one of him. Those yet? Anyone, just click. Whatever.
Conozco a muchos que trabajan en cosas y dirían que si eres honesto contigo mismo, al final estarás bien. Este es un problema con lo de Wes Watson. Pero Wes Watson, ellos te golpean, te violan, tienes que unirte a una pandilla, tienes que hacer esto, extorsionar. ¿Cómo vas a extorsionarme? No tengo dinero. Wes estaba saliendo diciendo, no hice este tiempo aquí. vaya que yo aquí, están las transcripciones, aquí están los 302, aquí están. Y él está diciendo todo tipo de cosas que honestamente, por eso a mí, cuando salí como, yo cooperé. Si tienes un problema con eso, vete a la mierda. ¿Qué vas a hacer?
Dude, that sounds real. It does sound real. And then when you go to Zach, so who's doing this? Zach sounds it's his voice.
Pues,
Que deben hacer.
personas que hacen trabajo que se fue.
Sí, como sí, poniendo en trabajo.
Wow, that's magical.
It's not doing well though. It's not like
Go back. Let's look at the channel. Alexia, the videos and reviews are getting us off. 7 subscribers.
Yes, it's ridiculous.
Oh, look, that one has no views 3 weeks ago. Not a single view.
Yeah, 40.
No one clicked it.
Yeah.
Give him his first view.
Yeah, why do they even do? Yeah.
There we go. Now it's got 1. They must not be targeting it right.
Yeah, that's pretty unusual.
That is very unusual.
You know what I'm thinking too? Maybe like the keywords aren't. Maybe we felt like the keywords. Maybe we felt like something's wrong. Like, bro, I got channels. I put up a channel that I probably have 20 videos on, and it's got like 8,000 subscribers. Like it's still getting views every month.
Right.
And so this thing is just dying. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And it's months old. It's not like it's a week old. This is three. They
Go
like
up.
3 months ago.
Go up. What does that say? Jay-Z what? You did a video about Jay-Z already?
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
Well, who did you have talking about Jay-Z?
Ronnie Bo, which is this kid that actually.
How much vetting do you do before you have people on the podcast? Like, do you make sure that they're like, if they say they're like a Diddy insider, for example?
That's what this guy has actually been shot by. There's an informant, so he gets shot. He got shot, and an informant that's in Diddy's camp,
in his camp,
yeah, which is working for the FBI, tells the FBI Diddy just ordered a hit on this guy, and he got shot. Now the problem is that he talks a lot of shit about Diddy. I mean, I'm sorry, not Diddy. Oh, Matt, sorry, about Jay-Z. Sorry, an informant in Jay-Z's camp said this guy Diddy or Jay-Z just ordered a hit on this guy, and then the guy gets shot. And he tells them like he knew exactly what was happening, what happened. I've seen there's an FBI report from the they call him a CI, and so that's what we were talking about. The problem when I talked to this guy is that because he was out of his jurisdiction when he got shot.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to come on and say like I was here next to the projects when I got shot. You don't want to say that because they're trying to violate his probation. He's on federal probation right now. So he's like, well, I don't want to say exactly where I was because, we had a whole conversation before. So I'm going to be a little vague. So, it's kind of not great. But the video on my channel got like 400,000 views or something. So, and I've done a few videos on Diddy and on...
I saw that. You're like the go-to Diddy news channel.
It's the Courtney Burgess thing. It's because the guy Courtney Burgess, which is so funny because I've literally blasted the guy for being just a pathological liar and lying about this whole thing. And you know what's so funny is despite the fact that I've done all that, right? Look who still texts me all the time. He just texted me just now.
Courtney still texting you.
At 7:20. It's 7:40 right now. At 7:20, he sent me a text.
Who is this guy?
Courtney Burgess.
What's his deal?
So Courtney Burgess, I kind of started to tell you a little bit before.
Yeah.
Courtney Burgess. So everybody's heard about the Diddy sex tapes.
Yeah.
Right? The CP, right? CP tape, you want me to say the word?
Yeah,
the child child tape, the sex tape.
Okay, so when he says that in the future, you just abbreviate it so we don't have to fucking
so the CP tapes and the assault tapes, whatever. You know what I'm saying. So what happened with Courtney is Diddy used to date a woman named Kim Porter. Kim Porter had a couple kids of his, and Diddy adopted her son, from another marriage with a guy named Al B. Shore, who's a music producer. Okay. So Diddy and Porter meet. They're together like 10 or 12 years.
And then they eventually split up. They split up, and in 2018, she dies from pneumonia. Now, and a lot of people in Diddy's camp have died from pneumonia. People that have problems with him tend to die from pneumonia. How that's possible, I don't know. People are like, oh, he poisoned it. I don't understand how you can give someone pneumonia, but whatever. People are saying, oh, it's a certain poison. If well, I'm assuming that they're going to test for this, right? So whatever. I think it's a coincidence, but whatever. The point is she dies. Well, when she dies, the day after she dies, this is all from Courtney. The day after she dies, Kimora Simmons goes to him. Kimora Simmons used to be married to Russell Simmons. She's now married to another multi-millionaire. She lives in like a $30 million house. Like, she's filthy rich. The idea that she would be hanging out with or even knows who Courtney Burgess is asinine. But whatever, he says she comes to him and says, gives him one flash drive. Now this is back in 2018. Gives him a flash drive and says, that flash drive has Kim's manuscript that she was working on, which is a memoir of her time with Diddy. It's got all the dirt on him. It talks all about everything, every horrible thing he's done. And I want you to get it out there. And he says, okay. And he really doesn't. He didn't do it. According to him, he's like, I gave it to a guy. I kind of got busy, and then I gave it to a guy to try and get a bunch of books printed up, and we printed up some books, and he was supposed to try and help me get it out there. And he's actually like, these are all like street guys. He's selling them out of the back of his car. He got bumper stickers made up. He got T-shirts. It's called he named it. I forget what the name of his book was, which was equally just horrible. So he doesn't go anywhere. Like, he didn't know how to make. These guys don't. They're not marketing geniuses, right? Like, Courtney says that he's a music producer. Anyway, so what happens is years go by. Well, at one point, my buddy Wade, Wade Williams, he's been on your channel. Wade has a podcast. It's got like 11,000 subscribers, and he predominantly interviews. He interviews mob guys. He loves Goodfellas, mob guys. So he interviews all these mob guys, but he also does other stuff. He'll do porn stars. He'll interview porn stars. He's happily married. He'll interview porn stars, and he'll interview rap. He likes rap and stuff. He grew up during the Tupac era. Mm-hmm. So he hears that he ends up hearing about this guy Courtney Burgess, who used to work with Tupac, because that's what Courtney says. No proof of that. So he ends up reaching a mutual friend, kind of mutual guy knows him. So he contacts the guy. He ends up putting him in contact with Courtney. He tells him, listen, I'd love to have you on the podcast to talk about your relationship with Tupac. Like, I don't know anybody who knows Tupac. And Courtney's like, yeah. He's like, listen, I got something better than that. Because I got Kim Porter's memoir. And he's like, really? And he's like, yeah. So he he ends up arranging so that Wade gets a copy of the book that he put out. Wade reads it. Wade contacts me and says, this is what this book says, and starts telling me about the book. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, okay. And he's like, yeah, Kim Porter. And he's like, you know who that is, right? No. You know who Diddy is? I'm like, oh, Diddy. I don't. Is that like the guy that is that the Puff Daddy? And he's like, he realizes, like, I'm an idiot. I don't know. He's like, you know who Tupac is, right? I'm like, of course I did a painting of Tupac. I know who that is, but prior to the painting, I didn't know. So he's like, oh, great. And I'm like, look, he's like, well, I was wondering if you wanted, what would you do? Could you publish it? I'm like, oh, I don't know anything about this kind of stuff. Like, I wouldn't know what to do. Which, by the way, was a huge mistake on my part. There was almost as stupid of a decision as me not opening our YouTube channel when you told me start a YouTube channel. Almost as dumb of a decision. But whatever, we're not talking about me. So what happens is Wade is trying to kind of figure out what to do about this book, and he says, I'm going to contact Chris Todd. Chris Todd is a guy who writes
salacious true crime books about high profile crime. Let's just say that. That's the politest way to put it. So he contacts Chris Todd. Chris Todd kind of goes, okay, well, put me in contact with this guy Courtney. They end up getting in contact. Courtney tells him, I have the flash drive. I also have additional flash drives that have sex tapes and CP tapes on of Diddy. And so Chris Todd is like, whoa. So Chris Todd goes, I could probably do something like that. Chris Todd starts making phone calls because Chris Todd is connected. He knows other reporters. He calls a bunch of reporters, starts saying, he starts saying, I have these tapes. He doesn't have the tapes. He's never seen the tapes. I have these tapes. I'd like to try and maybe we could sell them. Well, while he's running around talking about selling them, and by the way, at the same point in time, people start hearing about tapes. It's because Chris Todd is running around talking about tapes. And so other celebrity or a content creators start talking about there are tapes about Diddy out there with this and this and this. And so, and I'm not saying that Diddy's a decent human being. I mean, clearly he's a scumbag. But I'm saying by running around talking about it, it gets in the ether and people start to know it's out there and it's being talked about. So while this is happening, Wade and Courtney are saying, publish the book.
Yeah.
But Todd's not really that concerned about it, right? And they're saying it, months go by. And then guess whose house gets raided? Diddy's house gets raided. And they grab a whole bunch of surveillance footage. They grab surveillance equipment, guns, baby oil, the whole thing. I'm not sure why baby oil or any of that is illegal, but whatever. It's all creepy. There's a bunch of creepy stuff done.
The baby oil is laced with drugs.
Well, and it's just excessive. Nobody needs 1,000.
A little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess if you don't want to keep going to the store, I buy multiple when I go to buy. Yeah, I buy 4 or 5 things of toothpaste when I go. I don't want to keep going back.
Right.
So, the point is that all of this is happening. So, Chris Todd decides, you know what? I am going to go ahead and publish the book. He doesn't want his name attached to it, so he uses a pseudonym, which is Jamal something, which is supposedly the name that Tupac Shakur is living under, assuming he would still be alive, which is also another ridiculous thing to say. So, Chris Todd decides, I am going to publish this book. Puts it on Amazon, and I want to say that it just so happens it still takes him months. He's got it to the point where he's going to put it up on Amazon. Diddy gets arrested. I'm pretty sure this is how it worked out. I could have it in reverse, but Diddy gets arrested, and like a week or two later, Chris Todd puts it out. He puts out the book. The book is called Ken's Lost Words. The book is salacious. It is filled with Diddy having intercourse with multiple celebrities, all of them high profile. And I mean, it's not like it's graphic.
Mm-hmm.
It's not overly graphic. It's not written like to be like a even software, but it's enough that it's like you wouldn't want someone saying these things about you,
right?
And we're talking about, and so I'll give you two of the people. Well, I'll give you a few of them. So it's Bieber, Usher, Jade Smith, Jaden. No, Jaden. The
Jaden Smith. That's Will Smith's kid.
It's got
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg's in there. Albie Shore, which is Kim Porter's ex-husband. And it just goes on and on and on, right? So just multiple. And these are just, they're disturbing scenes. Like, you wouldn't want this, even if it was true, you wouldn't want someone to describe it in these ways.
Mm-hmm.
So it's salacious. So it comes out, and it literally sells, like, in 2 weeks, it sells like 30 copies. So Wade contacts me and says, listen, bro, this book is out. This guy was just arrested. Diddy was just arrested. This book is out. It's salacious. I want he's getting a piece of the whole thing. I want to try. These guys aren't advertising it. He's like, I want to try and get some momentum on this thing. He goes, can we do a podcast? And I go, yeah, we can do a podcast. Sure. I don't know anything about it, bro. Like, I'm like, yeah, okay. You got to understand, I don't know anything about it. He's like, no, I'll talk. Well, we do an hour and 20-minute podcast, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. It gets 850,000 views. The book, at the same time, within a day or two, Chris Todd, which didn't want his name associated with the book before, because he knows deep down, I think I know he probably had questions. Like, I doubt that it's probably true. He wouldn't say that, but he starts doing interviews. Listen, he's interviewed by Associated Press. He's interviewed by several large media outlets. He's interviewed by Rolling Stone magazine. Does an interview. Yeah. So within 2 weeks, Kim's Lost Words is a Amazon best-selling book. The best-selling book. They sell over $1.5 million worth of books. Wow. Listen, and I can tell you right now, the royalties, it's a small portion. It's a small portion. How much it brings in. So, but I'll be sure, in the book, it's talking about Diddy doing a threesome with Kim Porter and I'll Be Sure, and it's just, the whole thing is vile, and I'll Be Sure, of course, is like, what is this? And so he hires an attorney who threatens a lawsuit, and they file a cease and desist order to Chris Todd and Amazon. Amazon takes the book down. I mean, you can imagine that thing probably would be close to $7-8 million dollars worth, maybe $10 million. I'm assuming so Chris Todd didn't do much of anything. No, he didn't. What ends up happening is that Courtney Burgess, he's still got a bunch of the original ones that he had printed out. So he's like selling those on some website right now, and for like $200 or something ridiculous. What happens is Chris Todd he starts going on all these podcasts talking about it. Of course, it gets shut down. So once it gets shut down, he kind of stops doing the podcast, right? And on the podcast, Chris Todd is saying the tapes exist, that he had gotten a flash drive, that he'd seen the tapes, the whole thing. And so when I end up talking to Wade, I'm like, Wade, Wade's keeping me kind of abreast of some of the stuff, not everything, but he's like, whoa, this happened, bro, this is insane. Chris Todd is calling me, right? I've had him on my program, on my YouTube channel a few times. Listen, one of my highest videos is one that Chris Todd and I did on O.J. Simpson. It's got like, did you do it right before he died? We did it like literally. We released the video, and he died that morning. So my video comes out a few hours later, just as they announce it. Like, my video's been up like an hour, and then they announce he's dead. My video shoots up to like, literally, it's got like 800,000 or 900,000. I don't forget how many views, but it's got like, it's close to 1 million views within a week. So anyway, Chris Todd's also texting me, hey, did you see this? Hey, did you hear this? Hey, and I'm telling him, like, bro, I think you may be in trouble. Like, this is a big deal. This is an issue. You're going to get yourself sued. I've read the book, and it ain't good. Like, this says some really fucked up things about people. And most of the things that it says about people are deceased. Anyway, what happens is I go to Wade, and I say, Wade, I'd like to talk to Courtney Burgess. He says, okay. I'll put you in contact. I called Courtney, and I said, Courtney, what's going on? I said, I understand that you had a flash drive. I talked about the whole thing. Keep in mind that when Todd and Wade have talked about this, they've been very vague. Nobody has mentioned Courtney's name. Nobody knows who Courtney is. Todd just says, I got it from a guy who's a Hollywood insider, who was close friends with Kim Porter. Friend of a friend. So I said, so I understand you had a flash drive. He goes, yeah. He said, well, it was actually, it was 3 times. So, okay. And I said, you got it like the day after. He's like, yeah, like the day after. It was a couple days after it was given to me. I'm like, okay, it's a little different than that. So I said, you want to come on the podcast? He goes, yeah. Sure, I'll come on the podcast. He goes, yeah, I'm sick of Todd running around, basically getting all this press, like, and he's like, yeah, I'm a real motherfucker. I'm a talk to you. Okay. So I go and we set up the podcast, and just before the podcast, by the way, and I like to mention this because Courtney consistently will tell you he's concerned about getting the word out that what happened with Kim Porter and how horrific it was and how horribly she was treated and what a scumbag Diddy is. And he's doing this for her in her name because she's a good person and everything. But he wants $200 to do the podcast. You know, it started off in he wanted a fee for the podcast. He wanted like $1,500 or something.
Was it in person?
No, just a thing, just a remote, whatever. So I'm like, but I'm, the Diddy thing's big, and I never pay, bro. Never. Like I don't pay for anything. I don't pay for flights. I don't pay for nothing. And I was like, I talked to Colby, and Colby's like, $200. That's nothing. Like, we could do $200. I'm like, he's like, let's just see. Okay. So we do it. I pay him. We get on the podcast. He mumbles about his relationship with Tupac and all these people that he knows and how he knows Diddy or they never met Diddy but kind of knows who he is. They kind of grew up in the same neighborhood and whatever. So that goes on and on. What ends up happening is I start talking to him about the flash drives. Okay. He's like, yeah. I'm like, so have you seen these videos of Justin Bieber and Usher and I'm like, who is it? Those two? You told me that's who that was before. Yeah, it was that and Will Smith's son. He was like, and he throws that in there. Nobody had heard that before. He just throws it in there. Oh, okay. I said, when you got this like after her death? No, I got it about 3 months beforehand. Huh? 3 months? Okay, so then was it one or two? How many flash drives? It was like 11. A bunch of them. 11? Told wait one. Told me 3. Now it's 11. Told us it was after. Right then I'm thinking, no.
Yeah.
Something's not right. He tells me, Mike, who gave him to you? Oh, it was a friend of hers. Now, prior to that, he had told me it was Kamala Simmons. Right? And I've also heard it's Kamala Simmons from 2 other people. So I know he's been, but nobody knows that. Everybody's been that he's talked to, he won't say who it is. Right. But that's who it was. That's who he told me it was. So, and by the way, initially he wanted to tell people that, but by this point, Kamala Simmons has already come out and said that the book is fabricated, that it's not true. So I think his initial reaction or his initial plan was, I'll tell people on the inside, but I'll never say it out loud. And people will maybe assume, not realizing the book was going to be a bestseller and Kamala Simmons was going to come out and say, that book's lied. She never wrote any book. That's not it. Anyway, the point is that I slowly start talking to Courtney, and I go, Courtney, so have you seen these videos? Yeah, I've seen parts of it. I didn't watch the whole video because, he said, it's 2 men or 2 guys having sex. And if you watch a man, even if you watch a man and a woman have sex, that makes you gay. Oh, yeah? Really? Wow. Okay, well, I guess, throw me in that category. I've seen some stuff. So anyway, he's saying if it's 2 men. Right. No. Right. So he said, I've watched enough. I'm like, well, then how do you know they were underage? Well, because Bieber didn't have all the tattoos and his hair was different. And I could tell that Usher was definitely underage. So how old do you think Bieber was? He says, he was definitely under 16 years old. Yeah. Probably 15. Usher was definitely young. So Jaden Smith definitely. Also, DiCaprio was at most of those parties, those Diddy parties, way back in the day. Yeah, but I mean, I understand, but I mean, we weren't we were just talking about this one thing. And I'm kind of talking to him, trying to understand. So he says he's seen them, didn't watch all of them, but did watch enough to know that these boys are being taken advantage of, and that they're all underage. Okay. And I said, do you have the tapes now? Yeah, no, I got them. You still have them in your possession? Yeah, I got them. I go, well, how did you watch them if they were on a flash drive? He goes, I put them into my computer. I watched them on my computer. So you transfer them from your flash drive to your computer. Yes. He goes, and then I ended up wiping them off my computer because I didn't want it on my computer because I use it for editing. I was like, okay. Well, transferring it from one device to another is distribution. And so I said to him, okay, bro, you understand you're in possession. of these, right? And he goes, yeah. And I said, so that's you're in possession of CP. And he's like, oh, I said, yes. I said, yes. Well, I said, and that's why. I said, just having them in your possession, you can get in trouble. That's a federal offense. I didn't make it. I said, it doesn't matter whether you made it or not. Right. You can get in trouble. Yeah. You've seen it. You know what it is. If you don't immediately notify the authorities, they can charge you. Right. Now, if you notify the authorities, you're fine. Right. But you didn't notify the authorities. So I explained that to him. I go to the and I said, why don't you turn them in? Because the government's going to want these things to be used in part of their defense. I'm sorry, part of their case against Diddy. Yeah. This is proof that he's taking advantage of underage kids, celebrities, because also he also said that there was videos of him having sex with like Jennifer Lopez and anyway. So he says, and he's like, so he says, I said, bro, why don't you give this to the authorities? And he goes, in my neighborhood, that's snitching. And I was like, thinking, my neighborhood, that would be protecting children, like snitching on pedos. Right. He's against that. So I sit there, I'm like, okay, well, so we have another 10, 15 minutes where I'm trying to tell him, look, this is the right thing to do, whatever. He's against it, which is fine, whatever, that's your problem. So it ends, we post the video like the next day. The comments tear him apart. This guy's a scumbag. He's in possession of CP. That's illegal. Simply being in possession of it's illegal. Yeah. He goes on and on and on about the comments go on and on. They're like, I'm contacting the authorities. I'm contacting the feds. I'm contacting the U.S. attorney. Right. I'm notifying this. I'm notifying. So he gets super scared. Right? He even contacts me, and he's basically like, man, people are talking about me going to the police. They're talking about this. And I saw that you liked some of the comments, like I was hitting, but I'll just bing. And I was like, yeah, I don't think that's probably what happened. But, I'm like, whatever. But he's freaking out. So that night he goes on another podcast, probably gets another $200. Goes on a podcast where he says, yeah, I already gave the flash drives to the authorities. I already gave it to them. How that's pretty quick. Yeah. So the next day he texts me and texts me and says the feds just raided my house. And I went, they did? I said, who did? Who raided them? He goes, the Fed. I go, yeah, which agency? It was FBI. Homeland Security is investigating, not the FBI. So I write them no. The other thing is, this is the first time you've spoken. There's no way they got a search warrant that quick. Like having been through the system and spent as much time in the system, I know how things work. He's lying. So he's like, they took everything. They took all my stuff, all my equipment, all my computers. They got the flash drives, everything. He's trying to let me know and everybody know by saying, oh, I already gave you the feds, to let everybody know I'm not in possession of these things. So I go, oh, okay. So I say, hey, can you send me a copy of the search warrant? And he says, I don't need to do that. My lawyer's got it. And I go, okay, great. Have her give me a copy. Can she send you a copy? I don't put my business out there like that. And I went, okay, bro. I said, listen. I said, I'm not asking for your bank statement. It's a copy of it's a publicly available document. Right. I said, I just want to see it because I want to know what they were looking for. They'll say that in the search warrant. Yeah. I ain't about all that. I know. Okay. So I figure we're never going to talk again. A couple days, I think 2-3 days later, he texts me again. Bro, I just got raided again. And I'm like, by who? Homeland Security. And I thought, uh-oh. Now this is enough time to get a search warrant. So he immediately takes a photo and he says, here's a search warrant. He sends it to me. I read it. It's not a search warrant. It's a subpoena. There wasn't a search warrant. It was a subpoena. So probably a couple of guys from Homeland Security showed up, knocked on the door, showed him his badge, and they gave him a search warrant. The search warrant said that it was not search warrant. I'm sorry, a subpoena. Gave him a subpoena. The subpoena was 4 days earlier, the day after I posted my video. So Sunday, my video was posted. Monday, they got a subpoena. Whoa! And I know this is true too, because this is what they tell him. Because he's subpoenaed to appear in front of the grand jury with flash drives, devices, like anything to do with any video of Sean Diddy Combs, aka P Diddy, aka Love, aka the whole thing.
Yeah, right.
And all this device, I mean, literally, they've got a blanket thing that they give us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he's freaking out. Oh man, I said, well, sounds like you gotta go. He's like, no, I don't like them buildings. Like, you walk in them places, you don't walk out. I said, bro, they just want to talk to you. Mm-hmm. And so he ends up getting a lawyer, and he goes to be subpoenaed. He goes in front of the grand jury, gets in front of the grand jury. He said, I get in front of the grand jury. They turn on the video that he did with me. They watch, and the grand jury, the U.S. attorneys, and Courtney watch the entire video, and he stops it like, what about this? Then he asks him a bunch of questions. When they ask him, where's the flash drive? He tells them, I threw them away. Think about this. You told me the FBI took them during the search warrant. That was a lie. Complete lie. So, anyway, so he's lying.
So how do you know about everything that happened during that the grand jury thing?
He's told me all this.
Okay.
And
that's not public record.
No, it's not public record. Most of this is coming from him, but I want to say the New York Times. So the New York Times did an article where they say that Courtney at the grand jury told the grand jury that he had thrown away the flash drives. He'd gotten rid of them. First of all, so this continues to go on, right? He starts going on podcast after podcast. The problem is he starts lying. It turns into I was given the flash drives by a good friend of Kim Porter's. I was mailed the flash drives. Then it turns into I was given the flash drives by a guy that used to date Kim Porter. Then it turned into I was giving it to a guy who was a music producer who has since died. He will not say. So if you go back and say, then it broke into multiple times. Now he's been given a couple flash drives after her death, 3 or 4 of them before her death, and then 10 years prior, he was given the flash drives that contain the book. The problem is, she writes in the manuscript up till the day she dies. So how could you have gotten the manuscript 10 years earlier?
Right.
When you read it, she was writing in it all the way up to the day she died. Like, once again, not an accomplished liar. A liar, but not very good at it.
Yeah.
So once he's been on all these other podcasts, it's my belief that the government obviously has watched a bunch of these podcasts and realizes this guy's a complete liar. And so they then go and they subpoena him again. We want you to come back in front of the grand jury. Only this time, I believe his lawyer has probably determined that the client is a liar. Now, these guys were on News Nation. You understand? TMZ interviewed him on the courtroom steps. He's been in everything. It's true. If you pull up Courtney Burgess right now, Steven. Sorry. If you pull it up, he's everywhere. He's huge. He's never had this much attention in his entire life. That's wild, dude. So this guy, who is Courtney Burgess, the Diddy witness who calls him, blah blah blah. Look down, find the New York Times. Yeah, it's everywhere. Burgess. Times of India. Yeah. There's the New York Times too. There's one in the New York Times. There's one in the.
Type in his name and then type in New York Times.
New York Times.
Like how a tale of Sean comes.
Yeah, and this is right. This is multiple, by the way. There's multiple. Looks like there's multiple articles. There have been multiple. They even mentioned me. They talk about my podcast. Him being on my podcast, coming out on my podcast. That's bizarre, man.
You landed yourself right in the middle of this whole scandal,
yeah.
Matthew Cox.
Well, so here's the funny thing. So here's what I believe after just looking into everything. I believe Courtney Burgess, Kim Porter died. I think her name is Cassandra. I forget her last name. She sues Diddy in 2003. No, yeah, I'm sorry, 2023. In 2023, she sues Diddy, alleging he remember when Diddy the tape came out of him beating the girl up and dragging her? That's her.
Cassandra.
That's I want to say, I'm sure I've got her name wrong. Cassandra, Cassie. I think it was Cassie. Anyway, she sues him and wants like $40 million. And he comes out immediately and says, this is extortion. It's all lies. She's lying. I've never done anything. It's all bullshit. And then her attorney most likely shows him the tape that they have. He settles the next day. The day after he settles. About 2 months later, CNN leaks the tape.
Surveillance video in the hotel.
But that was 2 months after. They released it months after he settled. At this point, this is when I think that Courtney Burgess wrote the memoir as Kim Porter. He then ran around trying to get it published and couldn't. Wade got a hold of him and he said, I got something. When he talked to Chris Todd, he told Chris Todd, I got this memoir, but I also have these sex tapes and CP to get him all excited. Chris Todd's never seen any of this stuff. He's seen some screenshots of some vague screenshots of images that are already on the internet. Right. These are not original shots. Anyway, so what I think happened was Courtney wrote the manuscript, said he had these other tapes. He, of course, threw them all away, so you can't prove anything.
Do you think he really had them?
No, I don't think they ever exist. I think all of it was hey, I think I can make some money.
Yeah, it was opportunity.
Opportunity to make money off of the back of a dead woman who has kids that loved her, that from all accounts was a decent human being, and you saw an opportunity to make some money off of this poor dead woman who died. Not, you don't give a shit about her kids or anything else. You know, and the thing is, he made a small fortune. He and Todd made a chunk of money, and here's the real problem. The real problem is Diddy's legal team, right? Here's what they're going to do, and this is why the government brought Courtney back. They probably wanted to get him to go over these lies that he's been telling on record so they could indict him and say, you've been lying about these things. They wanted him to lie to the grand jury and prove that he's been lying because he's been saying the same thing multiple times. So you're lying to the grand jury, we're going to charge you. It's obstruction of justice. It's all kinds of stuff that he's in trouble for. But he didn't go back. They claimed his lawyer wouldn't let him go back to the grand jury the second time. She claimed the Fifth Amendment. Just think about it. Well, what is he going to say that's going to incriminate him?
Right.
So Diddy's lawyers are probably going to try and call him to the stand. The government most likely has to charge him. If they don't, here's the problem. Diddy's lawyers can use him to undermine the government's case. Right. By saying, one, the only time we've ever heard about sex tapes that everybody thinks exist is when you guys were talking about it. You were lying about it. You were lying about this book. You've told all these different lies. You're a pathological liar. And we think that it's you and people like you that have caused all of these things about Diddy. Because so far, the government has done one thing they haven't done. As much stuff as they've released, they've never once said, we have tapes showing sexual activity with minors or even other celebrities. We have tons of witnesses that will say it, but we don't have tapes out of all the surveillance equipment that they got, all the video, everything. They've never come forward to say that. They've said everything else. Drugs, guns, what else? Sex trafficking, all these other things. You mentioned,
well, did you see
baby oil?
Did you see what Jamie Foxx came out and said? Remember when Jamie Foxx had that crazy medical scare?
Yes,
and then
he said
came out.
He said it was poison.
Was it cyanide poisoning?
I mean,
can you find what Jamie Foxx said about Diddy and getting poisoned by him?
Yeah, I don't doubt for a second that Diddy's a complete creep. And I don't doubt that he probably may have some videos. I'm saying I don't know that the government has the videos.
But yeah, there was a lot of claims about him poisoning people with the baby oil, right? Like using the baby oil, laced with a GHB or something.
Yeah, it could go in your skin or something, right? So it goes into your pores or something.
Right.
But so I think that they can use Courtney to actually help Diddy's case. When I'm sure Courtney has no intentions of that. But the guy can't keep his
into the plan. He just was like going with the flow.
Well, and he can't seem to keep the lies straight.
Right.
So that's the whole Diddy Courtney Burgess insider scoop. And what's so funny about this is like Courtney, I did a whole thing on it. I put it on my podcast. I did a whole breakdown of the dates and everything. Courtney's still texting me.
Yeah, that's wild. But yeah, man, if that's true, that's crazy. And then the Jay-Z thing is wild too. They came out and we had that lawyer. There's like this ambulance chaser lawyer, and then Jay-Z released a statement right after, which was good. I think the statement was, that he came out and said something. It would have been way worse if he did. Jay-Z didn't say anything.
Well, here's the thing about Jay-Z. Is like, yeah, I'm not gonna pay you one penny, and it was hush money. But the truth is, and I interviewed the lawyer that I interviewed.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that, and we had a whole discussion about this where we talked about like Jay-Z didn't have a choice but to fight this. Well, initially that lawsuit includes it was filed against Diddy, and it said there was a woman and another guy there that were famous. Well, they of course the lawyer goes to them and says, "Hey, we'll try and keep your name out of this if you just settle." I'm sure he goes to his lawyers and says, "Hey, how can we do this?" And his lawyers probably explains, "Listen, if Diddy doesn't settle the case, your name's coming out no matter what. Right. So if you settle this for $1 million or $2 million, your name still comes out. So we might as well fight it. Face the music now. Yeah, come out now and say, I won't pay you a penny because it's all lies. Because if you settle it and it comes out that you were the second guy in in these claims, and you settled, it makes you look really guilty. So you have to fight it. Or you can just say, hey, I settled because I didn't want my kids to go through this and hear these claims, and I was trying to keep my name out of it, but it's all untrue. You could try that. And he probably went, fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna fight it.
It's crazy too. There's this like strange phenomena on Twitter, on X, and probably just the internet in general, of people who just want all these people to fall. Yeah, they want Jay-Z to be guilty, and they want to pay him as a scumbag. It's like the worst part of the internet.
Well, it's the same thing when I came out with these videos talking about these tapes and talking about it, 950,000 views, 850,000 views, Courtney 450,000 or 500,000 views. When I come out and I say, hey, listen, there's no way it's possible it's true. It's not true. This isn't Kim Porter's words. She didn't write this. Yeah. This is what I believe. The only thing that makes sense is this, and it sequentially it works. It's the only thing that works. And the people that I'm talking about are consistently lying, and that's absolutely proven. When I say that whole thing, 50,000 views. Right. Nobody wants to hear that.
That's the problem with the internet.
Yeah, they want
the sensational, crazy shit.
Right. Yeah. Right. Even though, look, Diddy he's clearly got some problem. I mean, he's clearly a weirdo, right? Like, I'm not doubting for a second that, and there very well may be tons of tapes. This guy just never had them, right? Right. But like I said,
and who was the lawyer? The lawyer that do you know who the lawyer was who sent Jay-Z tried to extort him for the money?
Well, it's the same. Isn't it the same lawyer that filed the ambulance chaser guy?
Yeah,
isn't it?
Find the name of the lawyer.
Is it the same lawyer?
I'm not sure. It was a guy from Texas, I believe.
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken.
Jay-Z lawsuit. Yeah, sexual lawsuit, whatever it is.
Type in Jay-Z lawsuit, and it's also a civil lawsuit because the statute of limitations is up, right? It was like in the 90s.
Yeah, criminal. It's civil.
Okay, just go up. Okay, stop. Okay, rapper 50 Cent mocked music mogul Jay-Z on social media after he was named in the sexual lawsuit alongside 50 Cent's longtime rival Sean Diddy Combs months after he reportedly questioned Jay-Z, who has denied claims against him. All right, keep going so you can find the lawyer's name. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Mark. Rock Nation is his company. What is the lawyer's name? Maybe you can find the letter. Maybe Tony Busby. That's his name.
Okay, that's
Tony Busby.
That's the same guy that's got like 100 different claimants against Diddy. It's the same one.
Okay. Let's look up Tony Busby. Yeah, because
Jay-Z's lawyers claim Tony Busby pressured a client to blah blah blah.
So show us. Can Jay-Z show evidence of Tony Busby trying to get the money out and then extort him for the money?
Well, first of all, it's not extortion. You're writing a letter saying you're the person that is unnamed, the unnamed person in this lawsuit. Do you want to settle, or do you want us to go ahead and make it public? That's not extortion. That's just the law.
That's just okay. That's like, can you find Jay-Z's response? Find Jay-Z's response to Diddy. So Jay-Z basically, I guess he painted it as like trying to be extorted by this ambulance chaser lawyer for a bunch of money.
They always do. That's the same thing. That's pretty good. Was it Garth Brooks when he's been sued a couple months ago? He got sued by the chick that did his makeup, said that he assaulted her, he raped her,
who?
Garth Brooks.
Oh, okay,
Same thing. He came out. His response was, "This is extortion. They were trying to extort me. I won't pay any money for extortion." They all say that.
Steve, it's going to be like a screenshot of an Instagram post or something with a bunch of text on it. It's not going to be. You're going to see. It's going to be a screenshot from social media of something Jay-Z said. It's going to be in one of those articles for sure. Okay. Go up. My lawyer received a blackmail attempt. See, it's called blackmail. Called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations, and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir. It had the opposite. It made me want to expose the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one.
He says that because he knows the statute of limitations.
It has to be civil, right?
Yeah, their only recourse is civil.
Okay, got it. So whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. This lawyer, who I have not done a bit of research on, seems to have a pattern. Seems to have a pattern of these kinds of theatrics. I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human being, Mr. Busby, but I promise you, I have seen your kind many times over. I am more than prepared to deal with your type and your claim to be a Marine. Marines are known for their valor. You have neither valor nor dignity. The only heartbreak for me, my family, my wife, and I will have to sit with our children, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure that at such a young age. It is unfair to have to try to understand an inexplicable degree of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit. My heart and support goes out to the true victims of this world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. You made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all the celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the projects of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games, and we have a very strict code of honor. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe this idiotic claim you have levied against me, that, if not, the seriousness surrounding harm to kids would be laughable. I look forward to showing you just how different I am. Mr. Busby, it's a good response. I mean, if he's innocent,
here's the
People
problem.
want it to be true.
They want it to be
so
true.
many people do. If you read the comments on Twitter, it is just like it's unfathomable the fucking hatred people have for these people when there's no evidence. If he's guilty, like I said, throw him, lock him up, and fucking throw away the key forever.
Well, here's the thing, is that, look, you can pretty much sue anybody. But if this chick, she was 13 years old when this happened, by the way, if she doesn't have some proof that you were even there, just gets thrown out.
Yeah, how do you have proof?
Right. And you don't know what these people are holding back. I'll tell you right now.
Was it 25 years ago, something like that?
Yeah, she's like 37. She's 13. And I think she's 37 now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
But it was a long. So that's 37. So 37 minus 13. Yeah. So or 30. Yeah. 37 minus 13. Right. So it's like whatever. 24 years.
Yeah. 24 years.
So, here's the thing. I don't know. You know what the story is?
Roughly, not really.
Well, anyway, the point is that she's going to have to prove somehow. Hey, I'll give you an example. Busby probably feels like he's got something. And I'll give you an example. Look at the ditty when Cassie filed that lawsuit. They come to him, they file it. Diddy's like, go fuck yourself. You ain't got shit. Here's a video. And there you go. He goes, how much? Okay. The fact that he comes out with his little letter and settles so quickly means that they held something. And this is very common. You file something. You don't tell them everything because you want them to do something like this. And then they go, you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing, you ain't, yeah. And they go, what about this? And they go, listen, let's talk about this. Like, can we arrange? Right. Right. So whatever. So he does this whole thing thinking, you don't have anything. I don't know who this person is. Never been around this person. Don't know anything about it. You ain't got nothing on me. I've never done anything. I'm going to fight you tooth and nail. And, they'll wait for him to make some responses. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're a liar. I don't know who this was. Was it at the party? And then you find out, boom, there's pictures of the two of them, of all three of these people. This little girl who's 13 with these two guys. She's pictures with her in there. The chauffeur. She's in the hotel room. You see what I'm saying? Suddenly it's like, they wait for them to bury themselves. And or maybe the chauffeur that helped get her in to the after party. Maybe he can afford it. Maybe he's like, no, this whole thing happened. I was actually upstairs when they took her in the room. Yeah. I don't know what happened in the room, but she was definitely there and they were in the room.
So you think Busby wouldn't have done this?
I think he's got something,
unless he had something tangible.
Yeah, I feel like he's got something, because if it's something like, well, this is what she said. Does she have?
Right. Bless you.
Does she have?
Bless you.
The judge is going to go, okay, I've read the complaint. What do you have that proves any of this is dangerous? Oh, I have a sworn statement from my client. No, that's not going to be enough. What else? Her parents will talk about when they remember picking her up. Yeah. I'm not, what else? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, he's going to have something. If he's got nothing, then this is going to be thrown out right away.
I hope all my childhood heroes don't just start falling like dominoes, bro. Now, like, LeBron's going to be next. LeBron's like, you saw the video, ain't no party like a Diddy party. Now everyone on the internet is like going after LeBron, like, LeBron, tell us the truth, bitch.
Look at all these people that are fleeing the country. They're like leaving.
About what?
I mean, a lot of them are like, it's Trump, it's this. Are people really leaving? Oh yeah, like Ellen DeGeneres, Tom Hanks. Like, you got all these idiots that, that are, I'm not staying here because and all of this is like, I just noticed the trees are swaying.
Yeah, it's great.
Because
it's real, bro. That's the window. We're in a time machine in Christmas time in 1800. In the middle of the woods in Ontario.
Leonardo DiCaprio left for some vacation. It's been months. He's been gone. He's been gone. I think, I'm pretty. That's what I heard. You can look that up.
Has he really been fucking out of the country?
Who else left? Like, there's a whole slew of people that have left. That's like, these are
very timely vacations. And they're expensive.
Well, LeBron just took a leave from the Lakers.
Yeah, like what do
He
you
played for the Lakers and he just went on leave. What does it say? Did Leonardo DiCaprio flee the country at the aftermath of it's going to say no, of course, debunked. Yeah, these.
Is it debunked or is it what?
There are multiple $1 million left viral Instagram post to break. He took some action in 2013. This is not about that. I don't think. This is 2013. Yeah. What's that for? Breaking news: Leonardo turns a wave of celebrity departures, saying that this is no longer my America. Keep scrolling. And that has what? Scroll. How many shares does that tweet have? No. 228 reshares, 48,000 views. Yeah, that's just Diddy. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what the fuck is real, dude. Because this shit's so curated. You know, and Instagram and all these platforms will label it as misinformation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't know whether that's the actual celebrity's team going out and saying that.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Really been debunked.
Yeah. But, you know, this whole social media censorship thing, a lot of people are optimistic that it's going to stop in the next year after Trump gets in, saying that they're going to kind of like do a bunker bust of these platforms of like YouTube and Google, bust them up and try to like break up the monopoly so they don't have so much. But the problem is like Google was literally funded, incubated, and curated by the intelligence agencies. Like, if you go back and search, and if you like do your I read this incredible background article where this guy did this long-form investigative piece on Sergey Brin and Larry Page when they were creating Google from their, I think it was from Stanford, right? And they were being visited during the whole time they were developing Google and the PageRank system and all of that. They were being visited by two members of the CIA. And they were like funded by DARPA, the CIA, and the NSA. All their money came from these agencies to create it, and like the actual PageRank system was a part of DARPA. That's like DARPA technology. So like to say that they've infiltrated these websites is not even doing it justice. That these Google and YouTube and all this stuff was funded and incubated by the intelligence agency. So it's like their tool, right?
You want to hear something?
Huh.
Guess whose sentence was commuted? You know how Biden commuted 1,500 people's federal sentences yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think was among them?
Sure, there's a laundry list. Tell me.
Well, you know one of them.
I know one of them personally.
You talked to him on the phone.
Devereaux. Oh, Frank Amadeo. What? Yeah. Frank Amadeo was pardoned by Biden?
Not pardoned, commuted.
What's the difference?
So he had like 7 or 8 years to do on an ankle monitor where he's basically in the halfway house. He has to go in every week. He has to be pissed. They're followed. Remember, they could throw you back in prison.
Yeah.
So they said, you know what? We're commuting your sentence. You're just on probation now. So he's got like, I think 2 or 3 years or 3 or 4 years of probation.
So he's not on an ankle monitor anymore?
Which means he could probably do your podcast.
Oh, wow. Have you talked to him?
No.
Should we call him right now? Wow. I can't believe you got community. He must have been writing a lot of letters, huh?
Ooh. Who knows what he had on Biden? No, what they did was everybody that was out on an ankle monitor, right? Biden commuted their sentence.
Yeah.
So anybody who had gotten like the CARES Act or had been released and they were on an ankle monitor, and these are the guys that are like, we don't know what to do with them, right? He said, you know what, I'm just going to commute their sentence and put them on probation.
So who really commuted their sentence? Because you know Biden didn't really do shit.
Well, somebody wrote it up for him.
Somebody probably has to remind him every day that he wakes up and he's still president of the country.
He probably has moments of lucidity.
You think?
So, yeah, well, let me tell you. So I could have conversations with my mom, and they call it like, I want to say they have called the twilight hour.
Sundowners.
Right. So as the sun's going down, every once in a while, my mother would call me And so I could have had breakfast with her that morning. And she would call me up and say, Matthew, come get me. I'm in the hospital. And I'd be like, what? What's wrong, Mom? And, and she'd say, I'm in the hospital. Your father hit me. I'm in the hospital. It's like, what? Well, my father's been dead for 7 years. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and you realize, like, and she had dementia. Right. But I had, I haven't seen your sister in weeks. I'm like, have you called Helen? I haven't seen her in weeks. She doesn't care about me. And it's like, no, like, oh, okay, Mom, you don't want to argue with her. Right. So I'm saying, I'm sure that, I don't know if he's to that. Because listen, the next morning, I show up for breakfast. Hey, Mom, how are you? How are you? Yeah. I love you. How are you doing? Doesn't remember the night before. Perfectly fine. Could tell me what's going on CNN and Fox News and have a normal conversation, talk about what she's doing that day, and you're just like, yeah. So I'm sure he has moments, times of the day when he's better, when he's good, and times when he's bad. It's like everyone's mad about him pardoning his son. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about getting pardoned. Him, what I care about is that you lied about it the whole time. You knew the whole time. I mean, there's so many other things you could be upset about. That's a minor one. The fact that he's never been found guilty of anything, the fact that they haven't properly been able to impeach him, the fact that I'm going to send money to Ukraine, I'm going to have them give me money to my son. My son's going to be indicted, and I'm going to fucking pardon him. You just fucking imagine when Biden was the vice president, just randomly running in a Hunter in Ukraine on the loose. Just Hunter on the loose, on crack in Ukraine when Biden's the vice president. Can you imagine the fucking shit he's trying to pull using his dad as the vice president? Yeah, definitely peddling. Yeah, definitely. You better have a rock in my hotel room in 2 hours. Do you know who the fuck I will have you murdered unless you have a fucking 8-ball in my hotel room in 2 hours. Oh god. Tim Dillon did the best bit on his podcast the other day, talking about Hunter. Nobody's at their best when they're on crack in the Ukraine with holding a gun to a hooker's head. Right? Don't judge people in that moment. He's your last son. Your last crackhead son. Like, let him off. All these people that are getting mad at him, they're the people that get behind family values. Family values are what matter. Well, if you give a shit about family values, let this man pardon his last crackhead son. His first son died of brain cancer from the burn pits in the war. Now he's got one son left, right? This is his last son, Hunter, who was a crackhead who did coke in the White House. He's your son. Yeah, I understand. The problem is, could you imagine being somebody right now who's doing time for the exact same thing that you got pardoned for? Yeah, you're sitting there doing 5 years or 8 years or 7 years. Mm-hmm. That's tough. And you're sitting there going, wow, this is not right. Mm-hmm. The world's not fair. No, it's not fair. Mm-hmm. But I mean, they're all, there's actually just corruption at every level. It's just different degrees of it. Right. I love that Trump's going to be our first felon president. Love it. I love it. Yeah, man. Julian scared the shit out of me with the drone stuff. I really hope Trump shows up to that football game tomorrow. Oh, stop it. If he doesn't show up, we might. What does that mean? What if he doesn't show up? If he doesn't show up to the football game, that means he got the fuck out of Dodge and he changed his schedule and he's not there. Where's the game? Where's the Army-Navy game? What does it mean? Find out where the Army-Navy game is tomorrow. What does that mean is going to happen? What's Julian's prediction if that happens? He won't tell me. He's being elusive. He's keeping it a secret. It's his journalistic integrity that he can't tell me what the fuck is going to happen. But something on the East Coast is going to happen and it's going to be bad and we have to start driving west. Where? Maryland. Landover, Maryland. And Maryland is on the East Coast last time I checked, which is close to Jersey, I think. So hopefully everything will be fine and we have nothing to worry about. We don't have to start driving to, you want to hear something called, what's funny is, so did you ever hear of the Kids for Cash judge? Yes, of course. Yeah, he was in the book, right? And the book I wrote. Yeah. So
You talked to the person in this case, right?
Yeah, he was the judge. I mean, the judge that helped with the lawsuit. His sentence was commuted.
No.
Oh, listen, there's guys.
Why would they do that?
There's sex offenders sentences.
Why?
I mean, I think it was a blanket. I mean, he said, look, everybody that's currently out on the CARES Act or whatever it was, it's just he probably didn't put a lot of thought into it. You know, nobody in the White House is putting a lot of thought into anything,
right? Yeah, it's just so much incompetence at everyone, including this whole drone fucking fiasco.
But yeah, he was one of the judges. And listen, you know, like I talked to him, you know, several times. You know, he was out on ankle monitor just like Frank. So
nice. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when Trump gets in. He said he's going to release Ross Ulbricht, right? He said he's going to do that. That's what needs to be done.
I think he's going to shake some shit up like it's never been before. Like, you see his appointments. Like, these are not go with the flow kind of people. These are not bureaucratic, you know, the people that really understand bureaucracy and are willing to work within it.
Yeah.
These are guys that are, you know, they're pulling out hatchets to
some of them, not all of them. Some of them are swamp creatures. Yeah, right? Some of them are still swamp creatures, but some of them are good. Like the guy Kash Patel seems like he's going to shake some shit up. Bobby Kennedy,
Elon Musk. Let's
Well,
jump in a plane, fly across the country, and pull the fucking plugs on the servers. You know, that kind of. Let's fire 80% of staff. You know, let's cut some. They're gonna cut some shit.
Yeah, I think people, rightly so, are skeptical about like what's going to be the difference between this campaign and what actually is done and what he actually does when he gets in the fucking White House.
Yeah, you know, the bureaucracy starts taking over, where it's like, hey, we're gonna do this. Well, okay, we can do that, but we have to do this and this and this. And what you thought you were gonna get done in a week. 6 months later, you're still arguing.
He said he's going to release Kennedy files day one, and then he's going to free Ross Ulbricht.
Okay.
Well, I hope those two things happen. And he said, you know, the Kennedy thing. I think what did you say about that? He said you saw what I saw.
Right. I saw that on Rogan.
You would want to say it too.
Yeah. Because what? Supposedly these people, some of these people are still alive.
Yeah, 99% of them are dead.
Yeah.
There's like one or two that are still alive.
Right. And you know, the thing is, look, if you're saying, you could always pardon the people that you think, this person, I don't want him to have to go through anything. It's been too long, you know, and he was following orders, whatever. But these 4 people are still alive. Then I'm going to pardon them and I'm going to release it. So fine, you just guaranteed,
right?
Those guys are going to be okay. Like, you know, it's been a long time. They're not the same people, and they were young and following orders. Like,
yes,
was it horrific?
Exactly.
Yes, but you know,
yes.
When you've got a gun to your head, you're being told to do something. This is what I'm ordering you to do. Right. And it may be horrible, but I'm about to be shot.
Right.
So I have to kind of go through it.
Of course.
I'm not saying that's what the case was, but if you're a part of the CIA, and you're in a group of guys, and you're being told this is what we're going to do, it's kind of like, I was just given a very secretive order, and if I say, hey, I'm not going through with that, you're done. They're about to kill the president. They're going
to cut you.
Yeah. Right. So it's like, I have to go through with this. So am I gonna go ahead and drive this guy up to the grassy knoll and let him get out?
Am I going to be the guy who blows the whistle on all this and exposes all this?
Right. Like, if they could kill the president, they're going to kill me. Like, I got 2 kids and a wife. I'm sorry, I'm going through with it. And now, guess what? 50 years later, I'm still alive. You know? And Trump's like, this guy rose through the ranks. He's retired. He's 80 years old. You know, I hate to release this stuff. It's going to make his life miserable. What if they come and arrest him? You know what? I'm going to pardon him. And there's 4 other guys. I'm going to pardon them, and I'm going to release it because it's time that the public knows the truth of what this country is, you know, is really like behind the curtain. So, and really doing something like that, if that's really the case, I don't know what the case is. That's really the case. Like, there are people like my mother and my father who made all the right decisions, who were raised during the Depression era, who went to college, who, you know, had children, who worked the system, who were, you know, lower middle class and reached the goal or reached the stratus of upper middle class, who did everything right despite the problems they may have had as just human beings, who 100% believed in this country and believed everything they saw on the nightly news. My father didn't as far as I know, ever question what Dan Rather said happened. And then you find out what really happened. Hey, there really are UFOs. There really are this. There really is this. Guess what? The CIA killed Kennedy. Could you imagine? Like, those people that are in the 70s and 80s that never questioned anything have got this, who right now think this generation is insane. They would be like, just like, they probably wouldn't believe it. I mean, if you had Trump come out, I can't imagine if he released the documents. Yeah, like you see the documents, like this is what really happened. It would be like, guess what? Oh, and by the way, we didn't land on the moon. That'll never happen. We land on the moon. But I think, I think so. I think so too. But the point is, could you imagine being that person? It's just like, it's gonna be tough. You'd be like, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that get all the information from CNN, and that would undermine your belief system in your entire life. Like, I don't even know what to believe in that. Right. It's devastating. Yeah, dying to see what the listen something is what's going to happen. Do you know how the process works with the confirmations? The people in this cabinet, they have to get confirmed. And like, I know that, so Bobby Kennedy is one of the big ones, going to be the head of the HHS, right? And he has to be confirmed by a certain date. And there's like a process of him getting confirmed to that position. Do you know how that works? No, but I mean, I don't know how you could not confirm these guys. Like, I mean, none of them are half as whacked out as Biden's, appointees, right? Like you've got that nut job who ran the military, what was the other one that was dressed up like a woman? That was like, I mean, they were just insane. They were all appointed. Like, and you've got and most of this is made up of Congress. Can you find out when Kennedy is supposed to get how the confirmations of the cabinet members works, or like find out when does Kennedy get confirmed? Oh, there's so many Republicans in Congress right now. Yeah, that's true. It's just like, how is it not going to be possible? The problem is a lot of these guys, they probably just don't want to go through scrutiny. Like you're sitting there, you have to be answering all these questions. They're yelling at you. That it's they're bringing up this. They're bringing up any rumor that comes up. You're like, what are you talking? You're bringing up stuff like I was never convicted. That's a rumor. That's something my ex-wife said. Like, what are you talking about? I still can't believe Frank got pardoned. That's insane. Yeah, commutation is not pardon. Or commutation, whatever. Pardon would be like he walks free. He walks free and he's no longer a felon. Yeah, like they eliminate the whole thing. Like, right. If you searched him up, nothing would come up. Mm-hmm. They have to say he was basically expunged because you're no longer a felon. Yeah. 10 years from now, if Neuralink comes out and like people are getting it, like CEOs are getting it, of like healthcare companies and like big tech companies, they're getting these Neuralinks and because they're rich and they can afford them, and it helps them connect better to the internet, helps them in like negotiation, pull shit off the internet that helps them like beat somebody in a negotiation or a lawsuit or something like that, or it just helps you thrive, right? And it can just give you an advantage. Do you think you would do it? Or if like you're driving your car and you could be like, where am I going? I'm 65 years old 10 years from now. Good luck to be around. I'm not going to have you drilling holes in my head. Like, is this something that they're going to drill a hole in your head and stick this thing in? Or just like the age? What if they said that it could get rid of dementia? It could make you think like you thought when you were 35 years old, give you, yeah, probably sign me up. They're like, well, I mean, I don't want to be the first guy. No. I'm saying they've already done the first guy. I'm saying now like thousands of people have them. Like, right. You can pay $100,000 to get it done, and you not cost. You're going to be rich in 15 years, and you can afford $100,000 for a Neuralink, and it'll make you feel younger. It'll make you think quicker. Yeah, I'd probably do it. You think you would? Yeah, because let's face it, I don't have much life left. If I can take a chance of having a better quality of life for the remainder of it, yeah, I'd do it. Absolutely. Why you wouldn't do it? They're going to be listening to you, what you're thinking, know everything, downloading it. That's the problem. That's the problem. Who gets control of it? Listen, I interviewed a guy about cryptocurrency yesterday, and Yeah, it was.
What's
like,
that?
You know, he was trying, the stuff he was saying was like, how, like, okay, I get moving away from the fiat system, but the way he was talking about laws and things that have already been passed, like it's already going to happen. Like they've already, the World Bank has already decided we'll be off the fiat system by 25. Like he had all these things, and it was just like, why have I not heard that? And he's like, I don't know. You can look it up. And he has like the statutes, he has the things. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, well, so you're telling me we're gonna be off cash in a year? He's like, no, it'll be phased out over a few years, but we'll be off.
Saying we're gonna be on a CBDC, centralized digital currency controlled by the United States.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was like, I was like, so I mean, first of all, like, he knows it inside and he works for a company that is completely involved in it.
Well, I mean, China's already doing this.
Right. Well, the other thing that was funny was he was like, yeah, he's like, now there are some states may end up, you know, kind of, you know, bucking, like being like they're not interested. He's like, for instance, he's like, right now, you know, Florida's already coming up with their own currency, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, what are you talking? Oh, boom. He's like, oh yeah, pulls it up, sends me the information. I'm like, Florida's talking about coming up with their own currency to go on the gold standard. I was the same way. I was like, what? Really? Like they're looking into it. Bro, I was shocked. Like the stuff he was doing, and I was like, "How is this not?" He's like, "Well, it's not because it's very Danny Jones, where this is what's happening. They're just not telling you." You know, like of course the media doesn't cover it.
Well, there is some of that. It's not everything, but there definitely is some of that.
But it's definitely scary.
Yeah,
it's definitely scary.
It's terrifying. That's why you need to buy a shitload of Bitcoin and Dogecoin.
Oh.
Breaking. The state of Florida is considering a study to explore using gold and silver as currency, potentially bypassing the Federal Reserve System.
And literally, it's an amendment. There's an amendment that says the states can do it. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, it's amendment, whatever. Such and such under this, that they're allowed to, each state could actually come up with its own currency.
Interesting.
What the fuck is that? That was one of the things they fought the Civil War over.
Yeah.
Was that they wanted to nationalize currency. He was like, yeah, I know, but if certain things happen, then they're allowed to do it. And they're looking into doing it. That's why. Yeah. I never heard of this.
Right.
You know, he had a ton of stuff. This was an interesting guy. It was all about digital assets and NFTs and cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and how, you know, way above my pay grade.
This is from 2022. You can't find anything recent about. No, he's not talking about a digital currency. He's just saying Florida currency based on gold and silver.
Right, and this was from X. This was from X, so it had to be recent.
Yeah. There you go. 2 days ago, Fox. Could gold and silver become a currency in Florida? CFO Petronas supports the move. Wow. Go down? Precious metals like gold and silver are not legal tender under current Florida law. If the state's chief financial officer gets his way, however, that could change. Florida CFO Jamie Petronas, who's also running for a vacant seat in Congress, is launching a study to help figure out how gold and silver could be used to buy goods and services in the state. I mean, yeah. Just accept Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin isn't backed by anything. This is backed by gold.
Bitcoin is, there's a finite amount. There's only 21 million Bitcoins to be made that they're going to be created ever. And it's like, I mean, I don't know.
I can't make anything out of it.
What is Bitcoin backed by? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Like, what is, like, that means not, it's not backed by anything. It's just the fact that you can't make more of it.
Right.
Bitcoin, unlike traditional fiat currency, is not backed by physical commodities like gold or silver, nor by the promise of a government or central bank. Bitcoin's value comes from the widespread trust in its security, scarcity, and predictability. Right. So it's so valuable because it cannot be controlled by anything, and there's only a specific amount of it. And it's freedom. It's basically monetary freedom. It's a way to escape all centralized institutions that exist.
That's what I can sell.
You can also sell Bitcoin.
Yeah, but I can make stuff out of it.
Who gives a shit? Bitcoin. I could go online right now and sell a Bitcoin for whatever it's worth. I have one Bitcoin. I can sell it for $101,000 right now, instantly. In 1 second, I can transfer it into cash. It's not like it's some. Have you ever bought crypto? No. Okay. You're not buying. You're not buying crypto. That's a mistake. I mean, there are people. You gotta buy some crypto, bro. No, I'm not buying crypto. Come on. I'll buy gold. I can physically touch it. But you keep your crypto backed up on this cold storage wallet. It's like a hard drive you keep it on, so it's not on the internet. And it's like you keep it in a safe or a safe deposit box or whatever, and no one can touch it. It can't be hacked or anything.
I hear you. You should talk to this guy. You guys would have a ton to talk about. You talk for hours. You've been a part of a bunch of documentaries and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, actually, there's like a 2.5-hour documentary on him. I could send you.
Really?
Not him, but he was basically throughout the entire documentary.
Right.
It's all about the SEC suing. Who they sued like a couple of years ago. They sued somebody saying that it's a whole conspiracy. It's got a whole conspiracy behind Ethereum and the government and how they sued this other company to try and get because this company was doing really well and it was going to take over Ethereum and Bitcoin. It was going to be the number one crypto. And so what happens is a bunch of people in the government who were invested into Ethereum end up convincing the SEC to sue this company. And as soon as they sue them, knowing they're going to lose the lawsuit, but it will stop them from moving forward, they immediately all step down from their positions and take other positions in private companies. They're all associated with crypto. And this company spends the next 2 years and $500 million fighting the lawsuit. And they just recently, literally a few weeks ago, won the lawsuit. But now he thinks they'll come back. But of course, Ethereum has been running wild since this lawsuit. You're telling me Ethereum isn't not a commodity, but whatever. It isn't whatever they sued him for. But they're saying that this coin is. And it's the same thing. They just filed it to cripple the company. And it was a whole thing. I mean, it was super interesting. It's just, like I said, it's above my pay grade because I don't really know.
Speaking of lawsuits, you know who Billy Carson is?
Yes, he's being sued. I only saw
No, he's the one suing.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's trying to get some stuff taken down because he ended up looking bad in a debate or something.
Yeah. So now he's suing, giving people, serving them cease and desist letters at their doorsteps, and it's 2 a.m. It's on video on the guy's Ring doorbell, and he admitted on a live stream video, that he was doing it. He said this on his own fucking video. He goes, "I'm just doing this to make them spend money because I know they can't afford to fight me in the lawsuit." And if you say that from lawyer people I've talked to, is that you can't admit that. If you admit that, your shit gets thrown out.
Yeah. Why did he do so badly during the debate?
Because he was debating a guy who actually has a PhD in the Bible, right? And Billy
actually has all the facts.
Billy likes to make a lot of big claims, big sensational claims about the past and about ancient history and ancient civilizations and aliens and Anunnaki and all this. He's got a lot of books and makes a fuckload of money. And he basically got on this debate, I think a lot of it unprepared. And this guy was just laying down hard facts, giving him asking him legitimate questions. And Billy kind of was it's on his phone, kind of scrambling what to find. And it made Billy look bad and really uninformed compared to this guy. And it's not a good look, man, because Billy makes a lot of money.
But I don't think he'll lose a ton of people. The people want to.
I don't think he will, yeah. Right? I think you're right about that.
And then doing the lawsuit just makes you look bad. It makes you look desperate.
Yeah.
Some people are going to follow you just no matter what. They like you. They believe in you. They believe in what you're saying. And maybe it's not 100% accurate or you're making some assumptions. They're still going to follow you because they want to believe. Like we talked about, they want to believe this.
Yeah. People are going to want to defend him. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of people who want to see him fall, just like, everyone else.
So he takes a 20% hit and he makes up for it.
I don't think it'll affect him that much. It might be a little bump in the road, but he's going to still keep doing what he's doing.
The lawsuit is
that's where it starts looking bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he publicly admitted he sued them just to fucking make them spend money.
Right.
Like, that's not good. That was not a good idea. But we'll see. What else do you want to talk about?
Nothing. I mean, what are we doing? What are we? Listen. So, the guy that was, you know how Deborah Rowley at the real story, not the movie. At the end, you know how Deborah Rowley goes to Night Armament, and Night Armament convinces him to come to Orlando.
Yes.
And the other guy brings, or the ATF agent brings a Glock and gives it to Deborah Rowley, and Deborah Rowley takes it, and
then he arrests him.
Yeah, and he arrests him yeah. Well, remember that they have Deborah Rowley. He looks at the Glock and everything. Yeah. He checks out the weapons, gives it back to the guy, tells the guy, look, the guy's like, look, I brought the weapons. Can you go buy the ammunition? And Deborah Rowley says, yeah, okay, fine. He's like, and Deborah Rowley says, look, I can't buy ammunition, but I'll have my guy buy it.
Yeah.
That guy's name is like Dejan Dejour or something. I forget his name. He's, I think he's Serbian, or maybe he's from the. Anyway, the point is that he was one of the guys that was with Deborah Rowley from pretty much the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to him the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
About what?
He, after the whole Deborah Rowley debacle, he went back to Serbia for 7 years, and he just got back about 11 months ago, and about a month and a half ago found out about the book that I wrote.
Hand grenade?
Yeah. And no, not hand grenade, about Once a Gun Runner. And read the book and contacted me and said, listen, man, a lot of what Deborah Rowley said isn't true, and I was there the whole time, and this and this and this, and I'd love to talk to you about it. And so we talked on the phone for 30, 45 minutes, and I said, look, you got to come on the podcast. Like, we'll go through it piece by piece. And he said,
carrying the torch, Matt Cox. I love to see it.
And he said, he was like, absolutely. So he's supposed to, I think we're going to do it. I think he was saying like he's in Miami, like the first of the year, I think we're supposed to do it. He said he's going to get back to me. He had to talk to some people. And
beautiful.
Yeah, he's worried about his English, but his English was good. Like, he's like, oh, I want to make sure that I sound.
So this guy did business with Deborah Rowley for a long time.
Yeah, like several of the companies when Deborah Rowley's like on at the ankle monitor.
Yeah,
he's out on, like, he's got like 3 or 4 companies in this guy's name that are buying stuff. Like, yeah. So this guy's like, he knows where all the
Should
bodies.
We get an interview with him?
I mean, I'm trying to get.
No, I mean for your sizzle.
For our sizzle, I thought.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
The sizzle, I'm paying for it.
Yeah, the one that I wrote, the whole book.
You wrote it. I'm filming it and paying for it.
Oh my god.
It's okay. It's all right. It's an equal effort on both parts.
I agree.
Yes.
So, well, I don't know. I thought I'd mention it because I don't think for the sizzle. I think let's get the sizzle out there. But he's one more person that we can interview. If we can get to that point where we say, okay, there's multiple people.
Yeah.
That the more people you have, the more chance you get that you can go in and say, look, we can interview this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy, and these 4 guys for this. Like,
yeah.
I think it becomes like, okay, it's not a 2-hour doc now. Now it's a 3-part doc, 45 minutes a piece or whatever. Yeah, this guy's he's super. I don't know why he was like, I'm worried about he kept saying he was worried about his accent. He spoke great.
People like those kinds of accents. What's it? He's
from so
Serbian.
I think so. I think it was Serbia, Herzegovina. Is that what? No. So remember the Serbian Balkan?
Yeah. Like a Beck Lover accent. No,
I don't know. Anyway, no.
Those accents do well.
Yeah,
British doesn't do well.
Yeah,
at least on my podcast.
I was on Sean Atwood the other day.
Oh yeah, how's he? Oh well, I take that back. He's probably one of my biggest podcasts ever.
Yeah,
during the pandemic. How's he doing?
He's killing it. He's doing 5 hours a day of lives about Diddy and and an hour of just a regular podcast. This guy's I think he's like
you. He's a machine.
Is he at 1 million yet? I don't know if he's doing it every. Well, I think it's during the week.
Yeah.
It's insane. Same thing. He had Courtney Burgess on. He had all the players on. Yeah, all the players.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's kicking ass.
How many more podcasts you got to do this week?
I got one tomorrow, and then I'm going to LA on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I come back Wednesday, and then Thursday.
Christmas. What are you guys doing for Christmas?
I think Jess is.
What's Santa gonna bring you?
No, I don't want anything. I feel like I have. You know, or don't you feel like I have everything?
Yeah.
You know, like I'm a horrible person to buy for. Like, I don't want, and then you can't say, no, don't get me anything because you know they want to buy you something. So yeah, I don't want anything.
I know,
but I want very little too. You know, like I got Jess a truck.
Did you?
Yeah.
What kind of truck? 250?
It's a Tacoma with it's like a king cab type.
Yeah.
Tacoma.
Oh hell yeah, that's awesome. But she loves that.
Yeah, 2024.
Wow, Matt Cox.
Bro, listen, she was. Oh, are you kidding me? Listen,
you pay cash.
Listen, we're looking at places like when it was like, look, because I don't have a vehicle, so we're sitting there going, hey, I'm saying, look, well, what about this vehicle? What about this one? Like we're looking at SUVs and she's like, yeah, that's okay, that's good, and they're all vehicles around 60, 70,000, right? Like I figure, like get a nice vehicle. Like we only have one.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there, and she's like, yeah. She's like, you know what? Honestly, and I was like, yeah. And she goes, I really like Tacoma. And she's like, really good. And I was like, well, what? I don't know anything about it. I'm like,
Tacomas are fucking great. I love Tacomas.
But I'm like, a truck? And she's like, yeah, but we could get like the one with the. So I'm like, okay. And so she starts looking, and we start looking, and she finds one. She's like this. This is 38,000. It was like 40 grand. I thought, done. Let's go right now. Absolutely. Like I'm looking at the 60, 70,000. I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? And she's like, no, that's not, like she's not looking at the price. I don't think she realized 30.
Right.
And listen, we bought it that night.
Did
you? Straight to the dealership.
Wow.
But she
loves, baby. That's great. What a great feeling to buy your wife a new car.
See, listen, the next day, that night, sat in the like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Just it was so cute. It's great.
Yeah, you had a Ferrari in the 90s. You're good.
So, but yeah, she sits in it, washed it 3 days, washed it again. What everything does, reading the manuals. I've never done that in my life. This shit does.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah,
beautiful.
It was pretty cool. I drove it here.
I gotta check it out. Cool. Well, thanks again. Check out Matt Cox's YouTube channel, Inside True Crime, in Espanol, on TikTok.
I'll be honest with you. There's better stuff. There's some great. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys, seriously, like there's some great stuff on Netflix. Apple has a series called Silo. That's something you should check out.
Yeah.
You could do better than Inside.
If you've made it this far, God bless you.
Yeah. This is a struggle. This is a struggle.
You're a real one if you made it this far.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you, Matt Cox. Thanks. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Nice.
Thanksgiving.
Can you believe this guy? This guy was nice enough to fly all the way here from New Mexico the day before Thanksgiving, and you're going to be on an airplane for Thanksgiving Day.
I will.
You're going to be back in time for dinner?
No. I'm going to get home late. My wife's going to have
a
meal for me, though. She's going to have a meal for me. I think you are worth it, and I think this planet is worth it, and I think the people of this world are worth this conversation, and that's why I felt it was important to have a conversation.
You do a really great job at communicating some of the stuff that you talk about, and you cover a wide swath of topics, from religion to spirituality to like when I start diving down your YouTube channel, I can't stop.
Can I tell you a story about that?
Yeah.
I was doing from home. I was doing a remote early morning talk show with a station in New York City, Commuter. I won't name the station.
And the guy came on in the morning, and it was 6 a.m. for me. It was 8 a.m. for him. No good morning, welcome, Greg. Thanks for doing the show or nothing. He came on. The first thing he said, he goes, "Why can't you stick with one topic like everybody else?" And I thought it was a joke. I thought it was kidding. And I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "Man," he said, "you're all over the map. Are you talking about planetary magnetics? You're talking about ancient civilizations, DNA, geomagnetic anomalies? What are you talking about?" Then I knew he was serious. And I said, "Well," I said, "we do cover a lot of ground, but if you look closely, every one of those facets is just that, is a piece, one piece of a single picture. And it's a story of us. It's us and our relationship to our bodies and the world. So in a very real sense, I am sticking with one topic. It's just a big topic." And he said, "Let's go to station break." And he never came back.
What?
that was the end.
When was this?
It was a couple of years ago.
Wow.
It was before COVID.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was wild. So for a lot of people, we tend to zero in on one facet of our relationship to the world. Sometimes we get really hung up in that one facet because we're trained to think that way, Danny. We're trained to compartmentalize our world. We break the world down in the world of science. I'm trained as a scientist, and I was trained to think in terms of geology and biology and chemistry and physics. Yeah, we do that to make it comfortable for us to study the world. But the truth is the world doesn't know about those boundaries. And where you really, really begin to take a deep dive and a deeper understanding of what this world's about is when you cross those traditional boundaries that have separated the sciences in the past. I've lost a lot of credibility doing that. The minute that I started talking about spiritual traditions as a scientist, my credibility went right out the door. And it's okay. I'm not concerned about that because I'm not working in the corporations any longer. I don't need that kind of validation from my peers. Whatever time I have in this world, I think it's a healthy thing for us to do, to understand who we are and our potential, what it means to be a human in this world, because we are now on the precipice of giving our humanness away to technology. And that's what the new book's all about. And I think that's where we're going to go today. But we do cover a lot of ground to make that point, but it's really one topic, one conversation, and it's about us. Yeah, I mean, it's because we're absolutely not what we've been told, and we're so much more than we've ever been led to believe.
What motivated you and pushed you in this direction to be interested in this stuff in the first place and to become this sort of like public figure around all these different ideas?
Two questions.
These crazy kind of, a lot of them are kind of like woo type things. I mean, you're on Ancient Aliens, right?
I've done History Channel, Discovery
Channel stuff like that, and they're known for being kind of like out there.
Well, let me tell you how that happens. You film, or I film for one Discovery Channel special, for example, or History or PBS Nova or something like that, and they take that footage from that particular segment and they will slice that up, and then you'll see sections of that ending up in other documentaries that they produce. I had no idea that I was going to be in those. Sometimes they slice it up in a way that looks like I'm supporting something that I actually don't support. And so we have to be very discerning about how the information is used.
So like, what is your background and how did you get into this stuff in the first place?
The easy questions first. The way that question often comes about is, Greg, how did you make a quantum leap? What many people perceive as a quantum leap from the world of science and technology into what we're talking about now. And I guess for me, it was less of a leap and more of a progression. I mean, I was not a normal kid. Now looking back, I've been told that because I began studying ancient civilizations when I was 4 and 5 years old, and the solar system. And I was blessed. My mom supported me. She didn't understand everything I was doing, but she supported me and she believed in me. And that became important later in life. And I'll talk to you about that. But she memorized all planets of the solar systems with me, and all the Egyptian kings and all the names of the dinosaurs, and all those things. So I knew I would probably be a scientist of some kind, but I didn't know exactly what that would look like. The flip side of that is, I'll just share with you, you're asking the question. I'm the product of a very dysfunctional, abusive, alcoholic family. My father was the abuser. My mom, and I have a younger brother, 4 years younger. My mom and my brother and I got the bad end of that. And he left when I was 10. And our family went through, the remaining members of our family, three of us went through a really hard time. Financially, I mean, we were more than, we lived in government subsidized housing. We were more than broke. I lied about my age. At an early age, went to work in a copper mill, making union wages in northern Missouri. Wow. And was really proud to be able to bring home a solid paycheck, to help our family. I was a union job. Worked 4 p.m. to 4 a.m., but then I had to go to school the next morning. So it was, I learned to be a night person early, which is really helped me. It's really served me in my life. But the day my dad left, my mom didn't know exactly what that was going to mean. But she knew we were going to have a hard time. And in her wisdom, I say her past tense, I lost mom in 21 to COVID, December of 20. So in her wisdom of knowing that we were about to face some hard times, she gave me a book the day my dad left. And I know some of our viewers know this book very well. Maybe you do. It's called The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. It is, it's a classic. It was, he was a Lebanese poet early in the 20th century. Every chapter is like a page and a half long, but it's just right to the point. And there was one chapter in that book that stuck with me to this very day. At the bottom of every email that I send out, and it is a mantra that I use every single day. And what he said is that work is love made visible. Work is love made visible. If you're going to do something in the world, if you say yes to it, then do it. And do it really, really well. Not from your fear of what happens if you don't, and not from the anger of doing something you don't want to do, but change your thinking to make that your love made visible. And that's a very different way of approaching work. I went to work in factories, surrounded by people that really hated what they were doing and did the minimal they could do to get by. So one of my first jobs, for example, I would load from midnight to 6 a.m. on this particular job. We would load boxcars with 50-pound bags of Purina cat chow.
Oh, wow.
And those the trains would leave in the morning and, distribute those wherever they had to go. And man, I was surrounded with guys just hated that job. And my body's always been really important to me. And I said, if I do this right, love made visible, if I do this right, if I lift this just right, man, these 50-pound bags, it's a really good quad workout. And then if I shift that and lift upper body, man, I'm going to have a good upper body workout. I'm going to work 8 hours. I'm going to have a good workout. I'm going to get paid for it. It's a very different way of thinking. But that ethic has been with me all of my life. And I had two experiences when I was 13. I went to my first rock concert, Jefferson Airplane, and the lead singer was a woman named Grace Slick, and I sat on the front row and I yelled at Grace Slick and told her I loved her, and she completely ignored me, completely blew me off. But here's what happened. In that room, there are 30,000 people in that it was a small stadium, indoors. And I saw their souls being moved by what happened on that stage. Then we left, and people wanted to have that feeling again, but they couldn't get it without having something outside of themselves to replicate the experience. In that period of time, it was a vinyl album or an 8-track tape. That's what we were using. Long after that, I had another opportunity to go to an outdoor stadium, 70,000 people, and there was a man named Billy Graham, an evangelist. So I wasn't so much into the message, but what I saw inspired me because he spoke to 70,000 people. And when they left, they didn't need anything outside of them to hold the feeling, because his words touched them in just the right way, that something inside of them changed the way they felt about themselves, and they were different when they left. And I recognized that 13 years old, and I said, there's got to be a way maybe to combine those. So I tried as a musician for a period of time early in my life, and learned that I don't want to be a musician on the road. But the words became very, very powerful to me. And I knew that at an early age, in some way, I would use words to express my love made visible, my love for this world, my love for the people of this world. And especially now, we're going through a really difficult time. It's a convergence of many cycles of change. It doesn't last forever. It's a rare, precious moment in the history of our planet, when we have the opportunity to make choices and decisions that will forever determine our lives and our fate or our destiny. And that's our choice. Destiny of living our potential, or our fate of succumbing to the darkness, to the fear that we have. And I recognize that at an early age. So my first degree is neuroscientist. I'm a degree geologist. It gave me a strong background in life sciences as well, biology. Actually, we're here in Florida. I went to school at FIT over in.
Oh, really?
At that time,
Orlando?
Well, the campus was in Melbourne, the main campus,
Melbourne.
Florida Institute of Technology. I was on a satellite campus in a little town called Jensen Beach. I don't know if
I'm familiar with Jensen
just
Beach.
outside of Stewart.
Okay, yeah.
And had a really strong background in math, physics, computer science, ocean sciences, marine geology, and then I transferred to terrestrial geology at Colorado State University, and that was where I finished in Denver, Colorado, and began working in the corporations at that time. And it was
a petroleum company?
Well, you can't make this stuff up. It was Phillips Petroleum, is now ConocoPhillips. Same, companies merge. But I happened to be there at just the right time when computers were coming into vogue. And computers at that time, they filled an entire room. They were big mag tape
What
systems.
year was that?
That was 78, 79.
Wow.
Yeah. And I remember I remember the first day I walked onto the job was when the Iranian hostage crisis began in 1979. So it sticks in my mind during that time. And they cut off the oil from the Middle East. And so the petroleum companies were trying to we had no reserves, and all of our oil was coming out of the Middle East. I don't know. I know you don't remember this. It was one of the few times our nation was actually rationed gasoline, and we were rationed to 10 gallons per vehicle per week. And this is the age of muscle cars.
That's crazy. In the 70s.
Yeah, 10 and tar. So I happened to be in the industry when they were using computers in ways they'd never used before. And I was a computer geologist. I was doing subsurface mapping of energy. In this case, it was in North Slope, Alaska, is where we were working.
Trying to find that black gold.
Yeah, and so I learned a lot, self-taught in the computer. I could walk in to my company on a weekend, and because I had a security pass, I could go into a computer room, and there were all the computers of the day that were there, and all I had to do was read a manual and learn how to program these computers. There were CDCs and DEC and IBM. There was no Microsoft at that time. There were no Macintoshes, iOS at that time. Fortran was the main computer language.
Fortran?
Fortran, Fortran. It was Fortran 4 and then Fortran 77. So although I was an earth scientist with a strong background in math, physics, computer science, and ocean science, the computer science is where I really excelled in those jobs. And they wanted to transfer me to Saudi Arabia. I didn't want to go. And so I left and took the computer expertise and applied for a position with a company that explored the stars and the planets. It was called Martin Marietta Aerospace at that time. And they hired me, but it was during the Cold War. and said, well, you've got a job, but we need your expertise. It's Cold War on the defense side of the house. We want you to be a programmer. And I was a senior computer systems designer for Martin Marietta. And I'm saying this going to be important in this conversation because it gave me insight into some of the most advanced technologies at that time, and even today. I mean, advanced laser systems, computer systems, radar systems, everything. And what I began to realize, because of my background in biology, is that all the stuff I was seeing built around us, as cool as it was, I have yet to this day to see any technology outside of us that doesn't mimic what we already do in the human body, except we do it better. And that's going to be important when we talk about it. So it was that path. It wasn't a quantum leap. It was a logical progression that I was developing my understanding of the technology and the science by day. By night, I was studying, and always have since I was 5 years old, ancient civilizations, ancient texts. Because I've always believed, and this really, and I don't talk about this a lot, but you asked me, so I'm happy to share it.
It's the most wonderful.
During the Cold War years, and twice the technology failed for reasons that are still mysterious today. 1983 was the last time that the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union.
Was that the story of the Russian guy that was in the submarine, and they told him to arm the nukes?
That was another story. But what happened was the tensions were so high, and the paranoia was so high. There was a flight. It was a Pan Am flight. The airline used to be called Pan Am. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. The flight number was 007. All right. In 60s and 70s, that was code for a secret agent program, 007. Right. Everybody used to joke about that. That was the flight number for this plane. It strayed, civilian craft strayed into Russian airspace. And the Russians, because they couldn't reach the plane, 007, they were sure it was a spy plane, they shot it down. Killed all the civilians. One of the civilians was an American congressman. So now they had just killed an American congressman during the Cold War. They thought that because they took out our congressman, we were going to retaliate. And because of that, they thought that they should preempt us. And that was when they pushed that button. That's how crazy this stuff is. And it didn't work. 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a movie that came out that was called The Fog of War. And the former Secretary of Defense was a man named Robert McNamara, who has since passed. And he was being interviewed. First time in Cuba since the missile crisis when he was Secretary of Defense. And the interviewer asked Fidel Castro, he was there with Castro. They were having a conversation through the translator. And the interviewer asked Castro, if you had had the nuclear missiles, would you have ever launched against America, knowing that America would destroy your country? And he answered, and the translator translated that answer. And McNamara said, this must be a mistranslation. He said, ask him again. And he asked again, and McNamara's face went white, and he left the room. And he came back because it was the first time during that interview that he learned that Cuba had, in fact, received the nuclear missiles, and that Castro had, in fact, pushed the button, knowing that his nation would be destroyed. He was so angry after the Bay of Pigs invasion and all the stuff that happened around that, that he was willing to risk that, and the technology failed for some reason. So these are very frightening times, and it was within that context that I found myself working in this industry. I'll just tell you, because it wasn't my choice. I didn't wake up in the morning and say, I want to go.
It's astonishing the level of technology we were able to develop and achieve. Like the technological progression that we were able to do during the Cold War is like unparalleled.
Wartime is typically what pushes the technology because we have unlimited funding and we have unlimited human resources, and they are given the license to push this tech as far as you can push it. It's an engineer's dream.
Yeah.
So it was within that context that I found myself in this industry, and I've always believed that if we know where to look and we know how to look back somewhere in our past, those who have come before us left us the clue to give us the reason to think differently so that we would never have the kinds of wars again that we're having in the 20th century. And I felt like it was worth devoting a lifetime to hopefully gain some insight, maybe not the whole answer, but our ancestors left knowledge for us. Some of it we're only beginning to understand. Some of it is things that we've never seen before. It wasn't science in the disciplined way that we see science today, but it was knowledge in terms of us, our relationship to the world, and our own bodies. And so by night, I was doing that. And what ended up happening, I would give seminars on the weekends, and I was working in these corporate positions as a senior computer software designer. And one day, our supervisor came in, and it was all male, cubicles. It was Air Force. We were working with the Air Force on this stuff. And he'd come in and have a big soggy cigar in his mouth that couldn't be lit indoors, but he had it there anyway, And he'd say, well, man, the good news is it's Friday, only 2 working days left until Monday. And we knew when we heard that, it meant we were all working overtime. And I said, I can't. I have a room full of 1,000 people waiting for a seminar they've already paid for. And I've already committed to that. And he said, son, you have to make a choice. Do you work for this company or are you working for those people? And that was my pivot point. So I left the corporations not long. There were other things that were happening, but I left the corporations not long after that and began doing full-time what I had been doing at nights and weekends, part-time, within the context of a very frightening time in the history of the world. We are now in another one of those frightening times where there are forces, organizations, and beings who are pushing us to destroy ourselves. It's not good. What's happening is not good for humans. And we're barreling down the path as I speak to you today. This is a very delicate, very fragile time in the history of our world. And that's why I think it's good to have the conversation that we're about to have. So that was a long answer to a short question, but it wasn't like I had some deep near-death experience or a spiritual awakening. It was a logical progression. And I think the multidisciplinary background in so many sciences has given me the tools to stay on top of the new discoveries. I mean, discoveries, they are coming so fast right now. There are science journals. There's a journal named Science. There's another one named Nature.
Right.
Peer-reviewed scientific journals every 30 days. So many discoveries are coming out in between those releases that they can't keep up. So now they release weekly newsletters to keep us informed of the discoveries until the end of the month, the big journal comes out.
Right.
It's like the floodgates have been opened when we begin thinking about, everything from the macro, the edge of the universe, to below the quantum level, to understanding genetics and our capacities.
Yeah, it's the time during the Cold War, and especially surrounding like the Kennedy assassination and what was going on inside the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the total nuclear annihilation they wanted to plan, and Kennedy wanting to get in the way and pull everyone out of Vietnam, and how that led to essentially him getting assassinated and the whole cover up behind that. I mean, that is like that really showed, I think, more than ever, that there is a deep rot within the United States and the people in the military industrial complex and the people that are behind the scenes.
So maybe this is how we're going to begin this conversation. How deep do you want to go?
Deep as you want to go. I'm ready to go.
What you're calling that deep rot is, and I agree with you, unless we recognize the context, it's very easy to get sucked into the drama of the individual rots, like a presidential election or like a war in Ukraine or whatever, financial collapse, banks collapse, So let me just begin, and you can't make this stuff up. I'm going to go back. I'm a student of ancient texts, as I mentioned, and when I was a kid, one of the big mysteries was the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, they were discovered, the first scrolls were discovered in 1947, right? I know you've had experts here that know way more than I do about this, so I apologize if I'm redundant to
No.
I don't know exactly what he said, so let me just go over this. The scrolls were first found in a cave in Qumran, 46, 47. There are 11 caves. Actually, they're still discovering them. They're still 2023. They just discovered more fragments of the scrolls. And
there's a lot of fakes too.
Another cave, but there are caves that continue to excavate these caves, and they've found more. So you can't make this up. It was in cave number 1. So the first cave and the first vase that they found, and these are not little, bell jars. I mean, these are big clay.
They're vases. Bigger than this.
No, they're like this tall, and they were sealed with tar and pitch, and that's what kept the scrolls in a dry desert environment. In the first cave, the first scroll that was pulled, the first vase that was pulled out, and the first scroll that came out of that is the reason that so many of the scrolls, for 45 years, there was a legal battle not to release the translations into the public. Really? And it was not until the early 1990s. I was a member of something called BAR, Biblical Archaeology Society. A lot of people, I don't talk about it a lot because it doesn't come up, but it's relevant here. Herschel Shanks was the man that headed up the Biblical Archaeology Society, the Archaeological Society, and he pushed and legally pushed to have the translations released. The Vatican was pushing back, and there was a lot of political pushback, and he very courageously pushed to have these released. What could possibly be in the scrolls that are over 2,500 years old that would warrant holding them from the public for 45 years? And the answer was in that first scroll. So I'm going to say this, and it will be the context for everything we're going to talk about for the rest of this conversation. That scroll spells out very clearly. It's called the War Scroll, 19 columns. And it spells out very clearly that we continue today. We are living an ancient battle that began with the first of our kind, the first human that emerged onto this earth 200,000 years ago. 10,000 generations ago is when we appeared. When the first of our kind appeared, we were born into an ancient battle that continues to this day. And the very language, this is the exact language, is a battle between what's called the sons of darkness and the sons of light. I had a program recently, and I shared that, and there was a woman in the audience who was very offended because she thought it was sexist. So because they didn't,
their sons,
because of sons, and what I want to say is that 2,500 years ago, sons included men and women. They didn't have the gender conversation going on that we've got going on right now. So we are living, these scrolls, are they ancient? Yes. Are they obsolete? No. We are living right now the battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. And that battle is playing out in terms people are more familiar with, in terms of what we call good and evil. Now, the battle ebbs and flows throughout time. The reason that we're seeing the emphasis on so much evil in our lives, and there are different kinds of evil, and we can talk about that, is because we're barreling down this path toward a convergence point that has been identified as the year 2030.
Right.
So 2030, United Nations has identified this, World Economic Forum has identified this date. There is an event that will happen during that time, and what you're seeing is the powers that be jockeying for position to be in the best place and before we get to that point. This is why you're seeing a concerted effort for the remaking of the world in a way that we've never seen before. We could do this whole program on how the proposals are to remake the world through the UN Sustainable Goals, SDG 2030, 17 goals, in partnership with the WEF. That's a whole conversation. What sets now apart from any other time, we've always had the ability to change our world. You mentioned this, because the technologies advance so quickly.
Yeah.
We now have the ability to not only change the world around us, but now to change the world within us. And there's a concerted effort to replace our humanness with technology within these next, it's been going on, but we're going to see a doubling down on this within the next 5 years, by the year 2030.
What do you mean when you say replace our humanness?
Replace our natural systems and our natural biology.
Winter is coming, and
computer chips in the brain, RFID chips under the skin are already being used in a lot of European countries now. Chemicals in the blood to replace our natural biological functions, including our immune system. Nanobots circulating in the respiratory system. We have all of this technology now. And here's the thing, it's being marketed. I know it's happening, and I'm still in awe of how sexy the marketing is to young people especially. Or more security. If you got RFID chips in your body, you can never get lost, can't be trafficked. All that's true. What is the price that we're going to pay? At what price do we want to bring this efficiency and the speed of this information processing into our lives? So what we're asking is, what do we give away when we give away our biology? And this is the reason. Let me just battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. I'm going to use a word. I know we're covering a lot of ground. I'm going to bring it all together. I'm going to use a word that we haven't used. It means different things to different people. So let me use it and I'll define it. It's a battle for our bodies, for our very humanness, Danny, because there's something within us that is so ancient and so beautiful and so powerful and so precious that nations will go to war against nations to keep us distracted from this essence of ourselves. Societies will be collapsed, climate will be engineered, pandemics will be unleashed, lies will be told. All of those things are important, but they are distractions, they're diversions that are keeping us from this essence, this force. The human body is the link to something that is called our divinity. Now, divinity to many people has something to do with religion, but the contemporary definition, you look at contemporary definition of divinity, it simply is the ability to transcend perceived limitations, and that's it. Transcend means to become more than perceived, and I love this. It means we may be living limits in our lives that aren't even true, limits that we've been indoctrinated to accept through family, society, religion, culture, science, those limits. So our ability to be the best version of ourselves is the goal, limiting us from the ability to be the best version of ourselves, limiting us from the ability to heal our own bodies, limiting us. So what is divinity? Divinity is the part of us that's timeless, it's ageless. It's where our imagination begins. It's where our creativity begins. It's where our love begins. Sympathy, empathy, compassion, healing, all are functions of human divinity. If the powers that be want to change a world, we are much more vulnerable when we lose access to our divinity, when we lose access to our ability to heal our own bodies, to our ability to imagine and communicate what we're imagining, and to create and innovate, all of those things. So there's a concerted effort right now, and I can share with you the science. What is it about our biology that actually links us to that divinity? We can get into that, but I just want to go through this step by step.
Well, I see what you're saying. It's been a theme on the show with recent guests that we've had on. There is obviously something going on with the human body. You can see it when you compare us, people living in metropolitan cities, and people that are surrounded by screens all day, inside underneath artificial light, doom scrolling on those dopamine slot machine iPhones that we have all day long, getting all of our information from these screens. And there's a very clear difference between us and people that are living in the Amazon.
When you go down there and you're disconnected from all this stuff, and you're not surrounded by this artificial light, all these non-native EMFs, all these screens everywhere, these blue light screens that are basically hijacking your circadian rhythm. There's something inside the body that many people have been on the show and described how it quite literally happens to them, and it's eye-opening. Where there's these senses that are buried in us that open up once you get out there and you get away from all this civilization and technology, and that seems to be suppressed by everything I just talked about.
It's even more than that. That's everything you're saying. Yes, I lead groups. I just finished in 23. I finished my 49th tour in 47 years in the Peru, every year. And when I'm down there with my groups in the Andes for a couple of weeks, and then back, and we usually come back through a major population, either Miami or Dallas, is how we come back. The world feels loud and heavy. And you have to really adapt to this world once you unplug from all that. But it goes beyond that. And with your permission, and I realize I'm talking a lot.
That's a good thing.
I want to have this conversation, but look, can I share an experiment? It's a mind-blowing experiment, and it illustrates why our body is so important and why our body is the target of the evil. And this is a form of evil. When we are prevented from accessing our divinity, that is a form of evil. Can you see where that would be?
When we are prevented from accessing our body.
No, we're prevented from accessing our divinity.
When we're prevented from accessing our divinity.
When you're prevented from accessing...
Because evil is somebody who wants to control us by blocking us from ourselves.
Divinity is the source of our imagination, creativity, our love, empathy, sympathy, compassion, healing, the very essence of our humanness. These are the values that we cherish, the characteristics that we cherish as a human. If those are veiled, we're still alive. But what kind of beings are robots? And that is a form of biological evil. There's psychological evil, there's biological evil. So let me share this experiment.
So who's behind this?
Let me share this experiment, and I think it'll make more sense. This is when I show this to live audiences, it's a mind blower. So the Salk Institute did this particular experiment. It's been replicated by other organizations since then. So if we Google this, it may come up with some other organizations. Okay. It was Northern California, the Salk Institute. What they did was they took human neurons separate from a body. So they put them in a petri dish. So here's some cells in a petri dish, not connected to a body. Okay. And they had a special computer chip where they could take, I think people are familiar, when you look at a neuron, it's got little dendrites, these little tentacles look like they're coming off the neuron. Mm-hmm. They were able to hook those into the port of a computer chip. So now you've got a machine cell interface. So the neuron is actually connected to a special computer chip. All right. But it's not connected to a body. Okay. Now they took this computer chip and they put it into a computer that was loaded with a primitive video game that came out in 1972 called Pong. I don't know if you remember.
Of course.
Pong, if our viewers aren't familiar with it, it was just a very primitive, like a tennis game. Mm-hmm. And I remember it's so primitive compared to now because we're so sophisticated with this. But back then, it was the thing. I mean, people would spend hours playing this game. So here's what happened. They hooked the chip into this machine loaded with Pong. These neurons began playing the game Pong. And the longer they played, the better they got. They were learning. So the question, there's no human attached. How does a neuron in a petri dish know how to play the game of Pong? The answer to that question is why this conversation is so important.
Okay, this is the article right here, published 2022.
I don't know if that's the article. That may be an article.
Brain cells in a lab dish learn to play Pong and offer a window onto intelligence. A dish of living brain cells has learned to play the 1970s arcade game Pong. About 800,000 cells linked to a computer gradually learn to sense the position of the game's electronic ball and control the virtual paddle, a team reports in the journal Neuron. Whoa.
All right. See, even they're missing the point. Because the question is, how does a cell even know to begin to respond, to play this game.
Right.
Okay, so here's the point. Here's the point they're missing. Where science has taken a big turn is we've always thought of our bodies as soft, sticky, gooey, wet, mushy cells and biological stuff. In recent years now, scientists are beginning to look at the human body from an IT perspective, information technology. And the discoveries are not being published in the biology text. They're coming out in IEEE and these obscure engineering journals, the Journal of Advanced Computing Technology. That's where they're showing the study. Nobody, I mean, my genre, people aren't reading them, and I don't know about our viewers. So you're not seeing a lot of this stuff. Here is what they found. They literally are saying now that human DNA is a fractal antenna. What that means, fractal antenna, it's not just tuned to one thing, it is tuned to broad spectrum information across a vast array of bandwidths. Okay, it's not just tuned to one. Human cells are also antenna. Human neurons are also antenna. All right. The antenna in that petri dish, the instructions for the palm are not in the neurons. The neurons are the antenna, the biological antenna that tune to the place, the information in the field that underlies all existence. The field that was revealed, CERN Superconducting Super Collider, 2012, announced that there is a field underlying all existence. They now acknowledge that.
The field of consciousness?
Well, some people call it consciousness. It's information. It's a field of information. And now it's a very different way of thinking. And I got to tell you, this is not my training. I was not trained to think this way. I had to cross traditional boundaries and open my mind to follow the data to where it's leading rather than trying to force the data into a pre-existing story.
Right.
All right. And that's important for all of us. So the neurons in the petri dish are in communication with a field. Pong was played by millions of people for so long. There is a vibratory essence held in that field. Some spiritual traditions call it the Akashic Records, or you call it the matrix or the divine matrix, or the Planck vibratory field, or the 0 point field, or whatever you want to call it. There's all, depending on the application, people give it different names. The bottom line is that we are a field of, it's not out there. We are part of that field. And the neurons in that petri dish are tuned to the place in the field where Pong lives. And the longer they play, that's how they are able to get better and better. The neurons in the petri dish are tuned to Pong in the field. The neurons in our brain and in our heart and the cells of our body are tuned to the field that holds our divinity. When our biology is replaced, we no longer have those antennae communicating with that part of the field, and we become lost, we become frightened, we become fearful, and we become vulnerable to the control and the agendas of others. And this, I think, there's so many ways to go about this, Danny. If people are biblically inclined, we've always heard that the body is the temple. 1 Corinthians 3, I think it's 3:16. Know ye not that your body is the temple of God, that God dwells within your body. And people say, yeah, okay, cool. This is so interesting as an archaeologist studying ancient temples, whether it's in the Middle East or it's in Asia or Greece or wherever. Ancient temples, when they were always built in layers. And the innermost sanctum, the innermost room, was always the place where the greatest wisdom and the highest knowledge and the deepest secrets were kept. It was called the Holy of Holies, temples. If we are a temple, the DNA brings us to our divinity. That is our Holy of Holies. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. No, we had a gentleman on here the other day who was showing us, aerial images of temples, of ancient temples, and they were shaped like human bodies.
Yeah.
I think one of them was in Egypt. And I think even the Vatican, he was explaining how the aerial image of the Vatican, how the center of it was like a pregnant belly or something. Anyways.
Well, this is there's an analogy that goes with that. So if we, and this is not for everyone because a lot of people don't want to think this way, but if you are biblically inclined, we are a temple. And within the nucleus of every cell is the DNA that tunes us to our divinity. If you don't want to think that way, just think from IT, information technology. 50 trillion cells in the average human body. Every one of those cells has an electrical potential, 0.07 volts, which is small. But you do the math, 50 trillion times 0.07, it's 3.5 billion volts of potential in one body. I mean, what if you could harness that and apply it to your own healing, or to deep intuition, or to super cognition, super memory, super learning? And we can do all these things. But it doesn't stop there, because every cell in the body, I'm smiling because when I put these pictures in a live audience, I've got young people, and I say young, millennials or younger. Every cell in the body functions as a transistor and a resistor and a capacitor. And I put those on the screen, and the kids, they just like, what are those? And I said, well, these are what used to run our televisions, radios. I'm a musician. They used to run my guitar amplifier. I'd be on stage at night, and the back of the amp was open, and we have these big, they're called 6L6 power tubes that glowed violet in the back, and it's just so beautiful to see. And they say, well, we've never seen that. And then I show them a microprocessor, and they say, oh, we know what those are. And I said, well, every one of these components is on that microprocessor: transistors, resistors, capacitors. And they go, oh, okay, we're with you. So every cell in the body functions as a gated circuit. Information in, information out. It's massaged by resistors, transistors, capacitors. Biologically, within the body, every cell receives light, and we transmit light. Photons are coming in. We're transmitting. Light is information. We're pulling information in.
Our body creates UV light.
It creates UV light. I bet our listeners are going to love this, our viewers. Every successful genetic transaction in human DNA is in the genome that we have today. It's preserved. It is transparent. If you know how to look at it, it's right there. It's not hidden. It is secure, and it is immutable because it's distributed throughout the 8 billion people that live on the planet. And if those terms sound familiar, they are the basis for the new financial, decentralized finance that that's now emerging in the world. Blockchain technology mimics the way information is stored in the human genome. That's why it's so successful.
That's so funny you say that. I just had a guy, a genome expert, on the podcast like 2 weeks ago, who was explaining this exact same thing and how they're doing studies. And Kevin was explaining on how they are saving their sequences and their studies. They're somehow saving them on the blockchain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so all of the, I said this earlier, and I knew we'd refer back to it. I have yet, Danny, to see any technology built in the world around us that doesn't mimic what we already do in our bodies. So gated circuits, transistors, resistors, capacitors, photon emitters, photon receivers.
Right.
The DNA literally is a fractal antenna, and we can go on with this, but here's what I learned from being in
What is a fractal antenna?
A fractal antenna means that you're receiving information not from one isolated station. It's fractal, so you're receiving many signals across many bandwidths across a broad spectrum of information. It's coming in all the time. So one of the things I learned, this is fascinating to me, is the more complex a system is behind the scenes, the simpler the user interface. I mean, look, you just picked up your phone or your iPad. You touch one place and you set into motion a whole cascade of events. You can pay your bills, talk to your friends, and all you did was touch a picture with your finger. It's a very simple user interface for a complex system. We're the same way. We are literally what is called soft technology. We're not the primitive hard technology of computer chips and wires and chemicals. We're more than that. We're human. We are cell membranes and neurons and ion potentials moving across cell walls. And here's the beauty: you don't have to know any of it, because our user interface is the bottom line of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions: thought, feeling, emotion, breath, focus, movement, nutrition. That's our user interface. And as we learn, also called epigenetic factors, as we learn to use this user interface, we awaken this soft, highly advanced, technologically sophisticated soft technology. And this is why there's a concerted effort to veil us from this extraordinary potential. One of the ways of doing that is by replacing our biology with machines. When we lose our humanness, we lose our ability to access our divinity. That is a form of evil. That is biological evil.
Let me pause you right there. Let me ask you this. Do you think that this is a concerted effort or a malevolent effort behind the scenes? Or do you think this is just like Silicon Valley capitalism going off the rails?
Okay.
Have you ever wondered what happened to the legendary Chuck?
Fundamental battle between good and evil. A lot of people, when I was a kid, I was born and raised in northern Missouri, rural northern Missouri, back in the 50s. And we would talk about, it was a joke. Good and evil is a joke. There's a little red devil that had horns and a pointy tail and a little angel here, and they were having this conversation. Evil is real. And it is deceptive in the way that it plays out. Because we are barreling down the path to this convergence point of 2030, evil is rearing its ugly head. And if you think that's not true, watch the music performance at the Grammys 2 years ago. Literally satanic rituals playing out under the guise of entertainment. Or if you saw the closing ceremonies of the Olympics.
Oh yeah.
What does the pale white horse of death on the river have to do with the greatest Olympians in the world coming together?
Well, you know what's funny about the Olympics thing? Everyone focused on the what was the
It was the Last Supper.
It wasn't the Last Supper. It was something else. Or no, maybe it was, but it wasn't. It was Dionysus, right? It was Dionysus and Apollo. It was something of Apollo. Anyways, it wasn't. I don't think it was supposed to be the Last Supper. I think it was supposed to be. Can you find out what that was actually called, Steve?
They made it look like the Last Supper for a reason, but they're not trying to hide it anymore because we are, and what they're now doing is the attempt to replace our biology is being made to look like a good thing. We're being told all you have to do is accept this in your body and you'll be safe. You will be more secure. Your life is going to be easier. And people are exhausted because the world has exhausted them in these last few years, and they're just saying, make it better, make it better. If I can go to the grocery store, do my banking, and now I pay for it with an RFID chip, which I've seen in my wrist. They run over the scanner. I say I'm all in. Because no one...
Right. The Feast of Dionysus. Right. So, we did a whole podcast on this, but apparently... That's not supposed to be. They're saying it's the Last Supper, but I think what Neil was telling us was that was Apollo. That the large woman in the center is supposed to be Apollo.
It was a play on the Last Supper. And it was a play on the Last Supper to denigrate the meaning of the Last Supper.
Right. Yeah.
So the point is,
that woman is the Jesus Christ we deserve.
I mean, evil playing out. Let me.
There it was. There's the original. So that's Dionysus drinking wine at the bottom.
Okay.
Or eating his grapes. And there's Apollo, right? Yeah. Exactly. The 7 rays. It's still the same 7 rays that Jesus had in the Last Supper.
What does all this have to do with the Olympics?
It has nothing to do with the Olympics. That's exactly. But the funny thing is, though, is everyone paid attention to this, and no one paid attention to the badass Gojira concert that was going on. Do you see the metal show that they had? They had this band Gojira, and they had them all on these balconies, and they had the drummer on his own balcony.
I heard it.
They had the guitars on his own balcony. Oh, it was sick. I think that was a definite win for the Olympics. But this whole thing was silly.
Well,
there it is.
Yeah. But here's the point, and some of it may be just people,
and people like to take it to the extreme too. Like people on the opposite end of everything, they want to make things out to be something they're not. So it's like you got to try to be said. The truth is usually somewhere in the middle of this stuff.
If you're looking only at that, I would agree. Now you look at the context and where you can see where are the events that are being portrayed? Are they in support of life or they deny life? And are they in support of our humanness, or do they deny our humanness?
Right.
And whatever the answer to that is, I mean, this goes so deep. There's a concerted effort to remake our planet. There's a concerted effort to remake our society. There's a concerted effort to remake our very biology. And all those are playing out at the same time. And they're all being pushed as an agenda by the year 2030.
And who's pushing it? Who's behind it?
Well, there are people who are prone to greed. And you say, well, people do it for greed and money. When you talk about the fundamental evil, they don't need money because they make the money. They don't need that money. This is a fundamental battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light to deny life as we know it, to make this world into something that is not good for us. Let me give you an example. Climate change. I'm a geologist. Climate change is a fact. And I've been talking about it since 1979. Humans are not causing it. The studies clearly show that humans are not causing it.
We contribute to it a little bit, though.
You go back and the relation.
Not enough to make it, not enough to like raise the sea levels, but we can. I think it's known that humans do contribute a little bit to climate change, right?
Okay, so what you're saying is that carbon dioxide is contributing to climate change, and that is the problem. You go back and you look at the ice cores, and what you're going to see two things.
Yes.
There is when we look at the Vostok ice cores and they show the relationship between carbon dioxide and the warming of the Earth. What we find is the Earth warms first, and then the carbon dioxide levels rise after that. If the Earth warms first, the carbon dioxide cannot be the cause of the Earth warming.
Really?
Yep. Number one. Number two, you go back and
how do they determine that the Earth is warming by looking at the ice cores?
You can look at let's talk about ice cores.
Yeah.
So ice cores, every year there's a new, and I apologize, I made an assumption that that's common knowledge because in some circles it is.
About what part?
Ice cores.
Oh,
Every year.
No, I've talked a lot about ice cores on the show.
Every year there's a new layer of ice that is deposited on the ice caps, Antarctica, South Pole and Greenland, and in the North Pole. And when that ice forms, Danny, it captures little pockets of air.
Yes.
And from that air in the ice, and it's preserved, another layer, another layer, another layer. Right now, the deepest layers of the ice cores, to the best of my knowledge, are they're called Vostok, V-O-S-T-O-K, and they go back over Vostok Lake, a Russian named lake under the ice. They go back about 420,000 years. Okay, so drill down, and you can see every year what was happening in those 420,000 years. So what does it tell you? It tells you the temperature of the Earth. It tells you how much methane is in the atmosphere, how much CO2 is in the atmosphere. It will tell you, and it'll tell you about the magnetic strength of the planet. And if you want to get into details of, the way they can do that, there are gas bubbles that are captured. There are sea life. There's certain forms of sea life called Globigerina that their shells will actually, in the sea cores, the shells will grow clockwise or counterclockwise, depending upon the temperature of the water. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
There's even like metals and stuff that can be deposited in there. This is something that Flint was talking about.
Yeah, you can tell the metals, you can tell about the magnetic strength of the Earth, you can tell how strong the sun, all of those things. So the ice cores are showing us a couple of things. First, they're showing that the temperatures rise, and I'll share with you why.
So when you say the Earth, do you mean the ground?
I'm talking about our planet.
Or are you talking about the atmosphere?
I'm talking about our planet.
So are you talking about specifically, like what I'm saying, are you talking about, like you're saying that the Earth was warm? Are you talking about just the entire Earth, including the atmosphere?
Well, this is atmospheric temperatures.
Atmosphere, okay,
that we're talking about. And what you will find, first of all, the temperatures rise. This is called the inconvenient data because it doesn't support the narrative.
Right.
Temperatures rise first. There's a lag, and then the CO2 levels will rise. All right, and you can see that very clearly. Now, you go back beyond that 420,000. Now let's go back in geologic time. Is CO2 today high? Absolutely. Is it higher than it was 10 years ago? Absolutely. Is it higher than it was 100 years ago? Absolutely. Is that a bad thing?
Right.
Not necessarily.
I agree totally. And if you look at the cosmics, if you look at the long scale, and even if you look at graphs of of CO2 levels and the atmospheric temperatures, even over the last 20,000 years, it is a roller coaster.
Well, here's the thing: you can have high levels of CO2 and the temperatures are low. You can have low levels of CO2 and the temperatures are high. They're not necessarily correlated.
Right. Okay.
Now, is this the most CO2 that the planet has ever had? Absolutely not. Right now, I think we're in what, 440 parts per million. I think is somewhere.
That sounds about right.
Steve, would you check and see? I think it's 440 parts per million.
Yeah, and then maybe find like a graph, like a historical graph of the.
So 440 parts per million.
Yeah. Yeah, you were spot on. 440 parts per million of levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere today.
Yeah. Okay. So is that higher than it was 10 years, 15, 20? Yes. But here's the thing. You go back into geologic period, the Jurassic, the Cretaceous.
Right.
We had 1,000 parts per million and Earth was green and lush and life was thriving. 2,000 parts per million, Earth was green and lush. It's high CO2 is not a death sentence for the planet, but here's what is: low CO2. If we drop below 180 parts per million, it's a death sentence for this planet. Now, let's do a little experiment. Let's do a thought experiment. I did this in January of 23.
We start planting more trees.
No, as a geologist, I said, okay, let's look at the proposed CO2 limits. Let's look at the proposed CO2 limits right now. If we were to meet all these limits, what would the Earth look like? All right, they are proposing a reduction from 2010, and I think they want about a 45% reduction. It brings us down to about 220 parts per million. All right, 182 is considered a death sentence for our planet. When we reach that level, the forests begin to die.
Right.
All right, and the temperatures are colder, and the ice is greater in the northern hemisphere. So CO2 is not like a little dial where you can like click it and say, well, we need to bump it up or bump it down. The level that they're pushing for is only 35 to 36 parts per million away from a really, really bad level for Earth. So I did an experiment. When was the last time Earth was at 220 parts per million CO2? Last time we saw that was a geologic time called the Pleistocene.
Last ice age.
All right, Pleistocene, low CO2, the forest died. They want to push our temperatures back. We're an average right now, I think 59 degrees Fahrenheit is a global average, give or take.
Right now?
Right now, global average.
Oh, wow.
And they want to push us back to about 46 degrees, global average. If we make this planet geologically like the Pleistocene, it's not good for us.
Right.
It's not good for humans. Would you agree with that?
No, I totally agree.
Okay, so let's put that aside. Now, look at what's happening on this week. What is happening is the major powers of the earth are being provoked to destroy one another. They're being provoked to create war, to deplete weapons, resources, to deplete munitions, to deplete human power, to deplete entire populations. War is not good for us. Would you agree with that? Okay, let me put that there. Now, look at what's happening socially. This is evil, climatic evil. This is evil. Conflict, war is evil.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now
especially thermonuclear war.
Now you look at what is happening. There's a concerted effort to break the social bonds that have always held societies together. Now it's really tricky the way it's happening because there are important topics. 2014, the Occupy movement, the rich against the poor. That's a real problem. It is real. We need to talk about it. But here's the thing: we need to talk about it in a kind way so that we can solve the problem, become a better society for it. It was weaponized to divide us rather than used to bring us together. And the same thing happened men against women in the Me Too movement. Really important. We need to talk about these are real problems. It was weaponized to divide us, to break that social bond and our trust. and our confidence. Same thing is now happening against Christians against Muslims, blacks against whites, Jews against Muslims, men against women, adults against children. Now it's the gender conversation. Every one of these is important, and every one is being weaponized to divide us. We're breaking the social bonds that have strengthened us as a society. Now they're going after religion. And when you have no social bonds left, there's nothing left to trust, you become very vulnerable as a society to the ideas and the agendas of others. And you're seeing this concerted, you put this all together. I'm a systems thinker. A systems thinker looks at the big picture and then goes to the nanosecond of where we fit into that big picture. The big picture is that we are all casualties of these systems that are being put into place that are not good for us. And so you have to say, if you're not good for humans, who are they good for? That's a whole conversation we can have. But the point is, now the attack is on our very humanness, to separate us from our own. The human is defined by our genetics. When we begin to give our biology away to technology, we give our humanness away. Humanness is the link to the divinity. We give away our ability for empathy, sympathy, compassion, love, all of these things. What kind of a society do we become? Ray Kurzweil released his book earlier this year called The Synchronicity.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it's called? The Synchronicity?
Synchronicity, yeah. And not the synchronicity. It's when we become part of the internet of all things.
Oh, singularity.
The singularity.
Yeah, okay,
I'm sorry, yes. So what he says is by the year, and he identified 2030, he said when you talk to someone in the street, you won't be talking to a pure human. You will be talking to someone who's a human-machine hybrid to some degree.
Love that idea.
But by the year 20, because they don't know what they're giving away.
Steve wants robot cops.
They don't know what they're giving away.
Steve wants the cops to be robots.
I don't care about the cops out there. I don't want the technology in my body.
Right.
And this is the thing. I was just in LA and there's robot cars everywhere.
I know, it's crazy.
It was. They pulled up next to me and I waved and they didn't wave back.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty wild.
It's so wild. That's in Texas too, I think.
Yeah. Kurzweil says by the year 2045 is when we will all become part of the internet of all things, where all of our resources, all the animals of the earth are all digital. Everything we eat, everything we consume, our bodies are all, unless there's a change in thinking. The purpose of this book, Pure Human, was to identify that these things are happening, number one, for an awareness, hopefully to develop a deeper appreciation for what it means, and even a pride for what it means to be a human, because our humanness is being denigrated in our schools today. Young people are taught that we are flawed. From the moment we're born, we are flawed species, and we need something outside of us to be the best version of ourselves and to compete in the world. And that something is being touted as technology. And young people are all in because no one has taught them that they are a rare, powerful, beautiful, precious form of life. It's not the result of random mutations over a long period of time. There's an intentional act in our genome that is very well documented with the fusions of chromosome 2 or chromosome number 7. It cannot happen in nature. There's an intentional act underlying all of these things, but nobody's telling our young people this. So unless we change our thinking, Yuval Harari just opened the WEF, and I think it was in 2022. He said, unless there's a change in thinking, we most probably are the last generation of pure humans that the universe will ever know, unless we exist somewhere else. We're the last generation. I think we're worth preserving. I think we're about to give away our humanness, and we don't even know what it means to be human. We don't even know what we're giving away because we're only beginning to understand what these capacities and these capabilities are all about. So that's why I'm very passionate about the book. And even if we weren't talking about the book, I think it's important for us to recognize that evil has so many forms, and they're subtle forms. So there are people who are predisposed psychologically to greed and to power. They're pawns, and they're not necessarily smart pawns. These are the ones that we see publicly, and they are succumbing to the opportunity to indulge in their own vices, in their vice of power, their vice of control. But ultimately, we're going to go right back. That scroll that I talked about, that we began talking about, it goes even further. It says there'll be 7 battles between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. 6 will be won by the sons of light, 6 by the sons of darkness. I'm sorry, 3 by the sons of light, 3 by the sons of darkness. That's only 6. The 7th battle, it says sons of light prevail. Here's the catch. They prevail with divine intervention and through their own divinity. Through us accepting our own power, we prevail. So what does this mean? This isn't the kind that when you think about battles, people think about the old idea where there's like force against force. That's obsolete. That's what keeps us stuck in the battle. We don't want to win this battle. We want to triumph. And triumph is different than winning. To triumph, it means we rise above. And how do you triumph in this battle? By becoming the best version of yourself. That's it. Living the best version of yourself. Where's your joy come from? And live it without fear. Love without fear. Imagine, innovate, create, share your ideas, forgive, heal your own body, because that is our birthright. This is how we triumph, because when you do that, you've defeated the evil that is trying to keep you from being the best version of yourself.
Yeah,
totally. That's what
the scariest thing is how this technological world that we're living in, that's developing more and more every day, and Silicon Valley and all of these social media companies that are essentially controlling the world. I mean, Google and YouTube. Yeah. We're talking about a modern day Rockefeller, like it's a huge monopoly that controls everything, controls the information, draws the lines on where you can go and where you can't go on a conversation during a podcast, and how that is basically merged with centralized medicine. It's the centralization of all of the media and medicine, which is the most frightening thing to me.
Yep. This is a form of evil. The media is a form, I said, they're psychological evil. And we saw this play out during this. We see it play out all the time, but we saw it really emphasized in this last election here in the United States. By the way, this is the year 2024. This is the first time in the history of the modern world, 40 nations have had elections for new leaders in the same year.
Really?
40 nations. Steve can look that up.
I didn't even know that.
40, and they're all saying we want a new direction. And I think that's the good news. They're saying we don't like where this handful of people in positions of power are taking us. Because, I mean, I'm thinking I think this is the 47th year I've done this work in one form or another. And I've been blessed. I've traveled and seen just the most beautiful, magnificent, isolated, pristine places in the world, and ancient peoples and modern peoples. And what I know is this: people, our brothers and sisters, we don't always like each other because of our cultures, but we do love one another. And there's something inherent within us. Even if you don't like someone, you'll go out of your way to save someone without even thinking about it. If you see them in a fire, you see a car wreck, see someone drowning, we're wired for love, not to like, but to love. Yeah. And what I've learned is that people of the world know how to get along. It's not the people in Lima, Peru, and Beijing, China, bumping chests with Washington, D.C. It's a handful of leaders in positions of power. The people know how to get along, and the people know how to care for one another and how to raise their families. Yeah. So this is all coming to this convergence point in these next 5 years. If the goals are met that are being proposed, and the policies are already being written, the laws are being enacted, this is all formalized now. Because
by who?
Well, the WEF.
Yeah. You think Trump's going to put a stop to that stuff?
The WEF began in 1971, and they've always had these elitist ideas, and they meet in Davos. That's cool. Yeah. They can sit around and talk about what they think the world should be, and it affects no one. Here's where that changed. A lot of people don't know this. 2019, they formalized an agreement. They signed an agreement with the United Nations to use the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDG 2030, to implement their ideas because they felt they were so closely aligned. All right, UN SDG 2030. These are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Steve can look them up. They look beautiful on the surface. If you read them,
Right.
Who, for example, who wouldn't want food security? Who wouldn't want into poverty? Who wouldn't want into disease? Who wouldn't want those things?
Right.
Now you read the fine print. How are they going to achieve those things? And this is where it gets really scary.
The Patriot Act. How about that one? That's a great title.
Well, this is so right now the U.S. is the problem because we are a nation that was founded on principles of divinity, the divine nature of human existence, and because of that, we have freedoms. There, I mean, we can do a whole program on that. Who was it that founded this nation, and where did those ideas come from? Well, the Masons go back to the Templars. The Templars, actually, Columbus was funded by the Templars.
Right. I heard that recently.
Oh yeah, you look at this.
He came over on a sale with a nice Knights Templar badge on the sale.
He was funded by Templars. Templars are kind of a mixed bag. But when you go, the Magna Carta, for example, was the first document that reflected any semblance of freedoms of people under government. And many of those ideas were then reflected from the Masons in the Templar tradition in the Declaration of Independence. So of the 56 people that signed the Declaration, 13 were Masons, and they reflected that. And this is the point that America, the freedoms of America, are a problem for this global vision. And so you're seeing a concerted effort to break America. And it is having success in some respects.
It certainly looks like that's happening.
Yeah. Well, you're also seeing, can I talk about America?
Of course.
Just for a moment? I love this country. The idea of this country. And there isn't a difference between the idea and the implementation. Right now, the implementation is flawed because it's been hijacked. But the idea, and this isn't science, this is now my personal opinion that I'm sharing. I believe that America was founded for this time in history because it is the only nation that was given the freedoms that allow us to transcend the oppression that's being proposed during this time in history. And here's what I mean by that. A lot of people, I've traveled the world, a lot of friends that say, what's so special about America? We can do the same thing in England, we can do the same thing in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, that you guys do. Our government lets us do all the things that you do, and that
Till shit goes sideways.
Well, they just nailed it right there. They said their government allows it. And what a lot of people don't understand is what sets America apart. And our young people are being taught America is trash, and they're being taught that we're flawed, and to really disrespect the history that we have. And
well, currently with the state, I don't blame people for having that sentiment now in today's day and age. Just look at what's happening with the government right now. It's insane.
We failed our young people. We failed the whole generation. Yeah. But what people don't understand is this. This is what sets the Declaration, one of the many things, but this is the primary factor, is that the word inalienable, a lot of times people miss what that means. Our government did not give us free speech, and our government didn't give us the right to bear arms and protect our families and our property. Our government didn't give those to us. They are inherent in our existence by virtue of us walking and breathing as humans in America. Those are that's what the word inalienable, it means it comes with being.
That is the point.
Okay, and this is the only nation that has spelled it out like that, and that is a problem. As long as we protect that, we have the legal means to preserve some semblance of freedom. And of course, we all know those are under attack right now. And the World Economic Forum, interestingly, the most recent iteration in 2023. They see the biggest problem in the world is the inability to control information.
Mm-hmm. You see that video of John Kerry at the World Economic
Forum?
Said
the First Amendment is the problem.
It's getting in the way of regulating information and disinformation
and
online.
He doesn't even know what he said. He doesn't even know how blatant.
He stuttered a few times before he said that.
He probably thought about it afterwards.
Yeah.
I bet he got a phone call. But it was in his heart. This is what he truly believes. This is a fundamental battle between good and evil. Evil plays out in many. That is a non-kinetic form of evil. This is psychological evil. Let me just tell you about kinetic evil. I was in a hotel room in London, October 7th, 2023, when the Nova Music Festival was under attack. America was asleep because of the time difference, 8 hours, 7 or 8 hours. I was getting ready to go on stage to present at a live event. And I was getting the news feeds in my hotel room, the raw news feeds from Asia, India, and the Middle East. The raw footage of what was happening at that Nova Music Festival. And it was nothing short of pure evil. I mean, worse than the World War II videos from Vietnam. I mean, it was horrible, worse than horrible. I cried. I had a hard time going on stage. That night, I came back to my hotel to pick up the American news feeds. America was not allowed to see, to this day, America has not been allowed to see the truth of what happened on October 7th. Now, they've got reasons for it. They say, well, social media, community guidelines won't let us show the images. The networks, the many networks that are owned by only 6 corporations, the agreement was made not to show America. So what was the result of that? On college campuses, people said there was a denial. They said those atrocities never happened. If they had happened, we would see them. Where are they? Show them to me. And so now you've got this divide of people say it was all made up. It never happened. They denied that any of that happened, and the people that actually lived, you know what it was going on. That is pure evil. And when I saw that unleashed, I said, you know, we're living this rare, precious moment. It's not going to last forever. You know, we're going to get through all this. We're going to get through all the tension we're seeing in the world. You and I should come back and have a conversation. Yeah. We're going to get through it. The question is, Danny, and this is what I think, if we come at it from a spiritual perspective, we're going to get through it. The question is, what do we become having gone through this? What do we allow the events of the world to make us into? Do we allow the events of the world to make us hate and to drive us to our most primal instincts of fear and revenge and hate? Or can we find a way to meet what the world is showing us and demonstrate our divine humanness? And this is the key. This is the key. It doesn't mean that we have to roll over and play dead, you know, for people that say bad things to us, because we all have to fight sometimes. And I think we may need to fight for our humanness, and I think we're worth fighting for. Here's the key. When we fight, when we argue, or if you're on a battlefield, are you fighting because of the hate and the fear for your enemy in front of you, or are you fighting because of your love for the people and the families and the truth that you know is at your back? That is the spiritual battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. What does the world make us become? And the way that we triumph is if we have to fight from our love of what we know is possible and the gift of our humanness, rather from the anger and hate that just destroys us. And you talk to any soldiers. I've got friends, you know, special forces, they've devoted their whole lives and they've come home and they're broken. They say, well, what was the purpose of my life? And the purpose is that they were fighting the kinetic battle between the sons of darkness and sons of light. Good and evil. So this is one way of positioning it. I mean, there's a million ways to see it. But in the brief time that we have together, I wanted to give a framework, a context The book is identifying that there is a concerted effort to replace our biology, and then all the new discoveries that are telling us we already are the technology that they're trying to replace us with, except we do it better.
Right.
Can I just give an example? I mean, can I give an example?
Yeah.
I mean, this is an amazing study that was done. So young people are being taught to idolize computer chips, artificial intelligence, because they're fast and efficient. And they are. Is a chip fast and efficient? Absolutely. But is it scalable? And here's the thing. You can never scale a computer chip. It will always be limited by the physics of the stuff it's made of. So if a chip's made out of silicon, not all of them are, but if it's a silicon chip, the atoms that make that silicon, the information is always going to be able to move so fast between those atoms. Now, is it fast, efficient? Yes. Scalable? It is finite in its scalability. Okay, and we know that. And we're actually reaching the limits of our computer chips right now through Moore's law. It says you double the speed, every so many years. Well, the number of years is collapsing and the speed is increasing, and we're down now to that level where we're not going to be able to double that much more. Now you look at a human neuron. Is it fast? It is. What is its upper limit? And the truth is that we don't know, because every time a neuron is pushed to what was believed to be a limit by scientists, medical experts, and textbooks, we do what humans do. Our neurons will morph and adapt and embrace that limit to be able to open an entirely new vista now of possibilities. And we do this again and again and again and again. What is the scalability? The upper limits of the human neuron, we appear to be infinite. This is a form, it's a very different way of thinking. Danny, it's what we call a soft technology. We are so advanced. Our engineers strive to create in the laboratory what we now are capable of doing in our bodies. So young people are being led to believe that a computer is better than a human brain, that our brains are flawed and weak and subject to all kinds of failure modes. So scientists did a little experiment. What they did was they compared a human brain to a microprocessor. And the comparison, they compared the synapses within the brain to the transistors on the processor. And what's interesting is that we have about the same number. I think the brain is about 10 to the 14th synapses and 10 to the 11th microprocessor. So it's pretty close. But here's what they found. When all was said and done, the human brain is about 100-fold more faster and more accurate than the microprocessor is. The biological neurons were more efficient and they were faster. And part of that is because of the way the brain, we do triage of information. That information comes in, we send it out to different parts of the brain, to different brain states. Some of the information we may process in the alpha state, some of it we may process in a beta state. So it's a very different way of looking at the human body from an IT perspective. The point is that we meet and in many cases exceed the capacities of the very technology that we're being encouraged to replace our bodies with. This is something that nobody's telling our young people.
Yeah, interesting. I read a book all about the creation of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research. It used to be called ARPA, now it's called DARPA, where they were during the Cold War working on. I think that's where GPS came from.
It's where the internet came from.
The internet. I think Jacques Vallée was a big part of that. And one thing that they were talking about in that book by Andy Jacobson, it's sensational, was that they actually were developing brain chips like Neuralink. They were developing Neuralink in the 90s for soldiers, to create super soldiers, to be able to avoid pain and to increase endurance. And they were working on different. I have a friend who lives in Tampa who's a nutritional biologist, and the DoD contracted him to figure out how to make it so Navy SEALs could breathe oxygen rebreathers without getting oxygen toxicity seizures. And he developed like this special. He basically found out that like essentially ketosis, the keto diet, is able to mitigate that, and that now they're applying that to epilepsy patients. Sure. They're putting them on keto diets, like they don't have the seizures anymore.
I was a diver when I was at FIT. As an ocean sciences major, we had 30 weeks, 3 10-week quarters, like in semesters, of Navy certified scuba. And during that time, they were developing the liquid breathing apparatus so that humans can breathe at extreme depths without their lungs collapsing because of the external pressure. And it was all based on the idea that we derive oxygen in our mother's womb from liquid. In our mother's womb, we breathe the liquid, and now they were able to duplicate that with the right combination of nitrogen, oxygen, liquid, and fill your lungs with a liquid, and then when you go to deep diving, the pressure around you doesn't collapse. The tissues inside. So this, and that was
they did this.
That was in the 70s. I don't know where it is now. I can't see what he's doing.
Liquid breathing is a technique that involves breathing an oxygen-rich liquid instead of air. It has been proposed for use in deep diving. Liquid breathing can help divers match their body pressure to the surrounding water pressure, making breathing easier. It also eliminates the need for decompression. Problems like nitrogen, narcosis, and the bends.
Yeah.
So have they done this? Can you scroll down?
Well, I don't know officially. I don't know that they're acknowledging that. They were doing it back in the 70s. I don't know where it is now. I haven't kept up with the technology. Does it say that they're actually, are they offering it commercially?
I don't know. I'll just Google it. I'll ask Google. The point is the Neuralink thing is crazy. Like the fact that they've been doing this since the 90s and we don't know about it until like a couple of years ago when Elon's talking about it.
Well, the FDA just approved it. This 2023, the FDA approved Neuralink in humans. And this is, Danny, this is one of those cases. And I go back this again and again. I have been in the tech world most of my adult life, in the academic world, because they're closely related. I did not pursue my advanced degrees in academia because I was hired in the industry to do the work. And so
it looks like it's not really. I mean, it says it's uncommon.
You can't find anything. Wait, go up. What is that? It says it has been a subject of experimental clinical use and science fiction. There are several biological and physiological hurdles to make it.
I don't think
makes it unlikely for deep sea diving.
I don't think it's something they're doing every day, but it is possible to do it. Yeah, it has been done under laboratory conditions, and they were doing that back in the 70s. So the effort to try to replace our humanness with the technology, I mean, that's something that goes way back. Working in the industry, there's always been the question, and there's always been two schools of thought. And during the Cold War, I mean, these were really heated discussions. One school of thought says just because we can do something means that we should. In other words, they say we would never have been led to figure this out if we weren't meant to do it, whatever it is, whether it's weapons or biology or whatever it is. The other school of thought says not so fast. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. And in many cases, what I've seen is the technology evolves faster than the morality of how we apply it in our life. Sure. And I think we're seeing it now. The technology is moving so quickly. What gives us the right to replace the human body? And most people don't even know why they should. But what you're talking about, the chip, I mean, the technology can be a beautiful thing. There are examples of men and women, servicemen and women, lost arms and legs, sometimes both arms or both legs. And they come home, and what a beautiful thing to have a computer chip in the brain that communicates with the prosthetics that now allow them to hold their babies in their arms and brush their own teeth and feed themselves. I mean, we take those things for granted. That's a beautiful, a beautiful application of that technology. So it's not the technology, it's the thinking underlying it. The thinking that has been instilled into 2 generations at least of young people, and now they're adults. And we're doing in our schools today is that carbon-based life in general, and human life specifically, is a flawed form of life. And among our flaws are believed to be human emotions, which can cloud our logic and our decision making and our judgment. That's considered to be a flaw. Human conception, sexual conception, because the truth is you never know what you're going to get. And so the technologists say, oh, well, we can fix that. We can fix that through gene editing. We can fix that. Designer babies, but now the babies don't even have to be inside of a mother's womb. Artificial wombs are now being developed. The most advanced that I've seen, they're expecting the FDA to approve them within 5 years.
In vitro fertilization. That's kind of, in a way, I had an anthropologist on the show, and he was explaining how that's a scary road to go down.
Well, all of it is because the point of all of this is that when biology is based upon demand, there's an adage in biology, we've all heard it, use it or lose it. Usually here, for people getting older, if they don't use their muscles, if they don't use their sex life, those things, we lose those. Yeah. That applies to replacing the human body with technology. When we replace our natural biology with synthetic and artificial systems, our body believes that it no longer needs to perform those functions, and they begin to atrophy in one generation. Right. Next generation, through epigenetics, the body says, oh, we used to do it that way, but we have chemicals to do it now for us, in the immune system, for example, or the reproduction or something like that. And pretty soon, within a generation, those abilities begin to atrophy and become a vestige of something that we used to do. And this is how you lose a species. This is precisely how you lose a species. We are on the cusp right now of giving our humanness away to technology. And it's not like you can say, well, let's try it for a year. And if it doesn't work, we'll go back to what it used to be, or try it for a generation. Once it's gone, it's gone. And nobody's telling our young people that. All they're being taught is that we are a flawed form, a weak, powerless victim of the world around us, a flawed form of life. Nobody's telling our young people how special and how precious human life and how beautiful that human life really, really is. And when you begin to understand divinity, not from a religious perspective, our DNA is tuned, it's an antenna, it's picking up signals. And those signals are what give us life and love and healing and our imagination and creativity. And if you sever that signal, what kind of a person are you? You're still alive, you're still breathing, you're still functioning. You have no empathy, no sympathy. Part of the way warfare, I learned this during the Cold War. One of the reasons warfare works is because we play on the empathy of the other side, assuming that the other side wants their family to live or wants to preserve their own bodies. If you take that away, now you have soldiers that have no divinity. They have no sense of self or purpose. They have only mission in mind. A super soldier, yeah. What kind of a world is that? This is like the most dystopian of our scientific, the horror movies that you see on sci-fi coming into reality. The Germans started this during World War II. They were actually trying to develop super soldiers. And there's a whole conversation we can have about that, how far they got, what happened to those doctors after the war. They were incorporated into the medical systems of the world, and the medical systems that we rely upon today. So the thinking, it's all to support the idea. It's not the technology, it's the thinking underlying the technology. In a world where we're living a fundamental battle between good and evil, that's the context we have to go back. We're being led to and being deceived to relinquish the gift of our humanness in exchange for efficiency and speed and technology, without being told what the consequences really are. What is it that we're giving away? Another example of this, I mean, this has happened long enough. Young kids, there are case studies of young people, babies. They get up in the morning, eat their Captain Crunch or Cheerios or whatever it is for breakfast. The parents sit them in the living room and put an AI visor on their head to entertain them so the parents can get some work done. Hours of the time. So now what's happening to this kid? They're seeing images that they would never see in the backyard with their friends. They're hearing sounds. They're seeing colors, intense experiences. So here's the key. It's all being done for them. They're not using their imagination to create that. I mean, you and I don't know how old you are, but I bet when you were a kid, you just take a blanket from the closet and drape it over a couple of chairs in the living room. Now you got a tent in your living room, and now you're a tent that's an outpost on the surface of a faraway planet. You wear your raincoat because it's a radiation coat that keeps you safe when you're exploring this planet. We're using our imagination.
Yeah.
Like the young kids are not. And so here's what's happening. The psychology is showing this. Their brain size is stunted. Their cognitive development is stunted. Their muscles have atrophied because they're not using their muscles, and their body size. But there's a part of their brain that is enlarged. It's the visual cortex, because they're engaging that visual cortex with the AI. That's all they're doing. And the same thing happens with people who've done a lot of ayahuasca. Now, the plant medicine, a few times is no big deal. Habitual use over a long period of time, what happens is the visual cortex begins to thicken, and it distorts the way that we perceive reality. Now, if you're a shaman in the jungle of Costa Rica who lives in the jungle of Costa Rica, that's no big deal. But if you're sitting behind a computer terminal writing the software for the nuclear triggers of a nation's nuclear arsenal and doing ayahuasca recreationally hundreds of times with your friends on the weekend, it's going to impact your ability to function and to do those things properly. So, I mean, this is just examples of how when imagination and creativity are replaced with the AI and things like that, it's not just passive entertainment. It actually is influencing, it's affecting the way these young kids are growing up. We have a whole generation that know only computers, only the blue lights you're talking about.
Yeah, and the dopamine part of it too, how it hijacks your dopamine feedback and the loop in your brain, how you get that dopamine from these things, from these phones and from these screens, like video games, or just like mindless scrolling, doom scrolling that you can do on like Instagram and reading stuff on Twitter. Like, that's not how you're supposed to get dopamine. That makes you quite literally, it makes you a slave to these devices.
Well, this is part of what has happened. We now have a generation. I think the millennials are the last generation. They bridged mobile phones and mobile phones. The millennials remember a time when we had dial-up telephones. Early millennials. But we now have a generation of people that only know the world through a mobile phone, an iPad, a computer, and dating is happening through texting. People breaking up over a text. They'll have an emotional relationship and they'll break up on a text, and that's it. No conversation. And the person, the breakup is devastated. Right. The breakup-er just is ready to move on. I had an experience 20. I think it was before COVID. I took a group to Peru, and that year, and there were two people that traveled with us, and they're really sweet men, two beautiful, sweet men who had been friends for a long time, who both had kids, sons, who were within a year or two from one another, and they said, let's do this father and son. So each of the men came, and they each brought one's 15, one's 16. They stopped in Miami because we flew out the next day. And the kids went to the young men, and I shouldn't call them kids, I apologize. They were young men. They went to a rave party the night before they left, and both of their cell phones were stolen. They embarked on a 2-week journey in the Andes with no technology for the first time in their lives. And we got to see the withdrawal. We got to see it happen. They were very anxious, edgy.
Yeah.
They became depressed. They slept in the mornings. They wouldn't get up to come out and see Machu Picchu and the sacred site. Well, at that time it was the sacred valley. So Ollantaytambo and the sacred sites. Their fathers would go and they'd come home and they were just not communicating at all. It was well into the second week, something beautiful began to happen. It's like they came out of this haze and they started communicating with each other, started communicating with Dad. They started really getting into the culture and the people and the food and having a great time.
And they wake up.
It was almost sad that we had to come home. We did. And then when they went home, I assumed they got their phones, but now they have their phones. And they have the reference point of knowing themselves in the absence of the phones. Now they have to make a choice. What kind of a man do I want to be? Do I want to be a slave to this, have my phone, to this technology?
Right.
But we all, and the whole group watched it happen. And we were, we know it, but it's amazing when you actually see it, how much of an influence this technology has on us. So this is not anti-tech. This is about hopefully developing a deeper appreciation for our humanness. And I like to take it a step further, even a sense of pride. I'm proud to be a human because when you read the ancient texts, and there's a whole another facet of this I'd like to go into. There is something about us that is rare in this universe. It is precious. Can I share a couple of stories? Are you okay if I? Another perspective. And this isn't for everyone, but everyone learns differently. So I'm going at this from a number of different ways. And somebody will pick up something that means something to them. There was a researcher, Harvard trained. He was the head of psychiatry at Harvard University. 1990s, and I had the honor and the privilege of knowing and touring with him on a conference circuit. His name was John Mack.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with John.
Okay, so I knew John. We toured together before he was mysteriously killed. And there's a lot of uncertainty about precisely how that
the wrong
happened.
way, crossing the street in London, right?
He wasn't crossing the street. He was on the sidewalk, and the car left the street. He was on the sidewalk after the conference. He had dinner with friends at night. He was walking home at night. The car left the street, came up on the sidewalk, struck him down, and returned to the street. And he was conscious when they found him. He died not long after that. He was the first scientist that gave credibility to the phenomenon of what we today call alien abduction. Now, this has taken on a whole new meaning because of what's happening in Congress, the disclosure hearings are having about, do we have technology? Have we met these beings? Do we have in our possession? All that. So this is in the 90s, before all this was under wraps.
Right.
And what John Mack did was he said, look, prior to that time, the scientific and the medical community said, these are these crazy people, schizophrenia. Yes. John Mack said, look, this is happening on every continent, in every culture, and it's been happening for hundreds of years. Let's look into this scientifically. If it is mental illness, to prove it.
And why are all these testimonies of these folks? Why are they all so similar?
Well, that's exactly where I'm going. So one of the things he found across all the cultures and the countries, the language, and everything, there were common themes. Not 100%, but there were these overlapping common themes. One of the themes plays into exactly and supports what we're talking about here. That's what I'm sharing. One of the things people would ask as an abductee, I probably would as well, is why me? Why have you chosen me, and what is it that you want me to know, or what do I need to know? And one of the common themes was that these beings that did the abducting, the abductors, were actually life from other worlds, advanced forms of life. And they are here, they said, because we're at a point in our evolution that they were in their evolution a long time ago, where they had to choose between biology and technology. They chose technology, and they're sorry that they did that because they lost so much of their biology. They lost the ability for emotion. They lost the ability to conceive internally, sexually. It's all asexual. And they want that back. And they're warning us not to make the same choice. So that's one category. Another one is really fascinating to me. It's not John Mack, but there was a study that was done. Not everyone fit into the John Mack category. There were a large number of people that revealed that the abductors are not aliens from another world, but they're us.
That makes the most sense.
From another time. They're us from our own future. These are humans coming back because we gave our humanness away to technology. They're the product of the loss of their humanness. They're warning us not to do it, and they also want it back. And they're thinking
that would explain the extraction of eggs and sperm.
Exactly, egg, sperm, and DNA. They're thinking they can at least merge some of this back into their existence.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you believe either of them or not, some people are more drawn to one or the other, but they're both saying the same thing. There's something about us that's worth preserving. There's something about us, and that this isn't going to go on for decades. We're at this, this is within the next year, 2 years, 3 years, certainly 5 years between now and 2030. If we give our humanness away, we can never go back. And they are inviting us or warning us not to do that from two very, very different perspectives. Isn't that interesting?
Another interesting thing about the testimonies from all the people that John Mack talked to is that a vast majority of them said that when they asked these beings during these experiences they had, whether you want to believe that they were real experiences or whether they happened all inside their head, either way, a vast majority of these folks said when they asked these beings who they were, where they were from, a lot of them said they were from the future. They didn't say they were from other planets or whatever. And if you look at all the living species on Earth,
they were Earth, from humans from Earth.
Exactly.
Where'd you come from?
Well, that makes
we didn't come from anywhere. We came from here, from Earth.
Right. Exactly. And if you want to, compare extraterrestrials from another galaxy or from another Goldilocks planet in another solar system to us, first of all, what would be their incentive to try to warn us and try to save us, right? Why would we want to travel across the galaxy just to warn this other civilization not to destroy themselves, right? It would make sense if they were us from the future, they would have an incentive to do that. Another thing, anthropologically, easy for you to say, is that
the Satine.
Yeah, exactly. There's I think there's over 2 million catalog species of animals on Earth. 20 of those are hominids, and one of those 20 happens to be upright, walking hominids that can control and manipulate their environment, right? And we happen to also be the one of the 20 out of the 2 million that can develop technology that can leave the Earth, right? And look at look at how rare we are on planet Earth as a species that can do this and attain this level of technology, right? Now extrapolate that out into the universe. Out of all the Goldilocks planets, how much life have we found on other planets, right? Now look at the variety of conditions that these Goldilocks planets we do know of exist in, the difference in gravity, the difference in the atmosphere.
Sure.
Most of them are water worlds. Some of them are binary star systems. So what are the just looking at the percentage of us compared to all the other catalog species of mammals and living things on Earth, species on Earth, what are the chances that another species on another Goldilocks zone planet that can inhabit life is going to evolve to look like us, with 2 arms, 2 legs, upright walking bipedal hominids, with 2 forward-facing eyes, brain sits on top of the head, just like we do?
I'm glad you asked.
That's so
Can
unbelievably
I tell you
rare.
what the odds are?
None. 0%.
Scientists say when the odds of something occurring are 1 in 10 to the 400th power, that is considered impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So we get down to 7-Eleven and get a lottery ticket, and they say 1 in 10 to the 400th, you might as well forget it. The odds of our genome forming the way it has formed, and I want to talk about how it formed, but the odds of that happening are 1 in 10 to the 600th. So 1 in 10 to the 400th is impossible. 1 in 10 to the 600th means it's more than impossible that we are the product of random processes, lucky biology. That there is, and as a scientist, I have to say the evidence supports, not just suggests, it supports there's an intentionality underlying our existence. That intentionality may be the link to the beings from other worlds. A higher intelligence, and in our ancient texts, there are different ways of looking at that. Are we talking about gods? Are we talking about angels? Are we talking about Nephilim? Are we talking, whatever? That's a whole conversation. The point, higher intelligence intervened, and we know this. Now, I want to be really clear. Are you okay if we have this conversation? This part? Do we have time?
Yeah, we have more time.
Okay. Yeah. So, as a geologist, I believe in evolution. So I'm not anti-evolution. I've seen it in the fossil record when I did my field work. I saw it for plants, insects, animals. Darwin's theory of evolution breaks down when it comes to humans. We showed up mysteriously 200,000 years ago, and we don't know where we came from. What we do know, now that we have, we can do what's called forensic DNA. And this is only, in the last few years, we can look at our genome and look backwards, reverse engineer what had to happen to give us our humanness. For me, the smoking gun, there are a couple, but I think the one that is the most outstanding and probably the most controversial is human chromosome number 2. I write about this in the new book. What we know, so human chromosome 2, it's the second largest chromosome in our nucleus. It's a big, long chromosome. It has about 1,200 genes, and I won't go through all of them, but a couple, even one, gene TBR1 is responsible for our the neocortex in the human brain. That is where our humanness comes from, empathy, sympathy, compassion. It is where our logic capabilities, where the mirror neurons are that we use for learning, they're all contained in that neocortex. It is where, there's so much happening in the neocortex, and that's just from TBR1. So it's an important chromosome. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have it. And so scientists say, well, where did it come from? Well, now the proceedings from National Academy of Sciences is a volume called Genetics. They know the answer, and they don't like the answer because they say, and this is important, when a scientist makes a discovery they want credit for and they're proud of, they will say, look at what I discovered. When they make a discovery that they may lose their tenure for, or that little controversy around it, they'll say, look at what we discovered. Right? So Proceedings National Academy of Sciences, the summary actually says, we conclude the origin of human chromosome 2 is from the fusion of the telomere to telomere fusion of 2 ancient chromosomes. All right? Telomeres, I know our viewers know, telomeres are on the ends of the chromosome to protect them. When the cell divides, it's a trauma for the cell. And if you can imagine, the chromosomes are pulled apart. And there's a part of the chromosome, every chromosome, that is not going to make it in that pulling apart. And that means there's a potential to lose important DNA. So the way nature, the way we're engineered, takes care of that is we have on the ends of the chromosomes telomeres that are repeating sequences that take the hit from pulling apart. Okay. So if something is not going to make it, it's not the important DNA, it's the stuff in the telomeres. All right, so they're only on the ends of the chromosome, and that's the point. Chromosome number 2, and I've got pictures of it, and Steve can probably find a photograph. Chromosome number 2 is as big as it is because 2 chromosomes were fused telomere to telomere. Now you've got telomeres on this end, and right in the middle where they shouldn't be. There should be no telomeres in the middle of the chromosome. And not only, that looks like that's my slide.
Which one?
Does it say my name?
No. Oh, you won't. Oh.
No, that's my slide right there on the left hand. It's
on the top left?
Yeah. From a recent program that I did. Where's that come from?
Is it John Hawks? Who's John Hawks?
I don't know, but he put that's my white circle that I put up there showing.
Oh, wow.
And
Punch in on that.
And I enlarged it. See that? So what you're seeing, so first of all, these are chromosomes under a microscope, and they've been dyed. So we can see the chromosomes green. The red or pink, however it comes out on there. I don't have my glasses on, so that's red. Okay, those are the telomeres, and you can see on all the other ones, telomeres are on the ends, right there. And then it's inside the white circle is the same one that's been enlarged.
Right.
I did that. That's my slide.
Oh, wow.
That somebody's using in their paper, showing, look at where you can see right in the middle. The two red places are right in the middle. But you can actually see the pinch point. It looks unnatural because it's a little skinny place. But here's the thing. Not only were the pre-existing chromosomes fused telomere to telomere, but after the fusion, genes were taken away, and genes were added, and genes were silenced to stabilize the fusion. And it didn't happen slowly, gradually over a long period of time, as evolution would suggest. This happened quickly 200,000 years ago. It's when we showed up. The chromosomes were fused when we showed up.
And what is the significance of those chromosomes of that chromosome 2 being fused?
The significance is it gives us our humanness. If we didn't have chromosome 2, you wouldn't have the neocortex. You wouldn't have sympathy, empathy, compassion. You wouldn't have the ability to self-regulate your own biology. And if that was the only one, you could say maybe it's weird, but maybe it's a fluke. But it wasn't the only one. Chromosome number 7. So as a musician, I'm a musician when I'm not doing this. And I've always, chimpanzees, they share 98% of our DNA. That's a mind blow. 98%. And so I've always wondered, why can't a chimpanzee sing? You're never going to hear chimpanzees singing Led Zeppelin Stairway to Heaven. Or if you ever do, shoot me a text because I want to see that. And the question is why? And the answer is because chromosome 7 was stable in all primates for about 175 million years. Stable. All right. All of a sudden, 2 little genes, there was this little switch of these 2 genes that connected our tongue and our jaw and the part of our brain that allows us complex speech and the ability to sing. And guess, just take a wild guess when you think that happened.
No idea.
200,000 years ago.
200,000 years.
Exactly the same time chromosome 2 was being fused, exactly the time that we appeared on Earth. What are the odds of chromosome 2 being fused and chromosome 7 happening all at the same time? And the odds are astronomically small because the odds of our genome forming the way it formed is 1 in 10 to the 600.
What is the conventional explanation for this?
Darwin's theory of evolution suggests that we are the product of a long, slow, gradual process over a long period of time through what is called random mutations. Colloquially, we call it lucky biology. It's kind of like we've referred to Goldilocks conditions on Earth. It's the equivalent of Goldilocks. What are the chances that just the right genes, just the right chromosomes came together in just the right time, to give us our humanness? So you see these kinds of mutations, and scientists say, this isn't my opinion, this is in those technical bits, it's in there, there's a paper from Proceedings National Academy of Sciences, the volume is called Genetics. It says this cannot happen under natural circumstances. Something happened 200,000 years ago to give us our humanness, and we appeared, and now here's the mind blower. 200,000 years later, now we can pull the DNA out of the fossilized remains of ancient forms of life. It used to be science fiction. Jurassic Park was based on the science fiction that they pulled the DNA out of dinosaur bones and then they brought the dinosaur to life. They reconstituted them. To the best of my knowledge, we have not reconstituted any forms of life, but in the basement of the Pentagon, somebody, my church, somebody up there doing it. But what we can do, this is what we can do. We can pull that DNA and build a genome, a printout of that genome. And so now we can compare our genome today to the genome of the forms of life that Darwin's theory of evolution says we descended from, and the DNA says we didn't descend from it. We did not descend from Australopithecus. We didn't, Lucy, we didn't descend from Neanderthal. Now, if you do a DNA test for your ancestry, a lot of people will say, well, I've got Neanderthal DNA, and more in Northern Europe. You see that a lot in the UK. But it even proves the point, because we shared the earth with Neanderthal. We actually interbred. They say we probably have boyfriends and girlfriends, Neanderthal boyfriends and girlfriends. We shared the earth with them. We could not have descended from them. So the point is, we don't know where we came from.
So you're saying because we interbred with them, and that's why it
theory of evolution says that we are the process of this long, or the product of this long, slow, gradual process. A lot of people don't know there was a corollary to Darwin's theory, put forth by another scientist at the time, that says that the corollary says nature never over endows. So the problem is we are all over endowed, and people love to hear that. So what it means is that an organism will only develop the characteristics it needs when nature puts the demand on the organism for it. So, for example, adaptation. The studies of moths in London during the industrial age, the coal-fired plants. The moths had white feathers. They'd be against white buildings, and that would camouflage them from birds, and the birds couldn't get them. Once the coal-fired plant started, all the buildings were covered with soot, and they turned black. And the white moths stood out like a sore thumb, and the birds were picking them off right and left, and they quickly adapted to turn the color of their wings black so that they would blend in with the soot. That's an example of nature giving a capability because the demand is there for survival. The problem is, Danny, that we showed up 200,000 years ago with a genome that is light years beyond what we needed for simple survival 200,000 years ago, with capabilities that were only, some of them were only beginning to understand, extended neural networks that allow us to create heart-brain coherence, for example, that open the door to so many human potentials, the ability to self-regulate. We're the only form of life that can, at will, on demand, when we choose, sit down in a moment in time and say, in this moment, I choose to strengthen my immune system. I choose to create resilience to the changes in my life. I choose to create stronger heart rate variability. I choose to create super memory, super cognition. There are over 1,300 positive biological changes that we consciously have the ability. No other form of life can do that. And it's because of what happened 200,000 years ago. So as a scientist, I have to be careful. The evidence strongly suggests intervention of some kind. It doesn't say who or what, but this did not happen naturally. Now, my own personal feelings when I read the ancient texts, and I visit all these ancient cultures, what's so interesting, not one of the ancient traditions I've ever been with, the Andes in southern Peru, and the shamans in the Yucatan, and Nepal and India, the monks and nuns in Tibet, Bedouin in Africa, none of them say that we're the product of a long, slow, gradual process of random mutations. Every single one, bar none, says that we're the product of an intentional act, and that we are part of a greater community, whatever we want to call that. So now, some people say, now you're talking about aliens, and other people say, well, you're talking about angels and demons, and other people say, well, you're talking about time travelers and advanced civilization. We have different ways of describing, but the science is telling us we're not the product of random, just lucky biology.
Yeah. This is like getting into Sumerian, Zechariah Sitchin land, like the Anunnaki story.
Yeah, I knew Sitchin, and I toured with him in the 90s. I knew him. I toured with him before he died. I was very blessed. I toured in a conference setting. I toured with John Mack, Michio Kaku, who studied Michio, Zechariah Sitchin, Ed Mitchell, 6 Man to Walk on the Moon.
Wow. Okay.
And I learned. I was very blessed. I learned a lot from these. And
did Mitchell ever tell you the truth about the moon landing?
We landed.
We did.
Oh yeah, we definitely landed on the moon. It may not have happened exactly the way we definitely have landed, and we continued even after the program was officially ended.
Yeah.
So, we have a commercial. Did you see the movie Contact?
Oh yeah.
There's a line in Contact. It's classic. Where they build this device that has been received from the array, the VLR in Socorro, New Mexico. They get the signal, and they build the device, and they test it out, and it breaks. And they think everything is lost. And classically, the guy says, "Why build one when you can build 2 for twice the price?" And they had built another facility in Japan where they were able to go forward. When we built the Cape, it was the same train. We built Cape here in Florida. We built a mirror facility on the West Coast. And Vandenberg Air Force Base. And when I was working in the Cold War, installing software, there was a day I had a pass to be on base to install software. And I finished early, and I had a rental car. It's a beautiful base. It's over 60 miles along the coast, rolling green hills. And I asked, I said, "Can I explore your base?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "Is there any place I shouldn't go?" And they said, "Don't worry. If you go, they're going to let you know." So we didn't have cell phones in those days. We had little Instamatic cameras and 35 millimeter films. Yeah. And you drop the whole camera off, and they developed the film. So I had one of those cameras with me. And so I'm driving along, and all of a sudden I came to this hilltop, and I could see the Pacific Ocean, and I got out. And as I looked down from the hill, in front of me, there is an entire launch facility. I mean, it looks like Cape Canaveral, And all of a sudden, up the road, a couple of MPs in Jeeps, they came pretty fast. They came up, and they said, "We're going to have to ask you to leave and confiscate your camera. So we're going to take your camera." And I said, "Okay, but can you tell me what I'm looking at?" He said, "Well, this is Slick 6.
Slick 6.
I said, "What's Slick 6? And he said, "It is the West Coast equivalent of the Cape." And so the Cape, when we do a commercial launch, has to be broadcast commercially. On the West Coast, those are military launches, and they don't have to be. They don't have to be broadcast. So I have not seen the launch. People have told me that we continued with a few launches after what was the end of the Apollo 4. And it was during the Cold War. I'm not surprised. It was during the Cold War. So, for example, SDI, I worked on a project called SDI, Star Wars Defense Initiative. To test SDI, we had to take those weapons into space, on the space shuttle. But once you've got them there, you're not going to bring them home. So they're already deployed. So we've had space weapons, since the Cold War years. And I don't know how much of that facility. I'm not in that industry anymore, so I'm out of touch. This was in the Cold War, and now we're talking, years later. I have no idea what it's being used for now. But the point is that we've had that technology. And you asked me from Ed Mitchell, and you said, and I believe him, that
because there was a whole underground movement after the moon landing. Because one of the biggest arguments for the moon landing not being a hoax is that if it was fake, Russia would have, or China would have came out and tried to expose that, right? Because they wouldn't want to be humiliated.
No, they wouldn't. And this is what's so interesting. The Cold War was it was a civilized war, not like today, where politically we were at war with Russia, capitalism versus communism. Scientifically, there was a lot of cooperation that was going on. We built the space station with Russia. Right. We did that together. I mean, what a beautiful thing that we accomplished together. Russia and America at that time were the only two superpowers. Number one, the only powers that had the money and the technology and the capabilities of going to the moon or anywhere else. And they agreed not to talk about what they found on the moon. Now both countries are broke.
Why do you think that is?
Because of what's on the moon.
What do you think's on the moon?
Well, I just want to say now both countries are broke, but there are other countries that are not. India is sending Shiva 1 to the moon, and China, and neither one of those countries agreed to non-disclosure. And China has actually said, and this, you can't make this up, I keep saying this, China has said when they land their craft on the lunar surface, they will broadcast to the world what they see. So here's the thing. We sent craft looking for microbes and bacterial forms of life. When those craft landed next to archaeological remnants that are over 50,000 years old. On the lunar surface. And when China sends those images back, my sense, and I don't have an inside track any longer, my sense is that we're going to see structures that are there. And I've seen photographs of the structures. That's all the way back to the Clementine missions that were, through freedom of information, had to be released in 1990. They had to be released. And they did, and they pixelated out all of the archaeological structures. And some of them are towers, some of them are long, elongated archaeological structures. So look at the irony. Here we are looking for microbes landing next to temples on the lunar surface. Now think about what this means. Here we are, we're on a planet on the verge of global war because we believe our differences are so great that we must hurt one another to solve those differences. What would it mean for a space probe from Earth to land on the lunar surface and find these archaeological remnants and find that they're not from aliens from another world, that they're from us from another time? And I think when they send those images and you see the glyphs on those temple walls, we'll know exactly what they say because they will be in our root languages. Cuneiform, Hebrew, Sanskrit, and Arabic are the four root languages that I think you'll see when those come back. Would that be enough for us to look at one another as nations and say, my God, look at the great and beautiful things that we did when we worked together a long time ago in the past. What could we achieve if we came together right now? What could we give to our children? What could we give to our future if we work together instead of destroying ourselves? Something like that could be the catalyst.
You see, there was something that came out in NASA a couple weeks ago, I think maybe a month ago, where they discovered caves, like deep caverns.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they've already found it. That's already. I mean, this stuff we've had the images, and I think it's one of the reasons commercially we didn't go back because it causes a lot of problems.
And then what about the dark side? Like there was also something that came out where they were interviewing, I think it was in front of Congress maybe, but they were interviewing the head of NASA and they were asking him about why China is sending rovers out to the dark side of the moon. He was like, let them do it. We don't care what's back there.
Well, the moon itself is an enigma. Shouldn't be,
right, of course,
shouldn't be where it is. The orbit for the moon is unlike any other orbit of any moon around any planet in our solar system. The multiples, the dimensions, the geometry of the moon, the number of moons between Earth and the sun, the number of moons between Earth and the moon, these are very precise. They're integer multiples. This doesn't happen in nature. All the other planets in our solar system, moons typically orbit around the equator. Ours is offset just enough to give us the gravity to stabilize our ocean tides. And there is geologic evidence to suggest there was a time when we had oceans and no moon. And the tides were huge. I mean, we're talking like 400-foot waves that were coming in and just decimating the land. And there are stories, and there are indigenous traditions and biblical passages that talk about when there was no moon. and how things change when the moon occurred. Now, that's not science; they're stories, right? But the geology does suggest they found evidence of these massive tides at a time when it's believed the moon didn't exist. The question is the moon a natural moon? Is it artificial, or is it a natural moon that was captured in our orbit from a catastrophic event in our solar system? And all big questions, to be answered.
Yeah.
So I think as we go through the congressional hearings and we find out more, we've been in contact. I mean, they're telling us we've got the craft. I don't think anybody cares about that anymore. Nobody's surprised. We have the beings. I don't think anybody's surprised about that. We have the technology, and that's the problem. Because if we've had technology for 70 years that could have ended wars and eased human suffering, and because of greed, we chose not to reveal that technology. That's the problem. And the moment that technology is revealed, our entire infrastructure of the planet changes. And some people are afraid of that.
Do you think the government has an idea or any kind of understanding of what was going on with what John Mack was talking about?
There are governments within governments. So there is no one government.
Right.
It's like the United Nations. And I don't want to slam the UN, but I have friends working. There are good people in the UN. There's UNs within UNs. There are some people there, a lot of younger people that want to do really good things. And there are people there that have been caught up in the hijacking of the UN that are, I'm not even sure they are aware of the implications of all the things that they're doing. Because there are layers and layers and layers, all happening under the fundamental canopy of the battle between good and evil. And it's not a metaphor. We have to think that way, because anything that steals our human sovereignty, anything that steals our divinity, anything that veils from us our human potential is a form of evil. And now you look at what that means in our lives. What does it mean for our economy? What's it mean for finance? What's it mean for healthcare? What's it mean, all the different ways? What's it mean for technology? And I think that is the yardstick that we have to look at. Is this good for us? Does it promote or deny our humanness?
What other ancient texts or anything that you've looked into, or ancient religious cults have talked about this DNA, this merging of the DNA telomeres, other than like, and how does, I know, like, the Sumerian, what exactly does it say in the Sumerian tablets and those myths?
Yeah, so I want to go back to Sitchin. I think Sitchin, I have a lot of respect for Zechariah Sitchin. I think he was a brilliant man. I think he was a good scholar. And he pretty much single-handedly brought to the mainstream. I mean, I've always been linguist behind the scenes, but through his series of books, The 12th Planet was probably the one that people read the most. That brought that to light. I didn't and continue to not agree with his interpretation. His interpretation is that we are here because we were made to be slaves.
Right.
My sense, from what I have read and I understand in the ancient traditions of people I've talked to and in the texts, you put them all together, is I think very possibly we have been enslaved at a time in our past. I don't think it's the reason we're created. There's a whole story we can get into, maybe another podcast we can talk about that. So I don't think it's the reason we were created, and he believed that was the reason we were created.
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting, crazy, like, sci-fi stories that's out there. Is the story of the Anunnaki coming down and creating us to basically be a slave species, to terraform the planet. And they started breeding with us, and they somehow wanted us to mine gold.
Well, that was his interpretation. The
Put it in the atmosphere.
Biblical interpretation is that we were deceived into coming to this world, this planet. We were deceived into coming into this realm of matter, and three-dimensionality, and that is a form of evil. Is the deception of the angels? This is the biblical perspective that were deceived into coming to the earth realm and captured in matter and three-dimensional bodies and led to believe that there is no other realm. That's another interpretation. And they go back far enough, and all of the traditions that I've seen, they all say that we're the product of an intentional act. You go into the Mayan culture, and they talk about the multiple iterations of what it took to create the first humans and how we were created. You go into the Apocrypha and the Gnostic texts, and what's really interesting is they never say God created. And even the original biblical text doesn't say that God created humans. It says Elohim, and Elohim is a plural. So multiple beings created humans. And when you go into the Apocrypha, the texts that were left out by the church, the first time didn't work. Multiple iterations of humans had to be created to hold the power of the soul in the three-dimensional world. So another way of saying that is multiple iterations of DNA had to be tested to hold the sound or the frequency as the antenna to tune us into where we are multiple iterations. Eve was not the first woman that was created. And I think we probably have biblical scholars that have talked about Lilith, according to the text, was the first female that was created from at the same time that Adam, the first human, first man. But because they were created at the same time, they were like brother and sister, and they weren't drawn to one another. It was when Eve was created, and I wasn't there. I just imagine on channel. Adam said, "Thank God," because this beautiful woman appeared, and he didn't feel that it was his kin, his sibling. He felt, and they were able to be as man and woman.
Yeah, it's interesting that all of the entire Bible, there's no evidence of anything in the Bible prior to the Hellenistic period. It all came after the Hellenistic era, which is fascinating. And there's literally before, during the 3rd century BC, and up to the 2nd century BC is when all these biblical characters started to get written about. Like, for example, Moses. There was 24 versions of Moses that were written about in the Hellenistic area that were preserved in the Library of Alexandria. And then after this is when we start to get this biblical narrative to come forth. So it's interesting. And also when it comes to the Dead Sea Scrolls, one of the weird things about that is it's mostly Hebrew, right? There's Hebrew, there's Aramaic, there's Greek, right? But there's no other Hebrew language anywhere in antiquity.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, we don't even know where the scrolls came from. They have been attributed to the Essenes, who were a mysterious sect that showed up 500 years before the time of Jesus of Nazareth, who did not even call themselves Essenes. The Egyptians called them Therapeutae because they knew how to heal. And Jesus and his mother and her mother were all of the Essene lineage. So he was raised in the lineage that understood healing. The scrolls now, they were found in Qumran, but now they're doing DNA studies, and parchment that they're on some of it didn't come from the Middle East. So now the question is, were the scrolls created somewhere else and brought to Qumran intact? Or was the parchment created somewhere else, brought to Qumran, and then the scrolls were transcribed from the other documents by the Essenes? And we don't know the answer to that right now. For our viewers, the reason the scrolls are so powerful, and again, you can't make this up, this is all 20th century. 46, 47-ish, right around there, the scrolls were found. The oldest records of the Old Testament unedited by the church. 45, the oldest records of the New Testament and the Gnostic texts were found in Egypt, in Nag Hammadi, a little village called the Nag Hammadi Library. And these are the lost Gospels that the church edited during the 4th century. So now we've got the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Thomas, very controversial. Gospel of Sophia, where the women in the Bible, they were there, and there were Gnostic women. I mean, some of the female, there's a text called Thunder Perfect Mind. What a powerful text written by a Gnostic woman. Right. And I didn't know we were going to talk about this just from memory. I mean, it begins, it says, I'm the whore, and I'm the holy one. I'm the healed and I'm the sick. I represent everything in my life that you are in your life. Why do you stone me to death at your city gates? Right. Well, I can see the church fathers. They're going through the list of, what books did we include? And what books? You say, that one's got to go, But so within just a few years of the mid-20th century, we had the oldest records of the Old Testament, the oldest records of the New Testament, and the books that had been edited out. 43 books had been edited by the church in the 4th century. And we had a complete view. And then you begin to see why the church omitted some of the text, because it destroys the narrative that has been preserved through what we call the Bible. Now, I think the Bible is a good book. Is it complete? No. Right. It's not. Is it selective? Yes. Right. Right.
Yeah. One of the interesting things about the Bible is like the way we look at religion today is vastly different than the way people looked at religion in antiquity. Right. We look at some folks like to look at religion as like hard fact and science, right? As if like that's what they live by. I mean, it's one thing to look at it that way. And then it's another thing to look at it as like a tradition or a mythology, something that upholds values for you and your community. Like back then, there was religions weren't exclusive. Like Yahwism, all these other religions were just like people embraced all of them.
Well, and they do. When I'm in the Middle East, we before October 7th of 23, we were leading groups into the Holy Lands that include Israel, include the surrounding areas. And we go into cities and villages where people of all faiths, they worked in the same restaurants, they lived together, they're neighbors, they're friends. The Arabs observe all the Jewish holidays, the Jews observe all the Arab holidays, which means they get a lot of days off during the year. Their kids play together and they know how to live together. It wasn't a problem for them. A lot of people, when we have this conversation, they will acknowledge the Bible is incomplete, and they interpret that as the divine inspiration that led the church to create the Bible as it is, because this is the way it's supposed to be. This is what they'll say. It was,
it's power and it's greed over centuries.
Yeah, and it's there are a lot of ways to interpret what that is, but this is one of the overarching themes. And again, this was the war scroll that says we are, until the end of this cycle, that we are in this fundamental battle between good and evil, and that the way that we triumph is by embracing the truth of who we are. That's it. And you can read whatever words you want to read into that, whether you want to talk about biology or you talk about the word divinity. Right. So what we're invited to do is live the best version of ourselves.
Was that war scroll? What year was that one discovered?
40.
That was 40. Okay, that was the first
in cave number 1. Were the first 7 scrolls that were discovered, and they were some of the most intact. The Isaiah scroll is the one that's the most intact. And if you go to Jerusalem today, just outside of Jerusalem, there's a museum called the Shrine of the Book Museum. Have you been there before?
No.
Oh, this is amazing. So the museum on the outside is a white structure that is made to look like a large version of the top of one of the vases, one of the clay vases. Steve, you can probably bring up Shrine of the Book Museum, if you would, please. And I want to show you something on here. When you go inside, the central part of the inside of the shrine of the book. There it is right there. Oh, okay, so there's the outside.
Oh, cool.
So that's the top, and then there's a black obelisk next to it. Can you see if it shows a black obelisk next to it?
That thing right there.
Lower, yeah, there it is right there. Mm-hmm. This is the symbol between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. That black obelisk represents the sons of darkness. The white represents the sons of light.
Interesting.
The first 7 scrolls are housed in this museum.
Oh, really?
And then what you're seeing in the center, Steve, you enlarge that upper left. Oh, now it's right in the middle. Yeah, right there. Thank you for the work you're doing behind the scenes. What you're seeing here is this is made to look like a Torah scroll. And what you're seeing on display is the Isaiah scroll, the most intact. It's wrapped all the way around. And that whole structure is designed in the event of a nuclear attack. The belief is that the information on the great Isaiah scroll will be the foundation of the new civilization that emerges from the destruction, and it must be preserved at all costs. So this entire structure is designed to drop underground into a vault, and the lid is a concrete and steel lid that comes over it to preserve the great Isaiah scroll in the event of a nuclear attack for the emerging remnant afterward to have all the information they need to build the new civilization. That's how important the Isaiah scroll is believed to be. Isn't that amazing?
That's insane.
Yeah.
And this is where again?
This is in the Shrine of the Book Museum, just outside Jerusalem. And then the other scrolls are in the displays that you see around. But that's the Isaiah scroll that you're seeing right now.
What is the significance? What's in the Isaiah scroll? Have you read it?
Oh, yeah. Well, my Hebrew is not the best. My biblical Hebrew, I've read the English translations of it.
Do you read any ancient languages?
I am not an expert scholar. I have a strong background in linguistics. And so I have, when languages have been found on some of the archaeological remnants that have never been translated, excuse me, when there are archaeological remnants that are being found now here in Mesoamerica, with, I can't say that it's an alphabet, but they're symbols that have never been translated. So I am asked to intervene as a linguist and a geologist to see if if the stones come from this area, if they came from somewhere else, if the language is a known language, not a known language, is it similar to anything that we see Egypt, cuneiform, Sanskrit.
And this is in Mesoamerica. You've looked at this stuff?
Mesoamerica.
And what have you found?
It's ongoing. Okay. It's ongoing. So this is all in and you can see the displays on the edge are other remnants, fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Fascinating.
When I was there last in 23, there was a new exhibit inside of here, and the only scroll that's ever been found of the book of Genesis, the original Genesis, was found. And at that time, it was not in good shape. It was still rolled, and they couldn't unroll all of it without damaging it. So we now have technology; they can see what's in it without actually breaking it. But that's there's so much. The scrolls are important for a number of reasons. They're important certainly for the Jewish people in terms of their tradition, but humankind in general, because it's in those first 5 books of the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, that mathematicians and statisticians were able to load them into the computer back in the 90s and run search algorithms called ELS, electronic skip sequences,
right?
Or letter sequences. And what they found when they do that mathematically is beyond random, beyond chance. Statistically, what they're finding is meaningful information encoded in number underlying the letters of only these first 5 books. They tried it with other books and it doesn't work. So there's something very special about those first 5 books, a deeper meaning below the letters that we read on the page. Every ancient alphabet
Yes.
bar none, has always had a number that represents the letter. The science of that's called gematria, and it's not numerology. And numerology is a loose subset that doesn't follow the rules. In the 2nd century, there was a book, the 32 rabbinical rules were laid out in the 2nd century, determining how gematria can be used as a science. And I've spent a lot of time with this. I've got the software, run the algorithms, and you can't fake this stuff. I mean, everything that has happened in the past is encoded into that document. They did the original. Are you familiar with this? Have you had guests talk about this? Okay, so are
roughly, vaguely.
Well, I mean, everything from all the great wars are in there. The countries that entered the wars, the years they entered, who their leaders were, the year the war was over, what year the leaders. I mean, the assassination of Kennedy, election of Obama, Trump. I mean, everything is encoded, and the text says that it will be everything that was, is, or will be is until the end of time. Not the end of the world, but the end of time is encoded into that text. The end of time
into these texts,
into the first 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
When do you think they were written?
Well, this is why the scrolls are so important, because they were the oldest records that had not been edited that were ever discovered of these books. Okay, representations of all of the Old Testament, not complete, but representations of all of them. You can see where the discrepancies are.
What is the I know we've talked about this a million times, but I can't remember, what is the consensus among scholars of when the Dead Sea Scrolls were originally composed?
I don't know if they
Can you find that, Steve?
If they have a consensus. The scrolls,
or what is the narrative?
The scrolls pushed the dates back by 1,000 years.
Okay, so they say they were written between the 3rd and the 1st. Okay, right. So during or after, they're Hellenistic. At the very earliest, they were Hellenistic. So 300 BC, roughly.
So there's a whole lot we can say about all of that, but I think what's important from all that, and it's another perspective.
Right.
You know, it's another perspective. Why? How could all that information be encoded? And to understand that, I was a senior computer systems designer, and even that I had not been taught about what it appears is happening in here. This is what's called a dynamic array. So we're used to talking about an array of information, linear information. This is a multidimensional. In the computer, you can do it multidimensional. But the thing about this array is every time an event occurs, the entire array rearranges itself to accommodate that event and create a new possible outcome. It's almost as if, in lay terms, it's almost as if we were given, we believe, except that we live in a quantum world, quantum possibilities, many potentials, and that we make the choices that become our reality. It's almost as if we were given a map of potentials, outcomes. So you query, say something like 2024 election Trump. So that's a query. And you put that in, and it will come back, and the array will show you like Trump's name, and it'll show you the 2024 election, and it'll show you assassination attempt. It'll show you the possibilities around that particular query. It doesn't predict what will happen.
Right.
It indicates consequences and outcomes. It's almost as if we were given a map of quantum possibilities so that we can query. But I want to just share the really good news that I've seen from this. During the Cold War, I queried, and I'm studying this during the Cold War, right at the end of the Cold War. Cold War was over 89 and 90, and it was in the early 90s. It was the first time that Michael Drosnin wrote the book called The Bible Code. It was the first time with the Hebrew mathematicians. And if you query atomic holocaust, that only comes up twice in the code, and the years for both of those we've already passed. So it suggests that we are not, I'm not going to say you won't see a limited exchange. I think you may see a tactical nuke on the battlefield somewhere. But I don't think we're going to see mushroom clouds all over the horizon like they show in the movies. It showed 1983. 83 was the last year, according to the Torah codes, the Bible codes, that the word atomic holocaust comes up, and it says, this is called the Torah codes, or the Bible codes. It's commonly the Bible codes, but it's actually the Torah that's being first 5 books of the Old Testament.
And who was the guy who first wrote about this?
Are you familiar with the Bible? I mean, I don't want to be redundant.
I'm not familiar with it. No, okay, I've never heard of this before.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize. Okay, so let's start over. 1990, mid 1990s, a man named Michael Drosnin. Wrote a book called The Bible Codes.
Right.
And it was based on the work of Eli. Was a statistical mathematician who had published in a peer-reviewed journal an article about, they're called electronic letter sequences, ELS sequences. Mm-hmm. And so here's what put it on the map. In the Torah codes, it said that the prime minister, his name was Yitzhak Rabin, would be assassinated at a certain time on a certain date by a man with a very precise name. They took this information to Yitzhak Rabin and said, look, if you do this speech on this day, 3,000-year-old book says you're going to be killed. So maybe you want to rethink. And he said, no, if it's in the Torah, it must be true. He went and gave his speech, and he was killed on the day, at the location, at the time of day, and the man's name was Amir, A-M-I-R, and that was all in the Torah codes. And that's what put it on the map. They said, how could this book have predicted that this was going to happen? So then statisticians, they said, well, what if he hadn't? What if he had postponed? So they ran the query, that he talked on another day. And the Torah codes came back, and it said assassination delayed, indicating it still would have happened, but it would have happened at maybe another time.
Okay, can you explain to me again how exactly they're running these codes?
I'm sorry, I apologize, because when you said you'd heard of it, I assumed
I'm familiar with how numbers are associated with the language.
Oh man, let's do this. Let's do this.
But I wasn't familiar with how they decipher. Are they using a computer?
Let's do this. This is so cool. Okay. This goes back about 400 years. Rabbis have always said that there are hidden codes in the Torah. Mm-hmm. They didn't have computers. They tried to figure it out by hand, and it's said by candlelight and lantern lights, and it said that they went crazy trying to do this. So when computers came into vogue in the 90s, those same rabbis said, well, let's do this on a computer. So the idea, this is gematria. Every letter of every ancient alphabet has always had a mysterious number associated with it. We don't know where they came from. They never change, always consistent. If you the study of Kabbalah, people know this. They often use the numbers and letters interchangeably in Kabbalah, or Kabbalah. So they took the Torah and converted the letters into their equivalent numeric representations and loaded that into the computers as an array.
Okay.
All right. And then you can tell the computer, beginning with a certain letter, you can do what's called a skip code. You can say, if a skip code is 10, you start with a letter, and then you go 10, and then 10 letters down, and then that's the next code, and then 10 letters down, and then that's the next. And what you find is an entire word. So, for example, in the book of Genesis, the first T that you find, and I believe it's a skip code of 10, is O, skip code of 10 R, skip code 10 H, and it actually says Torah. And they said, okay, well, what else is in there? So that's what makes you crazy doing it by hand. So what they did was a computer, and you can determine it can be a skip code of 50 or a skip code. Actually, the Torah may be a skip code of 50. I may have just done that. I didn't know we were going to talk about this. I haven't done it for a while. You can determine a skip code, and what it will do, it will search horizontally, it'll search vertically, and it'll search at a diagonal.
Okay.
There you go. I was just going to read my mind, so you can see how these skip codes work.
Okay.
The key is it has to be entered in Hebrew. You have to enter the query in Hebrew. And where the information, so like, for example, the Twin Towers was in there. And it said that the planes would hit the Twin Towers. Everything.
And how did they find that? They did this after the fact, obviously, right?
It doesn't predict. It shows relationships once you put them in there. So Harold Gans was a CIA analyst who wanted to debunk this. So he said, let me do my
Harold Gans.
GANS. He said, let me do my experiment. And there was a very famous experiment that he did where they entered the name of, I believe it was 32 rabbis. And they said, let's see if these 32 rabbis are in there. Well, not only were they in there, their birth dates were in there, the date of their death was in there, the location where they lived in the world, their city was in there. It exceeded what the analysts thought. He was going to debunk it. Now he's one of the strongest supporters of what was happening. So it's controversial. A lot of people don't believe it. It's a mystery. How could these things happen? Well, this opens the door to another conversation that we can't have today. But the conversation is if we are living in a simulation. I think you probably had guests on that talked about virtual realities and us living in the simulation. Have you had a guest talk about that? If we are living in a virtual simulation, it makes sense that we would have a map of all the potentials within our simulation until the end of the cycle. And that's what is believed that the Torah codes were given to the people of the earth 3,000 years ago as a map of potentials. When we make a choice, these are what you can expect as the outcome until the end, not the end of the world, but the end of time. The end of time is the end of the cycle, and then we begin a new cycle. And the code says that we are living the end of that cycle, and that's why so many things are converging right now.
Is that where you get the idea? Where does the idea of the 5,000-year cycles come from?
5,000-year cycles are, it comes from a lot of ancient tradition based on on cosmology.
Does that come from the Mayans? Or?
The Mayans were had one of the best representations, archaeological representations. So 25,000 years is one precession of the equinoxes,
right?
And that's a lot of time. It's broken down. The Mayan calendar breaks it down into 5 subsections. If you bring up a Mayan calendar, I can show you. Bring up a good Mayan calendar on our screen, please.
125 Mayan calendar.
there it is. Which actually is not even Mayan, it's Aztec, but it's associated.
Right.
Let's see if we do images, Mayan calendar.
No, you don't have to do 2025.
Oh. Yeah, just images, Mayan calendar. There.
Oh, I see.
And let's pick a good, anyone.
Like a circle thing? Or
do the one right there in the center.
Oh, yeah.
All right, enlarge that. Okay, perfect. So what you're seeing, are you okay if I go into this a little bit?
Of course, yeah.
See the 4 boxes?
Yeah.
Okay, each of those represents one of the 4 previous cycles. Each one is 5,125 years.
Okay.
And then the circle is the 5th. 5 times 5,125 years is approximately the 26,000 year cycle that we're living. Each of those has a glyph that represents how the cycle ended. In the past, one was through wind, one was the great winds swept the earth and took everything away. One was ice, one was fire, and one was water. The most recent, the Great Flood that we see. Okay, those are 4. The 5th one, the circle in the middle, when I asked the Mayan elders, that's the current cycle. And I ask them, how does this cycle in? What is that glyph? And they say, that is the glyph for movement. And I say, well, what kind of movement? And does that mean like the earth moves or earthquakes? Or they say, we don't know. It could be a movement of people, could be a movement of ideas, could be a movement, a physical movement that we don't know. They said that the cycle will end with a great movement of some kind. So this is the Mayan representation, but this is only a piece of a much. There is no single artifact that can encapsulate the complexity of the Mayan system of time. This is one piece of it,
Right.
because they're interlocking cycles that between cosmological ages and
so complex.
Yeah,
They were so mathematically advanced. It's almost hard to comprehend.
Yeah, where'd they get that?
Right. Where did they get that? Who built the pyramids? There's so many questions.
Another podcast. So what we're looking at is when we look at the Torah codes, the experts, I mean, the jury is still out. It's very controversial. People that have worked with it, the information is there. There are people that want to debunk it. They say, how could it be? I think, and I don't think we have it all figured out yet, because it's only given us partial information. But the information, the relationships it gives us are always right on. Let me just close it out, that piece, with one very beautiful thing. When you see something really dark in the Torah codes, often nearby, in what's called it's a statistically significant distance, so it's not like way off somewhere, it's close by, is a phrase that says, will you change it? Will you change it? Suggesting that we that we are given the opportunity to determine whether or not these dark things will happen. Will you change it? The choices that we make. And I'm always encouraged when I see that. I think it's no accident that we've seen that. So that's there's a lot more we can talk about with the Torah codes, but that's a little piece of the big conversation.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Egypt? I'm sure you have.
I led groups there from 1992 until 9/11.
He's done everything.
Every year, at least once a year, sometimes twice a year.
Such a fascinating place that I want to go. I've never been. No.
Well, we should do a field trip.
Yeah,
we should do. We should do our big fun podcast field trip from the road.
Yeah,
that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Are you familiar with Christopher Dunn?
I don't get out much. So
he wrote a book in I think his first book was in the late '80s, maybe, called the Giza Power Plant.
I remember that book. I don't know the name, but I do remember that book.
He's an engineer.
Yeah.
He comes from aerospace.
Sure.
And when he first saw the pyramids, he thought, there's no way this is a change.
Oh, no.
He reverse engineered it, and he says this is a functional machine. And he's revamped his theory and added on to it recently in his newest book. It's called the Tesla Connection. It's part 2.
Yeah.
And his idea is that the Great Pyramid, is a solid state electron harvester that harvests electrons deep in the earth. And he's even had NASA scientists that have backed up his ideas with how those stones in there can help with the electron flow through the earth, and how all those shafts and everything in there, they don't make sense. It's like that thing had to have some sort of crazy function to it.
Well, it is based on such universal principles that it has many functions for that very reason, because of its harmonic relationship to the earth, to the energy on the earth, to the cosmos, encoded into the pyramid, the dimensions. I mean, it's directly in the middle of all the landmass of the planet. You probably know all the stats that go with this. I was there in 1986. I had I was in Egypt, and they gave permission at that time. They've never done this since. In the Great Pyramid, to take a core sample from one of the casing stones, because the question is, how did they build this thing? How'd they get the stones up 430 feet, And what they found was so controversial. It's published in the engineering journals. Not a lot of people want to talk about it. because at that time, a lot of New Age, the harmonic convergence was happening, a lot of New Age stuff. People talking about crystals, lasers, vibration, all of which is possible. But the evidence doesn't support any of that. What the evidence shows is that core sample in natural light, the casing stones, the outer stones were removed, mined to be used in buildings and mosques in Cairo. And there's only a couple of them left. They were beautiful, polished marble, white. So what we see today was never meant to be seen by the naked eye. It is sandstone or limestone. Mm-hmm. Natural limestone, as a geologist, I can tell you, will have laminations because of the way it was deposited. It will have micro fossils, tiny microbial forms of life, some kind of shell, something in there. And what they found in the core samples was none of that. What they found was it was completely homogeneous. There were insects, air bubbles, and human hair that they found in this core sample. Really? What they now believe is that they were built, whoever built these used the technology that we're only starting to use today. And it was, they took the natural stone, pulverized it, mixed it with a matrix of an epoxy, and poured the stones in place to get the high tolerances, less than a thousandth of an inch between the stones. And to get the materials up high, they poured the stone and it dried in place. And now they think the same thing happened in Peru. At places like Ollantaytambo, Machu Picchu, the Coricancha, things like that. And it's a very different way of looking at the technology, but if that's the case, it's more advanced.
What stone they took the core samples out of the limestones on the outer edge of it, on the outer parts of it?
You see a picture of the pyramid, you're looking at the interior that was never meant to be seen by the naked eye.
Mm-hmm. What is this, Steve?
I believe this is what he's referring to.
Oh,
did they publish it?
Abstract. Study of physical properties such as porosity, density, and mechanical properties such as compressive strength and tensile strength of Egyptian limestone based on experimental investigations.
There's some light bedtime reading.
Yeah. What is the finding? Go up. No, very top. There's just findings at the top, right where we just were. Oh, findings. A strong correlation between porosity and density, and good correlation between uniaxial strength and tensile strength. Carried out results indicated the small porosity results in greater rock strength and vice versa.
Yeah, but it's not telling about how it's built.
Yeah, no, it's not.
They published this in the geologic journals, and the geologists had no problem with it. The historians had a huge problem with it, and they also date it now. As a geologist, the Sphinx and the pyramids, the stones are showing erosion. That is called fluvial erosion, which means fast amounts of water over long periods of time, not aeolian erosion, which means wind. Right? They had believed that all that erosion was from wind. But Robert Schoch, Boston University, concluded with John Anthony West. I used to know John before he died. We took our groups over at the same time. I would talk for his group, and he would come and talk to my group.
Oh, that's amazing.
It was a lot of fun. He was a good man. Had a hard time in Egypt.
Yeah.
But it was during that time, it's in the early 90s. The only time they've had that kind of running water in Egypt was at the melting of the last ice, which puts this around 12,000 BP before present. And that means the Egyptians, as we know them today, are not the ones that built the Sphinx and the pyramids. And geology, they published this AAPG, American Association of Petroleum Geologists. They published, geologists said, hey, what's the problem? I mean, the data's right there. Of course, it's water. The historians have a horrible time. They said, oh my God, it can't be 12,500 years because that messes up, the whole timeline. And so they're struggling with that today.
Yeah. It's also crazy how all around this pyramid, I've never been there, but I've seen photos. All around there, there's like giant pieces of granite.
We need to take you on a trip.
Yeah, definitely. I want want to go, definitely. I gotta wait till my kids get a little older so I can bring them with me. But there's like all these giant granite blocks all around the pyramid that look like they have literal circular saw blade cuts in them. Like you could run a credit card through it. They're so perfect. It looks like someone took a giant circular saw and went zzz, right into the side of those pieces of granite.
Tiwanaku on Bolivia, the Bolivian side of Lake Titicaca in Peru. You see, it's very controversial. It's being dated around between 15 and 20 pounds. Also BP before present.
Yeah.
So the question is, I think what we're finding, all of this is opening the door to a conversation that goes back to the beginning of our conversation. We're not who we've been told, and we're much more than we've been led to believe. Okay, and we're beginning to understand that history. I think what's important now is that just as we're beginning to understand that history, we're being asked to deny our humanness. And within a very brief period of time, we're going to be encouraged to accept technology into our bodies, chemicals in our blood, definitely RFID chips. They're already being used in Sweden right now in industry. There was an article in Extreme, a guy, I think he had 15 RFID chips in his body, and he was bragging. He says he's never felt freer because he can leave the house with no billfold, no credit card, no driver's license, and he can go to work. One of his he just puts part of his hand and it reads, and he gets into the building. He goes to the bank. People don't understand what that RFID chip is doing to their biology and the thinking underlying that, and the loss of human sovereignty when it comes to that. And these are all things to consider. So I would never tell someone, attempt to convince or persuade anyone or tell them what to do or what not to do. I want people to be aware of what it is that they're giving away. What does it mean to give away your humanness? And is it worth it to you to trade your humanness and your divinity for efficiency and speed of a computer chip? Or to relinquish the complexity of your immune system to the efficiency of a targeted chemical that knows how to go after one contagion at the expense of losing your ability to go after other contagions at other points in your life. Is that worth it to you? We're up on the 3 hours, and I'm going to close this. I think what it all comes down to, I just want to acknowledge, first of all, we've covered a lot of ground, and I appreciate your willingness to go there. And I appreciate our viewers. If you're still with us after 3 hours, thank you.
I'm sure they are.
All right. I'm acknowledging that much of what we talked about is a way different way of thinking. And I want to say it is for me as well. I in a rural community in northern New Mexico, conservative community, I was never taught to think this way. But I had to be honest with myself. As a scientist, does the science support the story that I was told? And it did not. And so there's a big difference between taking the science and forcing it into a pre-existing idea and allowing the science to lead to the new story that it tells. And I had to make that choice in my life. I lost credibility as a scientist when I did that, and I don't care about that. I would rather be honest with the people of this world that I love and share what I believe the story is saying than preserve some kind of credibility in an academic environment that in my opinion, is obsolete. So I'm just acknowledging that we've covered a lot of ground. What I think it comes down to is love. And that's why I want to leave this, love. Do we love ourselves enough to accept the deep truth of what it means to be human and the responsibility that comes with acknowledging our potentials and our capacities and the choices that we make in our lives in the next 5 years are the answer to that question. It's not a verbal answer. Do we choose to preserve the gift of our humanness? Or will we succumb to the indoctrination that tells us life is easier and it's safer if we give our humanness away to technology? And these are choices we all have to make.
Very profound. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you compare the direction that we're going in society right now to the way that societies and cultures evolved in antiquity. And just looking at some of the creations that are beyond our comprehension today that people and our ancestors had, it seems so obvious that they were more connected to themselves and to the earth and not stuck in this hamster wheel of efficiency and progress and chasing the economy and just in that hamster wheel, that money-making hamster wheel that we live in today, our world. So I think it resonates really well.
When you think about it, I mean, you look at the events of the world, and they're all designed to keep us spun up and occupied, spun up in fear, which we were never meant to live in 24/7. Fear was a temporary condition to be remedied, not an experience to be preserved. And we're seeing the consequence of that in our health. The inflammation, the disease, the anxiety, the depression, the fear for ourselves and our children. And the way out of all of that is to embrace our divinity. To be the best version of ourselves. And to do that, we have to have the courage to look beyond what we're being told. Not to discount all of it, but to examine it. Look beyond, think critically. And our young people are being conditioned away from that. They're being told to recite what the authorities have told them rather than to think critically and say, is this true?
Well, Greg, thank you for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
I want to thank you.
Great to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you. Now, this is a good dry run, so now
you ready to start the podcast?
Press the button and press record, and we'll do the whole thing again, right?
That's funny. Tell people that are listening, watching, where they can find your book, where they can find your website, get in touch with you, all that stuff.
The new book, the book is called Pure Human, The Hidden Truth of Our Divinity, Power, and Destiny. We talked about portions of a lot we didn't talk about. GregBraden.com, G-R-E-G-G, two G's, B-R-A-D-N.com. My mom did that on purpose. Gregory is one G, and I'm not a Gregory. I'm
just Greg.
Just two G's is Greg. Yeah, wherever books are sold. You can go to Amazon, go to our website, wherever books. The book is officially, wow, that's
that handsome devil.
The book is officially released January 28th, but it's pre-selling very strongly right now.
Okay.
And I think they're going to run out the first print run. So people, if you want one soon, before January 28th.
Amazing.
I haven't seen that. Is this on my website?
Is that your that's the Hay House website.
My team did a beautiful job. I've got a beautiful team of very powerful women working behind the scenes to help me support all this.
That's awesome, man. If you have 5 minutes, we have a couple questions for our Patreon subscribers.
Yeah.
That we usually do at the end of each podcast.
That's right,
of course. Yeah. We'll just spend 30 seconds to a minute answering each question. We'll just trip through a couple of them.
All right.
Which one do you want to do, Steve? Let's not do the ones that are 10 paragraphs.
You can ask anything.
This guy asks about the gene code. Okay, this guy says, what is the God code discovered in DNA? Again, we got to keep it simple. Keep it short.
All right.
If it's possible. I know that's a 10-hour question.
No, so as a senior computer systems designer during the Cold War years, my specialty was pattern recognition software. When the human genome was first published onto a computer network and we could see it for the first time, I immediately noticed there were patterns in our genome. It's not random. In 2004, I released a book that was the result of 20 years of research of the message, the literal message that's encoded into the first layer of the DNA in every cell of every human body that literally translates into the words God eternal within the body. It literally reads God eternal within the body. And it reads God eternal within the body in the 4 root languages, cuneiform, Sanskrit, Arabic, and Hebrew. And it tells us that when we believe our differences are so great that we must hurt and destroy one another to solve our problems, we need look no further than the 50 trillion cells inside of every human body to remind us of who we are. We are God eternal within the body. It doesn't say who God is or where God came from.
Right.
The God that is spelled out in the DNA of our bodies is the same that you see in those texts that we just talked about, in the scrolls, the Gnostic texts.
Wow. All right, so this highlighted part I think is
okay. I can't see it. You gotta undo the highlight. Today I see people becoming genetically weaker due to the amount of poisons they get from food, water, sky, medical, industrial complex. I see people becoming much stupider and becoming dopamine addicts. Do you think that the human race is subconsciously thinning its own herd out in order to become stronger? Is the great leap evolution we've been hearing about actually a massive culling, which will leave only the enlightened and mentally sound humans left on?
You're asking my opinion. The answer is absolutely no. It is not something we're doing to ourselves. This is something that's being imposed upon us by powers that are attempting to deceive us and veil the truth of our humanness from us. It is not natural evolution. It is a form of evolution. It is not natural evolution. It's an artificial evolution that is not good for humans. Cutting the CO2 down to 220 parts per million is not good for humans.
Right.
Cooling the Earth's temperature is not good for humans. Inciting wars between the superpowers to deplete munitions and human capability is not good for us. Breaking the social bonds that have kept us as a society is not good for us. All of these, when you put them together, are the technology. Replacing biology with technology is not good for us.
Right.
When you put these together, they are all part of a concerted effort to remake the Earth and to remake our bodies and the human species into something that no longer serves us as humans. And the question is, who does it serve? That's another conversation.
Yeah, that's the mystery.
It is an expression, a deep expression of evil,
right,
that is sweeping the earth in a very profound way. It always has, but between now and the year 2030, to remake us and our world and into something that is not good for us.
Right. Something we also covered pretty good on the actual podcast. Yep. Okay. This guy says Greg has a gift for summarizing. Ask him what his focus. Ask him with all the focus on awakening the masses. Now that we have a huge groups of people engaged, what's next? What does he see on the horizon? Not in a theoretical sense, but in actual, but the actual effects now.
What I think we're seeing in real time is we're seeing the emergence of two parallel societies. We're seeing the emergence of one segment of our population that's all in on everything, on the technology, in the bodies, around them, all the gadgets, all the tools, RFID chips, computer, everything. We're seeing another segment of our society that doesn't necessarily know everything that we're speaking about. It doesn't necessarily have the vocabulary that we're using, but they recognize that things are happening too fast. It's not good for us. They want to slow down and go back to the basics. And so those are the people I see in my little food co-op that are pulling their kids out of public schools to teach them their own family values. They're growing their own food. They're using medicinal herbs and traditional medicine to heal their bodies. And what I think we'll see, and this can't last long, I think we're going to see these two parallel societies check each other out. And we're going to say, who's happier, who's healthier, whose lives are more fulfilled? And the answer to that question is going to be where we emerge. And my sense is there'll probably be a middle ground. I think we'll never let the technology go, but we don't have to incorporate it into our bodies. We can allow the technology to serve us rather than enslave us. And that's what I see ultimately. And it only happens by us embracing our divinity, the truth of what it means to be human and our human capacities.
That's amazing, man. Thanks again. Appreciate
that was it. That was the lightning round.
Yeah, that was the lightning round. We're like 3.5 hours in. Thanks to all the Patreons. Love you guys, and that's it. That's all, folks. Good night.
Good night. Take the rest of the day off.
Yeah, sleep tight. Adam, thanks for coming on the podcast, dude.
Thanks for having me.
We were just talking off camera. You were saying your dad's the one who kind of got you into creating all these videos on death and how people die and all these terrifying things.
My dad is part of the genesis of dark science, you know, but it really is multifaceted. So as a kid, when I grew up, I was very terrified of like dying, you know, like I was terrified of death. My pets died, my grandparents died. You don't understand it as a kid, you know, you just know that death happens and it could happen to you, it could happen to your parents. And it's like, this is terrifying. And my parents would say, "Oh, Adam, relax. It's not going to happen to you. You're very young. You know, the chances are it's not going to happen." And that's not very reassuring for a kid. And the peak of like my fear of dying, and I don't know why I had a fear, probably because I didn't understand it. There was a girl at the local high school. I was in like 4th grade. She died from meningitis. She was like 15. And it was all over the news. It was a big deal. And so as a kid, I'm like, well, I'm going to die, you know, like this is terrifying. If it happened to this girl, it's going to happen to me. And so that just kind of like sealed the deal. Like if my parents went out to go run errands and I'm like, this is taking a while. In my mind, they died in a car accident or whatever, or I'm going to get cancer. Just like crazy fear. So fast forward to about 6th grade, I joined the Boy Scouts, and you have a bunch of 10, 11-year-old kids around a campfire. They're just going to burn shit, you know? And they're tossing in styrofoam and plastic cups and plastic wrap, and I'm like having a freak out. I'm like, guys, like, stop. We're going to inhale the fumes. We're going to get brain damage. This is going to be bad. And they're not going to listen to me. Yeah, sure, just keep burning stuff. And there was a kid in my troop named Michael, and this kid was very smart. Like at the age of 14, he could have started college. Very bright kid. And I'm like, Michael, like we're gonna die. We're gonna have brain damage. Oh my gosh. And he's like, oh no. There's plenty of ventilation out here. The fumes are gonna disperse. And there's oxygen from the trees. We're gonna be fine. And immediately it was like a switch got turned on. I'm like, oh, now that I know why it's not a big deal, why I'm going to be safe, there's comfort, you know, in knowing why things are going to be good and how it works, the mechanics of that situation. And so I immediately had this trust and comfort in science and understanding, you know, dispersion of fumes in an open area versus like a room or something. So that's like the first part, right? The second part is with my dad. So my dad was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He was also a nurse in the ICU, and for 30 years. So he had a lot of crazy stories, graphic stories. And me being curious to now being interested in science and disease and cancer, I would ask him things, you know, like, hey, you know, what happens if, you drink bleach? What happens if you do this? And he would, you know, no problem, explain it. He would say, oh, yeah, I had a patient who, you know, their liver ripped open and there's blood everywhere. And we tried to triage this way and that. And yeah, I was just like, okay. And he had no problem because in his mind and what the situation was, he was educating me on what was happening. You know, I remember as a kid, I would wear my seatbelt across my abdomen. And he would say, no, put it below your navel at your pelvic girdle. Why? He goes, I've had patients, they get in car accidents, the seatbelt compresses their abdomen and just rips their organs apart. You know, and so just knowing that is like, okay, gotcha. So now I know why that's in the pelvic girdle. He would say your pelvis is more stable. If it compresses, you're going to be okay. And just like that curiosity, that morbid curiosity, that's kind of like, you know.
Did your dad have the same curiosity? Like, what made him want to be in the ICU? Like, I always thought, like, it's always been in the back of my mind, like, people that are in the ICU, they got to be a different type of person.
I shadowed there. So when I was in college, I was going for med tech to be like a lab scientist.
in like a hospital. And so I just shadowed in the ICU for a week, and I'm like, absolutely not, no way, because it is just constant death, and you see people in their worst states, and it's like, no. But my dad, you got to have that sort of mindset and just to deal with it. And he had seen it for so long. He was like, oh yeah, this person, bled out, and we did this and that. And all right. So I was kind of raised a little bit different from, with that morbid curiosity, but in a good sense of like understanding it, right? But why he chose the ICU, I think that's just where he ended up, and he just stuck with it and said, I'm just going to do this.
Did it change him at all? Did he ever talk to you or ask him about that?
It changed him in the sense of he knew things could get real, he did tell me a couple stories that he would begin to tear up. He had, some patients die, and he had, he tried his best, and sometimes that just happens, that, I want to say, messed him up, but it just gave him a different perspective on like life. So yeah. So, growing up as a kid, fearful, but then having the comfort in science, and then the curiosity from my dad, learning that stuff. I've always wanted to be a teacher. I love to teach, and I love just learning things from teachers. And if you have a good teacher, man, you're just like, you're glued to the board. You're like, yeah, okay. And I wanted to go be a history teacher. So I majored in history, and halfway through, I changed to biochem. And I changed because this is like 2009, 2010, when the recession was happening, and teachers weren't leaving their positions, their finances weren't good, so they stayed in the jobs. And I was just told, like, teachers, there's not many jobs. So I'm like, I'm just going to go for STEM. And then went for biochem, and I'm like, well, I love science, I love teaching. I found a channel on YouTube called ASAP Science, which kind of does what I do, but it's more of like a lighthearted explanation of science. I'm like, I can do this, and I love doing this, so I'm just going to do it. And that's how the channel kind of came to be.
The thing about your videos that is so compelling to me is the topics that you choose are like they're like, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, but they're like the most obvious things that I'm curious about. Like when I'm scrolling through your videos, it's like, yes, I've always wondered about this, but I've never thought to ask, and I've never seen anyone explain it because it seems like such an obvious question, right?
Sure.
And that's beautiful about it.
Oh,
and the way you do them also is so, you make it so easy to comprehend, and they're not super long and complicated. And I come away with a perfect, understanding of what's going on and what happens after every video that I watch. So you do a great job with that, man.
Thank you. And people ask me, how do you come up with these ideas? I mean, I think it's kind of harkening back to my upbringing, and having that morbid curiosity as a kid. I kind of developed it as like an adult.
Yeah.
I try and make sure that, like, since I love to teach, I want you to understand how this works. And to me, this is a big issue on YouTube science channels. They'll just blurt out like, this happens because this, blah, blah, blah. And I will take my time to make sure you understand the mechanics of a situation, why this happens, how this happens, when this happens. And so that's, my goal. Dark science, it's a dark topic. You're going to get attention. So you're kind of teaching people without even realizing they're learning. So
what is out of curiosity, what is the craziest thing that your dad or you saw ever in the ICU?
I didn't see too much because I was there for a week. I'm sure my dad has some crazy stories, but one that comes to mind, and I think I can say it's probably fine.
We can censor it if it's not.
It's just
friendly.
No, it's. I mean, there's gonna be blood and stuff.
Yeah.
He had a patient who was a chronic drinker, and this has always stuck with me. And I believe he had like severe cirrhosis of the liver. His liver was just like to pieces, shutting down. And I think he said that this guy was losing blood from his liver, and they're just pumping in IV bags one after the other, and they couldn't get the liver, the wound, whatever it was, to like seal up. And something happened where like the doctor was in the room, or my dad was there, but they're like, we can't stop this. Like, you're probably gonna die. And my dad's the guy looked at it and just like, he's like, he understood, and he was like, this is my moment. This is all I got. And the guy died not long after. But just seeing the guy's reaction to like, you're gonna die soon. And he did die not long after. I think maybe like a few minutes. Yeah. And he I think he said he looked at my dad, and he closed his eyes, and then was like at peace, because he had no choice. And that can probably mess some people up, but I think my dad was, he's a veteran of the ICU, so maybe that affects him today. I don't know, but that was a story that was really just like, holy crap.
Yeah, I've always been curious, like, when people are about to die, or when they have some sort of chronic disease, or they're dying of cancer, how their psychological mindset affects that. Like, when some people give up, and some people keep fighting psychologically, mentally, they are resilient. And I'm like wondering how much of an effect the brain can have on the body in that regard.
I mean, there are studies that, people who are more positive, who have family and friends around, will have better outcomes. If they don't get the cancer, sometimes they do, depending on the stage and the degree. But if they don't beat the cancer, they have a better through positive. You have more in. Your body has, chemical cascades that kind of help you perform better. But whether it be like adrenaline, again, it'd be in endorphins. Maybe if you're more positive, you're drinking more water. You're doing more positive things that can help you. Whereas if you're more giving up, you're not eating. You don't care about your medication, and that will take a toll. I mean, the more stressed you are, the more cortisol you produce, and more inflammation on your body. So I mean, the mindset is a big deal. I don't think it's the factor, but it definitely helps.
Yeah, for sure. Are you a hypochondriac?
I probably was as a kid.
Yeah.
Yes. Now I'm fine now, because I understand things,
Right.
But I definitely was as a kid. I have asthma. I have like the worst case of asthma in the world. If I used to do football in high school, and I would run all the time. Now if I go for a jog outside, I'd be like, I can't. So really? It's like, it's getting worse. So I just kind of I lift weights into the treadmill and biking, but even with that, I'm like, it's asthma. It sucks. So.
No, I used to have those similar thoughts when I was a kid about death. I remember specifically one of my most terrifying thoughts that still I can like recollect vividly today is when I was really young. I would have these just thoughts pop into my head of like what it was like. I don't remember if this came after one of like my grandpa died or something. But I remember vividly when my first thoughts about death was like, you close your eyes and it's just black.
Yeah.
It's just black forever. That was the most terrifying thing.
That's still pretty scary. I got nothing for that.
Right?
But but as a kid, you're just like, holy crap, it's black. And you think about it.
You just cease to exist. You're just dirt, inanimate dirt, and there's nothing. There's nothing. Just infinite darkness. Jeez. That's a terrifying thing.
Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, there's no way getting around that.
Yeah.
Unless you have like religion, you believe in karma, or karma like it's called. But.
Yeah. Well, I think there's I think it's like statistically proven, right, that most people when they reach a certain age, like 40s or 50s or 60s, they start to become way more religious and
Really?
accept God. And yeah, I think so.
I see a lot of old people at church. Like a lot of old people.
Yeah,
Hey.
there's not many like teenagers at
No,
church, right? Unless
no.
their parents are dragging them there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna die soon. I should probably, find something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So last night I told you I was fucking going down a never-ending rabbit hole on fluoride.
Yeah.
Because you had a couple videos on fluoride, and you did like a deep dive on like the truth of it, because there's like a huge, I don't know if it's a misconception, but there's a lot of confusion out there about fluoride. And from my understanding of it, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but there was like in the 30s or 40s, some dentist got some sort of grant or got something passed into law where they could put fluoride in the water because this guy thought it would help tooth decay, and like specifically in Colorado, I think it was.
Yes.
And then they're like, okay, we're going to make this a mandate for the rest of the country. We're going to put fluoride in everyone's drinking water and try to save the country from cavities. But there's been studies on fluoride that is it true that it's neurotoxic?
So there's a lot of things at play there. I mean, studies that find fluoride at higher concentrations is just going to cause damage. It will have the effects of no cavities, but you're going to have a lot of other effects. Studies that have said, fluoride is a neurotoxin, or not a neurotoxin, but it damages your neurons and your neurological processes. Two things. Those are studies that have fluoride at very high concentrations. So in the US, the average concentration of fluoride is about 1 part per million. Very, very low. I was reading a study a couple months ago about fluoride, and they're like, yeah, like we found that people that were drinking this water out in this village in India, they had cognitive deficits, and they had diarrhea and this and that. Well, you read through the study, and they had a fluoride concentration of like 7 parts per million. So the higher you go, the worse it gets, or not the worse it gets, but it can cause more damage. If you eat enough potassium, you're going to die. Right? You have enough fluoride, you're going to have bad effects. But the genesis of fluoride, I mean, is really interesting. So there was a dentist named Frederick McKay out in Colorado Springs, and he noticed his patients in this village or this town that were near a mining operation had, like, it's called Rocky Mountain model teeth, and their teeth had like a brown tinge to it. And he's like, this is really weird that they have this brown tinge, but these people have no cavities. Like they're good. Whereas people outside this region, they had clean white teeth, but they had cavities. It's like, there's something going on here. And there was a company that was mining aluminum from the mountains and nearby, and they discovered that they were injecting or liberating fluoride into the water, and they were drinking the water. And it was very high. It was like 13 parts per million. It was very, very high. They're probably very sick too. But that's why they had that intense brown staining. And people don't understand why fluoride is in the water. They just know, like, oh, it's there because the government put it there. It's to make people stupid. Couldn't be further from the truth. So,
well, I mean, George Bush's speech was pretty sinister. It was pretty scary.
What speech? With what?
George Bush Sr., when he said, "We there is a new world order after after the Cold War that we are going to start implementing." Yeah.
I mean, we could go that. That's a whole different can of worms. Yeah, the new world order. Yes. But with the again the mechanics, understanding how it works. So this is why fluoride isn't in water and why it's good. And I can get into why it shouldn't be in the water. I think people should have the choice to drink water if they don't want it altered.
Well, they have to clean all of the sewage, right? And they put them in these giant circular vats, these giant concrete vats, where they treat it with tons of chemicals, not just fluoride, right? And that's the city water. That goes into everyone's faucets in the city typically. And in order to clean that water, you have to put a ton of chemicals in there to clean it. And I'm sure fluoride is one of those chemicals that is responsible for cleaning and sanitizing that water for people to drink it and use it to shower and stuff like that.
So fluoride, I think it does have some antibacterial properties, but the amount of fluoride in the water, now maybe there's a higher concentration before it goes out to the public where they could clean it. I mean, that could be like very, very high concentration, but it's reduced if it goes out to the public supply for water. But getting back to like the mechanics of fluoride, so your teeth are made of a crystalline mineral called hydroxyapatite. And it's a crystalline structure of calcium. So why you need calcium for your bones, you know. Phosphorus and hydroxy, which is an OH molecule, hydrogen and oxygen. And hydroxyapatite will dissolve when exposed to acid over time. And it'll break down from erosion, just eating and stuff, and it just decays. So that's why you need to intake calcium and phosphorus in your diet to replenish the hydroxyapatite. Well, it turns out fluoride can also bond in this crystalline structure, and it forms a new crystal called fluoroapatite. And fluoroapatite, based on the atomic properties of fluorine, makes a stronger crystalline structure. So it doesn't break down as fast when exposed to acid, and it's more resilient overall. So whether you're taking in calcium or phosphorus or fluoride, you're replenishing that fluoroapatite crystalline structure. So you don't have to have fluoride, but it's just better. It's like you don't have to have snow tires in the wintertime, but it's a lot better. So, you know, that's why it's in the water. Now, I do think people should have the say, like, hey, I don't want fluoride.
Better for your teeth.
For your teeth, correct. Teeth.
Yeah, it's just bizarre that a fucking dentist was able to get this implemented into the country, the entire country.
Right, so...
And it's still here 90 years later. Like, they haven't reviewed it or revised this.
Well, from discovery to application was a long time. It wasn't like, hey, we found fluoride, put it in the water, boom. It was around 30 years before people were like, let's do this.
Really?
Yes, the first time water was fluoridated in the U.S. was in 1945 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And before that, so McKay made this discovery. And of course, we have the peer review process. People are like very skeptical, you know, yeah, sure. So there was a department of, I don't think it's in existence, Department of Public Health or Dentistry or something, but they commissioned a 21-city study where they went to 21 different cities and checked fluoride concentrations as opposed to low fluoride concentrations. And they found like this is consistent where people have fluoride in the water have lower cavity amounts than people who have no fluoride. And so it was over 30, 40 years. Like, if we're going to put this in the water, this has to work. And so that's what they did. There was a very long study.
Right.
So, you know, lots of people were skeptical. Like, no, this is madness. Put fluoride in water? What are you nuts? Like, put chlorine in water?
Right.
You know?
Right.
And it's not.
How about just brush your teeth? How about that?
Right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you could just do that. There's fluoride in your
toothpaste.
Yes.
Well, I brush with non-fluoride toothpaste.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? And you know what? Like, at the end of the day, you don't have to have fluoride. Like, you'll do just fine. Right. It's just it's better. It's not necessary, but if you want it, it's fine.
Wasn't there? How many studies did you look at involving fluoride and drop in IQ?
Gosh, maybe 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
And what were the studies were on rodents? Or were they on humans?
These were on humans.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah. And most of the studies, just by nature of what was available, a lot of studies came from China and India. And a lot of the people that they sampled were near industrial activity. And there was one study, I think it was either in China or India, but there was a village or a town of people, and they found high fluoride concentration. And I'm like, yeah, this is causing cognitive issues. And it was high, but there was also arsenic in the water as well from the industrial processes. There's high levels of phosphorus, and arsenic is a toxin. Phosphorus, if you have too much, can cause problems. So we're really kind of saying like, yeah, there's fluoride, but there's also other things as well. So it depends. If you're looking for high concentrations, you're going to see problems. If you're looking for low concentrations, you're not going to see problems. So,
And wasn't there also a study that basically looked at every single country across the world and found that the countries with the highest levels of fluoride in their water had the same number of reports of cavities as countries that had there was countries with tons of fluoride compared to countries with little or no fluoride.
Yeah,
same amount of cavities.
Right. So with people with studies where they had, I'm not sure if it was high amount of fluoride, but it was probably like the therapeutic dose. And this is kind of the humor behind it, is that they found that countries with therapeutic doses of fluoride and countries that didn't have it, generally people were like roughly the same.
Right.
Fluoride is not going to stop you from getting cavities. I mean, I've had cavities. I drink fluoridated water all the time. It's just something additional to help. It's by no means like this magic bullet that's if you drink fluoride, you're never going to get cavities. If you have high fluoridated water, black tea has a lot of fluoride in it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And if you drink lots of black tea, higher fluoride, you'll have lower chances of cavities. But it's like, it's an additional thing to have. But I mean, if you would say fluoride stops cavities, that's not true, unless it's really, really high.
I wonder what countries or parts of the world have people that live the longest. I know Costa Rica is one of them. Remember we had Chip on here, Steve, he was talking about the blue zones across the world. Costa Rica was one of them.
Isn't Japan too?
I'm not sure, maybe.
I heard Japan because of like their diet.
Yeah, it's their diet, it's their stress level, it's their lifestyle. It's not, I mean, it's how they get their food too. Like they're not eating crazy processed
Greece
food.
too, yeah, Greece.
Okinawa, Japan, Italy, okay.
They're called blue zones.
Blue zones. Ikaria, Greece, and Nicoya, Costa Rica. Now, can we cross-reference these cities or areas of the world with fluoride? Fluoride in the water?
There you go.
This will be fun.
Oh, AI, tell us.
Drinking water in Okinawa, Japan does not contain fluoride. Ding, ding, ding.
Well,
ding,
that's
ding.
only one.
That's fun. Okay, we got 1 out of what, 6 or 5?
What is this?
Okay, that's Okinawa. That's the second one. Sardinia, Italy. Oh, no, we don't have AI to help us here.
Fluoride content of piped water in Okinawa. Only one supply had
almost 5. Geez.
Wait. Is this okay? So the environmental issues and cases.
There is no water or food
fluoridation in Italy.
None of the food being fluoridated, but
except for isolated locations near what? What did it say?
I don't know where you're reading that.
Okay, except for isolated locations near volcanoes or polluters. Fluoride in water is low across the country.
Okay, and how about Greece?
Yeah, let's find out about Greece.
I like Greece.
Me too. We'll bring Amin with us.
Okay, fluoridated water contains...
Okay, fluoridated water. We know what fluoridated water is.
Is fluoridated...
Is water fluoridated in Greece?
No.
There is no water fluoridation in Greece.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
Interesting.
Let's go. What's the other one? There's at least one more.
There was...
Nicoya, Costa Rica.
Now, is this because they chose not to, or is it just that the rest of the world doesn't generally do this?
Probably just because they generally don't do it, I would imagine. I'm sure they're not doing it for a specific reason. No, there's no fluoride in Costa Rica.
Longest living people, no fluoride.
What the fuck, dude?
I mean...
You got some explaining to do.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, yeah. So, I mean, fluoride is not used to extend...
Like,
your
of
life,
course,
right?
there's many other factors to this, right?
Of course,
yeah.
But I mean, I knew before we even started, there's going to be one country in the Mediterranean diet. High olive oil, fish, lots of good fats.
Mm-hmm.
And Japan, I mean, the diet's big. They have lots of rice. So, I mean, not a whole lot of red meat, and I think more fish too.
Yes.
I mean, they do have beef in their diet, but I think more of their diet's on like rice and fish, which is a bit more healthier.
That's interesting too. Rice.
Yeah.
I never knew rice was healthy. I always thought rice was like a carbohydrate, but it's not. I guess it's not processed. It's not white flour, right? White flour is the worst thing you can eat.
Yeah. Bleached flour, yeah.
Bleached white flour, yeah. Because it's super processed and it just like gums up your arteries. But rice is not like that, which kind of like surprising me.
Yeah, I think they're eating a lot more white rice. I think rice is. I mean, there's no gluten in rice, but
no gluten.
Really? Yeah. Huh. Gluten's it's a grain protein.
Okay.
Found in grain. Rice. I'm not sure what rice is technically in like the classification, but I know that a lot of the Japanese diet is a lot of fish. Fish is good. Omega-3 fatty acids, omega-6.
As long as there's not a lot of mercury in it.
Oh, that's I mean, that's that. Hey, you want me to agree on that? That's absolutely.
At one point, they were supplying all the schools in Japan with dolphin meat.
Wow.
Dolphin, like flipper. And there was a crazy epidemic across Costa Rica where the kids were getting neurotoxin, this mercury poisoning, and it was really messing them up, man.
Really,
big time. People were getting sick. Can you Google when that happened? I want to say it was in the 70s or the 60s.
Oh wow!
Type in mercury poisoning epidemic in Japan. No, Japan. Oh. Minamata, that's what it was. Minamata disease was linked to poisoned water in the fishing village in Japan in the 50s.
Jeez.
Nearby company was dumping waste, leading to high levels of mercury. That's not what he said. He said it was because they were supplying the schools with dolphin meat.
Well, still, I mean, you eat too much fish, you're going to have mercury. Right. Yeah.
So it was making the mercury in the water way higher, and that was contaminating the fish. Then they were eating the fish, which was really screwing people up, man.
Yeah.
And same with like whale meat too, that has high levels of mercury, like any like big pelagic fish.
Yeah, they're just engulfing fish themselves, tons, so they're of course going to get high levels of mercury.
The smaller the fish, the better, the least amount of mercury.
Interesting.
Like sardines.
Oh.
That's the healthiest fish you can eat because there's the least amount of mercury.
Yeah, it's so small. Yeah, Gotcha. I ate a good amount of salmon. And I love salmon.
Salmon's delicious.
You know? I don't eat too much, hopefully, where it's causing me issues. It's like once a week.
What? Rick was saying something about salmon. He was saying, and I don't know how accurate it was, but he was saying that like the salmon is really unhealthy because it's all grown on these farms.
Oh, farm salmon's dog shit. Yeah, seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
But most of it's farmed, right? Like how much of salmon that you eat at the sushi restaurants, how much of that is farmed versus
probably tons.
The majority of it, right?
I eat wild caught salmon. Like I really? Specifically seek it out.
Oh, yeah. You catch it yourself?
No, but I go to, merchants that sell it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And you can so my wife and I, we eat salmon wild caught every week, once a week. And where we were getting it, they were out, but they had farm salmon. And we had the farm salmon. We couldn't even finish it. It was disgusting.
I heard they actually they dye it to make it pink too.
Yeah. And when you see wild caught salmon and farm salmon, the wild caught's like a nice, vibrant, darker pink, whereas the farmed is like a orange pink. It just looks bad. Like, what the hell am I eating?
Right.
And when we were cooking it, so I'm not sure of it's the fats in fish. Yeah, see?
Click on that second one to the right, or either of those two, the top left, two top left ones.
Looks disgusting.
Can you blow it up? On it? So the farmed one's light pink. Yeah, that looks like my sushi.
Higher, yes.
The one on the right almost looks like ahi tuna. It's so dark, Leaner, cleaner, naturally pink. Yeah, man. Fuck.
So when we were cooking the farmed salmon, you could see. So I think it's the omega fats in the fish.
Yes.
When they reach heat, when they get heated, they turn white. You know what I mean? And when you put the farmed salmon in the frying pan, it's just seeping all this white goo out of it. It's the higher fat content. Mm-hmm. It's this is off. The wild caught, cooks perfectly fine.
Look at that difference, bro.
Yep. It's based on the diet, what they're feeding it, their lifestyle.
I gotta stop eating the salmon. I was eating sushi. We had sushi last night, and all the salmon looked just like that.
We my friends and I went to an all-you-can-eat sushi place, like $25, and they'll give you all you can eat. You know? Yeah. And I'm eating the sushi. Like, this is good. Yeah. And then like the thought hit me, I'm like, this is all farm salmon. Yeah, because there's no way they're catching wild caught salmon and just tons of it. No way.
They can't do farm tuna though, right? That's
I think
definitely
you can farm whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah.
We find that? They don't. There's no way they farm raised tuna.
They're pretty big. Farm tuna.
There's no way. I'll be shocked. Farm tuna is tuna that can be raised in pens or tanks, either in the ocean or land. But do they do it though?
If it can grow, they'll farm it. Yeah.
Young tuna are caught in the wild and moved to pens in shallow sheltered waters in bays or coves. There they are fed until they reach sushi grade quality, and they are sold in markets. The method is primarily used for Atlantic bluefin tuna, which is a profitable stock for the global fish market. They're usually caught between May and July. Where do they do this?
I think lots of it is in Japan. I think actually.
I thought they caught it all though in Japan.
So I used to
farm them in Japan.
I used to work at Red Lobster. I was a cook for 7 years.
Really?
Yes. So I'm like an amazing cook, you know. And all of our fish that came in frozen.
I used to love the Captain's Feast.
Captain's Feast. What the hell was it? Was it like
fried? Or no, it was the Admiral's Feast.
Admiral's Feast. That was all fried food.
Yeah.
Fried.
Dude, it's so shitty.
Oh gosh, it's terrible. Yeah. All of our fish that came in that was frozen was Japan. And I'm like, well,
they're the biggest. They've always been the biggest seafood and fish exporter, I think. But I think that's because of where they are.
Yeah, right.
There's the most fishing happens in Japan.
Sure.
The biggest fish market is there. But I didn't know they actually farmed fish there. Why would they need to farm fish when they have the most? They're like in the middle of the ocean, and they like have all these fishermen and these whaling boats.
Convenience, man.
What does this say? Japan has over 100 tuna farms. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, so you got the Mediterranean, Japan, and Croatia.
100 tuna farms.
Hey, they'll farm tuna. What?
Human beings we're just killing ourselves with convenience. Convenience is
destroying
us.
It's so bad. I mean, just like the convenience from, like the processed food.
Yes.
Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad.
I was just in Costa Rica for a week, and we weren't eating like great food. Like we were eating like burritos, and we were also eating like stuff like Costa Rican food, like with loads of rice and beans and like ceviche and stuff, and then tons of tacos. Even like sometimes we had burgers and shit. But even after we had like the shitty stuff, like the burgers, you didn't feel like you feel after you eat a burger in America.
Yeah.
You feel light. You don't feel like you just ate a fucking pound of concrete. And it's all because it's not processed.
I think, I'm sure that has a huge effect on it too. I think beef is just, it's heavy. We eat bison burgers. Bison's more lean. So when you eat a bison burger, you're like, I feel like I can go for a run. Right. It's not as heavy. But I'm sure the process of how they're raised and processed definitely plays a role.
Yeah.
For sure. Damn.
That's fucking scary, dude.
I don't eat too much tuna, so I'm not affected. But
yeah. Why don't you eat tuna?
I
don't like it?
I prefer salmon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the fluoride thing.
Yeah.
You said that the few studies that you did look at that correlated fluoride to a drop in IQ, they were bullshit.
No. So if you're doing a study based on 1 parts per million, which is what we have in the U.S., that doesn't cause any issues. 2 caveats. High fluoride concentration can cause issues in developing children, and specifically infants. So even with an infant, if the mother is drinking lots of like black tea, higher fluoride, that can actually cause issues. And they've done studies where they found infants that were in regions with high fluoride concentration, or their mothers had a diet high in fluoride, lots of tea. I think certain vegetables, I think carrots, I could be wrong on that, but certain vegetables have lots of fluoride. They found that children that had, while developing, lots of fluoride did have cognitive issues. So it's more of a concentration issue than it is the actual fluoride. So,
got it.
Again, you eat enough potassium, you're going to have problems. So,
Right. Yeah, I would just be curious to whether the fluoride is necessary for cleansing and sanitizing the water, or if they still add it for the dental purposes. Like, do they really give a fuck about our teeth still in 2024? Like, that much? Like, there's so much other shit. We got, like, fucking loads of homeless people on the streets that are walking over to get into the Capitol building. Like, we really care that much about our teeth?
Well, so it's not like a federal program. I mean, it's based on the states. Some states have it, some states don't.
But there's only, like, 3 or 4 states that don't, right?
But there's a lot. But there's, like,
can we find that?
A quarter of it, I thought.
Let's find out what states don't fluorinate water. Or is it county by county?
It might even be a county. I think it's state, though. But it could be county.
As of March 2024, Hawaii is the only state that, they banned fluorinated water for public water. That's fucking amazing.
That's funny.
I'm moving to Hawaii. Most other states leave it up to individual water systems or localities to decide. So, some cities like Jacksonville, Florida, Colorado Springs, Colorado, El Paso, Texas do not add fluoride to their water because they have naturally occurring levels that meet or exceed the CDC's recommended 0.07 milligram per liter to reduce tooth decay. Texas, in particular, has naturally high levels of fluoride due to oil deposits and rocks. Okay, but so Hawaii is the only state that doesn't fluorinate water with chemicals. Or they just it says they're the only state that bans it.
Yeah. But it's probably based on the municipality.
Municipality, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, I got it.
And again, I'm all for, like, people should have a choice, like, you know.
I want. So would well water stop all this? If you drank from well water, if you like dug a well,
if there's not natural fluoride in the area.
If there's not natural fluoride in the area,
So. Yeah.
I got one of those reverse osmosis water filters under my sink. Mm-hmm. I think those get rid of most of the bullshit. But I think I heard they also get rid of, like, the minerals, the good stuff in the water.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're getting too much of a diet from water minerals. You need it just for, like, metabolic processes and just living. But I mean, you don't think you get too much minerals or ions from your water, really. That's more based on, like, your diet, fruit, vegetables. That has lots of minerals. You know, so I mean, if you drink deionized water, you know, you're probably okay. So.
What is the most popular video on your channel?
Anatomy of a Headshot.
The headshot one.
Yeah, that just 30 million views. Can't believe it still.
And it was stayed monetized or no?
Yes.
It did.
I know, yeah.
That's incredible. Well, you don't actually show any blood or anything in there, do you?
No, but
it's all like animation.
I do say lots of no words. And YouTube's like, yeah, it's fine. But
hallelujah, YouTube.
But that was before, I think, they really cracked down on like the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, sometimes they go back and fuck older.
They better not.
They do that to me all the time. I still get like a video 3 years ago just got hit.
Really?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Did they say what it was? Like,
yeah, it's always like profanity or something like that. But wow, the anatomy of a headshot is the most people are really interested in that, especially right now after that assassination attempt.
Timing, right?
Right. I saw like 4 videos last night of people doing. I sent one to Steven. Remember that one? I said this. So people are like doing simulated shots. Have you seen the channel where they have like this head made of jelly with a skull inside of it, and they shoot it?
Grand Thumb.
Is
that what it is?
No, it wasn't Grant. Maybe it was. You sent me 2.
Maybe. It's incredible, dude. They shoot this like jelly head with a skull inside of it. It's supposed to like be the actual composition of like flesh and gray matter in a head, and then they film it at like 100,000 frames a second. Jeez. And they show what happens. And they were doing some ballistic test. They were shooting like an old shitty AR-15 at this head, and they were trying to clip the ear.
Oh, wow.
They were trying. Can you find that video I sent you?
Yeah.
His name's Brandon Herrera. Brandon Herrera. That's who he was.
Okay. Yeah.
So click on that and see. It's beautiful. Just turn the volume down. And then like he's like, because there's a lot of people that are saying that what happened was like a coordinated PR stunt where like he hired a sniper to shoot his ear to make him turn him into a martyr or a hero.
Right.
So he tried to do it, and he actually did. I think he did a pretty good job at it. Go a little bit farther. Yeah, right there. Watch this, dude. But this is like, obviously, this is not 150 yards away. This is like point blank. Much.
Right. And you're not counting for wind.
Yeah, that's totally cheating.
Yeah, he's definitely cheating. Watch this.
Ooh. Jeez Louise. just like a little nick there too.
That's incredible, dude. But then this other kid did it too, and he actually did it from like 150 yards away, from like a shitty like aluminum roof.
Yeah, he did it for reals.
And he had like a really high precision scoped rifle, right?
Like bolt action or something, right?
Yes, it was a bolt. It was a bolt action scoped rifle with a really good scope on it. Not like that kid had. The kid had like a little like, what was it, like an iron sight with a red dot?
It was iron sight from like the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like an iron. It was like a red dot deal. But this guy used like a high level scoped in rifle, bolt action rifle from 150 yards away, and he was trying to clip the ear of a mannequin head. And yeah, this is him. Just go to the end; it'll show you where he ended up hitting it. I think there was only every single one of his shots took off a significant portion of the thing's head.
Here we go.
So
that's a hunting rifle though too.
Yeah, exactly. That's way more accurate than what that kid had, right?
And the caliber is way more destructive too.
Look at that. You're fucking dead if a bullet hits that.
Gosh, it's crossing both hemispheres too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
a goner.
That's with no wind.
Yeah,
like
right.
There's trees surrounding him.
And this rifle is, I don't know, like 5 times more accurate. What would you say, Steve?
Well, he said that it's a heavier caliber and it's just a better rifle. So
yeah.
If that thing hits your skull right there, your brain's gone, right?
Oh, with a hunting rifle, you're not even gonna have a head.
Right. Oh, really?
I mean, pieces of the head,
look,
maybe.
One of them went in the nose. Jeez, dude.
Gosh, what a place to get hit.
So, what was your research like? Did you ask your dad about what happened? Did your dad? I mean, I'm sure people get their shot in the head. They don't go to the ICU. They're just going straight to the.
That depends. If it's like a low caliber and they get nicked or the right position they get hit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are ways to, and I'm going to say this very lightly and not super seriously.
Don't demonetize us.
There are ways to survive a headshot, but I mean, the right conditions. We're talking like hair's width, right? And even then, it's like probably not, but you could
survive. Right?
Survive.
You might be a vegetable after.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Gabby Gifford, the senator or congresswoman from Arizona who was shot back in 2010, she's still walking. That was a 9mm point blank range.
Also, the guy who was there when Reagan, the attempted assassination on Brady. Yeah,
yep.
He got shot in the head, right?
Yep. So I mean, you can survive, and there's a lot of factors. So first off, you want the smallest.
Is she like functioning normally?
Yeah. I mean, not normally. She has deficits.
All right, Steve. We can't show this stuff. Okay.
Right. Oh, that's that poor guy.
Yeah.
He was an astronaut.
Yep, and he's also a senator now too, from the same state.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
Well, he's sleeping with her.
Yeah.
Oh.
So at the DNC back in like 2010, she recited the Pledge of Allegiance, and she was getting through it, but with like some difficulty. But she stood up and like, I pledge allegiance to the flag. You know, so she's not the same person, right? You're going to have changes in personality and brain function. It's very sad.
Man, that's terrible.
Yeah.
What kind of gun was it?
I think it was a 9mm.
A 9mm.
And one of the factors, so
the velocity is a huge factor, right?
Huge factor. The velocity is bigger than the caliber. Because the higher the velocity, the bigger the shockwave that's being put on the head. So the way I kind of started this video, the way I kind of got into it is my dad bought a book on forensics about all kinds of shots in the body, stomach, foot, leg, head, neck. And there was a whole section on getting shot in the head. And I was just like drawn to this book. Yeah, Malala too. Yeah. I think she was shot with an AK.
Right through the top of her head?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The book, yeah. And there's this whole section on getting shot in the head, and I'm thinking like, bullet goes in, bullet goes out, like you're dead. But the amount of like details that go into the physics of getting shot in the head, I'm like, this is incredible. Like one thing that just threw me away was when the bullet goes in the head and the shockwave expands the tissue in the skull, you get cracking temples and sometimes the orbital because the skull is expanding. And you just don't think about that stuff. You're like, yeah, it's like a puncture wound. It's really not, you know.
The bullet's also spinning, right?
It's spinning, yeah. But the actual shockwave is from the production of the shockwave is the velocity of the bullet going in, you know. So I made a video on can you survive a headshot, how to survive a headshot. And the ways that you survive, again, is a smaller caliber and a lower velocity. So this is like a pistol, like a handgun. Best cases is like a 22 caliber pistol, you know.
From 100 yards away.
Yeah, right. The farther away, the much better.
And there's reports of people being shot in the head with one of those with like small caliber handguns, and the bullet just bouncing off their head.
If it's a far enough distance, if it loses enough energy, and it doesn't bounce off like a ping pong ball. I mean, it's like you're getting smacked like a hammer because that thing still has a ton of energy. It's not enough to puncture and go into your skull, but it's enough to deposit that energy and just boom. You know, my dad was telling me a story. One of his friends went out to, this is during the Iraq War or something, and the insurgents were shooting their AK-47s up in the air, and a bullet came down and hit a kid in the head. It had lost enough energy where it didn't puncture, but like he got smacked in the head with like the force of like a hammer. The kid lived, but it was just
brain damage.
I'm not sure the actual degree of damage, but the kid did live.
I had a guy in here who was, I believe, I always forget what, I think he was with the Ranger Regiment, and he was in Libya, I think it was. One of the bordering countries of Israel, and they were training some people in that country, and they were training these this foreign military in like counterinsurgency and stuff like that. And they were doing a drill, and one of the people from the group they were training did this stupid thing where he took his assault rifle and just started like sweeping the ground like that. And he should have been doing that, but one of the bullets went like astray, as they all did. Most people hit the deck. He got a bullet right to the head, but he was wearing a helmet.
Sure.
So it fucking hit the helmet. The helmet blew off, and it shot him like 6 feet backwards and completely knocked him out.
Wow.
And then he got admitted to that CIA's remote viewing program. But like he talks about how it like really changed him, like that experience. Like he had some crazy dream that he said he thought it was like lasted for days, and he had a dream of like dying and coming back. And then when he finally got like woken up, they did all these psychiatric experiments on him.
Wow.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, he's still with it. He's still super sharp and with it. But it like made him more spiritual.
Wow, yeah, well, near-death experience.
Right.
For sure,
yeah.
Jeez.
But a direct hit from a bullet from an assault rifle to the helmet. Like,
did it pierce the helmet? Like,
no.
Did it really?
Maybe it did.
Slightly, or?
Maybe it slightly.
I thought it did, but it didn't. It didn't obviously hit his head.
The bullet never hit his head. I think it might have pierced the helmet, but it somehow blew the helmet off and like was a concussive hit to him and just knocked him back like 6 feet.
Gosh, wild.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still very lethal. I mean, you could have cracking of the skull, just a concussion, your brain bouncing back off your skull.
Yeah,
jeez, gosh. But yeah, to survive a headshot, again, lower caliber, smaller velocity. Big thing is the hemispheres of the brain. Gabby Gifford and a couple other people I mentioned in the one video, most of the bullets had gone through one hemisphere. And this has to do with connectivity in the brain. If you cross two hemispheres, if one hemisphere is damaged, you have the other to kind of compensate. But if it goes through both, first off, you're losing both sides. So that's a deficit there. Also, if you cross the hemisphere, there's a good chance, first off, you're going to break connection in the brain. There's a lot of connection between the left and right hemispheres. And so even if, you have a bullet that goes through one hemisphere and kind of goes through the other, if it breaks enough connectivity, it can't compensate, But a big thing is if you have a bullet go through both hemispheres and it hits the amygdala, the brainstem, the hypothalamus, it's over. I mean, those are like your most primordial sections of the brain that keep you alive. Those get hit, you're out, you're done. Period. But if one hemisphere, this way or like kind of diagonal, you can live. I mean, I wouldn't ever say, hey, look, let's try it. Like one hemisphere, boom. But it's just you have better chances. So,
has anyone ever survived a decapitation?
Not that I know of. No.
Have you heard of those people that are getting head transplants?
I know that there was one, I think in Russia, they were going to do it. Some guy had I think terminal cancer or something.
Yeah.
I think he backed out at the last second.
I thought that they did it.
No, he found love. I think it was talking about.
Did you Google it? Head transplant? Oh, also known as a full body transplant. Okay. That's an experimental surgical procedure that involves. Oh wait, you know what it is, but I thought. So it hasn't been done successfully yet.
They've done it with mice.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And the mice don't live. They die within like a day or so, maybe a couple hours. But they do find that there is some prolonged activity, but it's not enough. I mean, an organ transplant can be hit or miss. A head transplant, you're talking like one in like a million working, unless the science, in the future. But they have done mice.
Steven, go back to the other tab. Go to all. There you go. In 2016, Italian neuroscientist Dr. Sergio Canavero announced plans to perform the first head transplant in 2017. Valery Spiridonov, a 33-year-old Russian computer scientist with a muscle wasting disease, volunteered to be the first recipient. Procedure called Heaven, or the Head Anastomosis Project, would involve freezing Spiridonov's head and grafting it onto the donor's body's spinal cord. However, Spiridonov eventually backed out of the surgery, citing the lack of funding from Russia.
You don't say.
So nobody's done it.
But again, with the mice, they die.
They die, so it would probably not work.
But I think in one study they did it, and the mouse had, again, like some prolonged activity in its body. Like it just didn't die immediately. It was very, just alive for a little bit of time.
Right.
But not like, yeah.
Has your dad ever dealt with people in the ICU who are transhumanists? Had that little dog tag to where when they die, they want their head to be frozen, cryogenically frozen.
I don't recall. No. I've heard of that.
That's a wild phenomenon where these people, either really rich people or people who can buy a $1 million insurance policy, life insurance policy, and they transfer it over to this company. They will remove your head from your body after you die, and they will basically cryogenically freeze it and dehydrate it and preserve it for after the technological singularity when we're able to basically put your brain in a cyborg.
Yeah.
Some people are actually freezing their entire bodies in hopes that they can bring their whole bodies back.
Let's hope it works.
Yeah.
You don't cut the power cord.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully the grid doesn't go down in some sort of nuclear war, because the people that own those places, when the grid goes down, I bet you the last thing they're gonna be worried about is powering their fucking facility that has all those brains in it.
Oh yeah. No way.
But
But
that's a wild phenomenon. I don't think it's that far out when we're going to be able to basically transmit or download our consciousness to like another body, or like 3D print human organs, or like have these organs, or either that, or they're working on creating like microscopic electronic like microcomputer particles that they'll be able to inject into your body that will be able to like regenerate things in your body.
Interesting.
Like targeting this is what Chip Walter was telling us about. They're going to be able to create like microscopic little machines, nano machines that can go into like your arteries, repair damaged arteries, basically like make them younger and flexible again, or like target cancers or different things. He thinks that is probably going to be like the lowest hanging fruit for longevity and immortality essentially once AI reaches a certain level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing I'm most hoping for, I think that we are in the beginning stages of getting close, is growing human organs. That has science that can actually be done. I mean, it's just can we do it well enough where it's like can actually work?
Yeah.
Because when you're like a fetus, or when you're like a clump of cells, you have stem cells. You're made of stem cells that can differentiate into different kinds of organs. That's how when you're growing, you have organs. You have like intestinal cells, stomach cells, because the cells can differentiate at certain stages.
Right.
So if you have stem cells, you give those stem cells the right triggers and the right nutrients, they can form into a liver or a kidney or something.
Right.
But I mean, we're not there yet. We can grow tissue, like a small segment, but we can't do a whole functioning organ. You kind of need the real McCoy, the body, to actually do that.
Well, yeah, and it's also, I think it's, if you use stem cells from yourself or from like your kids, I guess they work like 100 times better than using just random stem cells, because they're already like pre-programmed to your DNA, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, I don't think it's fully like approved to be used in the US.
I'm not familiar with that. Yeah.
We went through that, remember, Steve? On the last podcast?
Yeah.
He was saying that there's people that you can do it if you have some sort of special exemption, or like you're like you got one foot in the grave and the other on the banana peel and you're like about to die. They'll like give you an exemption where you can try stem cells, but normal people can't do it.
Gotcha.
Like,
I think it's the availability.
Unless maybe it's like something like a rotator cuff tear, they'll let you do it. But if it's like, can you find out like what the legality is or what the restrictions are on getting stem cells in the U.S.?
No, people think that they still use fetuses to get stem cells.
Yeah, and like umbilical cord blood and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you can pull them from your own, I think, bone, because the bones, I think, produce stem cells.
But the best way to do it is get it from your kids, especially if you have young kids. They can just like sample the fat.
Oh wow!
And then they can preserve that. I mean, if you don't have the like the placenta of like if your wife gives birth or a woman gives birth,
right?
You get the placenta. The placenta is a stem cell factory. April 2024, FDA has only approved blood-forming stem cells from umbilical cord blood for use in patients with blood production disorders. The FDA also regulates stem cells from cord blood for unrelated allogenic use, required a license for a new review process to ensure purity and potency. However, the FDA has not approved any stem cell products for general use. So stem cell treatments cannot legally be sold or marketed to the public. Cannot legally be sold or marketed to the public.
Yeah.
So treatments can't, right? But you can still acquire stem cells from like your own wife's cord blood or like their placenta and use it for yourself. So you can't buy it or like buy the treatment, but you can store it, your own stem cells somehow. But I guess they're saying that they can't market it or sell it to you.
I think because it's not an approved like procedure to actually do it yet. I think they're still kind of working out the kinks.
Yeah, but you should be allowed to at least test it on yourself if you want to.
But if it goes wrong and like something happens, you might blame the doctor. Oh, this isn't FDA approved, and this should have been approved. I'm just thinking more of the legal stuff.
Stem cell research is legal in the United States. The research is legal, but it faces specific restrictions and regulations. The controversy and regulations focus on embryonic stem cell research. Embryonic stem cell research is not illegal, but federal funding is prohibited if it involves creating or destroying embryos.
That must be research funding.
People, say no to that because, again, they think of like fetuses and, they're getting stem cells from aborted babies, but it's embryonic. I think that's just one factor. I don't think it's the reason, but
yeah, man. There's one guy who Chip was talking about. He's some billionaire who started a stem cell company, and they were doing like lots of. I guess he's been like funding lots of research with stem cells, But I don't know how he's skirting all this
Is
stuff.
it that guy that's trying to like make himself young?
No,
that,
not that guy. Different guy.
Brandon something, whatever.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know much about that guy. I've heard of. I mean, I've seen him do podcasts before, but
is it Hariri?
Hariri, Bob Hariri. Yeah, what is his company called?
I think he's got. Is that longevity?
Cellularity.
Cellularity.
Up top, you just passed it. It's the very top.
Cellularity.
There you go. Yeah. Brain Mapping Foundation, Society of Brain Mapping and Therapeutics, to celebrate this trailblazing scientist, surgeon, visionary, and leader, serial entrepreneur. Okay. Oh, yeah, he's doing stem cell stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, AI is going to be interesting how it affects all this stuff, man. How it's able to, if they can, especially if they can regrow organs or transplant your brain. People are going to start living a lot longer in the next 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. Once it starts to actually get, figured out, it gets cheaper,
Mm-hmm.
Then it'll become more available. But yeah, the rich will have it first.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, that's interesting that there's actually doing billionaires funding stem cell research. I mean, that's good.
They're going to be the ones that live, like they're going to be the ones that live like 500 years. The rest of us are going to be like sequestered to only living 90 years, and they're going to be outliving everybody. And eventually, they're going to become aliens, and then they're going to terraform the Earth, survive all the nuclear wars.
Let's hope not. Yeah, geez.
Nuclear war. Nuclear war is another thing you make videos about, right? You did. I saw you do some stuff on the Demon Core.
Yeah.
Like the science behind a nuclear explosion. That stuff's crazy, man.
It's terrifying.
I recently had this lady, Anne Jacobson, who wrote a book called Nuclear War, where she basically got access to all the documents, like the secret documents that were in the military, where they did experiments with all these nukes when they were detonating them and testing them in like the 40s, the 30s and 40s and 50s, 60s. And like how they did tests on soldiers, like young kids. They brought them out on boats, and they would basically detonate nuclear bombs and make these kids and these soldiers stare at these bombs, and or sometimes in other cases they'd make them turn around and like cover their eyes.
Yeah.
And these people were dying of all these crazy diseases. They were infertile, like they couldn't reproduce, couldn't have babies. They had like severe brain damage. They were dying of cancer, leukemia, and shit. It's insane how devastating that stuff is. And she also got access to FEMA's protocols. If there's a nuclear bomb that detonates in the continental United States, like it specifically lays out like the mile radius of the fireball.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And like everything that's going to happen after 100 miles, after 500 miles, after 1,000 miles. First of all, the grid goes down. There's no grid.
Absolutely.
All cars stop working. Like, you think your gas car is still going to work when there's no grid? No, it's not going to work anymore.
It's from the EMP.
Exactly. Yeah, the EMP is going to basically take out all the circuits. So if you don't have like one of those old school cars, like that doesn't have an ignition to it, like your car is not going to work anymore.
And vacuum tubes are going to work. So I believe the Russian military does have some stock like vacuum tube technology because it's EMP proof.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Vacuum tubes.
Yeah, because all you're doing is you're heating two plates in a vacuum, and you have a transfer of electrons.
Oh, wow.
And there's no circuit there to be like burnt up.
I think the first computer was a vacuum tube computer.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. It was a guy that worked for DARPA. They were making the Iliac and the Maniac computers.
DARPA. I've got
She wrote a great book on DARPA.
Really?
Yeah.
DARPA's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I had a professor in college, just kind of because you brought up DARPA. He worked in research in the 80s in DARPA. I think DARPA was like the pre-internet, basically.
Yeah, the ARPANET is what it was called.
ARPANET, yes. Yep. And he said people that were using ARPA were uploading images of like nude women and stuff. And so like essentially before there was the internet, the proto-internet had pornography,
Really?
It's just like as soon as you could share data, people are going to do porn. I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's...
Do you see the tribe, the tribe in Africa? They just gave them internet. They hooked them up to Starlink and gave them like phones and tablets, and they're all addicted to porn now.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
Wow, yeah, because
it's like ruining their lives. Like it's ruining their marriage. Like their marriages. They're not going out and like finding food. They're not taking care of their families. Or just like sitting there and they're all addicted to. They're sitting there whacking off all day.
Jeez Louise. So it really is just like toxic, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good and bad.
Yeah, no, but like but going back to her book, she wrote a book about DARPA and like the creation of DARPA, and she was talking about the early scientists that were making the big computers that were called, one was called the Iliac, one was called the Maniac, and they were vacuum tube computers that were enormous. They were like triple the size of this room.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the utilities they were using this computer for, I believe the guy who made it, was it Herb York or was it, I forget the guy. No, it wasn't Herb York, it was somebody else. But you could probably find it, Steve. He used the computer to calculate what elevation they needed to detonate the bombs over Hiroshima, Fat Man and Little Boy, and Nagasaki to cause the most civilian casualties.
Yep.
So these high-level scientists are using this technology and the means to the end is to figure out how to cause the most death.
As it should be. It's warfare, I mean, right?
Terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying.
Yeah.
Gosh.
There it is, the Iliac. Von Neumann, that's what it was. John von Neumann, that's who he was. Yeah, he built that computer.
Fun fact, that computer was built with 2,800 vacuum tubes.
Wait, it weighed 5 tons.
Goodness gracious. Wow. 5,000. Or 2,800, jeez.
Yeah.
But 5 tons, yeah. 5 tons.
Isn't it crazy that all these geniuses and all these super smart people were getting paid all this money and like making all of these breakthroughs in science just for war, just to kill people on the other side of the earth?
Jeez. Well, Operation Paperclip, you know?
Yeah. Operation Paperclip, that was huge. These guys, I don't think was Von Neumann Paperclip? I don't think he was.
Sounds like it, but I'm not sure.
I think he was Jewish.
He
definitely wasn't a Nazi.
You give him
you want one?
Yeah, go get some dry mouth.
Go grab one.
I don't understand what it's saying here. It's saying, okay, the Iliac was built with 2,800 vacuum tubes, weighed about 5 tons. By 1956, it had gained more computing power than all other computers at Bell Labs that represented 40-bit words, in which, oh, I see, 40-bit words is talking about words. So 12,000 of those words were on a Kratom memory. Holy crap.
You ever had Kratom?
No.
It's great. It's like a stimulant. It's an Indonesian herb it's actually an opioid.
Oh wow!
I don't know. It's not an opioid, but it affects the opioid receptor somehow. So if you take a lot of it, it has like an opioid effect. But if you drink one of these, it's like this super calm energy, like focused effect it gives you.
Interesting.
Not like jittery.
Yeah.
It's great.
Oh wow!
And it's delicious. Interesting. What is Bell Labs? What does it say? Immediately after the 1957 launch of Sputnik, the Iliac was used to calculate an ephemeris of the satellite's orbit, later published in Nature. Isn't it crazy that these fucking computers that were 5 tons and took so much money to create
power too?
Now, like, you could fit probably the power and the efficiency of 100 of those computers into your iPhone.
Oh, thousands. I mean, your iPhone has billions of transistors.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the scale up is insane. I mean, what we have today is because of the discovery of the transistor. I mean, that makes everything possible.
Mm.
I mean, just the amount of sheer power that had to go into those machines. Because again, you're heating. The way a vacuum tube works is you have a vacuum, in a tube, and you heat up a plate so hot that it emits electrons. So they kind of,
Like incandescence? It uses incandescence?
I think it is I believe it is, yes. And because there's like a vacuum, they don't burn up from the oxygen.
Right.
And just the amount of power you need to heat up a plate so much that it's glowing. That's one tube. Imagine 2,800. It's insane.
Yeah, that is fucking ridiculous, man.
Gosh.
Look up Von Neumann. Find out find out if Von Neumann was a paperclip scientist. I could be wrong. NEU. There he is, John Von Neumann.
Is he the rocket?
Mathematician. I don't think he was working on rockets. No, don't type in paperclip. Just type in his name and see it. Find his Wikipedia.
And then search for paperclip in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Von Neumann. John. Oh, go to the top. Just go to the top. Let's read the top. He was born in 1903, died in February 57, was a Hungarian and American mathematician, physicist, computer scientist, and engineer, and polymath. Yeah, he was a genius.
Sure.
He was responsible for, he worked on the Manhattan Project. That's right.
I think there is.
And he created he was he was responsible for those lenses they used to watch the nukes go off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was responsible for creating those.
I know he did something with computer science as well. Von Neumann, I think it's an architecture for computer circuits or logic.
Did that just say he was an expert in ancient Greek?
Wow. He was a polymath. Jeez. Wow.
I saw it before you changed it.
Greek. Ancient.
You wrote Greek.
Ancient Greek.
You wrote Greek.
Where
does it say?
Control F.
You got it up there?
Von Neumann. Oh.
You wrote Greek.
Oh, I see. Greek.
Von Neumann was a child prodigy who, at 6 years old, could divide two 8-digit numbers in his head and converse in ancient Greek. And how nuts is that?
Goodness gracious.
What would you say? Science.
He did something with computer architecture. I think it's like the Von Neumann architecture. That could be wrong. Could be someone else.
Yeah, paperclip. Paperclip was scary, man. I mean,
Von Neumann architecture. Yeah. I know. Jeez. You know what's even scarier though? Have you ever heard of Unit 731? Unit 737?
Remind me what that is.
So the Japanese during the war.
Oh yes.
Yes.
I've heard of that.
That's
what were they doing again?
Conducting all 731. Yeah, they were conducting all kinds of. It makes the concentration camps in Germany look like kindergarten. I mean, just the amount of stuff they were doing, all kinds of inhuman experiments that they would they would connect like twins together. They were
doing like the surgical experiments on people.
And the U.S., a lot of people don't know, they didn't really prosecute the people who were in charge because, as a sort of like a collateral, they're like, listen, we won't prosecute you if you give us your data on what you found. And
really?
The data was like useless. It was just all torture, basically.
There was also a Nazi named Miguel. I forget his first name. His last name was Miguel. He was the Nazi that was like the famous for doing like surgical experiments on people, mainly children.
Dr. Mengele.
Mengele. Can you look him up, Steve?
That was on. I think it's on your notes.
On mine? Oh, you wrote about Mengele on the notes? Oh yeah.
And I think he died in like Argentina at an old age too, which is really terrible. But
just like Hitler, right?
Yeah.
There's a theory that thinks Hitler escaped to. We know a lot of them escaped to Argentina.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Okay,
but we don't have the. We never had like any body of Hitler, right?
I think we did because they verified with the dental records.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Soviets found him. Yeah, unless they're just saying that.
Right. But they never showed it. They just said it. From what I understand.
Believe so. Yeah, because his bunker was like torched. Mm-hmm. So it's just that's how they used the dental records. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Mengele. So they were doing human experiments. So there's a theory out there. Well, it's not a theory. It's going back to this lady Annie again. Another one of her books called Area 51. She writes about the Roswell crash, the flying saucer that crashed in Roswell.
Yeah.
In, I want to say it was like 47, maybe? Late 47? July of 47, I believe it was. I could be wrong. She interviewed a guy who worked for... He was an engineer working for some covert American Cold War organization doing experiments and like testing like anti-gravity and doing all kinds of crazy experiments on shit. And he was he knew all about the Roswell investigation and like what it was all about. And he told Annie under anonymity for her book that the flying saucer that crashed was a World War II engineered machine that was created by the Wright brothers. And the two aliens that were in there were not aliens. They were children that were surgically deformed and altered by Mengele, sent over by Stalin to crash land here. They were like drone piloted by Stalin with these kids in there. And they were crashed here purposely to like create some sort of chaos in the U.S. and to sow panic, like panic across the nation that there's an alien invasion or whatever. And she asked him, she goes, well, if this is true, why would they hide this? Because if you just told the public that the Russians did this horrific shit, it would just make the Russians look bad, not us. And his answer was because as soon as we found that, we started doing the same exact thing.
I've never heard of that before. I mean, that's
not many people have. This guy
a bit left field for me.
Well, there was also in the 70s and 80s, there was experiments done on the East Coast. There was a school for like children with Down syndrome, I believe, or like children with cognitive disabilities, where they were doing experiments on them. And I think Bill Clinton eventually shut it down in the early 90s. Can you find that, Steve?
Yeah, what okay, so Clinton.
Type in Clinton and then type in disabled children experiments.
And where was this taking place?
On the East Coast of the U.S. I want to say it was in New Jersey. What the hell is that?
Oh, it's an actual link. I thought it was a corrector.
Clinton started meeting disabled children.
Keep going. No, that's not it. It's not meeting them. This is a fucking way more sinister than that.
Disability Yeah, it can be kind of tough. They do a lot
of human radiation experiments. Is that it? That might be it. Click on it.
Might be like post nuclear war testing.
Yep. It was Cold War shit. Where the fuck's the article?
Oh,
why?
No, it's
Bill Clinton. Okay. President Bill Clinton commented on the final report on human radiation experiments conducted by the federal government between 1944 and 1974. The government failed in its duty to tell the truth and protect citizens. The president promised compensation for the victims of these experiments. He also offered a formal apology to the survivors, their families, and to all American people who must be able to rely on the United States to keep its word, tell the truth, and do the right thing. As an additional measure, President Clinton signed an executive order instructing every agency of the federal government which conducts, supports, or regulates research involving human beings to immediately review their procedures and report back by the end of the year. The president also created the Bioethics Advisory Commission to supervise such research. He hopes the commission will ensure the government never again strays from basic values of protecting and being truthful to its people. They were doing fucking radiation experiments on kids, dude.
I'm not sure if it was kids during that time. I mean, it's possible, but I know that they put a lot of GIs out in fields where they would detonate bombs. There's a very famous video of GIs in the trench, and they detonate a bomb. You can see like the smoke streams.
Yeah, the nuclear soldiers and the nuclear veterans.
And they detonate the bomb, and they get up and they walk in the field. And I'm not sure if it's referencing that. I've never heard.
Steve, you're gonna have to dig a little more. It's definitely a hospital. It was definitely a school for kids, or some sort of place for children on the East Coast of the U.S.
Jeez.
For disabled children. They were doing it. I think it might have been radiation experiments or other types of experiments. But yeah, this was going on like during the time Bell Labs was big. During when Bell Labs and up in Montauk. This was around that time. What is this, Massachusetts? At a Fernald School in Massachusetts, a school for disabled and special needs children, students were exposed to radioactive iron and calcium in the late 40s and 50s in a federally sponsored study.
Jeez.
Nuclear Museum, click on it. I think this is what Clinton shut down.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Yeah, human experimentation throughout the Cold War. Dude, they did a lot of fucked up shit in the Cold War, dude.
Gosh.
The Dark Ages.
Their parents were not informed of the full nature of the experiments. Between 53 and 57, Oak Ridge National Laboratory conducted uranium injection experiments on 11 patients in Massachusetts General Hospital as part of their continued health physics research. They discovered uranium localized in human kidneys at a much higher rate than previously thought, and therefore that maximum permissible levels were too high. Despite the efforts of this experiment, however, occupational standards for uranium did not change at any national laboratories. Keep going down.
I mean, they had the Tuskegee experiments too.
Yeah.
I mean, the government. Well, I don't know what about the Cold War made people crazy with just like destruction, but
there it is about Bill Clinton. In the early 90s, uncovered the nature. The Albuquerque Tribune uncovered the nature of these human experiments and identified the patients. That's when Clinton shut it down. Yeah, Tuskegee, dude. That's fucking horrific.
Love Canal too, but Tuskegee, yeah.
What's Love Canal?
In the 1940s. This is actually where I lived out in Buffalo. Love Canal, he's doing right now, was a neighborhood that was owned by Hooker Chemical Company, and they dumped all kinds of chemical waste. They plowed it over, and they sold it to the city of Niagara Falls, and they built neighborhoods over it. And for like 20, 30 years, kids were having like deformed growth defects and cancer and stuff, and the government was like, yeah, it's fine, just build houses here.
Right.
But not even like really being terrible.
Well, DuPont did that too. You know, there's a whole documentary about how DuPont contaminated. They were a lot of the runoff from their nylon products, the nonstick pans, and the chemical they were using. Teflon.
Yeah.
The nonstick pans. They were draining all of their waste and their byproducts into the rivers, and it was killing all the cattle. Like the first people to notice it were the farmers. They were saying their cattle was fucking dying, and then people were getting sick. There was tons of people that worked in DuPont that were getting cancer. Kids were being born deformed and shit. And there was a huge study. There's a documentary. Find out what the name of that documentary is called. Just call it the DuPont documentary about chemicals. The Devil We Know. That's what it is, dude.
I've heard of that too. I've just never seen it.
Sinister. Just the amount of chemical byproducts that are, I mean, even today, that are still in the foods. You know, like I had this other lady on here, Dr. Shauna Swan, who wrote a book all about the decline of sperm count and testosterone in males over the last 60 years. I think they started doing it in their last 70 years. I think they started in like the 50s. And due to like glyphosate and like monocrop agriculture and how they're using all these pesticides to basically like kill all the bugs on these crops and stuff, and all of our foods are covered in this stuff. That combined with the microplastics, like everything's in plastic.
I was gonna just mention that. Yeah.
Our sperm count has been going down. I think it was 1% per year since the 50s. And I think since like 2000, it's been going down 2% per year.
Jeez. Well, my next video is on microplastics.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I did a whole deep dive on that, and like, we're all screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are legit screwed. Everyone, like, I read a couple studies where they took sample sizes, or not sample, they took samples from people. Fecal sample, blood samples, urine samples, and everyone in these studies had some degree of microplastics in their body.
Mm-hmm.
And most of them are entering through not ingestion, but inhalation. And your lungs is the biggest, reservoir for these plastics. And they're going in and they're staying there, biopersistent. Your body cannot break it down.
Right.
And they're beginning to draw parallels with increases in autoimmune diseases and cancer.
Absolutely.
Because what these do is they're toxic. They're toxic to cells. They cause cells to produce or induce inflammation, and it's a very low grade level. It's not like you have like a bruise or like you have cancer. It's very low grade, and it's very insidious over time because the more plastics you ingest and inhale over the years, you have more and more inflammation, and they're beginning to wonder if the parallel between cancer and autoimmune diseases is with microplastics. And they're like thinking, yeah, it's probably the case.
Well, it's definitely what she lays out in her book, how it is like very, very clear that it is creating a huge drop in male fertility. And that's why, the birth rate around the world is plummeting. People can't have kids like they used to. And there's another crazy study that's a part of it where she found a way to measure how much people were exposed to these phthalates and these microplastics during the gestation period but before these kids are born. After they're born, they did a study where they measured what's called the AGD, which is basically the gooch. It's the distance between your asshole and your ball sack.
Yeah.
So the shorter that distance is, the more you were exposed to these phthalates and these microplastics, and the more of it that you have in your blood.
Wow.
And that it's like, and that's directly correlated to your sperm count and your testosterone level.
Yeah, it must interfere with some kind of like process of development.
Yeah.
Jeez. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, every person has microplastics. Period.
And one of the best ways you can avoid microplastics, apart from the obvious, like drinking out of like bottled waters and like using them for all your food and all that stuff, is taking your shoes off outside, not bringing your shoes inside. Because your shoes, when you're walking around in the street or anywhere out in the public, and you bring them in your house, they bring in a ton of microplastics. Going to what you said, a lot of it comes through inhalation.
Yeah.
So that's important. Make sure you leave your shoes outside, folks.
Do you know what the largest contributor of microplastics are? I bet you'll never guess.
Largest contributor.
It's not like an industry per se, but it's like a product, sort of.
Not bottled water.
No, I mean that's definitely one of them, but the highest is actually car tires.
Oh, interesting.
They're made of synthetic and natural rubbers. But if you think about it, a car tire is constantly being worn down, and the speed, the heat, releasing all the particles. And so they find that the highest concentration of microplastics that you inhale are near roads. Because again, you have the breakdown of the tire, and then the car is moving, and the wind and the speed just kicks it all up. So, I mean, we all have cars.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's insane, man.
Yep. And you want to stop that? You gotta stop car tires. Jeez,
technology is just killing us.
It's a trade-off. Yeah, that's convenience. Yeah.
Geez. Do you think there's any way that we'll be able to reverse all this shit?
No. I mean, you have microplastics bound up in your organs right now, and they're there forever. And it's not like you can like remove plaque from like a clogged artery. These are micrometers big, like smaller than the diameter of a human hair. They're there for good. Unless, I mean, this is pushing it, but unless they can somehow engineer bacteria that can break down plastic, which I mean, you'd be injecting bacteria into your body to break down plastic, and that just sounds terrible,
Yeah.
So it's there for good. The only thing we can do is reduce the amount that's happening to us and future generations.
Yeah, you would think that we'd be able to, with AI, create some sort of antidote to some of this shit.
I mean, with AI,
because it's an industry that's fueled by billions of dollars. So it's going to be like, you can't just fucking stop it. That's easier said way easier said than done. So like maybe you can put money into, like it's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe you could put some money into like some sort of economic push behind creating an antidote or some sort of cure to it somehow, or some sort of experimental medicine. I know it's like, it sounds so far-fetched, like how the fuck you can create something that's going to take microplastics out of your blood and your cells, right?
I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we ever will be. It's just the damage is so pervasive.
Yeah.
every organ. Just, I mean, it's awful. The best we can do is just curb towards more renewable products. I mean, plastic is so convenient. You can mold anything from it. The size, the durability. I mean, it's really like perfect, but with a trade-off.
Huge trade-off.
Yeah. Now, so you might not get cancer now, but after 60 years of living and inhaling plastics,
right,
the damage will come.
Yeah. It's interesting to think about like what the evolution of drugs is going to be for the next 50 years.
I mean, I'm not sure what the future holds for drug technology,
because it's pretty wild to think about. I mean, even like the drugs we have now, like I had no idea that there was a drug you could take that would stop you from being killed from cyanide. Like there's an antidote you can take that basically will stop cyanide from killing
sodium nitrite, I believe it is. I mean, there's multiple. That's one I do know. Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know that existed.
Oh yeah.
So imagine if there was a drug that could, like, if you had leukemia, there's a drug you can take to counteract or fucking be an antidote to leukemia.
Well, I mean, so the issue with cancer is it's again like multifaceted. The first thing is no cancer. Like your cancer isn't the same as my cancer. If you have lung cancer and I have lung cancer, it's like our fingerprints. It's specific to you.
Yeah.
So it's hard to produce a drug or a therapy that's going to have that wide effect, right? Secondly is cancer, at least what we're doing now, we're trying to target, in cancer therapy is target cells that divide very quickly, right? So cells that divide faster, like your intestinal cells, right? Because they're constantly being slowed off from the digestive process, food passing through, pouring off the cells. So when you take chemotherapy, those cells are targeted.
Right.
And the idea is cancer cells reproduce very quickly in high amounts, so we're going to target those as well. That's the best we can do. Really.
They don't target it very well, though.
No, it's very systemic.
Blasting your body with nuclear radiation.
So nuclear radiation,
not really nuclear, but it's like you're basically nuking yourself. I mean, you're killing all the other surrounding tissue.
Yeah. I mean, it's
very primitive. Considering where we're at,
I would say so, yeah.
Considering all the other technology we have, it seems super primitive. Like, how have we not been able to innovate beyond chemotherapy? When did chemotherapy first come about, Was it the 50s?
I know that, like, people say it started in, like, the First World War as, like, as like a weapon. I'm not really familiar with that, but I know it started in, like, the 40s and 50s. And it's still a good choice for cancer therapy in the beginning stages. It's by no means like the best, but have
you ever heard of CAR T therapy?
CAR T, like CART. No, never.
Can you Google that, Steve? I heard that was like a new experimental thing that they were doing with leukemia, that where you can do this thing called CAR T therapy. CAR T cell therapy. That's what it is. Yeah, that's a sponsored link. Go down below that. No, scroll down. You'll find it. CAR T cell therapy, or CAR T, is a type of immunotherapy that uses a patient's T cells to treat cancer. T cells are a type of immune system cell that are collected from a patient's blood and then genetically altered in a lab to produce chimeric antigen receptors, CARs, on their surface. CARs are special receptors that bind to specific proteins on the surface of cancer cells, allowing the T cells to more effectively locate and destroy them. They're grown in a lab and given to the patient through an infusion. It's FDA approved to treat several types of blood cancers, including leukemia, lymphoma, and multiple myeloma.
Yeah.
So
myeloma.
that seems pretty innovative, and I think that's kind of new.
Yeah, I mean,
since the early 2000s, 2022 rather. This came from.
The future of cancer therapy and treatments are going to be more biological based. So what I mean by that is actually using your immune system to actually treat yourself,
right?
As opposed to chemical, which is like, so
is that essentially what this is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is biotechnology. This is altering your own genetic tools to better treat cancer.
So they're taking T T. So a T cell is an immune system cell, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're taking these T cells that are already reacting, and I don't know if you know how much you know about this, but I don't know anything about it. They're taking these cells that are building up in your body an immune response to the cancer you have, extracting them, doing something to them in a lab, and then injecting them back in you.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think so. Special receptors that bind to specific proteins on the surface of cancer cells allow T cells to more effectively requires their special receptors.
This says they're grown in a lab and then given to the patients through infusion.
I know I've heard of something like this before. It might be. I'm not familiar with this specifically, but I know that there is antibody therapy where you.
That was what during COVID there was something that they did in Florida. What was it called? Fuck. They were doing some sort of therapy where it was like an antibody therapy that they would give you a shot of I forget what it was called. But like a lot of people were shitting on it, but they were doing it in Florida and apparently it was working really well. I never got it, but I heard it was good.
I know with antibody therapy, you essentially make an antibody outside the body that is made to target a certain type of cell or disease or an antigen, and then you inject it. The issue is sometimes that can produce a really bad immune response because you're having this heightened awareness of like there's this protein in here and you get this shock reaction, and so it can be kind of dangerous. But I think it's still in its beginning stages of being worked out properly.
Monoclonal antibodies, that's what it was, yeah. They were doing that and it seemed to be pretty effective.
Monoclonal are, so you have monoclonal are like they have one antigen that they go towards. So you have antibodies that have general, like they'll attack general antigens. This is made for just one specific protein. It's very sensitive. And so if you have that targeting a certain cell or an antigen from like a bacteria or something, it's going to be more effective. But the downside is you have a very robust immune response, which can be like, again, send you into shock.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, that's like in rare cases.
What a wild ride that was going through the COVID thing.
Oh, it sucked.
Freaking Biden's got it now. You see that?
Biden has it.
He just got COVID. He's had like 4 vaccines. How is he getting COVID?
Dude.
He's been like triple boosted.
No one should say that you're not going to get it. It just reduces the chances.
Right.
It's not going to. I mean, I had COVID. I was boosted.
Really?
Against my will, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
Why against your will?
Well, just because my employer and I was in school at the time, and they're like, if you want to stay here, you got to get shot.
That's fucked, man.
You know.
Did you see that? Did you see the recording they released of Fauci having that phone call with that guy?
I heard pieces of it. Yes. I don't know all of it, but I know there were some issues that he said about like.
I forget exactly what it was, but he basically, when he was testifying, they played a phone call of him talking to somebody. I forget who it was, but he's basically saying that like we're gonna make all the schools and all the employers say you gotta have it or you're fired. And he's like, if they don't want to do it, fuck them.
And people now are winning lawsuits on being fired, you know?
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, you got to be skeptical about taking any sort of drug or anything when the company that's making it is federally immune to lawsuits.
Right.
That's a red flag.
Yes. Secondly, you know, I'm a man of science. You know, I trust most vaccines that I'm given, probably if not all. The issue was, and I think people had a reason to be concerned about it, was that, listen, companies take years to develop drugs. We're talking 5, 10, 15 years. I think the average time is like 7 years. And they did this in a year. Like, by all means, be skeptical. Just because you guys really got this done in like 9 months, a year. Like, let's wait and see what happens. No. You're taking it now. That's how it's going to be. It's like,
and the fucking totalitarian lockdowns and forcing you to get it or not go to school.
Yeah.
You're going to kick out of school or you're going to lose your job.
I mean, people are winning lawsuits on that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I didn't know about that. But yeah, man, some of that shit that came out about Fauci, dude, is just fucking pure evil. Pure evil.
Well, it's the I'm right, I'm head of this, and I say this is fine. It's the power of the position.
And that combined with money, it's the money and the
money
power,
too.
right?
Yeah, the science was there. Like, I think if they had waited some more time to do more tests, any vaccine is going to affect some people negatively. You take 1,000 people in a room, you toss a peanut,
of course,
someone's going to be allergic. You're going to have bad results.
Right.
I'm not sure of the degree of how many people had negative side effects from the COVID vaccine, if it was above average bad effects. But I mean, you can't make a vaccine in a year and have it across the nation. You have to take this.
Mm-hmm.
That's just bad news.
Plus, it's still early, man. It's only been a couple of years. We don't know the long-term effects of this stuff. We don't know. I mean, they don't know the long-term effects of most drugs we release. And these pharmaceutical companies, if you look at the history of American corporations and the amount of fines and the amount of civil what's the word when you have to pay them?
Like a civil lawsuit.
Like a civil lawsuit, but when they have to pay the person who sues
damages.
Them. Yeah, the amount of the amount of damages paid by corporations, the top 10 or 20 companies are pharmaceutical companies. They paid out billions of dollars in damages from lawsuits.
And that's with years of research and producing
the vaccine
or the drug.
Right.
Yes.
So now we're going to create one in a couple months, and we're going to be completely immune to any sort of lawsuits or legal action.
That's good news.
That's not good news, dude. That's fucking get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost got the vaccine because when I was done, I was getting ready to travel out of the country, and the country we were traveling to had when I wanted to go home, I wouldn't have been able to come home if I wasn't vaccinated.
Yeah. So did you get it?
No, I didn't do it. Last minute, we canceled the trip. I almost did it. I was literally about to go to the CVS and get the shot, but I didn't for whatever reason. But in hindsight, I'm kind of glad I didn't.
Yeah, I got the shot in the booster just because it was fighting uphill.
Right. I'm like, that's tough. Dude.
And I had kids in my class too that paid for their semester, and then they didn't get the vaccine, and said, "Well, we'll keep your money. There's the door." And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I paid $5.
Oh, here's the video. Found it. Beautiful.
Yeah, it took a minute. It's embedded in this congressional thing.
We're gonna have to. Hopefully, we don't get demonetized for this, but we'll do it anyway. Not demonetized, but hopefully, we don't get a copyright strike.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's no pressure to get vaccinated. Could we run the audio clip on that, please?
You think can be done about it? I have to say that I don't see a big solution other than some sort of mandatory vaccination. I know federal officials don't like to use that term. Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you are going to have schools, universities, and colleges going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Woo. Is he not the fucking devil, dude? Good lord.
Oh, it's a deep fake. It's a deep fake. Yeah,
I mean, he literally admits it was a real phone call during the testimony.
No, I'm saying the would say, "Oh, that's a deep fake." No,
the haters are gonna say it was a deep fake.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, the whole point is just smack them hard enough till they just give in. I mean, that's. I had a coworker who was, I don't say harassed, but they didn't. She didn't take the vaccine. She had to come into work with a COVID test twice a week. Mm-hmm. And she was just like, this is miserable. But
I don't know what's going to happen to Fauci after that. I don't know what the latest is on him, but he should be put in fucking jail.
Something.
They should make an example of him so that people don't fucking do that shit in the future.
I mean, he has the protection of the federal government.
It just pisses me off, dude.
Yeah, true. Yeah, immunity. Oh. due to his work position.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he's been working in that position since like the 80s.
The 80s during the AIDS crisis.
During the AIDS, yes,
Yeah.
that's when he started during the AIDS crisis. You're right.
I mean, I think I think we're all conclusive enough that the COVID came from China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Right. Even though all the media in the beginning said that there's no chance it came from China, now CNN literally came out and said it probably, or no, it was the New York Times. It probably came from China was the headline.
I mean, come on. Like in gain of function therapy was in China.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like Jon Stewart said, if there's an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Hershey, PA, it probably came from the factory.
Oh my god,
yes.
dude, that bit was incredible. What did he do that on Colbert's show? I think it was.
He did, yeah. Or on his talk show, yeah, right.
If there's an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Pittsburgh, wherever the Hershey's factory was.
Hershey, it probably came from the factory. You know? No.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Oh,
China needs to pay up big time. And did you see? I was watching those counts of like deaths from COVID the first month, just like every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like at some point the U.S. hit like 300,000. Fucking China's at like 80,000. Like please.
No fucking way. It's 80,000.
Like millions.
Yeah.
Just the sheer density of the cities. I mean, come on.
Did you see like some of the like people were getting locked inside their apartments and they had like loudspeakers that were talking in Chinese and like the roads were empty and there was like these crazy doomsday sirens going, cars like police cars going up and down the street making sure nobody was on the streets. It was like something out of a horror movie in China.
Jeez.
I mean, they paid dearly for that, dude. Especially like with what happened with the shipping crisis, like with the distribution of shit coming from China, like all the shipping lanes got stopped. Yeah, man, that was not good for China at all. And that, I mean, and like the fact that Fauci put these fucking gain of function labs, I mean, I guess it's better than it being here. But like they put it in China to evade some sort of regulations that I think Obama put in place because Obama didn't want the gain of function shit going on in North Carolina where it originated.
Interesting, I didn't know
that. So
that.
they moved it to Wuhan, and then it got brought. I mean, then it went throughout the globe. But like the fact that we're just like the human. I don't know if it's a human thing. It must be. I mean, it's definitely a human thing. But like we're in this like crazy competition of nation states. To see who can fucking destroy each other better. And billions of dollars is going into creating fucking super viruses that can kill people more effectively.
And it was for war, yeah.
It was, of course it was for war, dude. I mean, like that's like going back to von Neumann. The most money goes into fucking figuring out how to kill people. Mm-hmm. Going back to that computer that figured out what elevation should we detonate the bombs above Hiroshima that killed the most people. It's just like if you zoom out on all this stuff on history, it's just like crazy times, man.
In some senses, I'm like, yeah, you need a good, strong defensive military in case shit goes to the fan. But at the same time, I mean, that much money that goes into it. I mean, and things happen, nuclear bomb testing, and Wuhan.
Yeah.
I mean, the cost for it. Jeez.
It's amazing another nuke hasn't gone off since the 40s, since whatever it was, 45.
I think the latest was the late 50s. I think the last was 57.
The testing. Yeah.
Oh, but you mean like used in warfare?
Used in warfare, yeah.
No one wants to do it. I think people know.
They know. Well, that's the crazy thing about Annie's book, the nuclear war book, dude. She explains, so she like interviewed all these top level generals who basically they did thousands of nuclear war games, simulations, right, in the Pentagon. Like, playing out what would happen. And they did the book explains a very real scenario that how it would happen if North Korea launched an ICBM towards the US. So we have like 6 minutes from launch to impact. Really? So imagine if they were shooting one from North Korea, they would shoot it over the North Pole, and it would go over the top of the Earth, and it would hit if they were targeting DC, if they're targeting the U.S. That's how they would do it, and they would essentially target the first bomb would hit DC, and so we have 6 minutes, right? And typically the presidents don't go through,
they don't think this through when they're in office, right? There's way more things they're worried about. They're not like typically rehearsing nuclear war scenarios.
Sure.
That was mainly done like in the past by previous people in the Pentagon and generals and stuff like that. There's a whole base in, I think it's Montana, where the command and control center is.
Yeah.
It's in the Rocky Mountain, or no, it's Colorado. It's in the Rocky Mountains. It's hidden in like a granite mountain.
Yep. Yep.
And so they literally have 6 minutes to make a decision what to do. But if they'll know within like, I think a minute and a half, or maybe even like 2 minutes, they'll know that bomb is targeting the U.S. Like they'll be able to figure out its trajectory based on all of our reconnaissance satellites that we have in space and like airplanes and stuff like that. They can figure out from its boost phase where it's going. So they're going to know it's hitting the U.S. So the first thing, this is a protocol that is written in stone, that as soon as an ICBM is launched from any country and headed towards us, in the first 60 seconds, we have to empty our Minutemen arsenals. All of our ICBMs that are basically in these ground bases.
Yeah.
In like, I think they're mostly in like the Midwest area.
Okay.
In like Montana and those areas. Those have to be launched because those are going to be, we have to assume those are going to be the first target of a strike towards us. They're going to try to hit our sites, so those Minutemen rockets are rendered useless.
Yeah.
So it's use it or lose it for those, right?
Gotcha.
So as soon as one launches from another country, ours have to launch.
Just based on like, they can't be used. They can also detonate here too.
Right.
Like
so
potentially,
if they launch a nuke and we don't launch ours, say like we're going to try to evade a nuclear war, we're going to maybe let one hit, or we're just going to hope it doesn't hit us.
Yeah. We
can't do that. We have to empty ours. And we have to target them with them.
Gotcha.
So here's the problem. Now once we have fucking 10 or 20 ICBMs, I don't know how many we have. Maybe you can find out how many ICBMs we have.
1,000, bro?
How many Minutemen we have. Minutemen ICBMs, how many in the U.S.? They all have to be launched. The problem is, okay, now we launch ours toward North Korea. They're going over the North Pole, right? And they're going to have to overfly Russia to get to North Korea. Now, within 2 minutes, you're gonna think we have to get on the phone with Russia and let them know this isn't coming for you. This is going for North Korea. Well, I don't think there's ever been a time in history where we're able to get Putin on the phone that quick.
Sure.
I think like the last time that we tried to get a hold of Putin, it took like a week for him to get back to us.
Oh my God.
At least the president. So Russia's going to see it. Now they're going to launch all their ICBMs. And before you know it, and then NATO is going to start launching all their rockets and stuff. Then before you know it, it's all out nuclear war.
Just because of like the sheer time and the communication. Yeah. So
it's just a huge fucking breakdown of communication that happens because there's all these policies in place to launch ICBMs. So once the first fucking missile flies, dude, it's over. It's endgame.
Yeah. Jeez.
We have 400.
So 400
ready to go.
So imagine this. Kim Jong-un has a bad day, decides to launch one ICBM. That means, if it's come towards the U.S., we're launching 400. So we have to hope to God that Russia and all these other countries don't launch a counterstrike when they see these.
Even if they don't, 400 nuclear missiles, I mean, that's a nuclear holocaust still.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think North Korea is still behind on their technology. Let's hope they are, but
Yeah, they definitely are.
They have 50.
Their submarines, their submarines are still diesel powered. Ours are nuclear powered, so ours can go forever. They still have to refuel with diesel. I think they can go like a week or something.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, their subs are shitty.
The last nuclear test was done in '92 by the U.S. and it was halted. They were cut short in October '92, and they no longer used any tested any more nukes.
Wow.
And that was in Nevada.
Yeah.
So what was the last one before that one, though?
Oh,
in the 80s or something? 70s?
Have you seen the graphic or like the animation of all the nuclear bomb tests that have gone on throughout the world?
I think I have, yes.
It's fucking amazing.
Yes.
It shows like the timeline.
Yeah.
And then it gets into like the Cold War era. It's like boom, 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 all over the fucking world.
Jeez.
And then like, most people think they have this misconception that we have sort of like an iron dome of systems that can basically intercept rockets out of the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like essentially this is the video. Look, 1945, Trinity, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Then you have the test over in the atolls where they tested the first thermonuclear bombs. Then you have Russia. Yeah, speed it up. Go 2x.
53. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Look at all those ones in
A
Nevada.
lot in Russia too.
Bro,
I didn't know that.
Look at fucking Nevada.
Holy wow. And where's this going up and up and up? And
Yeah,
up?
now we're in 66. Now it's going crazy. Look, the U.S. is at 600.
Nevada is just getting all the action. Jeez.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't it funny? Isn't that just like hilarious that all those bombs went off in Nevada and that happens to be the place we like to go to gamble?
all mutants out there, yeah.
Russia's all over the place.
Yeah, Russia.
Wow.
Well, Russia's huge.
They got the land for it though too.
And they're only like 200 behind us. 200 nukes behind us. 87, 88. They're still going off, bro.
What's that? What's the flag with the orange, white, and green? They just did one.
I think that's Italy. Oh, orange, white, and green. Oh,
yeah,
is that
Britain?
Yeah, what is that?
Orange, white. That flag, yeah, it's between.
It's not Mexico, right?
That'd be funny.
That would be funny, right?
Clear bomb.
Bro, I'd be surprised if those cartels got their hands on nukes pretty soon. They're getting all kinds of crazy technology, bro. They're stealing technology from. They somehow got technology from Israel. Some sort of like crazy spyware technology that was supposed to be used by the military in Mexico, but now the military is so corrupt they're selling it to the cartels.
Sure.
This guy came on the podcast that like reports on the cartels, and they got a hold of this shit. You can basically type in somebody's phone number, track where they are live, read all their communications on the phone, and now the cartel's using it to track their fucking enemies.
Gotcha.
It's India.
Niger?
India. It's India.
Oh, India. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like what I was saying about the misconception that we have some sort of like interceptor system that can intercept these nukes. Annie was explaining that we have like a total of 44 of these interceptor missiles, and there's like 40 of them that are based in Alaska, and there's 40 of them that are based in California. And the accuracy or the percentage accuracy of these things being able to hit a target is like 40% maybe.
Oh, that's good to know.
So we have 44 with 40% accuracy, right? If there's a nuclear war, they send all the fucking rockets, right? Russia's got like over 1,000. We have over 1,000. All these other countries, North Korea, I think North Korea has like a couple hundred maybe. But it's fucking, there's no chance that's going to save us. No chance at all.
Just don't launch it. I mean, that's right. Or get to that country and stop from launching it. But I think they developed one that was underground too.
Nukes?
Yeah.
Well, they did a lot of underground nuclear testing for sure.
Yeah, to like induce earthquakes, and which I mean, it's amazing that didn't like, cause any plates to shift or something. But yeah, I mean, one gets launched and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye.
And then she explains like the nuclear winter, how like basically it will block out the sun for years and years and years. Agriculture will cease to exist. People will have to live underground because it'll be so toxic. The atmosphere will be so toxic you won't be able to survive. So people will go underground. Most people will die, and then eventually, after like 12 years or something like that, the sky is supposed to clear up again and the sun will come through. Mm-hmm. But by that point, the atmosphere will be so degraded that the radiation from the sun will literally kill you.
Oh yeah, because you don't have the ozone layer to
the ozone layer will be
filter
gone.
It out. Yeah.
Right.
Jeez.
So at that point, all the fucking frozen dead bodies and the frozen dead animals around the globe will start to thaw out.
Yeah.
Right. And then disease, it will be like just plague after that.
I mean, at that point, you're going to repeat what happened to the dinosaurs. I mean, the sun was blacked out for 15 years, we estimate. And the sub-underground mammals are the ones that lived, you know? I didn't think about the atmosphere being degraded, though. It's constant UV light.
Right.
Oh, that sucks. Gosh, it's bacon.
Done. I mean, the only thing that will survive are the people, initially, the people in the nuclear subs will survive until they run out of food and water.
Yeah, which wouldn't take long.
The subs,
a couple of years.
Yeah, the subs can pretty much go forever on nuclear power. And then, hunter-gatherers might survive. People like remote tribes in the Amazon, maybe, or like some of those, uncontacted tribes that are out in those islands out near like Asia Pacific. And then like animals that are underwater, like sharks and alligators survived.
Sure.
deep water species, but like
what's ever in like the Mariana Trench will be the dominant species, right?
Yeah, right. But we're gonna have to figure out a way to get off this fucking planet if we're gonna survive. I mean, to even save our technology, like save like humanity, like even if humans don't survive, to like save a copy of us, we need to put a hard drive on the moon or something.
Hard drive,
or underwater. Like underwater would be the best. Like if you could somehow, I think it's like, what is it? 90% of our oceans haven't even been explored yet.
Something like that. It's pretty high. Or like the depth, I think, or what's down there. Yeah, I mean, we're scary as hell.
The ocean's more unexplored than the moon.
That's what it was. It was something like space. We know more about space than we do about like the depths of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the hell's down there?
Isn't that crazy?
Jeez. But I mean, if we were to go terraform the moon, I mean, once your resources are exhausted, that's on there, and you're screwed. Like, what do you have on the moon? There's no nutrients. There's no carbon-based materials. There's no wood.
Well, if we could figure out how to 3D print meat or steak, or there was some shit that came out recently that we were trying to print steak or like grow steaks in a lab or something.
Yeah.
Like somehow do that. I don't know if you've ever heard about that.
I've heard about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't do that on the moon unless you had the materials to grow the steak too.
Right.
I mean, the meat and the cells would need proteins and
yeah.
carbohydrates and DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it only works if you have the materials, you know? Yeah.
There was a report that came out from NASA a couple days ago, Steve, if you could find it. They found like some crazy cave, like caverns, like underground caves that were on the moon.
From like water?
I don't think they know what it was from. NASA cave moon. Yeah, look, new evidence adds findings hinting at a network of caves. And there's theories out there that the moon is hollow, but there's people that also think that the inside of the moon is like the very center of it is a solid core, but then it's honeycombed. Like the inside of it's like honeycombed.
Like it was mined out or something.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, how fucking wild is that, dude?
I mean, those could just be from crater impacts from asteroids or...
I guess.
Right?
No. How weird is it that we haven't gone back to the moon since fucking 1970?
Yeah, I know, right? You think they go more often, but I guess there's just not a whole lot of reason to go back. I think they know that there's nothing really on there, just a giant rock in space. You know?
Did you see that there was something like some sort of like Senate Senate hearing with the head of NASA, and the head of NASA was basically saying, we talked about this in the podcast a few weeks ago. He was saying that the Chinese are they're sending satellites to the backside of the moon. He thinks that China is trying to set up bases on the dark side of the moon or the backside of the moon.
Yeah. Part of that is because of if you set up sensitive material like not material telescopes in space trying to do research on the moon for radiation in space, the dark side of the moon has no interference from the sun, so you have like super sensitive readings on that side of the moon. That's like the best place to do any kind of outer space research. Mm-hmm. And it's so empty and secluded. Mm-hmm. That's one reason why you would want to put a base on the dark side of the moon is you have like the best sensitive readings.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But he's like, yeah, I think the guy was saying like we don't have any incentive, we don't want to do it, but we're gonna let China do it. I find that to be kind of odd.
If China puts a base on the moon, we'll have one in like 2 weeks.
Right. That's what I thought.
Yeah. I mean, really, I think the moon, we should be thinking about putting an automated system on the moon that's like unmanned, and we can send back information, and that can be an extra way to do research too. You don't have to have a society on the moon. That's just going to be hell.
Mm-hmm. Or if you want to like explore places like Mars or do shit on Mars, like wouldn't the moon be a good like place to start?
Yeah.
Like a good mediary spot to maybe I don't know if you could launch rockets from the moon, but it seems to be like more plausible to launch shit from the moon than from Earth. If you could have some sort of like rocket base on the moon.
If you'd have to import all of unless there was like, I think the moon has lots of metals, but mm-hmm. beyond that, there's not much that you can really use. Mm-hmm. It'd be a good stopping space, but it depends.
Right.
I'm not too familiar with like the moon and Mars. I would say that'd be a good spot to at least put some kind of automated research facility or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not in our lifetime. I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's wild. I think that I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in our lives, like when it comes to around, like, I think Ray Kurzweil was saying, like the 2030s, 2040s, that AI is really going to change the game for a lot of stuff.
Sure it will.
Especially like, not only this kind of stuff, but like longevity and diseases and, making people immortal.
If not immortal, much longer life.
Mm-hmm. Did you listen to Terrence Howard's podcast they did on Rogan?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What did you think of it?
I was just the guy. He's just so confused, so confused. I feel kind of bad for him because he has the passion for it, but he's just way out there. I was watching it, and I'm like, I think as a scientist, you have to have an open mind and just to listen to someone. I'm like, okay, this is kind of weird, but I'll just sort of listen and just kind of humor it. And I got like through 15 minutes. I'm like, this is just batshit crazy.
Yeah. Did you listen to when Weinstein went on there with him?
I did. I saw the first like half hour, like an hour, and he's in the same camp. He's like, you have you have a motor for a Lamborghini motor in the chassis of like a Volkswagen. You're just going, but you can't do it right, And I'm just thinking, like, this guy, I don't know where that came from, because he was an actor. And I know he went to some college in New York that was more of a liberal arts college that had an engineering program, but they stopped it when he attended.
Right. He was saying some shit that made sense though, like about apparently they recreated some sort of something like it was Saturn, and they somehow
it's this hexagon.
Oh, it's a hexagon. That's what it was.
And it's a strange shape. And it was explained in a documentary why that occurs, but there's some type of vortex.
I mean, good for Saturn, right?
But and so essentially he was saying that planets were created in the sun, like the sun burps out these planets, right? And then they're slowly moving away and away, and the Goldilocks zone that Earth is in right now, in like a million years or whatever, or a couple million years. Was it Mars will be in the Goldilocks zone? Mars is closer or farther from the sun? Do you know where it is?
Farther.
It's farther from the sun.
It's the fourth planet, yeah.
What's the next one closest to the sun?
That would be Mercury's the closest, then Venus, and then us, and then Mars.
Okay, so like in a couple million, I guess if it's expanding, then Venus will be the next one in the Goldilocks zone, and Earth will be out farther, like maybe where Mars is now, and everything's like expanding because it comes out. The sun creates the planets. That kind of made sense.
I'm not really sure how that.
I'm not an astrophysicist, but to the layman,
the sun's just a giant fusion reactor. It's just burning. There's nothing to be made. It's just heat. There's no materials in the sun to produce rocks and the metals and all that first crust. I mean, a lot of what he said is just nonsense.
Yeah.
He's just kind of tying together words that sound really smart.
Right.
I mean, I appreciate his passion and that he wants to explore truths, but I mean, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But
do you know why we can't see stars when they're in outer space? Even on the moon, like Ed Mitchell described it. When you look back,
it's all dark.
Everything's dark. The sky's dark.
I'm not sure why. I think it has to do with the perspective from Earth. We can see the atmosphere on Earth allows us to see the actual light that's like bouncing through the waves. The light goes through the atmosphere.
Right.
Sort of not energizes, but allows us to see the light better. Whereas if you're in space, it's all like a vacuum.
Right.
There's nothing for the light to really energize.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I mean, I think that's why. But yeah, no, space is scary. I did a video on your body in space, and space is a near perfect vacuum. It's not a perfect vacuum; it's pretty close. The reason space is like a vacuum is because it's so huge. It's enormous, and so there's no the way you make a vacuum is either you pump out air from like a container, or you increase the volume so that the air can kind of be more free. The space is so vast and huge that it's a vacuum. And in vacuum conditions, just the gases have no pressure holding them down. And so the gases in your gut and all your cavities just expand rapidly, and the essentially kind of blow up.
Really?
Yeah.
So like, if the door got open on the space station, everyone inside would just explode.
Within seconds, yeah.
Within seconds.
I took a class on vacuums in college. It's like, like to make semiconductors, you have like very high ultra vacuums, and just we put like marshmallows in the vacuum. They just blow up.
Shit.
Oh yeah, because right now the atmosphere of the Earth is pushing down on all the gases, and so they're pressurized and they're safe in our bodies. But when you go out to space, there's no pressure on the gases, no atmosphere. They just turn into gas within seconds. So what happens is all the cavities in your stomach expand, your skin tears apart, and any water in your body evaporates into a gas. And then space is freezing cold. There's no heat in space because of the vacuum. All the gases just expand outward. You become a frozen husk, empty of all fluid and blood.
So it would be a pretty quick pain in death.
Yeah, in the 1960s, the mid-60s, they were testing vacuums for NASA on the conditions in space. And there was an astronaut, he was in a vacuum, and his tube came loose. And the last thing he remembers, he passed out in 10 seconds. The last thing he recalls is the saliva on his tongue vaporized. Because there is no atmospheric pressure in the vacuum, nothing to hold down the gases, and it just evaporated. And then he passed out. Luckily, they were able to get to him fast enough. So you passed out within seconds. Oh, shit. Yeah.
That's fucking freaky, man.
Yeah, it is. And then conversely, if you're at the bottom of the ocean, you just get compressed into a pulp. Again, all your cavities are destroyed. Your lungs, your stomach, parts of your head, crushed. Like
those guys that went down and explored the Titanic in that little submarine a couple months ago. And the thing just exploded. They had like the simulated on YouTube. I'm sure you saw it. The simulated animation, like how the thing imploded, and they're just like those people just like disintegrated instantly.
Goodness. Instantaneous. And like I think the speed at which the explosion happens is like 2 times the speed of human perception.
Yes, right.
So you're just like you're there and then you're not.
It happens before, it happened faster than they could have perceived pain.
It's just like lights out. Boom. Yeah, so this is what he was talking about. I don't even know what this is.
No, I don't know.
I have no clue. I know that he talks about elements, and I think like each element has like a certain frequency, and maybe he's confusing like string theory and the periodic table of elements. Yeah, it's wacky stuff.
Yeah, but it's cool that he went on there and was able to talk about it and got people talking. That's for sure.
That's good. I mean, I think there's always something good that can happen from this sort of thing.
Absolutely.
With Neil deGrasse Tyson, he really explained the peer review process when he was sort of debunking what Howard had showed him, and I think that's a good time. It's a good way to learn what science goes through to actually learn and produce papers and studies.
Right.
And people learn like that's how it happens. The octave, I have no idea.
That's sound.
Yeah, dude.
Understand it. Yeah.
Wild.
It is interesting. Well, Adam, thank you so much for doing this, man. This was fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Tell people that are listening and watching where they can find your YouTube channel and all the stuff you're doing. You got just one channel, or you got multiple? Or what?
I just have one. I mean, I have a couple small channels that I don't upload, but my channel is Dark Science. I should have a video up in the next 2 weeks, week and a half, about microplastics. And
how often do you make videos?
Once or twice a month.
Once or twice a month.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's incredible.
Thank you.
And they're fucking, they're like I said before, like you are somehow able to pick like the most like obvious things that people don't normally think about and like do the craziest fucking deconstruction of them.
I've been thinking about it for a long time as a kid. It's just they just kind of come to me.
Agonal breathing. What is agonal breathing?
Agonal breathing is either through like a disease that puts well, I'm not gonna go into that.
Is that like the death gurgle type thing?
Basically.
Oh, okay.
So let's talk about more in terms of an injury.
Mm-hmm.
If you have some kind of condition, a disease, or your brain gets damaged, where you can't produce any oxygen, so like metabolic acidosis, where your body is chemically not making oxygen, right? Or you get injured and you can't breathe properly. You know, your brain gets injured or something.
Right.
Essentially, with agonal breathing, when that happens, that's a sign that the brainstem is the last surviving operating part of your brain. And that's a sign that like the rest of your brain is shutting down, if not shut down, and that the brainstem controls breathing and heart rate. And if you're just like that, that's just that's the death throes.
It's the final straw.
The final straws. If you see someone doing that, like get into a hospital, they're about to die. You know.
And then another one of your videos that you did, we'll talk about briefly, the anatomy of a decapitation, or like how a decapitation actually works. Isn't it true that like there's been reports that after people get decapitated, they're kind of still alive in their head, still conscious?
Yeah, I mean, they can't conclusively say if the person's conscious. I know
it's hard to do a study on that, right?
Basically, yeah. I mean, how, you know? I know during the French Revolution, they were decapitating people left and right. Someone said that they held the head of a political dissident and they said jokes about her and she smirked at the person, which I think is just legends, you know.
Yeah, right.
But what they did discover, and they did it mainly on mice, is that when you decapitate, you cut off the head, the brain still has enough electrical activity for a couple of seconds that is indicative that could potentially have some consciousness, and it drops rapidly after like 2 or 3 seconds.
Right, just blood's gone. Right,
blood's gone. I mean, you know, you put someone in a chokehold, they pass out.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what they're saying happens with a decapitation. If I put you in a chokehold, you just black out. But they're saying due to the amount of, they had like an electrocardiogram on mouse's head, and they saw that the brain activity was enough that it was, again, could have some consciousness. Now, we're not saying that you do have consciousness, but that you have enough activity where there could be, you know.
Right.
You're probably not conscious, but if you were, it's for like 2 seconds.
Right.
And then lights out.
Terrifyingly interesting shit, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for making this stuff. And for everyone that's watching and listening, it'll obviously be linked below. Check it out. And any like social media stuff, like Twitter, Instagram.
I Twitter, but the YouTube is the main thing. I don't post on Instagram, really Twitter.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot. I really enjoyed this.
Thank you much.
All right. Oh, yeah. We did a Patreon before we started. We did a Patreon Q&A with Adam where we talked for like 20, 30 minutes about some. We had people answer questions, or he answered questions from the Patreon. So if you guys want to check that out, that's also linked below. Good night, world.
We start messing around with ideas that people aren't comfortable with. In the past, it's been kind of dangerous.
Yeah. The history of the Templars is pretty crazy. You guys got persecuted. First of all, how are you associated with the Knights Templar?
So I'm the Grand Master. I'm the Grand Master of the Order of the Sovereign Temple of the Initiates, which is just like a modern conglomerate of different
Templar lineages. When I say lineages, when the Templar Order was suppressed in 1307, it had to go underground. And it survived in different pockets, right, in different areas, and those pockets kind of grew independently, and at different periods of time they've kind of come back together, and then at other times they've separated again. And so there's about half a dozen strains of Templar lineages out there, and but they all come together in the Order of the Temple of Sovereign Initiates, which is I'm head of. So.
And how did you get into it from the beginning? Like, when you were a child, or were your parents into this stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, my dad was, my grandparents were on both sides of my family. I was brought into it at 8. So,
how so? Were you initiated?
Yeah, I was initiated.
What was that like?
Well, it was a page initiation. I thought, I was led into a council. There was a bunch of people and, dressed in cloaks and stuff. Adults totally freaked me out. I didn't know what was going on. And I was put before this council. They basically said that I had fulfilled my duties of becoming a page, and I had to take an oath of chivalry, and then I had to kneel, and they dubbed me as a page. But I will tell you, as an 8-year-old, when you see a guy coming up in front of you and you're kneeling and he has a big sword, I thought that was going to be like a sacrifice or something. It was terrifying at first.
Did you have to kiss the silver head?
No, I didn't have to kiss the silver head. But they dubbed me, and that was the beginning of the journey. Yeah.
Wow. So, like, what was when you were being raised as a child?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of things did you guys do to, like? I mean, obviously that was a pretty unique experience at 8 years old.
Yeah, it was unique. I wasn't the only one going through it, but it was. We were given. Started out. We were taught to certain virtues that we're supposed to embody. It wasn't anything too esoteric. It was very. How do you perform humble service, and how do you act with humility and meekness in the world, and don't take yourself too seriously, and how do you do things without want or need of recognition, that type of deal. And later, it became a little more esoteric, because then you realize that what you're being humbled to is really your own higher self, your own higher spirit, your own the person you're striving to be, if you listen to that, then things usually work out well.
And then how'd you end up being a grand master?
Yeah, so that took a lot of time. So I went through a lot of different orders, a lot of different degrees. I've studied a lot of different traditions, and eventually I joined an organization that was known as Circes International, which was a French tradition, like French Templar tradition. You didn't know it was a Templar tradition until you were in it for a while. But then what they did is I went through. I became a Grand Preceptor, and then I became a Grand Commander, which was basically in charge of a region. So, like, the region I was in charge of was North America. And then
no Grand Wizards, are there?
No Grand Wizards. Nothing
like KKK.
Nothing like that. No, total opposite of KKK. In fact, the Grand Commander before me was a black man by the name of Dr. Onslow Wilson.
Oh, really? There's black folks in the Knights Templar?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, there's black folks. There's women. There's you name it. So
Native American, indigenous Native American.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I mean it's
So, like, at what point did like your parents sit you down and say, "Son, you're a part of the Knights Templar"? Do you know what the Knights Templar
well,
are?
it wasn't even like that. It was you know, it's like they got me in this program as a kid that I went through till I got to an adult, the age of an adult, and then I started. I was trying to figure out where this was all coming from. You know, like they didn't say it was Templar based. They didn't say Templars started this tradition. It was just this thing that I went through, and but then by the time I got an adult, I started looking into it more, and I started realizing there was this whole other movement behind it, and I remember one of my first things I was going to do was I was going to go. I realized it was somewhat connected with Freemasonry.
Yes.
So at 18, I was like, well, I'm going to go try to go down to a Masonic lodge and see, you know, if I could get in and what that's about, what the connection is. And I remember I was in college. I went to my mom's house and I was doing laundry in her, you know, at her house. And I said, you know, I'm thinking about becoming a Freemason potentially. And my mom said, oh, you know, everybody in your family belongs to that. You should talk to your grandfather. And I was like, what? I had no clue. And so then I went and talked to my grandfather. I found out my other grandfather was also very much involved. I found out my dad had been involved. And then it just kind of went from there. And within Freemasonry, there's the standard, what's known as the Blue Lodge, which is 3 degrees of where someone becomes a Master Mason. And then once they become a Master Mason, they can go into what's known as the York Rite or the Scottish Rite. And both of these systems have a whole nother series of degrees, but both of them culminate in Knight Templar degrees. And so I did that. I actually ended up doing both. Became a Knight Templar in the York Rite, became a 32nd degree Mason in the Scottish Rite. And then, what kind of shit do you have to do on that high level? You learn stuff? Yeah, you learn stuff. You have to memorize a bunch of stuff. You have like what? They give you things to memorize so that that's basically like the outline of the ritual itself. And the reason is, if every Mason in the world died tomorrow and you were the last person, you could rebuild the entire system based on what you had memorized. And those degrees have within them moral instruction, but also they give you the keys for a number of things, including the science of alchemy, so you can make your own medicines.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And as well as the blueprints for rebuilding civilization should it collapse again.
What kind of medicines can you make, or do you learn to make?
Well, you learn the fundamental process of how you can take an herb, also how you can take a metal and break it down into a solution, get rid of impurities, and then turn it into something else, you know, that's good for you, that's more potent. So, you know, you go through stages of digestion, distillation, calcination, extract the oils, the salts, rebuild it all back together, and create a medicine. So you learn how to do that with the building blocks are the same for all medicines in terms of what you start with and then how you extract this stuff at the end. But you can also, one of the herbs or one of the plants that's emphasized within Freemasonry in particular is the acacia. And if you do these processes to the acacia, you can extract certain forms of acacia. You can extract DMT out of it. So, it's one of the undercurrents to the Masonic tradition. And it was something that they had inherited from the Knights Templar as they were traveling in the Middle East, in the Holy Land, and meeting with groups like the Druze and the Sabaeans and others who were passing on this alchemical tradition and who were translating alchemical texts from the Greek and Roman and Egyptian times.
Is it common practice within Freemasonry to take DMT and to do these psychedelics?
I wouldn't say it's common practice. There are brothers who do. But the process is there. I mean, the process for extracting it is the same as you would for any other herb. You do through the same process. It just so happens that
psychedelics aren't necessarily a part of that.
No, they're not necessarily part of it. There have been Masonic rites throughout history that have done that to a certain degree. I would recommend the works of P.D. Newman. He's written a number of books that specifically focus on that in particular. But so that's part of it. I mean, if I think there's a lot of subtlety in Freemasonry and the ritual that is they don't necessarily tell you directly what they're telling you. Does that make sense? You go through these initiations and they will subject you to weird things, and those weird things, they don't make rational sense.
Like what?
Well, it's just like for example, you may have a ritual where you only have one shoe on, and it's just, at first it may seem like a form of hazing, but then you realize it's actually trying to emphasize, your left side of your body, for example. And they're trying to, between the degrees, they're trying to bring you into balance with yourself. But they'll also talk about things that just don't make sense. Like one of my favorite ones is there's a in the third degree, there's a ship captain. They do these plays for the person, for the candidate. And in the third degree, there's this ship captain, and it's there's these bad people that are trying to get on this ship to go to Ethiopia from Jerusalem. And most people don't think anything of it. And it's King Solomon's ship captain, right? And it's King Solomon's ship. And these bad people can't get on King Solomon's ship that goes from Jerusalem to Ethiopia. Well, you got to remember, Freemasonry largely standardized its rituals by the early 1700s. And there is no way to sail from Jerusalem to Ethiopia, right? You couldn't sail from Jerusalem to Ethiopia until the Suez Canal was built, which was recently, right? So then you have to ask yourself, well, what kind of ship is it? And the answer is, at the time that ritual was being developed, there was a Freemason who was also a Templar by the name of Bruce was his name. He was with the Scottish Royal Society, and he had just discovered this new Ethiopian text called the Kebra Nagast. And in this text, it talks about King Solomon's flying ship and how King Solomon would fly from Jerusalem to Ethiopia, his flying ship. And
Who wrote this?
It's an ancient Coptic text.
What's the name of the text?
The Kebra Nagast. And it's
Kebra?
Yeah, Kebra Nagast. It's Ethiopian. Yeah, it's Ethiopian text.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. And in it talks about King Solomon's flying ship and how he would travel in a few hours, what would normally take people several days.
Can you find when was this written? You know?
Well,
Go to Wikipedia.
it was first discovered and translated in English in the 1700s, early 1700s. He had done it for the Scottish Royal Society. But the text is believed to be, quite ancient and something that was preserved by the Coptic Church there. And but the fact that it talks about King Solomon's flying ship, that's really what is being emphasized in the ritual. So here's this Masonic ritual from the 1700s that is emphasizing King Solomon's flying ship that would allow you to go from Jerusalem to Ethiopia by flying.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
And fun.
Yeah,
very fun.
And there's actually areas around the Middle East where there's big mesas that are known as the Thrones of Solomon. And according to the local legend, that's where Solomon would land his ship. It's on top of these.
Oh, really?
Yeah, these
kind of
big plateaus. I don't know. I can only guess. Well, I will say this. King Solomon was known in particular for the manufacturing of manna in the Bible. And manna was this mysterious substance. In fact, it says that King Solomon received 666 talents of gold a year in exchange for this. And that number 666 in the ancient world was the number of transformation.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a Templar, we're pretty sure we know what that mana is, and it's gold that's been converted into a monoatomic state, where it turns into this white powder that's the Egyptians have depicted all over their temple walls, and this mana is superconductive when it's converted to this state, and it causes things to weigh less. Like a container holding the mana will weigh less than a container filled with nothing. The same container filled with nothing. So it's causing a weight displacement or an anti-gravity effect. And this is why the mana was stored in the Ark of the Covenant, which would have weighed several tons, but two people could carry it with rods, right? Because it was causing the weight displacement. And we find the same word mana all over the ancient world associated with flying craft.
Really?
Yeah. So
where?
So like in India, these flying craft that are found in the Vedic texts are known as Vimana. In ancient Sumer, the flying craft that the Anunnaki or the sky gods were flying around in were known as Shimana. We find the same word in Polynesian cultures as being mana. And they said the mana was used to move the giant moai sculptures and stuff. In Buddhist traditions, it's not called mana, but it's called mani. Or Chintamani. But it's
I didn't know these languages shared similar roots.
They do, yeah. Which proves that there was a
What about Hebrew? Is there a word for Hebrew?
In Hebrew, it's mana. Yeah, mana.
Because I know for a fact there was there's this author John Allegro who wrote a book about sex called Sacred Mushroom and the Cross.
Yeah.
And the basis of his whole book was connecting root words or connecting Sumerian roots to Hebrew roots, trying to figure out what was going on. But one of the foundational problems with his book is that none of the Hebrew roots do not match any of the Sumerian roots at all. Like they're completely separate languages.
Yeah, they have to, in order to trace Hebrew, you have to go back to Egyptian. Now, there's a lot of Jewish listeners who may not like that idea, just because there's been tension between Egypt and Israel over the centuries. But in fact, if you look at the Egyptian hieroglyphs, so if you look at the letter hieroglyphs, the hieroglyphs for each letter, for example, the letter M in Egyptian hieroglyphs is an owl, right? The hieroglyph is an owl. Well, you can trace that into the Phoenician, which is like the cousins of the Egyptians. And in the Phoenician, the letter M looks like the top of the owl's head. Huh. And then if you take that Phoenician, it becomes Hebrew. And the letter Mem in Hebrew looks just like that owl head that came from the Phoenician. You can trace it directly. You can do that with all the letters. And there's a lot of words in Egyptian, ancient Egyptian, that are the same today in Hebrew. Interesting. Yeah, so it actually goes back to the Egyptian. But an example of that is, for example, in ancient Egypt, the word for truth is mat. All right, mat means truth or universal order, and in Hebrew, the word for truth is mat. So it's the same word. And in fact, the word for I'm sorry, mat was the word for truth in Hebrew is emet, but it's very similar to mat. Okay. And in ancient Egyptian, mat was also a goddess who presided over the dead, and the word for death, death in Hebrew is mat. So it's tied in. It's just people aren't used to looking at it.
How come every Freemason I've ever met is super knowledgeable about ancient Egypt stuff?
Well, it's I think we all acknowledge it goes back to that. I mean, so one of the things that happened is when the Templar Order was formed, it was formed about 1096.
Yeah.
By 1118, it was setting up shop in Jerusalem. And then from there, they went down into Egypt, and they set up a commandery at the Temple of Isis at Philae. And in fact, if you go to the Temple of Isis at Philae to this day, there's Templar crosses carved all throughout the temple. So you'll see the Egyptian hieroglyphs and stuff, and then you'll see the Templars, put in their crosses too to mark their territory. But they, and then from there, they spread out to all the major temples in Egypt, and they were being studied and researched. And in fact, there's even a route. If you go to the Temple of Seti the First at Abydos, there's a room there that is closed to the public. But if you're able to get into it, it has a depiction on the wall of one of these arks, like the Ark of the Covenant, that the Egyptians were transporting. It shows a Pharaoh, presumably Seti the First, holding his hand out with a mound cake of this white mana, which was this monoatomic substance. And then you'll see graffiti of 3 red Templar crosses